the fear of getting punched in the mouth or getting punched in the face, because people aren't getting punched in the face for the things that they say anymore. And that's the New Yorker in me. It might be rude, it might be whatever, but I grew up in an environment where you thought about what you said because there could be consequences. And now anyone can say whatever they want to say, and without fear of quote unquote jeopardy. And the last thing I'm going to say is not going to be very popular, right? But when I heard about this guy, I started getting, like, I'm telling you, every third video was about Charlie Kirk. So now the algorithm is literally feeding me because they want me to watch the
He is much bigger in death than he ever was in life, I think is your point.
Yeah. And they want me to watch the pre-roll ads, and now there's an ad in the middle of the video. I'm just being marketed to. But what I will say is, what bothers me in the past 2 days is now it's like, well, let's forget everything he said in life, right? Let's just forget these things.
Well, here's the thing about that. It's a very, very narrow tightrope that you're walking on that issue. Because the man was assassinated. He's got these three beautiful young children and a young wife. It resonates with all of us, whether we agreed with him or not. And we want to be careful, of course, to not even allege.
I don't want to victim shame or anything.
No, right. Right. We don't want to allege that he's a victim of his own making, and if he hadn't exercised his First Amendment rights, he'd still be alive, and especially because some people viewed some of the things that he said as hateful. So, we don't want to imply that he got what he deserved.
No,
so I think, but also, I don't believe that when a person dies, whether it's violently or otherwise, that we should ignore them, ignore certain parts of who they were when they were in Carter, and rightly so, especially in my opinion, the things that he did after he was president, his building homes for poor people and all that. That was him. I mean, he actually went out there on his own. He actually rolled up his sleeves and, as a former president, and helped build some of those Habitat for Humanity homes. He deserved a lot of credit for that. There were some things that he did, some things that he said, some of the policies when he was president that were not so commendable. Well, of course, at the time, we feel that it's not proper, it doesn't feel right to analyze their life too much. And I think, he hasn't even been put in the ground yet. So I think that I personally fall on the side of, yes, I'm aware of some of the things that he said and did and espoused that I found distasteful. But I don't think this is a proper time to air them. Give it a chance to breathe.
Yeah, because I guess what I was going to say, though, is that it's not like what I was going to say is that the same proponents for free speech are now telling people that they can't say anything.
Well, the State Department actually issued an advisory to all foreigners, and it's not just people who are in the country illegally. They issued them an advisory, and it's the State Department, mind you. So you know what's implied here. Do not say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. Well, that's downright un-American. It violates the First Amendment, and the Constitution applies to everybody in the country.
Right.
But I think personally, I don't feel comfortable exploring with any great depth the character of Charlie. Listen, we never talked about him before on this
forum. I didn't know who he was.
Right.
I never heard of this guy.
Right. So, I don't really much care what his positions were when he was alive. If I was aware of it at the time that he was alive, I probably, some of the things that he espoused, I would have raised issues with. But I never followed him. I knew who he was, of course, but I never followed him closely enough to take a microscopic look at the positions he took. So I happen to fall in the category of let's just, let the air breathe a little bit. And, in a week or two, if you want to talk about Charlie Kirk and what he stood for and the people who now feel that they have to pick up the gauntlet and whether that's good for America or whether it's problematic, I think that's a fair thing to do. But I think at this moment, I personally am not comfortable with that kind of discourse. But you are right. If people do feel comfortable, they have the right to say it, and they shouldn't be shut down. You're correct.
That was my only point. So have a good weekend.
Thank you, Daryl. Jaya, I'm going to apologize to you now. We're not going to get to you. You got on the stage too late. The rule is anybody who comes on stage no worries. We'll get to you next time. Get in here before 5 minutes to 6 Eastern time. What's that?
I wanted to say kiddish for Charlie prayers.
All right. Well, you can say kiddish for him all you want, but not here, unfortunately. Daryl, we just talked to Chris and Anson. Anson will get the last word. Chris?
Oh, Gary, I was in a great spirit before you said that last part and cut Daryl off. And I get it, this is your space and not Charlie Kirk's.
I don't think I cut him off. I don't think I cut him off. I think we had a dialogue. I don't think I actually cut him off.
I would like to finish what I'm saying so you can understand what I'm saying. Because what you just stated was we should give Charlie Kirk the respect to not speak about his actual words that were not positive. And the sad part is he did not offer that same respect to anybody as long as it could help his bottom line. So I hear what you're saying because this is your space. But Charlie Kirk probably does not deserve that much respect, even out of yourself, because Charlie Kirk didn't care about who died and how they died. He was going to make it into something that he could profit off of, i.e., George Floyd telling the world that George Floyd died.
You can have that belief.
Okay.
And I
just
agree.
want to put that out there.
And I can agree with that belief, but that's really not the topic of the room.
And I'm gonna get to it. And I'm gonna get to the topic. So I wanted to speak that for Daryl because I don't know if Daryl even seen that as something that actually happened in real time. We censored her. We censored Daryl for the sake of a person who would not censor himself for a person's emotional feelings, even before the body got cut. So let me get to the topic. So topic is social media spawning political violence? No, Scott said it best. I'm mad Scott left because I was going to give him his praise, but Scott said it best. Political violence has been going on for centuries. This is not skewing it. If anything, this is allowing more people to catch hold of misinformation, speeches of such sort, similar to what he's done in generations prior. That what he was doing wasn't anything brand new. The brand new part is him being able to jump on the camera, put it on internet, and allow internet to just funnel whatever he decided to say through to the mass. Had the freedom to get on those stages and say what he damn well pleased. Facts or no facts, misinformation or non-misinformation. He would go up there and speak his agenda. So I don't think that it's the internet that is, or the social media that is doing the propagating of violence. Yeah, social media is a business. Regardless of how we use it, it is a company. It is somebody looking for a bottom line and a profit. So sure, if fight videos on YouTube or the ones that are moving the ticker, more fight videos for you on your algorithm if you watch one fight video. Same goes for the Charlie Kirk video, as Daryl just stated, adding to the algorithms that they were watching. So it makes sense for me that social media needs to be paid attention to as a company and not as, oh, my friend in my pocket I can talk to whenever I feel like it or get reassurance whenever I need it. We need to start paying attention that those things aren't for our best interests, even if they are within your interests. They're feeding you so they can purchase dinner for their family. They're feeding you so they can make sure they have items for their private jet. They're feeding us so they can benefit regardless of how we feel about it. Also, i.e. Charlie Kirk. The things that Charlie Kirk was saying may have been in his mind believable to himself, But he wasn't feeding us his belief because he believed that it was the best thing he could do. He was doing that so he could make a profit. He was a business. His voice.
Well, how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because he propagated it as many times as he could in networks and social sites that would pay him.
Right, because he was trying to fund his Turning Point.
I'm not saying for money. I said for profit.
But the
Turning need a profit to get the message out.
But then Turning right, and so then Turning Point uses that money to get the message out. So at the bottom line of this is
turns for a profit. Not at all. I don't think.
Well, how do you know that? But how do you know that? How do you know that?
He was inspired by Jesus Christ.
How do you know that?
I don't think God gave him the message to portray the message he was pushing with false information.
How do you know that?
Okay, sure. If you believe that your God or your belief system will tell you to lie to people for the sake of your own gain, then maybe we're not reading the same Bible. But that's not the Bible I've read.
That's branches of Christianity.
That doesn't make them right here.
I'm not saying it does because they contradict each other. So the ones that contradict the others, obviously, at least one of them is not right, and maybe both of them aren't right.
And he's contradicting most people.
But how do you know he was not following
free speech? And so he could tell us that, but that's not how he moved. He moved in the light of making money and pushing an agenda.
All right. So is there something particularly evil if that, in fact, is the case, that he's trying to make money? I'm sure your job. I'm sure your job. You're attempting to make money.
No, it's evil if I have to misinform you to do it. It's evil if I decide that I may know the truth, but you don't. So I'll tell you what I want you to believe.
But maybe he believed it.
Gary, I'm telling you, because you're gonna keep saying maybe, and we'll never get those answers. He's dead. Let's be real.
Right, and he's not here to. You're absolutely right. He's not here. He's not here to defend himself against your accusations.
We have eyes also. We are hearing for about 10 to 15 years. I'm not new to this. I've actually known who Charlie Kirk was, and I thought he was a scary guy because he talks to children, the underprivileged, and the people that don't get talked to. And I don't mean underprivileged by not owning or having anything. I mean underprivileged by not having a voice. Underprivileged by being told to just go to school and shut up and get an education and become something. So he's speaking directly to them. I've understood and paid attention to what Charlie Kirk was doing. It's just ironic that a lot of people weren't, because they were talking to the youth, and especially he was talking to the white youth. He was speaking to young, white, impressionable men, similar to Andrew Tate's of the world. So I get what you're saying, Gary. I don't want it to sound like, oh, he's just bashing him because he's dead. No, this guy has been spewing false truths for a very long time, and he should not die this way, and his kid did not deserve that. But when you speak things to people, Jesus Christ again.
So should we temper our public?
Yes. As Daryl just stated, you should definitely be able to look at your voice and say, hey, maybe this is not the right angle for my safety. Maybe I do want to go home to my children. Maybe I do want to go home to my children every single night. Maybe this message is not the message that would allow me to do so.
Would you apply that? Would you apply that? I'm going to ask you one last question, then I'm moving on to Anson. Would you apply?
I'm sure you're going to take up on my tongue, but that's it's your thing. Go ahead. Excuse me. You keep interrupting me, Gary.
I'm asking you specifically. It's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question because there's nuance in all of this. There's nuance in all of this.
No, Chris. Come on. Calm down. All right? I don't feel comfortable with suggesting that I know, or you know, or anyone knows the motive of the shooter. We don't know what was in his mind. It might come out, but we don't know his motive. And how do we know what's in the mind and the heart and the soul of another individual? Oh, he's only doing it to make money? Maybe that's true. But I'm not so sure you or I are in a position to reach that conclusion. This is not to say that I'm not as disturbed about some of the things that he has espoused many times. And I've shut the person down for trying to speak on my behalf because I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself. People can ask me, and I'm happy to answer them, but don't speak on my behalf. If after I speak, You think I'm lying? You question my veracity? That's on you. But I try to be as forthright as possible. He's not here to defend himself against the accusation that he was just motivated by money. And I don't think it's fair to do that, even if I find, and it's not a question of it being my stage, it's a question of how I want the conversations to be approached in this forum. Anson, you get the last word. Stan, you came up late. Anson, you get the last word.
The only reason I came up in my lifetime, and Scott, when you mentioned the late 60s, I was an adult in uniform, and I lived through that time. And how much faster and harder that stuff would have spread. But I don't have any, Howard, I haven't done any deep research, so I don't have any statistics for you. But that's my observation. And the example I was going to provide was just yesterday there was a shutdown at my alma mater, the Naval Academy, because of allegations of an active shooter. And I finally found out this morning what went on, and I didn't find out from the Washington Post or online or anything. I found out he was outside of it, but he took his computer with him, and he went back home somewhere in the Midwest. He manipulated his IP address so it looked like the computer was broadcasting from the grounds of the Naval Academy, and he raised allegations of an active shooter, which immediately, the immediate response was to shut down the academy. And during the course of that shutdown, security guards were going through places, including Bancroft Hall, the dormitories, to find out what was going on. And the allegation broadcast by this individual was that the shooters were disguised in military uniforms. So there was a midshipman that saw somebody in uniform that he didn't know that was surreptitiously protecting himself and his surroundings from an active shooter. And he got shot in the arm. And all that went away, and the academy's back up and running. And my point is, what laws did that son of a bitch violate? And I hope to hell that there are cops outside of his Midwestern home where he's now allegedly living with his parents, and he gets put in handcuffs, and he spends real jail time for doing that kind of crap. That's an example of how social media is fanning the flames. And the best advice he harangues about Kirk, and it was just absolutely, I spoke once briefly, and that was just to say that I was disgusted with the conversation in that room, but that was after an hour of listening. Had that been a real room or a bar room, we would have had a racial fight that would have taken place. It was just absolutely disgusting, and that further fans the flames. But Howard's suggestion, and I hope heartily endorse it, take the position, how important is it, all the crap that goes on and what we listen to and what we think, how important is it? And just don't let it upset you. Walk away from it. Don't come back for a while. Cool off, and then try to re-engage in a more rational way. And that's the best way I know of, is to how to handle the crap that we hear on social media.
Thank you for the Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, have a great weekend, and peace out.
To the fall. And it depends on if I feel like there's enough of a demand. But if there's not a demand, no ego around pausing it or stopping it or whatever that may look like. So that's just a couple quick things about the coaching. So I'm scared to ask if there's any questions because I need to be looking at the road. Let me see. I can pull over here for just a minute. listening to the replay from this morning. Long work day, Lauren. I understand. Hey, Michelle, blessings to you. Because listen, y'all make sure that your boy, when I go live, y'all make sure I'm not the only one in the room. And I appreciate that. I know some people that jump on this app and they say they jump in on their rooms and nobody comes into the room. And man, I feel good because when I go live, I'm like, man, there's some wisdom walkers that's going to jump in and holler at me. Say, hey, what's up? Check in and all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, man, thank y'all. Y'all make sure your boy ain't in here by himself, just looking at a blank room with nobody to talk to. So I appreciate that, man. I don't take that for granted at all. Thank y'all for that. Here trying to not able to. Okay, understood. Carlene, were you in the spring cohort or the summer cohort? I can't remember. Spring, okay. Yeah. So I appreciate that, Tanisha. Thank you. All right. Anybody have any questions about the coaching that starts tomorrow? Any questions? Anybody considering it, but you need a little nudge, or you got some lingering questions? And thank you to all of you that are part of the Patreon community. I did a live this morning right after our prayer call, and that should be in the Patreon community for members. So thank y'all. Thank you. Nobody has any questions? Okay, fantastic. All right, y'all. All right, I'm gonna stay true to my word. I'm jumping off of here in 2 minutes. Everybody's good? Any questions from this morning really fast? So everybody's good. How am I? It's been a full week. Yesterday that she was like, go to bed. She's like, go to bed. She came in my office last night. She's like, no, go to bed. So I went to bed at a reasonable time, and I'm excited about Sunday. I got almost everything done that I was supposed to get done this week. There's 2 things that are still left on my to-do list, but guess what? It's going to be all right, and it's going to get done next week. So that's how I am. It's college football season, so I'm even doing better. My team has a bye week this week, so we're in chill mode. Okay, good. All right, y'all. I gotta run. Thank you for asking how I'm doing too, by the way. I love y'all. I'm pulling for you, always praying for you. And I look forward to seeing y'all either on another pop-up or seeing y'all on Monday morning. Those of you that are part of Crossover, I will see y'all on Sunday as we continue our series, Overcoming Overload. It's going to be good. This call is ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peace, y'all.
to the other presidents, he has been one of the better ones. If not, he'll never be better than Obama.
Also,
But he's one of the best.
You have to acknowledge this is a pretty conservative country. Like it's pretty right of center, not just now, from way before. That's the only way Democrats win anything. Very conservative.
Hey, so I'm gonna just give the points just to wrap it all up. So for the two gentlemen, listen, when Joe Biden was in office as a senator in the 90s, there were other senators and other House of Representative members, right, who signed the bill into law, and then the president signed the law. So he's one person. Thing two, and I want you to think about this real quick. When he became the president, right, and a few of us talked about him forgiving student loans. Here's the thing about that: he did it using an executive order, meaning that he had to take it upon himself, figure out him and his lawyers how to make this happen, and actually did it, right? So that means there was no congressional law passed behind it. You understand what that means? That means he did that, and he did it by himself from the executive branch. So he put his foot forward without anybody else, no other parts of the government. Do you get that part? So I want you to weigh those two, right? Weigh when he was a legislator and he had to contribute to a bill along with others, and the president has to sign it, opposed to him creating an executive order to get rid of our student loans by himself as the executive. I want you to put that together. Right, and figure out which one do you think, right? People will say, oh, that benefited me. Just go with that for a second.
Before we get off of it, if y'all want to blame a president for the crime bill, why do we always skip over George Herbert Walker Bush Sr., who set up a black man at that park across from the White House, literally sat on national TV with a bag of crack that he produced himself? The FBI got it somehow. There was no crack being sold across the street from the White House, but this man manifested some crack, sat on the news, and literally started the crack epidemic and all of this emphasis on crime. Literally put the battery in the Black Congressional Congress's back and made them, who they were tired of the crack epidemic in their communities, but literally force them to get on the roll, get on that position and make it their own and pass the crime bill, which Maxine Waters, all of them voted for. And then after the fact, they realized what had happened and that they fucked up. And they talked about it publicly, like this has all been hashed out. But there's documentaries. We can look on YouTube and see George H.W. Bush in the Oval Office with a bag of crack that he manifested himself. I don't know why we keep trying to put this on Joe Biden when it was a whole president who literally started the whole crack epidemic.
So is Hunter Biden a crackhead or not?
Why is Hunter in there? I just told you about George Herbert Walker Bush.
Is Hunter Biden a crackhead or not?
Hold on.
Yes or no?
What's happening? Okay, so I get what you were saying about the crack epidemic or whatever, but it was also leaders from the Black community who were pressuring the government to do something about crack in the community.
Yep.
So it wasn't like a whole, and people were, it was a time when people were at this heightened state of fear because of what the drug trade was doing to the communities, from the old people to the young people. So Black people have to have an accountability for that. No, they didn't ask for the extent of it, for the extremes that were in it, but Black people were demanding that their government do something about the drugs and the crime.
Is Hunter Biden a crackhead or not?
That was the politics of the time too.
Because you a crackhead. Yeah, you sound like you're a crackhead. You do something.
But that was the crack and crime surrounding crack was the same thing as what immigration is right now. Like it was the
the topic of the time. It was what people remember Dukakis and they found. Do you remember? I know, Dr.
Willie Horton.
Yeah, that was a big thing, and that was what you ran on, just because the crime rate was out of control. So it behooved both parties to run on a law and order type. Have the data nor the knowledge of the time that we knew that, they're gonna bring the military and kick down doors with ram crafters and shit. The crime bill, got it. You're partially right, but you have people giving you the other pieces to the story, and you just won't take it because you just want Joe Biden to be a racist. You can have him be a racist, but you gotta have the other pieces to the story. Go watch it. It was televised and everything. You can see exactly what happened. You can see the black people in there campaigning for this because our shit was fucked up. So that's all I'm saying. Y'all be so rigid to try to keep your same.
Obviously, if your opinion is that he could have redeemed himself, right, from racist talking points or racist bills or opinions, right? That's your opinion. But to me personally, I don't think that that's a great.
That's not my opinion. That's a fact.
Okay, let me finish. I'll let y'all go for mad long. Bro.
How you let?
I was respectful.
This your room?
To
This is your room to let people know.
So if we
You
have a
can
different
continue,
opinion,
but you don't have the power to let. I just want to get that verb correct, but you can continue.
so we get
Rico.
Go ahead, Rico. They're letting you finish.
There you go. And I mean, and it's not an opinion, it's a fact. Like, I don't know, you can Google it. Yeah, go ask Gemini AI. It'll tell you.
So, and Rico, just to say this, I don't care, or I don't care. If you as a black man think that that's your right. I don't believe in taking that, trying to tell you how to feel about a certain person. What I'm just saying is the facts and what else he's done. If you want to, rock with that, go ahead. Like, we can't tell you to not feel that way. But, not rectified, but he's atoned. If you don't think he's atoned, that's fine. But he has changed some things that he did, help put in place. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Can I ask a question?
Your comment, the other thing too is there is a degree to which we as black people, like we have to stop being propagandized in certain ways, right? Because a lot of that repetition, like every time people talk about Joe Biden, it's always the same thing. Where does that script come from, and how is that script serving us? Right? I think we have to challenge a lot of that propagandizing and a lot of that anti-progressive, anti-liberal sentiment that people espouse in these social media spaces, because it is harmful. It's collectively harmful.
Okay, my question is
Can I just
really
say
quick.
something quickly? Sister Told Ya made a good point in the comments, which was that apparently I didn't know the crime bill, there was like a preventative side of the crime bill, and that part was stripped by Republicans. I don't know if anyone knows anything about that.
So we're gonna act like mass incarceration didn't happen because of this.
It's all been litigated already. Literally, you can research it. You can go look up Maxine Waters atoning for the crime bill. What happened was George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, they sensationalized what was going on. There's crack and drugs and crime in the community, yes. And black people were tired of it. And the Republicans saw that as an opportunity to, quote unquote, go across the aisle, and they added all of this shit in the crime bill that nobody asked for and nobody needed, under the guise of this is going to be the war on crime. We're going to stop crime and fix up y'all's communities. That's how we got stop and frisk. That's how they got the 3-strike rule in California. Literally all of this legislation, all of this shit was being passed right after the other, because they sensationalized what was going on in the communities, had people all scared and terrified, and making legislation from a place where they did not see how it was going to actually be implemented and how it would actually fuck up major people's lives. And then once they did, They went back and revised some shit. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. And the people are still alive. You can ask James Clyburn, what did you feel about the crime bill and what did you do to fix the mistakes that y'all made? So I don't know why we over here acting like we don't fucking understand.
Okay, so people that died from this crime bill, you think they said thank you 20 years later that he so-called atoned, like the people that died from that shit. That's my point. And do you think they said, oh, thank you, Biden, 20 years later?
I'm sick of you. You're an imbecile. People die from bills all the time, so we're gonna just persecute everybody who ever passed a law where somebody died? Like, what is wrong with you? Is your brain atrophy? This is ridiculous. I'm sick of you. We moving on, because this is absurd. I'm getting dumber. Just listening to this shit.
Okay, Jay, please don't say nothing real quick. Pure blood. So for the past month or so, you have, like a bitch, got in the comments, said, different things, and we invite you to substantiate your claims, and then you make little, ad hominems attack. Homegirl, I'm not the one of the two. You are a broke bitch who doesn't even believe that you're black. Please go find you a therapist, a psychiatrist, and some money before you keep playing with me. Do this again with me today, and I'm gonna cuss your ass out on every set that I see you on. And I'm dead ass serious. I'm about sick of you, girl. Now, you was cool at first, but you keep on pushing. Now I'm gonna cuss your bitch ass out. Keep on fucking with me, ho.
What was it?
Bitch, you heard every motherfucking thing I said, bitch. Now play it. Go read it. Go read it.
What you doing, friend?
Heard them liberals.
You keep talking shit. I always invite you up here. I'm cordial to you. I don't say nothing disrespectful to your dumb ass. But I'm not the one to be played with like that. So I'll let you. I'm not repeating shit, bitch. You typed it out of your motherfucking broke ass fingers. You know what the fuck you wrote. Stop being a bitch and be able to stand on 10 when you come up here.
I'm up here.
So your motherfucking Twitter fingers. So go read what you're about being feminized.
I said liberal.
You said you're not. You said feminized. All right. So I have a question for you. Where did you graduate from? Quickly.
Where did I graduate from?
Where did you graduate? College.
I didn't graduate from college.
Okay. Shut up, brokey. Go and get you an education. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Statistically, you do. Shut up, brokey. Until you get an education, until you can get into a college and get you 2 degrees, you gotta shut the fuck up talking to me. You're not on my level. Excuse me. You're not on my level. Intellectually, financially, socially. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Who you talking to, boy?
I do. A broke bitch, a self-heading bitch. I know exactly who I'm talking to. And unfortunately for you, I know exactly who the fuck I am. You don't. Go find yourself or go find you somebody to play with. You dumbass bitch. I don't need to be from the South. You don't speak for black people. You fucking Indian. You shouldn't even be here, Ghost Town. Bitch, if you don't take your motherfucking booty box and take your ass on up the street, fuck out of here. You sit up here on every day and fucking represent a lost tribe and represent a ghost tribe.
Hey, bitch. Talk about shit real quick.
Nah, you can't talk no shit. You can't afford to talk shit. You need to be working.
Listen up. 1, you're not from the South. 2,
spell that.
You're not married.
You aren't either.
What? 3,
you're not. Put her ugly ass on the phone if you're married, quickly.
Hey, don't worry about it.
We got Jerry Jones in the house. Hey, Jerry!
Yeah. Cause in the chat you talk about your side bitches and everything else. They give you $5,000. I don't have to depend on anyone. Would you like $5,000 from me? I got it. Do you want to give it to me?
Hey, Jerry!
I know, Cherokee. You're my bitch. You don't get to talk until you accomplish as much as me. You don't get to talk to me. Thank you. You don't downstairs. We can continue.
He's bragging your ass. That's one thing.
I'm no longer accepting insults from people who haven't accomplished as much as me. Everything I have, I can show it. Unless you can, you're gonna have to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna start really pressing you motherfucking niggas. Cause bitch, y'all don't have no words, y'all don't have no bars. I'll really eat y'all up. And the thing about me is I can find you and I'll pick your motherfucking looks apart. Y'all better leave me the fuck alone. I play with y'all a lot, but bitch, I ain't no motherfucking arcade.
Thank you just for that eloquent drag, sir. So is this an echo chamber?
Shut up.
Oh, Jay, we are not moving on to your stupidity. We can move on to something else. Stick to your music. Stick to your music. You might be good at that, but conversation, intellectual conversation, you're not good at that.
So, hold on, we all have to agree on the same
Okay,
thing.
no, we don't. Let's have a spelling bee. Can we have a spelling bee?
Have a spelling.
Yeah, let's have a spelling bee. A spelling bee or a quiz off. Let's do that. Can we do that? It's my fave.
So we all have to agree in here, like.
No. We just have to have a spelling bee. Can you do that? We're not doing onomatopoeia. Do you want to have a spelling bee or not?
All right, spell pterodactyl.
Do you want to have a? Are you serious? Are you serious?
I don't know. Some of these people maybe shouldn't be able to vote.
I'm beginning to feel that way as well. I'm sorry.
I'm feeling like someone should be able to vote.
What are you doing at a booth? You're not even accepting nothing. Like people are giving you all you. If you mad at Joe Biden, just say that. But keep on saying the same thing over and over again. People are giving you new information that's verifiable. It's not like you gotta even take it from us. And you just know it's Joe Biden. I don't understand.
There's literally videos of him lobbying for the crime bill.
Okay. And didn't I just tell you that there are videos of the National Black Caucus doing the same thing?
There's a video of George H.W. Bush in the Oval Office with a bag of crack.
So wait, let's just pause there. So if there's a video, okay, hold on. If there's a video of Joe Biden doing it, but there's also a video of, let's just say black people, but specifically the National Black Caucus doing it. What does that mean? Does that change the meaning to you at all?
One of them was the president, the other motherfucker wasn't.
Okay, do you know what a caucus is? Would you like to know what it is and what they do?
You sound like you want to say it. Go ahead, buddy.
I mean, it's really not about this. I'm really just trying to give you some information because you're walking around silly right now, bro.
We wasted our breath because the argument don't even make no damn sense talking about one of them was the president and one of them ain't the president. He wasn't the president when the legislation got passed. He was a senator just like the people that was in the House and in the Congressional Black Caucus. So if you don't know, then you don't know. But you really need to just educate yourself instead of forcing people to try to educate you. Because you're stuck, you're hell-bent on being dumb and trying to argue this point that don't make no fucking sense. It's apples to oranges. And at the end of the day, he wasn't the president when the bill got passed. And to circle back 20 years after the fact and try to remedy some shit, it's just further proving the point of him not being a problematic president.
20 years later is crazy, but y'all got it.
Harry, we got it. Crazy and try and put this man on the same level as people that really got assassinated for real. Said, what is real assassination? I feel like real assassination is when you're like actually a political activist for real, like a Malcolm X, like a Martin Luther King. I feel like what happened on September 10th was just white on white crime, and just white people being violent, and just proving the fact that the number one national terror risk is the white male, is domestic terrorism at its greatest. That's what I mean when I say it wasn't a real assassination. Exactly, sister. Exactly.
I'm about to look up what an assassination is.
No, for real. I had to look it up earlier too. I was like, let me familiarize myself with what an assassination is, because why are we using this word? He got shot.
Murdered.
So I also don't want to, give any more credit than is due, but from looking at it, what makes it an assassination is premeditated. So that seems to fit. I don't know.
I just feel like it's relative because, like, I feel like everybody knew who Martin Luther King was. I feel like everybody knew who Malcolm X was. I feel like everybody knew who Abraham Lincoln was. I didn't know who this man was until the day he got shot. And once they started playing the clips talking about, his legacy, it didn't give this as an important political figure who should have the title of assassinated to me, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, so where I'm looking at it, I would give it an assassination. From what I see of the description of it, I think that it's usually associated with like higher profile people, but
True, but I think the media landscape is so different now and so fractured from how it was in the past. Like you don't have 3 sources of news or 3 channels or whatever. So there are people, I'm sure there are so many people that have enormous followings that we don't know because that's not our algorithm.
You know what? That's fair. I will accept that submission.
No, but I hear you. I see where you're coming from.
I feel like them Congress people, the woman, her husband, the dog, I feel like they use the word murdered a lot for them. But again, I didn't necessarily know who those people were until they got murdered / assassinated either.
So you saying he didn't hold no weight?
In my opinion, because I didn't know who he was. And yes, that is a narrow point of view, but that's my perspective.
Okay. You literally made $12 million from spreading hate speech.
okay, so
And I didn't know who he was. Like,
does making money
working at a college before?
But you know what? I think that's a perfect segue because I do feel like we need to be talking about who his funders are. So I've been looking at this, and there's a number of funders who gave upwards of, 1.5 to 1.6, over 1 million, hundreds of thousands, almost 1 million. And I can say the names, but I don't think we know. Obviously you're not going to, I don't know the names, you probably won't either. But just to say that these are people who have strong support, not only for they support not only, it's like one of the donations was coming from this group called Donors Trust, which is often described as a dark money conduit for conservative causes. And they're allowing donors to give funds to groups that are advocating for things like, no regulation on the markets, extremely small governments, religious liberty, quote unquote, we know what that means, judges. So there's very little transparency, and also now they're not just donating to elect specific politicians, but they're actually donating to groups like Turning Point, who can kind of set the terms of the public debate. Very well-funded funders who are giving all this money out to people like Charlie Kirk. So
look, man, all I'm saying, if you want to know the truth, follow the money. Turning Point USA was worth over $81 million. So he was worth over come on, he beat him by his time. I'm current nobody.
I didn't say it was nobody. I said it's not giving assassination to me, but Malik, Jeff, they, gave some points as to why it could be considered an assassination. I still feel like calling him a political activist is out of pocket because you're putting him in line with people who actually were political activists for real. This was Candace Owens with money, basically, in my personal opinion.
Like I'm saying, I think the truly the most effective people, if you want to know who's really out here reshaping things, it's the people who are funding these folks. And they're not funding Charlie Kirk because he's impressive or whatever. They're funding a particular message. He barely even had a following at all when he founded Turning Point. But they're looking for people that they can prop up so that they can stay in the shadows while other people become the face of this thing. And obviously they tell you what to say. And we know that even all of remember there was that court case about all of the manosphere, right-wing bloggers, and they were being funded by all these Russian state entities. So those are actually the people who are out here doing the real work and pushing their agenda, but they don't want to stand behind it and they don't want to say it openly. But that's who this is actually about.
But saying that he made $12 million is not that. The money thing, and I feel like this is how he's able to siphon off some of the a small portion of black men, is because that seems to be the only thing that impresses y'all. You said that mad times, he made this amount of money, he made this amount of money. It's mad people that made that you have never heard of. $12 million? That's not I don't know. But it's people that we never heard of that made that, yesterday or whatever. So, but he's able to impress y'all with such little trinkets, bro. And it's kind of embarrassing for the rest of us, because it's you so stuck on this $12 million, and then you he's somebody because he has $12 million. Is that your ruler? That's what impresses you and makes you that's what moves you. We in a fucked up place. That's the litmus test. $12 million.
And at the end of the day, you can't take that $12 million to hell with you, so you don't even got it no more.
Yeah, his wife do and his kids do. But check this out. And what they're about to get, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a big crowd fund, and they're about to be a lot richer from this man passing away. But all I'm saying is, we can be politically correct, or we can be correct. And all I'm saying is, he was a successful hate speech person. I don't agree with too much of nothing. I don't agree with shit he said. All I'm saying. Damn, look, I got muted again. Let me shut up.
Stop right there. He was a successful hate speech person. Full stop. I agree with you.
But the thing that we have to understand, what I'm trying to say, is anyone that traffics in that kind of hate speech, right, and has the potential to build a following or wants to be a public figure that way, fits a particular demographic, they will be supported. They're looking for messengers for this message. It's not like the messengers are already there and then they're getting.
Charles Schwab, Fidelity, and Vanguard
amongst others.
I mean, he had a successful grift. I'm just saying, like, you know, you can listen if you, or, you know, but I just feel like we gotta stop being so impressed and moved by some money, bro. Like, it's just not okay. Like, $12 million, woo. I mean, woo, so what?
Yeah, money is.
He ain't giving it to us.
I mean, I don't even get why people are even talking about.
I never said I was impressed, but you got it.
But you keep mentioning it. Okay, well, maybe you're not impressed, but it's of note to you. And it's like, of course he's going to make money. He's a grifter. Like, of course he's going to make money. But, and then you accompanied it with, so I guess that means he's nobody. Because just because somebody has money, doesn't make them somebody, quote unquote. And it's just like, it makes me sad for black men when I hear these type of talking points, because it's like, bro, so, like, okay, like, none of that stuff really means anything, especially to us as black people.
Yeah, but, you know, facts are facts.
Okay, but what it is, so I'm really curious now, because I hear so many people, like, say this stuff, like, all right, so he made money doing a grift by disparaging people that look like you. He would have hated you. So,
Yep, you're right.
So why? I mean,
what is your ultimate point? Is it just that he's a prominent figure? I'm not sure. Like, okay, let's accept the premise. He made a lot of money. He was incredibly successful. Okay, and from that premise, your conclusion is what?
My premise is there's a problem in this country where somebody can make $12 million from hate speech.
Yes, and the problem is dark money.
Okay, that's more valid than, I mean, I think, okay, I'll take that. So I think so too. But my thing is, I don't want us as black people, or black men especially, to be so moved, because that's how they play on us. Because, like, I'll say something that you ever seen when Meek Mill was jumping up and down on the basketball court at that billionaire house? How stupid that looked. That's how we look when we be like, oh, you made some money. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Like, we gotta like chill on that. They be getting us. I'll land.
Yeah, the way I see it. Yeah, the way I see it. He raised $12 million to get a president elected, and now that big beautiful bill got passed. So he was part of that. So if we don't care, then we're gonna not pay attention. Because if you're in the Super Bowl, you're gonna look at what your opponent has going on to make sure that you're equipped enough to go to battle against them. So we're not saying we're impressed, but we gotta make sure we're paying attention. Otherwise, there might be some shit in that we can learn from to overcome them. So that's all I'm saying. Just pay attention.
Hey, guys. Actually, the last guy was going to say something I was going to say. That's why I'm kind of sad that so many of us, I'm speaking of black people, didn't know who he was. I get it. He's a white young man. He probably wasn't in my eyes as a leader. I didn't watch some of both sides of the news.
Facts.
So I get it if y'all never seen him, because he's not in Black algorithm. He's not on Black Twitter. He's not going to be the biggest show that comes out this week on Black Twitter. So he's just going to go under the radar. But now, respect. I don't want your exact words, but that's the premise of it all. But I will say the importance of knowing people in the political realm, like Charlie Kirk, is important. Why? Just like the last name just said, Charlie Kirk is partially the reason why Donald Trump is elected by the younger voters. A lot of the younger voters got out and voted Republican, because that young white man decided he was going to go on the mission, and then directed them directly to the voting booth, which they all decided, not all, the majority decided on board, and that's why he got elected. Was a part of the reason why he got elected.
Well, let me
Brother, I'm not talking yet. I'm going to let you go here just 2 seconds.
Okay, long sentence.
long past something I've given it the past 100%. So I truly believe that it's important that we know who these actors are, just like we all kind of knew at one point who Andrew Tate was. We all knew at the time who Kevin Samuels are, these type of people. At least get eyes on them so we have an understanding what their message is going to groups that don't directly affect our group. Because eventually, like the last guy said, those messages will affect us all in some way. And that's why I laid that thing.
Yeah,
I mean, to say, let me just say that real quick. I'm gonna be real short. If you don't look at both sides, I agree with the last guy that was just talking. If you don't look at both sides, you're never gonna know when they're coming for you or how they're coming for you. How many people they influence, how much money they making off of this shit. This shit is a business. It's not just political commentary. That's what I'm saying. I'm a business owner. I've owned a business since I was 17 years old. The structures of a business, you get business credit, you get you get so much shit. All I'm saying is to not pay attention just because you're political what they doing on that side. If you're not paying attention.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is
fully functioning prototype, and if I do say so, the most advanced glasses the world has ever seen. About a decade ago, I started putting together a team of the best in the world to build these glasses. The technical challenges to make them are insane. They need to be glasses, not a headset, no wires, less than 100 grams. So this isn't just the first full screen, full wide field of view holographic AR glasses. This is also the first device that is powered by our wrist-based neural interface. We are getting closer to achieving the dream of Reality Labs. This is over.
They have lawyers on that basis. Like they do.
What's affirmative action?
What's the purpose of DEI? That makes no sense.
We have laws in this country that prevent you from we have civil rights laws that make it explicitly illegal to hire someone on the basis of race or gender.
Oh, no, hang on. Let me ask you a question.
And so they do it. They try to be more inclusive and they try to have a more diverse hiring committee so that people are more open because people have inherent bias. So I've worked in these really corporate.
Acts on the thing that you're talking about.
DEI is basically laws that prevent discrimination on the basis of race. So it's the inverse of what the thing is.
Yeah.
Affirmative action is more so the one that promotes hiring,
And I think
That's good.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. And you said it's on the playlist for the novel. Right? Shit. You said it's on the playlist for the novel.
Oh yeah. It's on the playlist.
Nice. I like this. I really like that.
And I like the fact that also some of the words, right? The first stuff is in this room of darkness, I am taking a
at the beginning. So
Gaza is a graveyard, but rather than end arms sales, extend sanctions, and stand by international.
חשוב שידעו כולם וכל עם ישראל שידע שכל מה שיש כאן זה מתוך התורה הקדושה וכל המהפכה שקורה
Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. And my other people is from Shreveport, Louisiana. We do own land, acres, all that. The American dream, 1,115 acres to be exact. You understand what I'm saying? If, as a businessman or just as a regular citizen, you don't pay attention to both sides, how in the fuck would you know they coming for you? Somebody please just explain that.
But I asked you a specific, like, where you stood politically, and you just didn't really answer the question. Like,
he never voted for Trump. He never did any MAGA stuff, and that he is not for any political violence. That's what he said.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to be a part of any political policy. But
okay.
But he has to be involved. He has to be involved in some way, because he keeps talking about his money. I'm not saying he has to be a Democrat or Republican, but what I'm asking is, what does he believe in politically?
What do I believe in?
That's what I'm asking him.
This is why Democrats lose.
Okay, so that's just gonna be something that you can talk about.
She pretty much explained it. Like, I believe in great people. If you're not a great person, I don't believe in you. If you got hidden intentions, I don't believe in you.
Does your family vote though? Because Louisiana is like one of them states that has the highest population of like black people, but like black people don't vote.
Have you heard of Black Wall Street?
All right, I'm tired of
this. So they're not
You
going
don't want us to center you no more. Let's move on.
No. It's not about centering. We're having a group conversation, right? And I went to college. This is what we did in college. You know what I'm talking about? So check this out. My daddy from Black Wall Street. there's way more black towns than don't even. Because somebody gonna be like, Black Wall Street got destroyed. Yeah, we have the most black towns in America, in Oklahoma. Google it. Check that out. But anyway, I'm for black people. Straight the fuck up, but I'm for good wholeheartedly or support. And I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
Well, Jay, I'm glad you said that. My mom lives in she teaches in Tulsa. She lives in Broken Arrow. But Jay, the problem I have is what your submission is like. You live in one of the states that has some of the most oppressive laws and things against black people. Not only that, man, like look at the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma has some of the worst to send our support for people, even in their flaws, that have been more supportive of black causes than a red state that you live in.
So,
but you said you care about dirt money and all that stuff. So I'm really having a problem with your.
So my intelligence has to be based on my location.
I'm not saying your intelligence, but what I'm saying is this: like you're like I heard like when you first started, you came at Joe Biden and Biden this and the Biden bill this and the Biden bill that. But the state of Oklahoma incarcerates more black people than anybody. The state of Oklahoma has some of the worst education rates amongst black people. The state of Oklahoma, like you want to talk about most restrictive policies and things that adversely affect black people and people of color is in the state that you live in. It has nothing to do with your.
So the private schools exist.
With the problem by and large within the state that you live in, Oklahoma, that has the systemic issues that it has against people that look like you and me, Jay. What is your submission for that?
Just because your state has systemic issues, do that mean you have to become a statistician?
You're not answering the question.
You're not answering the question.
Let's go. Come on, brother. You gotta. All right, cool. So just because.
I tried. Oklahoma is a slow state.
Okay, cool. So let me answer it. So I'm gonna answer your question. Check this out.
We didn't want Oklahoma.
All right, cool. So just because the system is against you, don't mean you have to become a part of the problem. You have to become a statistic, and that is my answer.
Why can't you answer his questions the same way you expected people to answer questions about crime? Because you weren't capable of answering those kind of questions, brother. It's all good. You were bit by the propaganda. Let me ask you this. Are you a MAGA supporter? Or are you a Trump? Or are you just like an independent? You don't know?
You guys. We're going around in circles, and I'm getting tired. I'm really confused. Can we just talk? Everyone who's talking can keep talking. Can we just pick a new topic?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, I'm just
new topic. New topic.
So
Oklahoma is slow and sorry.
Where you from?
I'm from Texas, nigga. Fuck Billy Simmons, nigga. That's how y'all got that shit on stage. Nobody wants you. Look, man, I'm just trolling the nigga from the remedial state.
We talking about football and NBA.
They don't got nothing.
I think this is the problem with the Democratic Party.
White people are declaring war. Who are they declaring war on? Because this was white on white crime, and I need them to declare war on them damn selves.
The radical left is who they're declaring war on, i.e.
Isn't
black
that crazy though? Because the radical left.
Where are you getting that information from, bro?
So look, if you saw it, there was an interview Trump had where he speaks about he doesn't care if the right is radical as well. They're only radical because the left is criminals. Like it's things like that's that. And I might be paraphrasing, but that's exactly what the sentiment was.
Damn.
So when I tell you, like, when I say that, how do you identify a radical leftist just by appearance?
Let me ask my
and they all look alike.
friends. Let me ask
Friends, my clubhouse friends. Are y'all mad at the left for this situation? I just want to know. Yes. Y'all mad at me? Are you one of them? Okay, now. So why are you answering?
I'm just checking out, chat. I'm like,
You just like, how am I being surprised?
Now let them, don't save them, let them destroy themselves. Rob, keep talking, please. Sir.
That Oklahoma nigga trying to go sign me.
J-Manic, you just want to fight. Why do you want to fight? What's your birthday, J-Manic?
No, you just.
J-Manic, because no, hold up. We got to get to know you a little bit more.
Don't send them in.
No. Listen, I said I didn't want to send you, but now that I got time, I done plucked this card. I got time for a second. I'm asking you.
Let's talk about the 200 people supported without due process in El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported. It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct. It's not a U.S. citizen. It was actually no. It was someone that was living there. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen. And this guy is
What about the voting bill?
Hey.
You right.
Hey, Kiana.
What's up, Kiana? What's up, Rob?
Hey, first lady, you sound real good. You out the
Hey, what's up with it?
What's up? I know some of you are wait, let me just say this.
Hey,
I'm with the PTR right now. I'm with the PTR now that I saw on Twitter. Some people are gonna go to hell. I can promise you that. Because you just keep looking at my PTR, you say, just give it a second.
Well, you can tell us what it's about. What's going on?
Okay, let me just tell you what it's about. You know that new famous Tupac picture where before he
Is there any additional output that's we do not count to this victors and cursed. The armies of Morpheus must make a stand. He is to depart these lands, never to return.
I ain't going to help with you. You know, I don't laugh because I just don't laugh
See who's there. Right after that, what the fuck happened? But I'm cool.
But Jay, this is what you're excluding from that conversation, that comment, is that within the past couple.
What is saying that to wake your ass up to say that?
So just short on that? Okay, yeah. I'm just.
Yo, what's up? Come on, Fatima.
Because when you go against your own party, you see what the fuck happened?
Let's go!
Nobody.
I'm so
He didn't? But we knew that already.
You were okay? You were okay, Fatima?
Can you hear me?
Now I could.
Yeah, I'm okay. Are you?
I'm okay. I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
The links on they did leave me. You asked me to make a move and then like, obviously.
Jesse, can you please mod Fatima?
Why?
Because you need to have a platform.
Oh, I see what you mean. You wanted to share my opinion.
Yeah.
The whole situation. Yeah. I don't know. I thought myself 12 times. Are they still calling us? Let me see.
Yeah, they are always talking about it. No, we cannot hear you. DB.
It's not. Oh, he's having some audio issues.
Yeah, that's me right there. JB Mother.
Yeah, we can hear you now, JB.
Thank you. So, MG, how you doing? So when I open rooms, it's not letting me. I can't speak for some reason. That's why I need you to come in so I can mod you.
No problem.
If you guys want to go back to the snatch, be my guest.
Back to the snatch. That's funny.
But the team, I didn't hear anything you were saying while you guys were talking. XG, how you doing? Jay, how you doing? And XG and MG.
Hey, MG. Yeah, that's one of my other Clubhouse moms.
Aww. What's up?
Well, let me thank Noy for coming in because I needed to have somebody modded so I can leave and come back. So thank you, Miss Nye. I appreciate that.
No, you're good, sir. Why are Americans so angry? Well, here we go. We're gonna find out tonight, aren't we?
Bro, we're angry about everything. This morning's room I thought was epic, right? It's a big room, a lot of people coming in, and now what did I say to you offline? What always happens?
Race. Everybody likes to get triggered about race and black people.
Right, we can't say that when, like, yesterday we had Seneca going on like a 5-minute long tangent uninterrupted and expected it not to turn into a race.
Mikael, oh no, I'm so sorry we went for that. I went for that like an hour ago.
Let me just publicly state this. I don't agree with anything he says, but I like him because you know he's trolling you and you dummies still fall for it. So I don't know what to say about that.
Exactly.
But let me just say this. And let's keep it real. Not just race relations, MG, the team, and XG, right?
Does my microphone work?
It sounds a little muffled, huh?
Oh.
So, we're angry. We're angry about everything. Our politicians, our lives, our kids, right? I put this article up. These teachers were caught violently mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination while in the classroom. I personally think, and like I said, it's not about politics, they should be fired immediately. I'm sorry. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. When you got teachers doing this around students, they need to go. And if that makes me a semi-conservative guy, I'll take the mantle.
JB, I have had so much joy today watching TikTokers and ex-users cry and whine and literally break down about being fired from their jobs because, when they were celebrating on social media after Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I guess a lot of people, they got doxxed essentially. Folks online found out where some of these people were working and notified their employers and they were fired. And now they're online crying about, I got fired because what I said. Oh, really? Just like you were celebrating that this man got shot over what he said? Imagine the irony. Imagine karma coming back to bite you in the ass. I love it. Keep up the good work, folks out there who are notifying the employers of these people who are celebrating the death of a man who has now left a widow behind and 2 small children will grow up without their father. And that's fun and that's funny and it's worth celebrating because you didn't like what he said about DEI and blacks and pilots, so let's gun him down and kill him. He deserved it.
But let's go ahead and elect somebody into positions of power that says that 60 million people should be fed to alligators. Yeah, let's do that instead, though.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm tired of that moral high ground.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you're kind of on my shit list for lying about me on stage today about Pepe. So let's be cool. I don't have any smoke with you. I don't have any smoke with you, so let's just be cool. Like, don't lie on me again, okay? So let's just.
Yeah, hold on, Fatima. Hold on, Fatima, please. Actually, don't fuck with my sister from another mister. Right, and that she can't handle. She's a Chicago girl. But before we continue, let me say hello to Lula. Lula, how you doing, Lula?
Good evening, everyone. How you doing?
Fantastic. And yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. Thank you. Very sorry to hear the news of what's happened this week. And very sorry to see how awful people are being about human life, to be honest. It's just, I can't believe how many people are celebrating the loss of a young man. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I didn't agree with everything he said in the slightest, but he's still a young man, a father, a husband, a son, probably a sibling, a friend. It's human life, so that's any life is precious.
Lula, let me ask you a question. Where are you calling from, if you don't mind me asking?
Where am I from?
Where are you calling from?
South UK.
So, are the Brits as angry as the Americans? Because we're a bunch of angry fucks over here, Lula.
Yeah, I think we are probably more kind of simmering grumpy, but yeah, definitely there's a lot of anger at the moment in the UK also. Yeah, and the Charlie Kirk thing is a big talking point because we have a lot of issues with free speech, and there's politicians that want to bring in blasphemy laws and things. So, we are facing similar things, and I think therefore this is obviously something that's produced some conversation this week for sure.
They're just as mad. It's just that they're mad about the Muslims, just like we hate trans people over here. They just hate the Muslims over there.
That would be an unfair summary of British people in general. We don't hate Muslims. Many Muslims integrate brilliantly. We have an issue with illegal immigration, not with Muslims as a whole religion. So I would appreciate you not saying such sweeping statements.
Well, especially our time with facts and truth. They like to embellish and make things up to fuel their rage. So don't mind the nonsense you hear on the
Sure. But
liberals are going to rattle on about a whole bunch of nonsense that's not even based on
I think you might be my spiritual sister, Nye, because I like to push back on people as well. But I mean, I'm a white British woman, and I'm a teacher. I work with many Muslim families. They're absolutely beautiful, wonderful people. So the idea that people that sound like me hate Muslims is inaccurate.
Let me say hello to Sandra down in the VIP section. We got y'all, who's going to gaslight the chat. Devin, how you doing? What's up, Georgie? So let me say hello to MG. MG, how you doing?
What's up? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm fantastic. But, you and I have had discussions online, offline. And I can feel, I'm being serious, I can feel how sad you are for our country. Well, why Americans, why are we so fucking hate all the time about something?
Listen, I'm not an angry person. The only thing that I can logically deduce is these people are underemployed. They have no real passion. They have no family. They have no friends. They don't have a support system. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like, why are y'all angry? It's a combination of all of that mixed in. Half these people in Clubhouse, I'm convinced, are not employed. You can't be on this app 24 hours, right? So there's that. Then, we have a loneliness problem in the United States. We really do. That needs to be fixed. Mental health crisis, all of it mixed in together.
May I throw just a smidge of gasoline on what you say? Just a smidge.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We also have a president that really just should shut up and stop blaming the left for everything. Because that kind of rhetoric, I believe, leads to what's going on in this country right now. He's supposed to be a leader, and he's not leading by example. Just my opinion. There's the gasoline. Go.
Well, I was talking to my husband about that this morning, and I said the same thing. I said, as much as I am a pro-Trumper, don't come for me, I'm just saying, we need some decorum. Oh my God, we need some class, right? Like, we can't have this chaos. I mean, Nye, do you not see it? Do you see it any different? Like, I feel like it's just too much. Everyone's pissed off all the time. I don't know. I'm looking forward to a president who can lead. Sometimes you can lead in silence, and you don't have to be on Twitter or whatever, or Truth Social, spitting out everything that comes through your mind. Sometimes that's not necessary. You can lead. You can be a leader through silence.
Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you should use your voice. I don't know your name, sir. You have some Hebrew writing. It looks like it. I don't know. Do you know this person?
I do.
Yes,
You know me, JB. Come on.
I don't know what to call him, but yeah, we know him.
What am I calling him?
You cut JB. We've been through this. Aleph.
Oh, Aleph. Dude, if you stop changing your damn PTR, you won't confuse me so much. Aleph, what's good, man?
Good. How's it going, bro?
Oh, great, man. Where I live in Brooklyn, I have like a little compound, so I'm detached from the rest of the world. So when I come out of Clubhouse and I hear, bro, no bullshit. I don't care what color you are, what political affiliation you're with. There's so much hate. Alice, let me tell you something. I saw an article. I should pin it to the top, where they've been over, I think, either 10 or 20,000 remarks blaming Israel for Charlie Kirk's assassination. Imagine the anti-Semitism that we're angry about everything. Jews, blacks, Chinese. I hate Chicago. Chicago hates New York. Why are we so angry, Abel?
Sorry.
Go on, it's fine.
No, because he was directing it towards you.
Yeah, but ladies always go first. Yeah.
Well, I'll make this really quick. Because I didn't really understand the Israel, Bibi, and Charlie Kirk connection until I went to Candace Owens' page today. And apparently, and I got to do a little bit more research, but apparently Charlie Kirk in the days or weeks before, the months before his death, he was critical of Israel. And apparently he wrote a letter to Bibi. And Bibi, according to Candace, used this letter today to kind of, in some sort of propaganda machine, to criticize Charlie. And she's saying what Bibi did with this letter is not fair, it's not right, and she's calling on him to release the whole letter. I guess the impression that I'm getting, again, I need to do research, Bibi is using this letter to suggest that Kirk was anti-Israel, and apparently that's not the case. And so that's the talking points that folks seem to think that Bibi or Israel government had Charlie Kirk assassinated for whatever he said or put in this letter and his criticisms of Israel, which there is a clip which I watched today of him calling out the Israeli government and Bibi Netanyahu for something. I don't even remember now at the top of my head. I shared the clip. But yeah, JB, to answer your question, why Israel's involved in this.
So I'll just come back also and say that anyone can criticize a government of a democratically elected country. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's why people have democracies. You don't like the government, you can call them out. You don't like the leader, you can call him out. And it's everybody's right to be able to do that. That's free speech, especially when it comes to democracies. When it comes to Israel and Charlie Kirk's possible, disagreements with how the Israeli government is handling things, he was entitled to his opinion. And Bibi actually has come out on the last 24, 48 hours with many comments on Twitter especially about how Charlie Kirk was a supporter of the state of Israel and how he was a lion-hearted friend of Israel, in Netanyahu's words, and that he was murdered for speaking truth. And an organization that I'm close to, also a Jewish organization, says the following, that political violence has absolutely no place in this country. There's absolutely no reason, no excuse, no political view, and no issue that justifies violence against a fellow American. And Charlie was a shining light in these troubled times for the American Jewish community. And we are deeply saddened by his passing. And all people with goodwill, and these are the two words, goodwill, must condemn this horrific murder. He was a fearless advocate. Charlie was a fearless advocate also for freedom. He was a supporter of Israel and the Jewish people and a friend. And he was cut down actually whilst doing what he loved to do, which was communicating with the next generation of American leaders on college campuses about the issues that affect us all. And we should not, and we will not let this murder win. a lot of people get upset with, you know, the fact that he, like, and you know, I'm going to make a comparison here, it might sound ridiculous, but like Abraham sat under a tent and always a gazebo, a tent, whatever you want to call it, and invited people to come and talk, come and sit down. You don't agree with me, you don't like me, you don't agree with my views. I don't personally agree with your views, but come and talk to me. Let's talk it out. You can hear my point of view, I'll hear your point of view, and if you don't like it, that's fine. But we're still human beings, we're still in the same country, we're still part of the these great United States. And to see this man gunned down the way he was really truly horrific. And I just hope that some good comes out of this, that maybe it's shocked enough people to realise that discourse and discussion and disagreement about politics should just be that, disagreement. But then you take the political hat off and you become friends. It's like a football match. You go and battle. You battle to win that Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, you're all friends. And that's what political discussions should be like as well. We're not enemies. We're citizens in this country, and we should stay.
Thank you, Illich. Let me say hello. So I don't endorse anything that's said on the stage by other speakers other than myself. With that, I want to welcome Win Stefani to the stage. Win Stefani, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, fam?
Dylan, yo, Win Stefani, why are Americans so angry?
Well, you just skip over me, Green. Oh, my fault. Hey, what's going on, Kima? Go ahead.
I got you, Kima.
No, you didn't go too much, Stefani. No, go ahead. You all good. What up,
no, I promise I didn't do it on purpose.
No, I have no problem. You go ahead, okay. No, brother, no. Please, no. You go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
But y'all don't know what jokes is. He was just playing.
No, I'm good. I just got off like almost an hour ago. Why are Americans so angry? I think Americans are so. Let me not give. I don't believe Americans are angry. I think what it is a lot of us are just tired and fed up with the bullshit. A lot of us are out of touch with reality. And I think a lot of us don't know exactly which outlet to turn to. And I think I've kind of just found out exactly what the issue is. I think a part of our nation is just cut in half. If you had to take a cake and it be the United States, you can cut us in half. Half of us are on the left, half of us are on the right. I don't care whether we say we're Democrat, we're Republican, whether we're leftist, whether we're right, whether we're center, whether we're abolitionists, whether we are revolutionaries, whether we are extreme MAGA-isms, or whatever the case may be. A lot of us are just trying to find our place in America. And I don't think all of us are angry. I think all of us are just confused. A lot of us are fed up. And a lot of us are out of touch with reality. And I don't endorse anything that anybody says on this stage either. I don't want anybody to endorse anything that I say either. But anybody that can look to anybody and say that it was a great detriment and a great loss, absolutely anybody's life that's lost to the hands of gun violence, yeah, that's horrible. It's deplorable even. But I'm sorry, these past few days, this week, I have felt like I've been demonized and I've been forced to try to echo and verbalize some form of empathy for a person that I had no spiritual connection to. And one would say, oh, you're angry. No, I'm not angry. I'm just frustrated because I feel like people are trying to impress upon me their views and their customs and their values, and everybody's value system isn't the same. And that's what makes us beautiful. In the midst of all of this quote-unquote anger, frustration, that's what makes us beautiful. But to make me feel like I'm obligated to have some form of empathy for a person who did nothing but gaslight. And all he talked about was the reason why the Black community was the way that it was. As if we didn't have nobody in the Black community to speak about it. And I think the problem is you got us all jumbled up together, cut in half like a cake. A lot of us don't know where we find where we stand. And it just really dawned to me today that I think we need a new civil rights movement. We do. We need something that's going to fuel us. We need to pivot. Like, he's dead, he's gone, okay. For those who want to grieve him, grieve him. But I think what it is we don't need to hold back and say, well, I don't think it's not right for me to express my First Amendment right. No. You don't stop expressing your First Amendment right and doing your thing on your own platform because somebody loses their life. Just because they did it the wrong way doesn't mean you have to do it.
Land your plane with Stefani, please.
I think we need a new civil rights movement. I think the right has always had it right. They have leaned and yearned towards their social media influencers. They are attached to Donald Trump. It's time for us to really wake up and really smoke coffee and really stop trying to just, not acknowledge the elephant in the room. You attach yourself to Donald Trump. There's no good in Donald Trump. He is an evil man. He is a wicked man. He has no soul. He's soulless. We need to really just acknowledge that it's time for something new.
Wait, I have a really quick follow-up. Can I ask him a follow-up question?
Sure. I just want to say, guys, if you're on stage, pick people in, okay?
Gwen Stefani, rock with me for a second. I won't take long, okay? One thing I've learned about social media, especially on this app, our people, our beautiful black people, and not all, let me make clear, not all.
Am I included?
Yes, boo. One thing I've learned personally, we don't like black people who call out our bullshit. We don't like black people who attempt to hold our culture accountable. Okay, we get angry. Hakeem was giving me some laugh because he knows he's giving me shit for giving criticisms. Right? Some of our elders, even some of our past civil rights leaders, were critical of the culture and how we can improve, how we can build black better, as I like to say. So, Gwen Stefani, what would a new civil rights movement look like to you, considering we don't even like to hear the criticisms or the suggestions on how we can improve, especially in a public forum where, dare I say, white people might be listening? What does a modern black civil rights movement look like? And what do the leaders look like, in your opinion? What they're talking points?
Sure, and I'm trying to be long-winded. That's my answer to you. Just what you said, just what you did, right there. Prime example. I have no problems being criticized. I have no problems criticizing my community. I will tell you, we got some fucked up shit going on with us at the black community. Let me be clear. But there is a difference between holding the community accountable and gaslighting the community. On the premises of, let's have a conversation, let's build. But you don't do it by gaslighting a sovereignty of people that you feel like is a detriment to the whole entire nation. And then you go out your way to gaslight and to try to gauge a group of people to have a provocative conversation. It's not a debate. It's not a debate when you gaslight. Because it's not to the same degree that you do it for your people. And when you go out your way to try to purify something, like for instance, i.e., you spent most of your time on your platform trying to purify the fact that your people is not the reasons why your people is stuck in the rut that you're stuck in. Your people are stuck in the rut that you're stuck in because you don't know how to be resourceful and how to be efficient with your resources. You don't gaslight, though. You don't gaslight by saying, well, if it wasn't for you all bombing Black Wall Street, then we'd be farther than what we are. But then you turn around and you say, that didn't really happen, though. I'm sick of the bullshit, I'm sick of it. But we need more people like you. We need more people like JB. We need more people like MG. We need more people that, okay, if you're going to criticize, let's come up with some solutions as well. If you're going to have a conversation, don't gaslight me. And let's be honest, this motherfucker gaslighted a lot of us. A lot of people who were not knowledgeable, and a lot of people who were knowledgeable, he didn't go near. But it's the gaslight for me now. So no, I I disagree with you, my sweet black sister. No, I don't mind being criticized. Criticize me all day because I'm right behind you. I'm criticizing the black community too. But don't fucking gaslight me. Because I don't gaslight the white community. I don't gaslight the Asian community. I don't gaslight the Jewish community. I don't gaslight any motherfucking community. I build. Can anybody on this stage right now say that this motherfucker built when he was alive? Anybody?
Well, yeah, but I won't digress. Yeah, he did.
He did build? Okay. And he made progressive movement in the black community.
Well, I thought you meant build in general within his movement. I didn't know you meant.
No. Let's take it further. Let's take it further because what we have to do is we have to build around the circumference of the universe, not around the circumference of your community only, solely. So my question to you, sweet sister, and to everybody on the stage, while this motherfucker was alive, did he build and did he provide progressive movement for the black community?
He did.
Yes or no?
Listen, Gwen Stefani, I can say this. If this man's rhetoric and talking points, especially across college campuses, help open some eyes for some black people in the community as it relates to certain social and economic issues and how they view politics, the Constitution, freedom of speech, our rights, then yes, he did.
But tangible though. What tangible progressive movement did he make for us in our community?
I think mental and spiritual enlightenment.
That's not tangible.
Wait a second. Gwen Stefani, hold on a second. I'm going to say this respectfully because Hakeem is giving me side eye because he wants to go. But Gwen Stefani, let me ask you a question. I say this respect. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Why is it his responsibility to build into your community?
It's not. It's not. Have you heard me say that? It's not.
But you're asking why. You're asking why he built about your community. Where are your leaders building in your community? I'm just curious.
I'm not asking. I'm saying when he was alive. Because since this week, and I'm not crying wolf, my sweet brother JB, but since this week, our president has lowered the flag to half staff for this motherfucker. And we actually saw live people jumping off buildings on 9/11. Babies were murdered, killed. I ain't never seen a motherfucking president lower the flag at half staff when any other body was killed in any other community. None. So I can appreciate now, and this is what got have these open and honest conversations. It's not a race thing with me. Never has, never will fucking be. But I'm looking for real, progressive, tangible fucking movements. Not no emotional, spiritual, economic viewpoints. Hell, fuck that. We've had that long enough. I'm ready to put foot to work, foot to neck. I'm ready, grassroots. What were the progressive movements and progressive?
Gwen Stefani.
He made before he died.
Can I give you this example? He did inspire Candace Owens to create Blexit. So, and if the Blexit movement was definitely for Black awakening in the political sphere. Now, y'all might find that funny, but waking up our people to the trick bag that is in politics on the right and the left, especially the left, because we historically primarily vote left. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if that's laughable, this is why we'll never have a new age civil rights movement.
No, I think
Gwen Stefani, I gotta jump in there because I got other people I haven't spoken yet, so I'll come back to you. I appreciate it. Hakeem is going to take you, then we're going to go to Marquise, Magda, Rick, and Marshall. Hakeem, how you doing, man?
Yeah, damn it. I almost fainted when Stefani. That was a big mistake. I should have went first. Like, what the fuck?
Do you want to do now?
Yeah, it was a good submission, though. I agree with Gwen Stefani as always. But I want to answer Nav's question shortly, briefly. Then I want to answer the question. Are you saying that what's wrong with him speaking on Black issues? First of all, because he don't care about Black issues. Are you just talking about it, just punching down? He's not giving solutions or trying to help or move anything in the right direction. That's not his intention. But imagine him talking about black on black crime at the moment he was shot in the neck by a white dude. Imagine that. But,
no, it's ironic. I agree. It's ironic.
Right. So he should have been focusing on white crime opposed to worrying about black on black crime. But let me go to my point. My point is to answer the question to the room. Why are Americans so angry? I don't think Americans are angry. I think they just have too much time on their hands, and they get in a position where they are they just say shit that's dismissive or mean because they don't got nothing else to do. They feel like there's no consequences for it. But then sometimes you find out there may be consequences. But to talk about like political violence, like Trump did this. Like go back to 2016 when Trump ran. What were the things he was saying in his rallies? Maybe he should have been roughed up. I promise you, I will pay for his legal fees. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he provoked, like he's saying like violence is the answer. One time he said like the problem is we're not being violent anymore. He literally said it. Like Trump has been pushing violence since he walked down floated down the fucking escalator. He's been pushing fucking violence. So to be confused and act like why are people violent? Because he demanded it. And he rewarded it. He rewarded the January 6 people with fucking pardon for being fucking violent. Like, let's be for real. Let's not pretend like who is not the number one culprit of what we're witnessing right now.
So you
hold on. Let's keep going. Naya, do you want to say something?
I just want to say something really quick. Hakima, I'm going to send you, not that this matters, but I'd just be curious at some point your opinion. It doesn't have to be today. I'm going to send you a link of a compilation of Democratic leaders calling for violence and promoting violence too. I'm not saying that just got one side is good than the other, but I'm just curious. I mean, we're always Trump, violence, but nobody says anything about the left and the violence that they have spewed or at least attempted to encourage among their voter base.
Can you give me a few examples? Just a few.
Nancy Pelosi, Jasmine Crockett. What's that woman's name on the West Coast? The black woman. Babes. I would rather just let you hear it from them directly. I'm going to send you the link. Give me 5.
Send it to me too, Nye. But let me just say this. The difference between Jasmine Crockett and anybody else that's going to be on that list, they're not the president. They don't have the biggest bullhorn. They don't have the world's attention. Jasmine Crockett can say something and maybe get, 50,000 people on Twitter to follow. When President Trump says it, he's going to get 2 million people to follow.
And JB, and I bet you whatever she sent me came after 2016, after Trump done amped up all this negative fucking energy throughout the nation.
Okay. So you're right. It is. So I understand it's okay that the left did it because it came after Trump. So you're right. I won't even waste my time.
I pointed out where it started at. I never said, I don't care about the Democrats. You know I don't. I pointed out where it started at. So it'll be okay to be like, yeah, you're right. Trump did start this shit. But then the Democrats escalated. Not ignore the fact that Trump started it and say, okay, the Democrats did it too. And at least acknowledge that this asshole started.
I acknowledge
I got you, JB, because I didn't speak out loud.
I got you, actually. So I'm going to go Marquise, Rickson, MAGA, Jason, XG. Marquise, good evening, sir.
Me too in there, JB, if you don't mind.
Got you, Marshall. Marquise, how you doing?
What's up? Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mike.
All right. What's up? I'm just going to try to keep it short and answer with efficiency. Gwen Stefani did have a point about he wanted a civil movement or whatever, and I think that to answer the question of the room, why Americans are so angry, it's because of a lot of the actions and a lot of the events that have taken place that we haven't really had a control of. About the fact that laws have been changed that we really haven't been aware of. About the fact of what fucking Camel Toe Harris did as far as bringing immigrants over just for the sake of votes. And then we had the withdrawal of Afghanistan, the war in Ukraine, and Israel and Palestine. All of these things were caused without Americans saying, hey, no, is this what we want? Is this what we want? No, but it's what you voted for. we didn't really get that. And I think because of a lot of what's happened, it's caused a lot of things inside of our country to change. And we became so PC, so scared to talk about things due to the fact of either getting arrested or getting humiliated or just a crazy amount of flack from our peers. I think a lot of these things stem from extremism and the need to be heard and a lot of these other things, but really it's been mainly all about fulfilling the rich's pockets more. It's been about filling their pockets more, and I think that's what's really been pissing people off, but they haven't really known where to start. So I believe, to kind of piggyback off what Gwen Stefani said, I think that I don't think there needs to be a movement. I think there just needs to be a harder lesson in order for the people to say, you know what, it's enough, enough's enough. We need to take this to our town hall, our city hall, and make this public. We just need to get this out. You know, even with the Epstein shit, the black on black crime, the white on white crime, and then the comparison between the two if it went interracial. A lot of these divisive strategies that have been placed forward have been causing people to really be tiptoeing around each other. It's been causing people to be less real. And I'll land there.
Thank you, Marquise. That's why I get in trouble, man. I get in trouble because I'm too real. Richard, how you doing, man?
Hey, bro, how you doing?
And you and Marquise, please cash in your pink tickets. Thank you. The mic is yours.
Okay, I will do. I think the problem starts with real leadership. I think, and I blame both parties, because every time something happens, we get more extreme. The right gets more extreme, the left gets more extreme, and nothing is done. I can think back when Bush was president. I was a kid. I was like in 6th grade when 9/11 happened. And one of the things I was like, and I was at sixth grade, like 12 years old, when he said that, you know, listen, I understand it was a Muslim population that, you know, it was Muslims that, you know, hit the World Trade Center, but we can't attack them. We need strong leadership in this country, and everybody wants to go in their factions. What Trump did after the Charlie Clerk assassination, he's never done. As the president, right, you're supposed to tamper things down. And the problem I have with Trump is he makes everybody more pissed off. He goes on one side. I don't want Trump to fail. I can't stand Trump. I'm not going to say I hate him, but I can't stand Trump. I think he's an idiot. But I'm American first, and I don't want him to fail. Because if he fails, we all fail. And the problem is Republicans go extreme, and Democrats go extreme, and there's no middle ground. Even just hearing this conversation, oh, this is what Democrats say. This is what Republicans say. It's like a fight. It's like we're Americans at the end of the day. And the problem is, I feel like a civil war is going to happen. Because somebody just said immigrants. Immigrants. Immigrants can't vote. And Republicans do it and Democrats do it. Because who's going to do the job the ones want to do? Let's be honest. But I just said, we're at a tipping stone in America. And if we don't calm down, there's going to be another civil war. There's going to be more mass murders. Like, you would think after Columbine in 1999, we would have dealt with this gun issue. It's gotten progressively worse every year. Every year there's a gun shooting, but nobody's talking about that.
Listen, let me jump in, and I appreciate you sharing. I agree with everything you're saying. The same day that this gentleman was killed, there was a school shooting. Two kids got shot in school. The shooter himself was 16 and killed himself. But we don't even do nobody. There was not a single room on this avenue.
We're immune to it. We don't care about it anymore. It's just like we're so used to it as Americans that
we got desensitized to it.
Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. Other countries look at us like we're crazy because it just doesn't make any sense. Don't take my guns. Nobody's saying we want your gun. It's just like, but I feel like we're at a tipping stone and something bad, more bad stuff's going to happen, and nobody's going to realize because everybody's going to get more extreme. Republicans going to get more right, and Democrats going to get more left, and there's not going to be any common bound to keep us as Americans in our land.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate you. Hold on, Marshall. I'm going to go to Jason, then I'm going to come to you, Marshall. Jason, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. Yeah, social issues are out of control. Like, we more emotional now than we probably ever been. So every little thing, if you feel offended by it, you might get shot. Like, that's just what it is now. People just way too emotional, and they don't reason as well as they should. We can talk about where that starts from. The critical thinking isn't all that strong. We more likely, the average American, I feel, to react emotionally to something rather than the reason first. So that's my answer to the topic. Hakima said something about pardons. You know, he said that's basically like, you know, Trump condoning whatever happened. And what happened on January 6th is a whole conversation in and of itself. But he mentioned pardons, though. I wonder, do you know, I just asked you, do you know about all the pardons that Biden did right before his presidency ended?
Yeah,
and all the people that he...
Yeah, I know exactly about the party. He pardoned Bounty, who was a piece of shit. He pardoned.
All presidents do it. It's not right or left.
Let me answer the question. He pardoned a bunch of people, but he didn't pardon fucking insurrectionists that tried to fucking overturn the election. In his
you know all the people he pardoned? It's a long list.
Yes, a long list that includes people, that includes someone on Trump's end where they beat in the police officer's head. Yeah, one of those violent offenders that we're so worried about.
No. I'm not gonna let y'all do this on my time because we still on my time. The pardons, if you're gonna try to argue these pardons after saying that, you know, he shouldn't pardon someone from, you call him insurrection, whatever you want to call him. Have you ever heard of a preemptive pardon? I didn't even know you could do that. I thought somebody had to be locked up to get pardoned. You pardoning people who ain't even been convicted of anything.
Well, not a person who's got more power.
What could they have done for you to do that? And then the Hunter Biden pardon was from 2014 through 2024. What are you trying to cover for over a 10-year span that you think is so bad? And it wasn't just Hunter, it was other Bidens on there. I don't even know all the Bidens and why they all was on there.
Wait, if you're so concerned about
Hunter, but if you
charged with,
I don't know what he was charged with. I don't know what he was.
So bad that he
wasn't even in jail. He wasn't even in. I'm saying I don't know. You don't understand what I'm saying. The pardon was for 10 years. So for a 10-year stretch, if he's charged with whatever crimes that he's trying to get coverage for, he felt like he needed to get a pardon for 10 years. I didn't even know that was possible.
Because you didn't want Trump to go after him.
Only pardon people.
Jay, hold on one second, Jay. Just hold on one second. Guys, if you're new to the room, new to my club, we have a one-mic policy. Please respect the speaker that's speaking. Everybody will get a chance to chime in, I promise. I'm going to go back to Jason and let him land his plane. And then we're going to Marshall, King, and then Mr. Shade. No, actually, I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just wrap it up, man. To whoever said it might have been you, Rickson, when you was kind of pointing out the problems on both sides. I kind of troll people who make these Trump arguments, like one of them being the pardons, like the Democrats don't also do that. Going back to Rickson's point, that it's contributions from both sides, but people only decide that they want to look at it from one angle.
Thank you, Jason. You know what? I did make a mistake. I'm going to go to XG, King, Mr. Shade.
What about me?
Hold on, JB, hold on. XG, prove that I used to kiki with a racist. Prove it.
Did you not used to be locked up in Pepe's room?
You fucking bitch. I'm tired of you spreading this lie about me. Stop lying on me. I've never kiki with Pepe. Ping Pepe in this room right now and ask him if I kiki with him. You lying asshole. See, why are you trying to start shit with me? Over a lie. Like, are you okay? Like, I thought we was cool. So why are you making up a lie about me and Pepe, who I just had beef with over the past couple weeks? I've never kikied with this man. Never been a moderator in his rooms. Have I been in his audiences like many of us have? Absolutely. But for you to sit here twice now and lie about me and Pepe, shame on you, you despicable demon. Prove that I used to kiki with him, you lying ass fucking bitch. Prove it. I don't like lying. I don't like lying.
Save your energy.
Move that hoe to the audience. I never had a problem with XG. Now you up here lying about me and Pepe. Bitch, is you cool or is you straight?
Kiki mean.
Say it one more time.
You asked what does Kiki mean? Yeah.
Oh, he's sitting there singing Kumbaya with Pepe.
And y'all don't have a single receipt of me singing Kumbaya and Kiki and Kaplan with Pepe. And this hoe has lied twice earlier today and now in the chat. I'm trying to figure out the motive behind lying on me and Pepe. Like, you've got to be mentally effing ill.
Mental health's real. Mental health's real. Don't even give them your energy now.
Fucking hoe, I've never had a problem with XG. Now you lying on me. This is the problem with these. You see how people do? Constantly lying on black folks, constantly lying on black women, okay? He's so triggered, he got to dig into a bag of lies to offend me. And it worked, ho, because I don't like liars. I don't like liars.
Can I ask you a question?
What did you miss? XG is lying. I'm sorry to derail the room, but I don't like that. That's not cool. Of all the people to lie on me on, and this hoe don't have one receipt to prove what he's saying. You lying ass hoe. Make karma deal with you this weekend. Listen, let me say this in my land. Ho, if you have a bad week, if you have suffered some misfortunes this weekend, know that I sent karma after your ass and we're even.
I just have a question, Nye. Why are Americans so angry?
Because they're lying ass, triggered asshole.
Monday, you come back in here with herpes now because of you, man.
I sent Nye an article where this website called Jezebel had put two witches placed a curse on Charlie Kirk. Right now, did I send you that article or what?
You did send me, and he's in the chat. Oh, who's triggered now? Anybody would be triggered over somebody lying on them. Would you appreciate somebody? Oh, actually, you might like somebody lying on you. You the same silly asshole that sat up in this room or in the healthy debates about a month ago saying you like doxing and doxing is cool and doxing is necessary. Actually, so now that it's all come full circle, you are actually a demon masquerading as a human. You are a fucking demon. And from this point on, demon, we don't even need to engage. I don't even engage with demons. You are a demonic spirit and a demonic energy. When you come off your mic and lie on me and put Pepe in the lie, okay? Pepe will come in this room and tell you, no, we ain't never kiki. But go ahead and spread that lie, you simple ass, limp dick ass fucking.
Okay, I think this is the perfect time for a room reset. This community conversations collaboration. Why are Americans so angry? Oof, I've never heard Nye go off like that. Usually she's like, pardon my language. And I'm like, just be you.
Because I don't like liars. I don't like liars, especially lying on me about something. JB, of all the shit we just went through with these people, and for him to say twice now?
Well, it's the second time. It's the second time today he's done that.
Right? Like, that's weird. That's weird. Of the threats that I got in the back end over the Pepe shit, that's fucking weird. So yeah, that's a sensitive subject to me because XG does not know what's been going on in the background for the past month with Pepe and his crew and folks being doxxed and threatened over things they didn't even say. And for him to spread that lie is evil. It's evil and unnecessary. And then he goes in the chat.
Yeah, but you know,
you simple asshole.
Well, let me just say this. If he said it to you earlier today and he saw you got a reaction out of you, do you really expect better when he's going to come up and not throw it to do it again? I mean, this is Clubhouse.
He considers himself to be the moral of authority, a mature human being. Why would someone who, isn't he an educator? Isn't he a teacher? Why is he lying? First of all, I didn't know we had beef. So the fact that he lied the first time was jarring. Like, why are you lying on me? I didn't know you even had a problem with me. I didn't even know we had an issue. So you lie the first time, I don't know the motivations behind that lie, and then you do it again. So yeah, I don't like liars, and yeah, they're gonna get a response. On this app, with that individual, it's weird, and people take shit and run with it, and you start spreading a lie after a lot of people have been privy to what's been going on behind the scenes, and now you're spreading a lie that Nye and Pepe were kicking and cackling. Bitch, what? Can you imagine the rooms that'll open up about that? Off of a lie that started in a space that I'm modding? No, we're going to address that and nip that shit in the bud right here, right now.
Well, let me say this. Actually, I'm going to talk to you directly, man to man. I know you won't, but I think you should come up and apologize to her. I don't know if she'll accept it or not.
I don't want his apology. I don't want it. He can take that apology and shove it up his ass where his boyfriend fucks him. I don't want it.
Do you want me to bring him up or not? If you want him to stay down there, he can stay down there. It's up to you, Nye. Nye, what do you want to do? You want to bring him up?
He can come up on the stage anytime he wants. He'll just know I will never engage with him ever again. I'll never move him down unless he starts lying. But our positions are now clear. This is your house, your rules. He can come up anytime. Because like I said, I've never had problems with XG. I still don't. But now that he's proven himself to be a demonic liar, I know not to fuck with him. Go ahead. He can come up and say whatever he wants to say.
Hold on, time out. Flag on the plate. This is your room too, and you're my opening. You're co-owner. So if you, and that's, I gotta tell you, you know, I don't do this high school bullshit, but I'm gonna take Nye's side every time. So, I mean, you like coming into my spaces, I enjoy having you, but if you're gonna lie to a woman, she's my friend in real life. I'm Team Nye every day. So you might think it's funny and it's cute, but obviously it's not. So
yeah, one, I don't think it's funny or it's cute. The context as to why it was even brought up the first time was because right after Seneca was speaking or some things, somebody had said people just love listening to anti-black things. That's so wrong. People shouldn't be doing that. And Kimo was there, so he can testify that did get said. And on top of that being said, afterwards, Nye was trying to act like she wasn't part of those spaces, that she didn't listen to that type of stuff. And I'm just like, but weren't you in Pippin's spaces a few months ago? Weren't you also kikiing back there? And that's the point that I brought up. Not that she was kikiing within the last few weeks when all the doxing shit's going on. Because yes, I have been here for that. Because I've listened to the spaces about JB. Because he held them for like a week fucking straight. And it was only about that situation. So I know that situation.
Actually, fact checked. It was 3 weeks. But
okay, fair enough. But like I understand that situation happened. So I'm not trying to group you in there as in, oh, look at Nye. She's definitely part of the off. She's part of Pepe's side. Like, no, that's not what I said. What I was saying is, don't act like you're above the listening to quote-unquote anti-black stuff being said on Clubhouse 24/7 or finding it entertaining or being confused on it when you yourself were around those spaces laughing it off. And the same way when right after that got said and right after you got pissed about the Pepe Association, Seneca went off to say some anti-black shit. And what did you do right afterwards? Put the laughing emoji. So you proved the point right in there. And if you think anything I'm saying is wrong and you need an unbiased person to start talking, ask Akima. Because he was there for the whole...
Anyway, JB, this is more half Negro babble. Let's move on to someone with something more intelligent to say. Let's move on and keep the conversation going. I'm not listening to this moronic babble that is actually, he just made this up on the spot to justify why he's a demonic.
Akima, did I make that?
Let's move on. Let's just move on.
Akima, did I make that?
Hold on a second. Hey, I don't even know who you are, so just chill out. You don't need to interject in something that's going on between XG and Nye. Thank you. So we're going to go back to the conversation. Why Americans so angry? Well, Mr. Shade, I'm going to go with King then Mr. Shade. King, how you doing, King?
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? How you doing? I always like when you come to my spaces even when we don't agree.
We don't have to agree. I just wanted to share a couple of new developments. They're saying now it's being reported in the media, and I posted an article. They're saying the dude is a groiper.
Oh my God, that's bullshit.
That's right.
I know. Who's they?
Wait, time. Hey, King,
it's reported in Newsweek. Vanity Fair wrote an article about it.
Hey, King, what's about? King, some people may not know what a groiper is. Can you tell people what that is?
So, a groiper is another one of these, I say, antisocial online communities. They were part of the people that used to send around those Pepe the Frog memes. And Nick, they follow Nick Fuentes. And so they're saying that this is what they're reporting. posted one of the articles from the Atlantic, Vanity Fair. I'll post the other sources. It's being published in Newsweek and MSN.com, and I'm guessing that this is going to be a topic of conversation. But they're saying that the writings on the cartridges that were found were actually related to a video game. It wasn't anything about trans ideology. And that like there's a game that's like a first person shooter game where you're fighting as a fascist. Anyway, I posted it in the chat. Y'all can read it, but I'll post more.
I also read that dope. I got you, but I'm going to Mr. Shade than you. I also read that he was part of a group of something called Fur Babies, whoever the fuck that is. Mr. Shade, how you doing? I don't know what that is.
But it's shit posting. So the article goes into these references that he was using, and it's basically, and this has been consistent with a lot of these shooters. They're like shit posters. They speak in fucking 4chan. Like, this is how they have conversations. Because it's interesting, but it's mentioned in the article about the fur baby thing. I'll post some more too when I'm not driving.
I appreciate it. Drive carefully. Mr. Shade, how you doing, man? Mr. Shade, are you there?
I'm here. Give me a second. I'm ready.
You want me to come back to you, or you good?
No, you good. I was.
Two things.
I'm here.
Two things. Cashing your pink ticket. The second thing is, maybe you could tell me what the fuck is a fur baby.
Hello, can I get a chance after this guy? You
can say the audience. Yeah, Mr. Shade.
Why Americans are so angry. Yeah, and it's weird. I thought I cashed in my pink ticket earlier. I don't know what happened. But I think with this administration, we've been the past two administrations really, we've been in a constant hell. Let me take it back to COVID. I think COVID's really kind of that tipping point, socially and politically, where shit just is out of whack. I don't think, with all the news going on, people have had a chance to breathe. You know what I'm saying? It'd be some new shit every day. Hell, I almost forgot, and this is so unpatriotic of me. I almost forgot 9/11 was 9/11 because of what happened to what happened to Charlie Kirk, So it's just, everything is just, the economy is doing what, it's just bad. We got a lot of confusion going on, but I think the worst thing I think is really going on, JB, and I say this with all due respect. With this administration, man, I think there's a lot of white males who feel like they're being disenfranchised and or they are becoming they're being, like, imagine America, a United States of A, white people like they're being suppressed.
Lone wolf is better.
It's gotta be a mental illness. And I'm gonna land with that.
Thank you, Mr. Shade. So before I go to the next speaker, I'm gonna get a little cue going, and everybody will get to go. I promise. I'm gonna go Dope. I'm gonna go Connie, and then I want to welcome my friend Yoshi. Dope, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I just want to respond to the thing that King said about the shooter, which we already know right now. We know they're
Embarrassing, don't on the stage now. Embarrassing.
Yeah, so we already know. We already know the motivation. Okay, so we already know the motivations of the shooter, for people to act incredulous to the most obvious evidence and just try to pass this off as, things are still up in the air. There's more definitive evidence for the shooter's motivation in this case than there was for many other cases and many other mass shootings and many other terrorist attacks that most people would have accepted. So the guy is known by his friends for being left wing. He was talking at a dinner table with his family where him and his family member were talking about how Charlie Kirk spreads hate. So if he's talking about how Charlie Kirk spreads hate and he's known as an anti-fascist, he scribbles anti-fascist catchphrases and sayings into his bullet casings. The phrase that King, I guess, didn't seem to mention, "Oh Bella Ciao Ciao," that's an anti-fascist Italian anthem.
It's also on the Reuters playlist on Spotify.
Oh my God! Okay,
They cited that.
The Reuters playlist. What are you even talking about?
They cited an article and they put a link in the chat.
I read your Vanity Fair article. Okay, it's the most pathetic attempt to try and muddy the waters I've ever read. The "O Bella Ciao" anthem is not some Groyper's play. It's a freaking anti-fascist anthem. It's sang by the people who overthrew Mussolini. Do you think? Honest question, King. Do you think it's more likely that this person scribbled it on the bullet, thinking that people would just automatically think of the Groyper's Spotify playlist, something that most self-proclaimed Groypers probably wouldn't even fucking know, or that it was an anti-fascist anthem? Which one do you think?
I don't know any anti-fascists that sing that song. I don't know if you know any anti-fascists.
Oh, but you know the Groypers stuff. You know the
in real life either. But
you know
they just reported it. I told you there were several articles that I just read.
Okay.
So yeah. And I will post the other articles from the other squatter. You don't know me, bro. I will post the Newsweek article and the MSN.com article. They're also starting to talk about this on the Twitters. So I will share some of that content in here.
So whatever. I read the article.
Guys, we have a one mic policy. Dope, make yours. Please land your plane.
All right, so yeah, if you guys can just follow me for a second here. So King is saying that she didn't know any anti-fascist singing the "O Bella Ciao Ciao" anthem, which was used by Italian anti-fascists in the celebration of overthrowing Mussolini. But she apparently knows more Groypers that have this on their Spotify playlist or some shit. Like, what's your standard for understanding this? I don't know. I think most people that are honest with themselves know what's going on here. And King doesn't want to accept the fact that a far leftist shot someone that she disagrees with.
Thank you, Dope. Let me say hello to Connie, then I want to go to Yoshi, and then Nerd, and then William, and we'll go back around. Connie, how you doing?
You're in the Matrix.
Quiet room. And yeah,
Connie, you're breaking up on it. You're in the Matrix, Connie.
Okay, can you hear me now? Because I'm just trying to. Somebody go ahead first. Let me get out of this area. Oh, here it goes. I'm out of it.
I hear you guys.
So I was saying it's one of the most sane rooms because I remember doing a temp assignment at the Turning Point. Now, as the years went past, they had a lot of Secret Service, and it was hard to even get through that street. You know, it's walking distance from the White House. But, I remember when I did that one-day assignment, just, doing envelopes for his membership list, I saw a kid. And he didn't even look 18. That's how youthful he looked. And he was so focused and purposeful, I just really give my condolence to the family. And, a lot of rooms on Clubhouse have said some, bad things, but I just lost a sister. So I know what it's like to want condolence and sympathy and empathy. And, there's an old cliche that people say, and it's we're all in this together. I think we are. I think we are because of the simple fact that, they have the 1922 lockdown that's going on, right now with the the HBCUs, because these young people, they just say anything, out their mouth, and it's kind of hard to persuade them. So yeah, that was just my point. You guys are doing a really great job of keeping the room with serenity and dignity. And I yield my mic.
Appreciate you, Connie. Do me a solid, please. Cash in your pink ticket.
Yeah. And also I wanted to tell you that Candace was talking about the same thing you guys were talking about, and she crashed the internet on YouTube. And so she had to open up a second room. So you guys keep up the good work.
Thank you, Connie. Appreciate you. Let me go to my friend Yoshi. Yoshi, what's good, man?
Hey, how's everything?
Doing fantastic. You're a little low, sir.
It's still low, yo.
You have your AirPods in or something? That's much better. How you doing, man?
I'm super. Yeah.
Do you want to chime in? Yoshi, let me ask you, because I legitimately have a lot of respect for you. Why are Americans so fucking angry, Yoshi?
There's several reasons. It's multifaceted. People are, like distrusting of one another for various reasons, whether it's sexuality, gender identity, race, religion, political affiliation, occupation, you name it. If it's men against women, contrary to being married, it's just the list is not short. So there's many reasons, and we've nurtured and cultivated a society that has learned to feed itself to an extent on negativity, and it's easily accessible because of social media, and we get drawn into it, and it affects our thinking, it affects our emotional state, it affects our health, and we project it.
I love your shit, man. You always been down with my spaces. Let me ask you a follow-up question. From what I've been seeing on Clubhouse for the last few days, right, since Charlie Kirk got killed, why is there such a strong emotional reaction to this man's assassination from every walk of life? Black, white, Spanish, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter political affiliation. Why are so many people so engaged in what happened to this man, in your opinion?
Well, like for me, I work with him, but I was invited to the inauguration, so I was like, wow, President Trump wants to call the Department of War. Last time he said that was for D.C. if they didn't accept the National Guard martial law. But a lot of people just like angry, and it's this generation. And I don't know if it's because they got to clean up the mess from my generation or the generation before it or what. But these people that are 20-something are angry.
Thank you, Miss Connie. I want to let me go back to Yoshi. Yoshi, I'm sorry, Dad.
So,
you said you wanted to play these people on this app. I just got to say that.
So there was, he was abrasive to a lot of people's sensibility for various reasons, and sometimes we tend to want to focus on one personality, and we tend to think that person is the embodiment of all the ills. That we sometimes we lend ourselves to the idea that an individual is the embodiment or manifestation of all that's wrong in our lives personally and in the world in general. So Charlie Kirk was one of those personalities. People were offended by, regardless of
in your opinion, just your opinion, right? Do you feel like he's a racist?
Yeah, I do. Yes, son.
Yoshi.
Yes, son. Yeah, I do, but that doesn't bother me because that would be an emotional response. So it didn't bother me. I was more, when I heard him speak, instead of having an emotional response, whatever topic it was that I was of interest, and if he seemed to have more information on that topic, which allowed him to articulate his view on that topic with such fluency that he gained the upper hand in the dialogue, then I was inclined to research that topic. And if he was misrepresenting the information, I was inclined to engage that topic on that level instead of being angry and having a visceral response. And that's what I think people should have done. I don't care about his sentiments or what he thinks about Black people, whether it's in general or on a specific topic. What does that bother me for? I know that exists in the world. So I happen to live in a time where, unlike let's say my great-great-grandfather, where those individuals, they are increasingly marginalized, meaning they don't hold the gears of society in such a way that they did before, where they can just adversely affect my life. So I don't need to deal with them on that level. I could deal with them on a level of the information, that battlefront. And he was willing to engage those ideas, even though I think he was filtering his ideas through that racist ideology. But that doesn't bother me, not in the least bit.
What a fucking great share, man. Yo, Shane, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And if you like, because
But with that being said, I wanna say, his death for me, it's a symbol of, like, it's an attack on free speech. So regardless of what you think about him, regardless of whatever it is he was trying to accomplish politically, he was engaged in dialogue. And that's why I think people should have met him. And he wasn't deserving of being murdered, by no means, because it's not only him that lends itself to anybody who says anything that someone is offended by. Okay? And so we shouldn't celebrate him being killed, regardless of whether you were opposed to him or not, because it's not about him as the individual. It's about us as a society. And we can't engage in dialogue. What does that leave us? You know, we become the animals that you hear making noises, the growls, the hawks, these chirping of the birds while they fight. They're making sounds, but there's not intelligible communication. Well, I don't think we want a society like that. So that's all I want to say.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say that if you let a chair of him, you don't know what's coming up after him. The next person will be a lot worse and more empowered. So I'd rather dance with the devil I know than the devil that comes along the way. But with that, let me say we're going to go Nerd. We'll go Nerd, William, Tall Lady, and then Agent. Nerd, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Thank you for your patience. The mic is yours. I'm great.
Cool. So, I was made aware yesterday that Charlie Kirk had said that, because I asked, what did he say specifically about Black people that I should be, as a Black man, should be offended by? Neither of those things, which was told to me, I was offended by. So number one, he said a moronic Black woman was almost a DEI hire for the President of the United States. My only disagreement with that was he miscategorized that as a moronic Indian woman. So the second thing that he said was civil rights, and I'm just paraphrasing. Civil rights should not have been passed in the way it was passed. It should have not been explicit or something of that nature. I think a lot of conservative Black people are actually open to the idea of resegregation for various reasons. It may sound extreme, but integration has not exactly been the best for our community. The marriage rate went down. There's a lot of metrics. We're less religious. There's a lot of stuff that we've lost when integration happened. So it's not as simple as to say that, hey, he's just saying literally he wants Black people back in chains. I don't think that was the intention. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. So I agree that this issue is, he has been silenced, and now basically potentially what we have is a lowering of the IQ, maybe of some of the influencers going to come after him, because these people will be afraid that they will also be assassinated if they, say something that's maybe too controversial, something that hurts people's feelings. So what was the saying? The governor said of Utah or something said this morning that somebody, on social media, liberals have been saying that words are violence. That is literally, I'm going to try to loop this into my theory. My theory is this is a psyop. This 22-year-old man, or however old he is, he has been paid, or something has been orchestrated. Because yes, young men can have angst. I was a young man once. I know I sound young, but I'm not anymore. Young men can have angst, but there's only so much angst against a society as a whole that a 22-year-old can have. There are likely other people behind these types of events. I think that the Chinese Communist Party is potentially an actor involved in these assassination attempts. And I think that essentially, again, because you can say that this person has been disenfranchised, right? And I agree with Mr. J, but again, he's only 22. There's only so much experience. He does not even have the withdrawal or just the conviction to say, hey, I'm going to kill this influencer because I don't like what he stands for. He just hasn't been on this earth long enough to really have that conviction, in my opinion, without someone getting in his ear and maybe hyping him up, giving him some training, or maybe giving him some focus. So again, I'll end with this. My concern is the IQ level of all social media is going to go down because people are going to be too afraid to tell the truth, say anything even remotely controversial. And the conversation, the true, authentic conversations are going to stop. And then who knows what that's going to cause. But
what I think
that's my bigger issue. Sure, maybe he said some things that was off the wall in regards to black people, but the consequences is going to be felt by everybody, black or not.
Thank you, I appreciate you. William, how you doing, William?
Hey, JB, how you doing? Did I get your initials right?
Yes.
I got the first initial right. Anyway, yeah, I never paid much attention to the man until after he got shot. And he wasn't part of my regular circle of my social influencers, the ones that I might look at once in a while. But I do think what the last speaker was saying is correct. It's possible. It's likely that there is outside the country influence on the level of what's going on with the hatred in America. When I say that, I don't mean that this particular guy, because I don't have any evidence of that, but that the hatred does get stirred up by active measures of, like the Russians, the way they will do total war and seek to undermine American society, get us fighting with each other. It makes them stronger. It gives them, it gives them, the weaker we are, the stronger in their view they get. And the Putin really has been playing the Ukraine war, and the approach to the world is at least to the West, is a zero-sum game. So he's got allies of China and of Iran and of North Korea. Those are his direct allies, in the dictator class of what do you call it, nations. But the Russians have been engaging in psychological warfare, psyops, cyber warfare, ransomware, disinformation, and I don't know that it's I doubt it was directly targeted, or that this young man was a paid operative. But I think our whole society, to a degree, is influenced by attacks to undermine our unity.
Well,
it's not something.
From what I understand, he got radicalized on Discord.
That's entirely possible. I don't know that. I heard about the Discord. I didn't study it in any detail, and I wouldn't say that, but the whole Discord. But there's, people mention 4chan as well, and that's sort of a. Was he involved with 4chan?
I have no idea. Just if you can land your plane, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, my concern initially is that I don't agree with his politics that I've learned about him. Some of them I agree with. Some of the stands that he took I think are great, like his stance towards Israel and so forth. But I thought some of the things might be racist and not to my liking. But I don't care who the speaker is. I care that everybody has the right to free speech, not to speak in fear, and that there will be a chilling effect from political violence against everybody. And thank you.
You mind if I thank you? Hold on, Mr. Shea, hold on a second, because I got people that have been waiting. I haven't got it yet. Let me go. I'm going to go tall lady. Sorry, my apologies. Hussein, and then back for what's mine, Hefe. All right. Tall, how you doing, tall lady?
I'm doing well. How are y'all this evening?
Fantastic. The mic.
Thank you. So, first, I believe that America is so angry, especially this younger generation. So, I just want to briefly say that I worked with juveniles for 15 years. I went to prison, who shot people, who stabbed people, all kinds of shit. I've worked with at-risk youth for a very long time. But I will tell you that one thing I have noticed, and even my juveniles have even told me, is that my juveniles, even though they committed crimes, they were never told they were victims. And so I believe a lot of our young people are angry because of victimhood mentality that's been told to them by authority figures in their life. And some people will be like, holy shit, this is crazy. But it's true whenever you go to school and you're told certain things about yourself. I never had teachers, even my juveniles who went to jail, and they were in jail school, they were never told, like, yo, you're a victim of your circumstance, da-da-da-da-da. They're like, no, you can make it. You have resiliency. You are resourceful. The other thing is that we're also this idea of Marxism, and people are like, oh my gosh, she's talking about Marxism. But that's an important factor, because I do believe academia has a huge responsibility in this. The book, The Coddling of the American Mind, talks about it in university since 2010. It's a huge imprint on people's brains, and we don't want to admit it in our universities what is happening, because now those people are teachers. And then they're taught to institute these same things in their classrooms and tell people, oh, yeah, you have this, and this wrong with you. Oh, you ain't going to make it, homie. But your classmate over here that lives in the same neighborhood with you, the same shit's going on with them, but they a different color than you, they going to make it. And so there's a lot of that goes on.
Totally. Can I ask you a question?
Please.
So here's a question. I agree with everything you're saying, right? The coddling of this generation is going to be so detrimental for all of us. But at one point, and like I said, I swear to you, I agree with everything you said. But at what point do we start looking at the parents' responsibility on this?
No, I totally agree. But this is the thing, is that and I'm not trying to be rude, but even if you have shitty parents, it doesn't give you an excuse to go out here and do shitty shit. Because you have other adults in your life that can show you the way. So many people talk about, I got adverse childhood experiences. I'm a 9 on that scale. Like, I should be a prostitute in prison. I should have all types of problems. But what happened is that I was able to be around other adults that were able to feed and pour into me certain morals and values. And that's a responsibility that, how can I say this, like, that we don't even give to other adults anymore. Like, I'm sorry, like, I had a friend, I had a mentor that was that fucking sold drugs that was like, yo, you don't need to sell drugs. Your ass need to go to school. Like, but anyways, but I believe this generation is very angry because they're constantly being told they ain't shit in some way or another. And I have been in schools, like I have worked in several different schools. In Cleveland, I worked in a gang school. I worked in a rich school. I worked in a school that had kids who came from like movie stars, famous people and shit. And guess what? The rhetoric was all the same. All the rich white kids, yo, you should feel bad about yourself. So they put on these badges of oppression so they don't have to feel like that they're an oppressor to their friend who got the same amount of squat as they do, but they're a different color. It's fucking insane, but I'm rambling, and thank you.
Yeah, but can I sorry.
I'm sorry, who was that?
BB.
Oh, BB, of course, can I
jump in the queue?
Oh, we it's gonna go BB, then Hussein, then back for what's his, MOG, and then Seneca.
What's up, everybody? So yeah, no, I just wanted to touch on that people have been telling them that they ain't shit, but reality is they ain't shit. You have to like earn your way in life, and the problem is people just want to hand it out and say you're special. And I was talking to people today, and they were talking about, you remember how there was like first place, second place, third place? Now there's fucking 10th place. They're saying everybody's a winner now. So nobody wants to be competitive because they're like, I'm gonna win anyways.
No, I agree with you, Mr. BB, but that's the thing is like, I never ever in my life, even though I came from the fucking bottom of the barrel, I never got told, oh, you ain't shit. I got told, oh, you can get better. Oh, this is how you improve. Oh, you didn't score this on this test. This is how you study. This is how you do that. It's not like, I hear what you're saying because that is a part of the coddling of the American mind. That is a part of the coddling. So when you don't get what you want, oh, you must hate. Like, it's a different type of victim mindset. So like, when I deal with clients, I have to tell them, oh, this person didn't like me because of A, B, and C. And I'm like, okay, well, let's try to turn this into how can I take ownership of my presence in the situation? Yeah. We're no longer teaching that.
No, so I know, but like, so when I grew up, I was told, you ain't shit. You're a fucking idiot. You're dumb. You're this, you're that. And my siblings, so my sister said, oh, I ain't shit. And it was so she's 2 years younger than me. And she said, okay, I'm going to prove to you I ain't shit. And she did shit. She purposely didn't want to do shit. And I said, fuck that shit. I'm not a victim. I'm a victor. So it's all in what you want. Like, how bad do you want it? And I find that these kids, they just don't want it. They're just like, fuck it. If you ain't going to hand it to me, I'm not going to want it. And then you have some kids that are, I'm going to take it. And that's who I was. I was like, I'm going to take it. Because, so that you can have I think there's 20 different mindsets. But I think what's real important is that, and somebody touched on it earlier, a lot of this is, and I've been saying it on this app for like 2 years now, a lot of this is symptoms of COVID. And don't get me wrong, it's not because of COVID. It's because of when people spent time at home, whether they were locked down or whatever, and they had to actually be by themselves instead of being fake in society. They actually went through their thoughts, and I believe a sickness happened where then all of a sudden everything opened back up, and they had so much time thinking. It's like being in the hole. Like, I'm not sure. Like if you ever, you know, okay, so you know about the correction system.
Very much so. Yes, very much.
You put somebody in segregation, and when you're in the hole, you start talking to your fucking self. You go through a whole wave of anxiety, like depression, and then you can choose to fucking get like really mentally depressed, or you can choose to do something with that time that you're by yourself because it's extremely unhealthy mentally, right? But then there's two options, and I believe that's the problem with the youth today. There's two options. It's either sink or fucking swim, and the problem is there's so many life jackets out there, and these kids ain't grabbing them. And then they get pushed to be something that they're really not because there's no real competitive nature anymore. There's no real competitive to be on the top.
Can I just interject? I'm just so lost, and let me tell you why I'm so confused. because this is very confusing as a parent. So they doxed his whole family, right? His dad is a sheriff, whatever. And shout out to 4chan because they doxed him on day one.
Is this young man that got charged his father's a sheriff?
Yeah, his dad's a sheriff, Tiger, whatever the fuck his name is. So he had like a 4.0 from whatever university, I can't remember. He had a scholarship.
So he had shit.
No, he's not a loser, dude. He has like a 4.0. He had a scholarship. He comes from a 2-parent family. Like, I'm looking at pictures of the mom and dad. You know, they look like, I mean, again, I'm judging off of pictures, so we don't really know what's going on in their family, but just, you know, what I have access to, it's confusing. He doesn't fit the profile of a loser.
MG, from what I've read, you don't have to be the vice to say this. From what I read about him, he was socially awkward, socially inept. So that could really play into a kid's psychology.
Well, I didn't read that. So there's that. I didn't read any of that of him being, you know, socially awkward. But everything else, like I'm a little taken aback and confused.
But I knew guys, MG, that I grew up with that had, like, I grew up single parent, and that I knew guys that had 2 parents, they had money, they had everything, and they wanted to live like they were poor from the gutter. They wanted to hang out and pretend that wasn't their life. And they wanted to suffer. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I want to live like you. But you want to live like me and our friends? Like, it was the weirdest shit. So I didn't know about the socially and that stuff and stuff. I guess that could play a huge part. But there's kids that have it all that want to live gutter just because.
And what is
Hold on a second, guys. Before we continue, I gotta get the new speakers in, and then we'll circle back around because they've been patiently waiting. Let's say hello to Hussein, and then back for what's mine is Seneca and AK. Hussein, how you doing?
Hey JB, Hassan here. How are you?
Hassan, my apologies. Please cash in your pink ticket. I'm glad you're on the stage. Thank you for your patience tonight.
Thanks for having me up. You know, I resonate a lot with the previous male speaker, Jesus in 2025. Do I even know that he's male, right? This is just an example. I'm concerned that the simple answer is not, is usually the right one. So I personally, even though I have a lot of respect for Nerd Swag, I don't think that this guy is necessarily an agent of China or Russia. I think he's a reflection of what the great Malcolm X talked about a generation or so ago, which is chickens coming home to roost. I think what both of these individuals represent is a reflection of our broken society. I think if there was a time in American history where even telling a lie on somebody could get you shot, I see you at dawn for a duel. So while people did have the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression, sometimes that shit came with consequences, and that sort of check balanced people from taking it too far. But today, and I'm in education, we're in a place, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, where everybody gets a sticker. You get socially promoted, even if you can't read. You can get a high school diploma and be literally, not just functionally, illiterate. You know, and we've got mixed crystal now, the non-binary, teaching our elementary kids. Like, our society has gone so far in this radical individualism that we have lost the things that make the fabric of America actually work. We've spent so much time undermining our own unity that we certainly don't need a foreign power to come. They just need to sit back and watch this empire crumble under its own weight. And so, unfortunately, I think that these two guys are both tools, although on opposite sides of the extreme, tools of the same unseen hand. I think the healthcare executive that got shot by the guy is not a dissimilar situation here. As many of us, we don't know all the exact details, but he had his little manifesto. He thought whatever he was doing was righteous, and he was, attacking the system. But we live in a system now where a guy like Charlie Kirk can say so many disparaging things, and there's no consequence. We'll hype him up, and I feel compassion, right? I'm sad that the guy's dead, because I don't think anybody should be a victim of political violence or violence in any matter for that fact. But the truth of the matter is, he is one of more than 18,000 people who have been killed so far this year alone. And so, and don't forget the stabbing in North Carolina, I think the very day that Charlie Kirk was murdered, 3 other people were murdered that very day, not very far from there. So we're in a society where of the 350 million people, there's going to be some wackos. But we've made that okay because we live in such a soft place. And so my concern is that this, and I'll close with this for me is a reflection of the society that we're in. And if we don't take a step back and say we need to really think about our social structures themselves, and really have some tough conversations about what it means to really be an American and to live in a healthy society that's focused on our well-being and not this extreme polar space that we've been holding for the last decade or more, we will continue to see this more and more and more. So I don't think he's a plant. I think he's a reflection of us, and we've got to do some fixing. With that, I'll yield back. Thank you, JP.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Please cash in your pink ticket. I want to go to Back for What's Mine, FA. Back for What's Mine. How you doing?
I'm here, JP. What's going on, family? Y'all good? Everybody good? Everybody's safe.
I love that PTR. Heavy's the head. Where's the crown, bro?
That part, it's not for everybody, and sometimes you don't want it, but it's stuck upon you. I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to go back to 1828, Webster's Dictionary when they talk about the American. Then if you go and get that in your diet, y'all can read that for yourself. I have the book, 1828 Webster's Dictionary, when it talks about the American. So the title brought me in here. So I was intrigued by that title, but I see that y'all going off to what happened with Mr. Kirk. I didn't know him too much, but I started doing it. I said, oh.
Hey, Back for What's Mine.
Yes, sir.
You can speak about whatever you like.
Okay, I'm going to tie things to the title because I do a lot of history, trying to dilute or challenge history. You dig? So when we look at it, 1828, what's this next year?
Amongst one of the only levees in your city of death. It's crazy.
Is everybody in the room aware of how the Nazi movement used a martyr to extend their movement?
In Reichstag.
Horst Wessel. So you guys look that up. They used him as a martyr. They actually drugged the person that murdered him. They drug him out, and they killed him, public execution, and then made it, made it white. They're trying to do that same playbook, y'all.
This is why we really got to be paying attention to the language that they use. Also, where the fuck is Trump? Not that I care and not that I want to hear from him, but if this was Kamala's presidency or Joe Biden's presidency, we would have had, an address from the Oval Office talking about, Americans are stronger together and we need to end the violence and stop the hate and we need to be united. Where the fuck is that?
Same place he is on January 6th. That nigga is sitting in front of his TV watching shit go down.
He went and he was asked a question today about how he thought about that whole thing. He had one sentence like, "Oh, I feel bad, but let me direct you over to this ballroom that's being built now." I mean, this happened earlier. He's moved on. He's talking ballrooms now. I'm not kidding. I'll find the clip.
I did hear about that he talked about in the same breath Charlie Kirk and then the ballroom, which is a hot ass fucking mess.
He said Democrats are rats.
And then it was the guy that said I was up all night praying that this wasn't somebody from the United States, but it was one of us. I said that's crazy.
I think that was the governor.
Yeah, the governor. I said that is absolutely crazy.
But they wanted it to be a foreign national or somebody else that wasn't from here.
They sure did.
At least the Democrats.
And now I'm seeing stuff about how they're concerned about how easy it is for men to be radicalized online. As if that's new information. We've been knew that white men was at risk of being radicalized online, and it was all okay when it was for the far right and the right wing. But when they get radicalized and then they realize that the Republicans are liars and that they've been lied to, they've been betrayed, they crash out, and they can't handle it.
Come on. It's not important unless it happens to a white man. Let's be honest, okay? Consensus.
But it had always been happening to white men. It was just they were being radicalized to the Republican or the far right's benefit. And now
polarization, right? But
right.
We might see a sort of that kind of effect, our converse effect with black men with black MAGA, because that's really extreme.
Yeah, unless they might start crashing out and killing people too. I've been saying, listen, MAGA is dangerous.
Slapping people.
MAGA is dangerous. I think that they need to be arrested and sent away because it's a dangerous gang of thugs. And I don't know what we're going to do about them. They got the streets dangerous out here. And it's all them. It's nobody else but them. And they don't have nobody, they have no voice of reason. Even in the Obama years, we had McCain, who was a voice of reason. He was a reasonable man. He made sense. We had Mitt Romney, like a broken clock. He was right, twice. And his whole time, marched with BLM one time. But now they don't have nobody.
Thomas Massey, right? Thomas Massey? Isn't he fighting back, like pushing back against Trump?
That's not a thing. Isn't he in Congress? He's not in the Senate. He's a congressman, right? Like on a committee, on a board of committee or something.
He's being helpful on the discharge of the Epstein thing, right? He's leading.
And so has Marjorie Taylor Greene, but she's not worth a piece of shit either.
I don't trust her at all.
You don't trust her?
No, I don't trust her either.
Maybe my governor, Brian Kemp, can do it, because he don't fuck with them. Call him in Brooklyn, call him up. You tell him I'm one of your constituents. Right. We need to get the face of Republicans back in order, because y'all all fucked up right now. If the Democrats were smart, we would see this as like an opportunity to kind of infiltrate, rein it in. Because there's all these young Republican people looking for somebody to follow for real. Like somebody should just swoop in and take over that shit.
Let's become MAGA for a year.
I think, but honestly, after the Lincoln Project. Go ahead, BK, my bad. Oh, wait, I'm in that wooded area. Hold on one second.
All right, I'm back.
What's our line about now?
That's what y'all
talking about co-opting the young.
I didn't say what y'all talking about, because y'all ain't talking about nothing. Y'all lying about stuff. I'm just playing. I just came back to let y'all know. I just came back to let you know.
You better say it.
I'm going to bed in 10 minutes. All right. Thank you.
I just want to let you know I threw my shoe at the phone.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. I don't want you to break it.
I aimed it right at your PTR too.
Why? Oh, what I do? That's not nice. Why are you trying to hurt me?
You were saying that's what you do when people be saying you gotta throw your shoe out.
Oh, okay. I thought you threw cash apps. Don't throw the shoe. Hold the shoe now. Child. You come through now, girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm out the wooded area now.
Okay.
I was in the boonies. I'm about to be back in civilization. They gotta build that better by you too, bro. But listen, I was saying this would be a great opportunity for like a journalist of some sort to come out with some kind of op-ed about this MAGA thing, this white on white violent MAGA party, but I don't know if it would be like overstepping. I don't know. Would it be like, would they get fired?
They'll get fired and they'll get sued and they'll pay on a settlement.
But they did have a
Well, maybe an independent, like Don Lemon.
Yeah.
It would have to be like an independent, like somebody that's on YouTube, because this is the perfect opportunity to point it out, like all of because basically now it seems as though it's like the MAGAs versus the classic Republicans, because apparently the boy, although his family was very much so MAGA, it appeared that he was like, he felt as though, what's his name, Charlie Kirk was more of a fascist than he liked, and that, he was kind of putting a bad name on the Republican, giving the Republicans a bad name. So it seems as though it might be like a classic Republican versus a MAGA situation is going on now. So I don't know. But whatever it is, somebody need to help them because they are very violent and they got these streets out here unsafe.
There's several books out already. One is called The MAGA Diaries: My Surreal Adventures Inside the Right Wing by Tina DeGood, and then another one is by Mac Gatz. I think some people may have heard of him. It's called Firebrand Dispatches from the Front Lines of the MAGA Revolution.
Yeah, Brooklyn, I like this idea, but the problem is it's only going to appeal to niggas who read. And so we really need somebody to put it in a format that they've already, in a podcast
format. Of course it'll be on YouTube too. But we'll have read to the niggas version of it.
We need a
talk on YouTube
format so they can be indoctrinated more easily.
Yeah, like
Contents of ChatGPT right now. Have it do it and then generate all the videos.
That's not popular enough for this for me to be able to do. I need a face. Like I need a face.
Avatar. They can look like an infinity or something.
Oh shit. Well, that would be a good idea to have like an AI character do it. That might work. Somebody need to do something because this shit needs to be pointed out.
They be locked in. Then they can just break them down slowly and surely. They used to the cult programming anyway. Decoding the MAGA.
It's a cult. Hey, weren't they supposed to be against cancel culture or something like that? And now everybody's getting canceled? Somebody explain that to me.
This is literal cancel culture.
Canceling.
Hypocrisy is on brand.
Yeah, why would you say
They took that shit to the extreme.
Dude, I got the whole weekend.
Never lie.
Wait, don't they also scream about, like, fuck your feelings or something like that, too?
One of my neighbors got one of them signs. It say Trump 2024. Fuck your feelings. I can't wait to see that man outside tomorrow.
Yeah, I was out in Berlin.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna get a t-shirt that says CK Dad, fuck your feelings. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna get my cousin to make it. I'm trolling everybody, fuck it. I don't care.
They also say to legalize comedy. And in this terrible time of political violence, I also think that it's okay to laugh at someone who's a fucking idiot. I don't understand, like, if someone makes this political violent cartoon and like it's funny to just say, yeah, dude finally is leaning left on the gun issue. I think that that's funny. I'm just gonna laugh. Like, I'm not gonna feel bad about it.
Nah, it's the way that the media is low-key being shady. Because CNN played a clip, or Anderson Cooper, he's the shadiest of them all because he do it with a straight face and no type of expression. Why Anderson Cooper gonna play a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about how often he receives death threats? Jesus fucking Christ, I almost had a stroke. And saying that if you don't get death strokes, then you're death strokes. If you don't get death threat, oh my God!
Take your time, slow down.
I knew you like me having a stroke right now.
Sure, you gotta do it now. I know what you're doing. I know what you do.
It's just too funny. Because why Anderson Cooper played this clip? He said if you don't get death threats, then you're not doing enough for your country.
No, he didn't.
Yes, Charlie Kirk did. And yes, Anderson Cooper did. Play that shit on CNN minutes before his wife said her statement.
Oh, did she say he said that for real?
He really said that shit.
I'm thinking of the thing more.
Kind of true though, right?
Yeah. I'm beginning to think more and more this is some kind of psyop, and they set this up, and Charlie Kirk he died. He committed suicide to be a fucking martyr at this point. So this shit is just, it don't add up. It's not making sense.
Benson Boone is a psyop. What happened with Charlie Kirk is 100% real.
I know it's real, but I feel like maybe he knew he was gonna get, like, some people they'll just go to the extreme just to be super famous. Like, what if Charlie Kirk, like, death wish was to die as such a fucking celebrity? Yeah, to die a martyr. I feel like he might have been.
The chronicle, like the people who chronically debate people, that all came from, like, not just Jordan Peterson, but like all of these like debating podcast white boys, right? So this thing, I think it was, I'm not sure who mentioned it on stage, it might have been even Kiana, but like, people, young Republicans, they get so indoctrinated in wanting to be right, because usually what happens is when you're living with family members and they have, let's say they have like a Christian background or something like that, and they're hard right, or even if they're just right leaning, you're gonna face a lot of pushback from people in like everyday life, just because it's a pretty small, like you have a small window, right, of like reaching people or talking about politics, if that's the lens that you see things. So what I think happens is I think that a lot of people want to get really good about being a good debater, and then they get red-pilled into the manosphere, the quote-unquote manosphere, right, into like having to be right, which Charlie Kirk was, like he was that person for all these younger, like it's just a male model of all the incels, in my personal opinion. And I think that like when people see someone who's like, saying all what should be the wrong things, but they make sense to their values and their family and their kind of even their falsehoods, I think that like it emboldens them into being like, oh, I could do this. I could do the Jordan Peterson, Charlie Kirk thing. And it doesn't matter if they're really right or wrong, as long as they could debate it and try to debate it in what looks like good faith, right? So I think that whoever made that point about like there should be an op-ed on this, I think that there should be op-eds coming out about that daily, because there's a YouTube channel called Doom Scroll, and it's by this guy Joshua Citarella, and he talks about how people get indoctrinated on both sides from a very young age now. And it's interesting, like the shit's crazy. That was my 30 second, my bad. I'm just gonna say, like, you can't say don't, like, legalize comedy, but then if I laugh at a fucking joke, you're gonna get upset with me because I can't have my own opinions. But what about the First Amendment? What about the First Amendment, though?
So are they still supporting people that speak poorly of, speak poorly of what's his name, if they immigrants or legal, whatever they, illegal, they still doing that?
You know, the guy who went to Honduras or El Salvador.
No, yesterday they said if you are an illegal citizen or whatever, that you will be deported if you speak poorly of Charlie Kirk.
If you're a visa holder.
Oh, a visa holder.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you know what? So they're basically saying that if you're not a citizen, you don't have the First Amendment. You don't have the protection of the Constitution, which is itself unconstitutional. All these constitutionalists that are on the right, they can go, you know what, they can do that because, like, it doesn't make any sense at all.
But what is constitutional and not constitutional anymore when they keep getting the Supreme Court and all of these high courts to rule in their favor anyways? Now they can discriminate against people based on how they look.
Absolutely, but this is always the plan. Like, they always want to talk about the Constitution when it's Joe Biden, right? But then they don't want to talk about the Constitution. They'll say, hey, we don't know. We could change the Constitution with amendments. If you stay on here at 3 a.m. and there's all those rooms with you all know who, just everyone you can think of, just in these rooms talking about, yeah, well, we're trying to change, you know, like that could be an amendment. We could do this, we could do that. Maybe we don't need due process. They're just spitballing because it's in their court now. Because their president's there. Like most normal people just want affordable health care and a fucking doctor and a pretty decent wage. And you have people out here spitballing like, maybe we could change the Constitution so that way, I don't know, it just benefits white people. Like, that's the world that we live in today. Shit's no joke.
Did y'all see this? So apparently after Charlie Kirk stated in the summer that all the Epstein files should be published, Laura Loomer attacked Charlie Kirk, calling him a traitor, and the suspected killer, Tyler Robinson, followed Laura Loomer on X. And apparently now she's in the process of like deleting a lot of those posts.
Trying to rewrite their own history.
Which is so dumb.
Yeah, they're scrubbing all of their social media right now.
They need to take a page out of the Democrats' books and start eating their own, the same way we did that Harvey Weinstein motherfucker. That's how they need to do each other.
Stop this shit.
Maybe they're actually going to realize what cancel culture is. I don't mean that with hyperbole, but like I think that maybe they're going to start having to be like, oh, shit, I have to censor myself now. No, I have to like learn about how to deal with my own censorship. Does anyone live in Chicago? Not to dox anyone on here, but...
Anybody in the shop?
Why do you ask?
Because I just got here today, and I just wanted to see if there was any, like, good spots to go out and drink. But this is a huge-ass room, so it is politically correct.
Which part of town?
What's up?
What part of town?
I mean, I think I'm in downtown. I'm like right on the bay. Monica just said, unadded, you fake bitch. Okay, Monica.
Man, Jesus Christ, really people out there.
Everybody's behaving in here?
No, where you been?
See, mommy, see.
No, Mel, wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute, who was just talking? What male voice was that?
That was Haitian.
No, not before him. The one that's... Huh?
Authentic.
Oh, she said she was going to follow you?
Monica? No, she said she unblocked me.
She unblocked you, or she's gonna block you?
Monica hates me. No, she unblocked me.
Oh,
Saying,
okay.
Bitch, apparently. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
She loves Charlie Kirk, though. I know that for sure.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Did you hear her this morning call somebody a low IQ bitch?
No, child, I wasn't here this morning. Was I here this morning? I don't think I was here.
And she was.
She was on stage? Yo was in Lisa's space, because I was about to.
Oh, that was Lisa on the
Yeah.
I heard she was dragged for film for a while.
Have y'all watched that movie Poltergeist? You remember the old movie Poltergeist?
Yes.
Coming to the light, Caroline. Coming to the light.
Next time Monica's on stage. Next time Monica's on stage.
Coming to the light, Caroline.
Next time Monica's on stage, remember Poltergeist. Tell me I'm lying. They sound exactly.
Mermaid, you're behind. I just did it for you, honey. What's going on?
This house is clean.
Focus. Coming to the light, Jeremy. Coming to the light.
You're scaring me now.
Hey, son.
Yeah, it was Monica's got Abe Lincoln, FDR, Martin Luther King, Charlie Kirk, and Jesus, and they all died apparently because of words. I can't. What's going on? Yeah, Monica, black. Like I can't with that.
You know how much Jesus talked about the importance of having a father in the home.
Yeah.
You know, Jesus was killed by his own people.
So was Charlie Kirk apparently.
Some of y'all just shouldn't use y'all mic all the time. Exercise. Just stand on the other side of that mic. Oh, I just felt the spirit. Oh, I felt it. Oh, my.
Right here.
You should know the spirit.
Right here, baby.
Hey, can I have some mic?
What the hell are y'all doing?
It wasn't gas, I'll tell you that.
It probably was. And it was.
It probably was.
As long as it wasn't the spirit of Charlie Kirk, you good. Oh my goodness, you guys have to stop.
Y'all gonna end up on that website.
Yeah, and I don't want to be on it. So y'all please, if y'all respect me, try not to do that in this space, because I don't want no parts of it. I'm just saying. And I ain't trying to block your speech. But I don't want to be on nobody's radar.
Yeah, can we just praise what's his name, Mr. Robinson, the father? You know, thank you for turning your son in, because otherwise we wouldn't have known that this dude was a right-wing extremist.
That Patel fool was not gonna find him. What's his name?
Oh no.
He couldn't find the mic if it was right in front of him.
Couldn't find his right eye.
Between him and Pam Bondi, they was not finna find nobody.
$1 bill.
As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the footage of the guy jumping off the roof, they probably would have pinned it on that old man.
They wouldn't have nobody.
They could have caught him before he did this, is the reality. If people were doing the actual work and had, proper things in place. But they didn't. They wanted to gut the FBI.
Y'all, did you guys play this dude's voice talking?
Yeah, he played it.
Okay. No, they didn't. They
like 2 seconds of it now.
Jeremy always be talking about something late.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
Jeremy, what? What happened?
You always be talking about, oh, nah, we did. No, we didn't. Can we hear the rest of it?
We heard it, but not all of it, I think.
Like 3 minutes.
Do we want to hear the rest of it?
No. How long is it?
15.
Alright, so wait a minute, hold on.
Friday night. Not Friday night, that's like Tuesday night.
That's a Tuesday night service.
You're not doing that on a Friday night.
Friday night.
Yeah, we just heard the martyr part now. That's all we heard, and then we just like, all right, we're done.
All right, but listen. So, I mean, is this like a gag room? Like, what are y'all doing? So what y'all want to talk about? Y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about. What's happening? Y'all got some other news y'all want to talk about? Hello?
Yeah.
Am I talking to myself?
Hello? We're going to do TDS and,
Go play the rest of it. It's fine.
Oh, now it's fine.
No, I didn't say it was bad. I just say all we heard was.
Jeremy, are you white or black?
He's
Filipino.
He's racially ambiguous. Mexican of the Asian community. Don't say that. He ain't no Mexican of the Asian community. Oh, I'm sorry, Patty. You got Filipino ancestry too.
Yo, that's my sis.
And that's Patty's cousin. Stop playing one of them. But it's not me that gave them that role. It's white people. It's all white people fault, Patty, because that the Eurocentric values and shit spread over there. Yeah, but it's Mexicans are more.
Oh, well, you Filipino, you definitely need to watch out on them niggas. I've been hearing you drop a whole bunch of N-bombs.
Me?
Yes.
When?
Today.
He did?
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Not you been getting by.
Yeah, it must have just slid out. Like, I didn't even know.
It shouldn't be in there. So,
It's subconscious. I apologize for him.
it shouldn't be. That's great.
Don't worry, it's never hard R.
That don't mean that's not helpful.
What you still get knocked out in person if it ain't a hard R, you know that, right?
Are you for real? Did I say it?
Yeah. But even if you didn't, right now you just condoned the.
No, I grew up. Yeah, I grew up. I'll be honest. I grew up, saying the word. So.
I grew up saying, what they call it? The time. Oh man, I ruined the whole thing.
Wait, why was you not saying that? Where you grew up at?
In Vallejo, California.
Dude, you know you, right? You know what? I'm not trying to give him no pass, but Vallejo low-key explain it.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What is Vallejo? What is Vallejo? Like this. Yeah, like what is Vallejo? Like give us the equivalent.
Everybody knows who Vallejo was telling us.
Okay.
You know, it came up from
It's kind of like this, different, like.
And I'm being super honest. I'm being super honest with y'all.
There's a lot of people from Vallejo.
It's like tribalism over racism over there.
Yeah, like I guarantee you, he probably won't get pressed in Vallejo for saying it.
It depends where you at. I can't believe you and the crest doing that.
He could be on board.
All right, so we're gonna keep it moving. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Just don't start again. They're gonna count me if we did.
We can't let the California people speak.
About what? About shit we don't know about. We not from California.
Oh, sure, but Texas, we can just let it go on for an hour.
No, we not.
That's where he was going.
I keep it a fuck. We talk about New York all the time.
It's Fashion Week in New York right now. It's
But guess what? I ain't from California. How about that?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I was looking up.
Avery Patty is the best patty.
That is kind of California kind of style.
No, I'm not California style.
Very much so, Patty.
Yo, stop confusing us New Yorkers for Californians. Thank you.
Well,
They're not like us, okay? They're not like us, okay?
They not like us.
They exactly not like us. They too Hollywood. We ain't Hollywood. We ain't Hollywood. We got it. They Hollywood.
The Bay ain't not Hollywood.
They too Hollywood for me.
They ain't Hollywood. Y'all got small apartments and big egos.
Too Hollywood and too Hollywood side. But guess what? New York like that. I watch
Biggie and Tupac explained it all. Like Biggie's way better than Tupac. Y'all really thought Tupac. Y'all really thought Tupac. Y'all really thought Tupac had any competition for Biggie. I don't care which one could rap.
And which one was actually born in New York?
I get it.
He has murdered everybody on the West Coast.
Y'all came out with E40 and
movie, E40 really.
motherfucker, yo.
Tupac taught Biggie everything he knows.
Biggie and Tupac is a Broadway dancer.
Everybody knew, because I just want to make this clear to you, West Coasters. Fucking Tupac is not from out there. He was born in Brooklyn.
Y'all playing him now. Gotta try to blame y'all. This is hilarious.
He didn't come to the West Coast. He was a grown adult male. Okay, so
why would we want to blame Tupac?
Thank you.
Tupac was always corny.
He was corny, but he was not
He's a legend. Stop it. He a legend. Legends can be corny.
Once I learned my game at Oakland.
He's a football from California. Boy, from Baltimore. Real
Wait a minute. Tupac never claimed to be from California.
Yes, he did.
He said what?
You
want me to find the clip? Look at all these Californians. You want me to find that clip for you? Yeah, dude.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Mustard. You are not the representative from California.
Yo, what's up, B? What's up, son? It's mad lit in here.
Language, nobody, because y'all talk proper as fuck.
I'll walk on my hammer's back, son.
And y'all still trying to use
Word to mother.
So whack.
Into the west side if you don't want your CEO all in the videos.
What's side?
Because y'all know them fools over there ain't like us over here. A buster.
What's a buster?
Yeah. I haven't heard nobody say that in the last 10 years. I mean, y'all do like nobody says that.
I say Buster. I say Buster all the time.
Nah, I'm saying nobody in LA does. Maybe you do, but out here, that's what I'm saying.
Every day. No one use it all the time.
You niggas are real busters. Like, who does that?
Culturally, don't know where your hoes they say
Buster. He said,
I wish I still had that old message he sent me. He was like, "Cause you're a fucking buster."
He sounded like he sounded like a fucking.
He sound like Big Worm.
Yeah, he do sound like Big Worm.
Just a big worm.
Yeah, California. I used to like when I was young. I used to like I want to go to California, but then once I got older, it was really when I went to school and I seen the niggas from Cali. I was like, these niggas might be a little lame.
And the way they drive,
the outfits was real.
You don't wear Timberlands everywhere.
Y'all don't wear Timberlands. At that time, y'all wear lingerie. Y'all wear Chucks, bro. Like y'all wear Chucks. Y'all will come up here in lingerie, Timberlands with a do rag. They be out on size 15 and
oversized and then tiny ass shoes.
Then they button the top of their fucking shirt. Get the fuck out of here.
Nobody buttons the top of their. You watching Debo on Friday? Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Y'all know stuff like y'all see on movies because y'all confused. I can tell y'all don't be out here.
Well, clearly you confused about New York if you think all we wear is motherfucking Timbs, nigga. We are the same.
They be in lingerie. Y'all see the girl in lingerie. Look, she had lingerie, Timbs, and the do-rag. That's a crazy combination.
No, see, you're watching the wrong things. You gotta come to the city and see how fly we are, okay?
Nobody got
New York.
Nobody's telling you that they're all New York. You've been on New York, you would be talking the way we talk.
I've been on.
I'm not fucking with New York with the clothes. It's not happening.
You got a lot of family out there.
It ain't even happening. He's not fucking with us. So there's that.
Most of the people that represent New York in here are not in New York, so that says a lot.
It don't fucking matter. I got a job. I got a job. What's the problem?
I do too, and I'm right here in LA.
I got a job. I got a job.
What about the rest of y'all? Y'all just read around Scotty, you the only one. I'm gonna give it to Scotty. He there repping. Everybody else is fake. Y'all not right.
Had a job.
Okay, that's what I thought. The job for federal. I get it.
Patty, you got a part of this too. What the fuck you talking about? We live there part time.
Brooklyn, you're not in Brooklyn. What are you talking about?
It don't matter.
Your name should be Atlanta. Your name is Atlanta.
Leave her alone.
My name is Brooklyn. Yeah, because there's a lot of Californians in Atlanta too.
Atlanta's still better than LA. Shit, California.
It is definitely better than LA. It's more black people. It's more black people in Atlanta, like LA.
As long as y'all got Creeds from California, y'all are dead. Like Creeds from California. So y'all can never outlive that.
We got actual black people. When Jim and I said that he was at the gun range the other day, and he don't never see no black people in there, I went to say, nigga, because it ain't no black people in LA. You barely got black people, period.
Wait, I got the numbers.
And we are shit. We own. I have the numbers. Wait, I have the numbers.
34,000 in Atlanta, 338,000 in Los Angeles.
I'll have you know.
Wait, hold up. You said read it again?
I rounded y'all. 234 in Atlanta, 338 in
That's a lot.
And this is hold on. This is number of black people?
What about the percentage?
That tells a story. LA is a much bigger city. LA is a much bigger city.
Actually, the percentage looks like.
What did you look right now?
You got black politicians here. You got black business owners.
We don't act like black people out here. Oh my God.
now you're on the virtual dinner.
Virtually have to be doing
Wait, are y'all okay? niggas want to make these motherfucking crash the fuck out.
Good.
Do y'all niggas understand percentages? Atlanta's a way bigger city than Atlanta. So y'all have 334. We have anywhere near close. That means we have a way higher percentage of black people. Hello!
Y'all have a higher percentage, but we have more blacks, period. There it is.
Oh, yeah, because you have more people.
Well, we mad at that. There's more black people here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, nigga, it's more in Texas. Like that's because there's more people in general.
Texas is because there are more black people here than tiny ass Atlanta, nigga. That's what it is.
You understand? You have 40 million people. It's the most populous state in the.
That's a little bitty ass city. I'm not used to little shit.
So, and apparently they don't got math classes out there either. And Georgia, so you think Georgia, y'all got more black people than Georgia, like percentage wise?
No.
So you know percentages is what matters, and by percentages, LA has the slimmest numbers of black people. Like
we're like 6 to 8% out here.
6 to 8. Oh yeah, 6. Yeah, like the single digits.
Did you know? Wait, did you know that? What if I told you that Connecticut has more percentage of black people than California?
I know California ain't got.
How are you gonna switch sides like that? What are you doing right now?
There's hella Trump country in California on the east side of California.
You just gotta know where, like, you gotta go to the like outside of the main cities. Yeah, there's a lot of like we got the Republican strongholds. But if you go to the major cities, it's gonna be Democratic. You're not gonna see a lot of MAGA hats and none of that shit. You gotta go outside.
It's almost in every.
What I will say about black people from that side of the country, it's almost like I can tell y'all deal with white people. Like you could just tell versus a person from
Can I say something now?
from this side, like.
So y'all got more terrorisms. I got it.
Can I say something?
Yeah, because we're around niggas. We love.
Be proud of that. Don't be proud of that.
Why not be proud of being black?
You're not saying black. I mean, you gotta be a nigger.
No.
Can I say something?
Niggas live with niggas. Just because it's a black city don't make it a nigga city. That's the most.
Can I say something?
Jeff literally just said that.
Can I speak? God damn it! Shit! Fuck!
I think Brooklyn wants to say something.
But right.
Michael Brooklyn.
So the bold-faced ass lie. First of all, the black community in Atlanta is almost 50% versus what is it, 6 to 7% in LA. Okay, you motherfuckers be saying here like Atlanta has a larger black community. Wow, LA has a more diverse, meaning that they have a lot of blacks from other places, but Atlanta has a lot of black Americans here, buddy. Right? And we not accounting for the fact that most of the blacks in LA are mixed. Okay? Whereas in Atlanta,
that's not true.
They are.
That's not true. Now you're lying.
They are counted as black.
Now you're lying.
Atlanta, 47%, exactly. And they're counting the mixed blacks. Let's start the fuck there. When I say that you don't see a lot of blacks there, that's because when you look around, most of them are mixed with the Mexican.
I see a lot of blacks out here. What are you talking about?
I know
New York is blacker than LA, y'all.
New York is way blacker than LA.
And that's a great
And most cities probably will be more like percentage-wise. It's going to be most cities that are more black than LA. Like there's no fighting that. That's a given, right? But if we're talking population-wise, because we have such a large section, we're going to have more population-wise, like overall.
But y'all still don't got more niggas in New York.
Percentage is what counts when you
so
try to like.
When you have black events out here, you'd be surprised at how many people show up. It's a lot of fucking people. A lot.
But y'all influence ain't big out there because y'all.
Our influence it should be bigger. You're right about that. I would know.
Y'all still make up a small slice of the pie overall.
We do.
If your argument is that you have a lot of people, your population is high, your population ain't bigger than New York, and they got 22% niggas. So it's more niggas everywhere than it is in Cali.
Y'all Y'all win the nigger war.
Do y'all ever wonder why that is? Well, yeah,
I can tell you one of the reasons, Just. I can tell you that off top. We're right next to the border in a popular city, so a lot of like the demographic of LA has been changing rapidly. Like there's a lot of Hispanics just coming back to the point where they're dominant. Like that's what happened.
For a city like, I just think like, why didn't black people migrate out? I guess because it's further, but like how they did to New York and Chicago.
You're not next to a border like we are. We not to Mexico.
They moved to Texas. They moved a lot of.
I mean, Houston has a real significant amount of black population.
There's also a lot of black people that are leaving the major cities to go to the smaller cities.
Yeah, they are for finances. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they migration back to the city.
The Great Migration didn't hit hard enough because when you look at where the areas that are mostly populated by black people, it's kind of still where they dropped us off at. As fucked up as that is, just. And that's true. The South is very much so highly populated with black people. That's true.
So basically, y'all have a plantation and stayed, so that's why it's so many.
Virginia to Texas.
No, they actually. No, people
I just say Delaware to Texas.
To the South.
Delaware to Texas should be the black curve because that's where all the black people really live.
People are just migrating back to the South.
What city has the highest percentage of blacks overall, like as a whole?
Detroit or Jackson?
Oh.
Mississippi State.
I would say Mississippi or Alabama. Yeah.
Jackson, Mississippi, or Detroit, or Flint. Flint might be a bit.
Nah. Doesn't North Carolina have a high percentage?
Oh, not really. They actually never did.
What about New Orleans?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it right here.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I mean, to you, it's gonna be a significant anywhere on this part of the coast.
Don't do that,
It's actually
That's low. That's low.
South Florida has 90%. It's Atlanta.
South Fulton, yeah.
3% black population.
Yeah, show this though. Like this is a serious question.
At 80.5 and Detroit at 80.4. So
that's crazy.
It is South Florida. That's correct.
Statistics.
Ask this question: do y'all think it's a significant advantage?
I know you ain't interrupt me to fucking ask your damn question. No, I know you could talk for 10 hours after I finish what I say.
Yeah, finish it.
Because I gotta say something. Now I done lost my damn thought. Go ahead with your turn.
My bad. But look, I was about to ask, do y'all think it's a significant advantage to being black in a majority black city, or do you think, like, let's say Detroit, for example, they have a high percentage of black people, but they got dirty houses and dirty water, like they market.
What are you implying? Black in a high city. Being black in a city.
They get neglected because they don't care about it because it's the majority black. I think that the government overall might not be looking at your resources.
Now you sounding anti-black.
But you have to. But do you know the history of Detroit though?
No,
Detroit was like when you talk about cities like DC and when you think about the Atlanta or whatever I don't know if people think about this, but a lot of people think Atlanta's like Wakanda or the Black Hollywood. That started out with like cities like Detroit and places like Harlem. That's where black people went to thrive. Detroit specifically, that's where black people went to go get rich. Well, not rich, but that built the black middle class because that's where they made cars and black people could get jobs. So when you think about
job in Detroit,
one of the first cities where you saw black people, not just black people, but occupying all facets of society, socioeconomically, like from rich to poor, Detroit is probably maybe the first. Yeah, I guess DC too, but Detroit, I would say, is probably the first city you see that on a mass scale. It got devastated because they took the car market out of there and all of those things. But nah, Detroit was the one.
Just let me say this though. And I'm gonna give clarity on what I'm saying, right? And I've heard other people from Detroit talk about this. They said they felt like they were denied resources because of the racial demographics. that they should have had more resources allocated to them that they didn't get allocated to them because of the way they were structured, because that there were so much African Americans there that they were being neglected to a certain extent. Now, the details I don't know, but I do remember him saying that.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, I get what you're saying, but to me, if I could do it over, I think I would have had more opportunities. Same way I wish I would have went to an HBCU, I would have been better in a black city, just because I deal with so many microaggressions. I would much rather take flat out racism than microaggressions racism. When I was in school, I wrote my final paper, my thesis paper on how I prefer skinheads over the KKK, because I was like, because the skinheads hate you, but the KKK could be a regular person and be like, hey, how you doing? And then as soon as you leave, they're shredding your resume or they're doing something to try to make you, you know what I'm saying, be harmed in some way.
But that's not why Detroit lost funding to infrastructure. When the factories went away, you got to remember people moved, and that causes a plummet.
Yeah, they lost 700,000 people.
Right.
Yeah,
the value of your house goes down when you can't sell it. Like, there's a lot of shit that can. Didn't the city go bankrupt or some shit?
Yeah, went bankrupt because we lost a black line. Well, Brian could tell us he from Detroit. Or
probably tell more. It ain't about white people being there and they destroyed the city, or it's an economic thing. Like, come on, y'all.
I'm looking at this right here. It says white flight. It says white flight when white residents move from the city to the suburbs, it significantly reduced the tax rate.
Take a regular business class and talk about that. Right. Detroit is something that is actually something that they'll talk about when it comes to what economies look like when they fall apart. Like, I don't know.
I understand that the economy fell apart. I literally just put this in the chat to see how far off I am, right? And it says there's substantial evidence that Detroit has been denied resources or has had resources unfairly distributed, in part because of its racial demographics. Many scholars, activists, and reports point to patterns of systemic racism, segregation, and policy neglect that disproportionately affect Black residents in Detroit.
Yeah, and they had stealing ass politics as well too.
Yeah, it goes into mortgages. It says in Detroit, white borrowers receive a disproportionately high percentage of home loans relative to their share of the population. Meanwhile, Black residents, who are the majority in Detroit, receive fewer home loans despite their numbers. This makes it harder for Blacks to build wealth through home ownership. So there is some shit happening.
And it's hard to build wealth through home ownership when your house isn't going up in value either.
It's depreciating, I get that.
So
and also redlining and blocklisting and all.
Yeah. It's literally just describe redlining. That's what they're doing, exactly.
Go ahead, Brian. It's time to.
I gotta try to get in there, but Detroit is, what you described, that's where people who haven't been to Detroit with redlining, that's where the whole thing with 8 Mile, and people who haven't been to Detroit know the movie, and it's like, but when that's like the unofficial cutoff between quote unquote the safe Black part, or excuse me, the quote unquote safe white part, and then downtown Detroit in 696, which is the east-west freeway that split the city between the suburbs and downtown Detroit. Everything you're describing. I mean, I guess I often say I'm not a native Detroiter. I'm an adopted Detroiter, but I have the experience of spending a lot of years here, and it reminds me of Cleveland. And to me, I venture to pan out and look at the quote unquote Rust Belt. Cleveland, Detroit, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Steel City, and all these heavily Midwestern manufacturing bases. Yeah, Detroit. If you look at the history of the city, and with right, wrong, or indifferent, with Henry Ford when he lopped out that $5 a day, at the time that did
Americans that came up from the South looking for, quote unquote, a safer place. My dad was included in that, not to Detroit, but being a child of the South and what he went through, he moved us up to Cleveland. But, to know the city of Detroit, to learn about it and its impact on Black Americans and the politicians who did their fair share, and granted, and even Coleman Young, he was the first Black mayor of Detroit, but that mofo was shady, just like any other ones. But at least he was he tried to do some good for the Black citizens of the city. But I don't know, it's a combination of things that you could, in my opinion, you can look to as a demise. And then the rebirth, the riots, the racial, the bigotry, the racism that was prevalent in the police department. It can go on and on. In my opinion, the auto industry is heavy, but there are other reasons. Hell, Detroit, you're right next to Canada. I got one of my buddies who's in Toronto, and he shared his family history that they came up from the South, moved to Detroit, and then ultimately I think he said his great-grandfather, and then ultimately his dad decided, well, hell, we here, let's just move across the river into Canada and keep it rolling, because they were looking for something safe.
Well, at least we accomplished not talking about tech.
I was gonna say, if Jim and I, or y'all, even Jim, if you had said the border the third time, Trick may appear. Right.
Does anybody know anything about the rights that are supposed to be being removed from the Afghan interpreters that assisted the U.S. military, and they're basically being forced to go back and face the consequences?
The ones that were brought here?
Yeah, I've read a couple things, but I don't have any details.
Let me Google that. That's crazy.
They've been talking about that.
So we hired. I'm sorry.
If I'm not mistaken, Haitian Patty? Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when, who else did they, well, maybe this is a new country, but what was the country before when they were sending the people back and they was crying, saying that they might get killed?
Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
So when they were bringing over mass, refugees, I guess, from Afghanistan, the company I was working with hired a bunch of them. I know a bunch, well, I'll say 30, to work on manufacturing at the time. And most of them were translators that helped the U.S.
Fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's fucked up. If they really were helping us and then we send them back to face, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It was actually people in the military and out of the military, I guess mostly out, that were coordinating flights for them to get in here.
Even active duty. I had a colonel who's at the time his interpreter was being blocked, and he had to get one of the politicians involved.
That's the most fucked up thing, you know what I'm saying? So many people made more sacrifices than these so-called patriots over here in your own country.
The video I watched, Haitian, the gentleman was saying, just check, I work with the U.S. military. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Like he said, the Taliban was already saying it was going to be an immediate death sentence when he came back. That's what he was worried about, was the Taliban. He said, basically, y'all sending me back to my demise. Like, y'all sending me back to death. I helped y'all. Like, and the ICE was just like, well, you come with us, we'll figure it out. And they just took him.
And his family would get killed.
That's going to make people think about helping us out or providing services if this is how we treat them.
Exactly. And this is the second time we kind of fought Afghanistan. Because when they fought the Soviets, when we were supplying all that shit to them, after they beat the Soviets, we left. And that's how the fucking Taliban came in with free reign. Motherfuckers don't learn from mistakes, bro.
We keep alienating allies, man, left and right, people or countries.
We go back on our word. We're not credible.
It's been Republicans that saying that, and they're the ones that's supposed to supposedly support defense. So I don't understand.
It's crazy, right, Patty? Because I know when I first went in the military, that was always the thing. Republicans want to go to war, you know? Now they're trying to play out of this Democrats. They're full of shit, man.
And this is one of them when it caused crazy.
To that point of turning like backs on allies, I mean, what I don't know, this is my opinion or my feeling, and it's appealing. I don't know if it's fact, but I feel like logically you end up turning somebody, you know, against you later on down the line. Like, you know, that, like how many times have we as a country, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, I'll just say, like, feel like, man, are we helping to breed terrorists that, you know, would not normally have grown up to be a terrorist? Or I don't like to use that word. I'm trying to find another one, but my brain is tired. But, you know, you send these individuals that have helped our military on a condition that, okay, they'll come to America, and now they're being, you know, sent back. Their families being killed, and if they do survive, now they look at us side-eyed like, you know, I ain't messing with you like that. If anything, I'm gonna start plotting against you.
Let's make sure we're interrupting anybody.
Didn't they stop it?
No, so instead of giving them they said they want to do a moment of silence. People started banging on the tables and screaming. It was awesome. They were wilding out. It was a very clear statement that, like, we're not with that. Yeah.
The NFL did one too.
Wait, they did it. They did it for what? I didn't hear about that. At a game?
It was before Thursday night football.
Shut up.
And the Yankees did the same shit, bro.
Yeah, so the Yankees, I heard they did a statement. I didn't know they also did the moment of silence. That's, whoa, I didn't know the NFL did that. Wow.
Yeah, I think it was the Commanders, right?
Yeah, that was Thursday.
That is so disgusting.
Dang, that league is so black.
Guys are promoting racism. I know that. What were the players doing? Were they on the knee too?
They continue to show us who they are.
Y'all continue to watch. Y'all keep watching. It's not like they don't change nothing. Y'all be in front of the TV on Sunday watching. So
it was Thursday.
Well, whatever.
Share with you guys. Thank you. You all can take a mental break.
Yes, if you please join us in the moment of silent reflection following the murder of Charlie Kirk. The NFL condemns all violence in our communities. It will take all of us to stop hating. Thank you. And that's it.
What?
And so when Colin Kaepernick took a fucking knee, it was a big fucking deal, and he lost his career. But a racist, they all for it. Take a fucking knee. We don't acknowledge any type of violence, but yet and still, hashtag Colin Kaepernick. This is some bullshit. All right.
Wake it
And
up.
y'all will be on the couch watching. They'll be on the couch watching.
Did they say take a moment of silence or take a knee?
It was a problem for a black man. Y'all was a big outrage.
It's okay.
Definitely not a club.
Okay, so, yeah, stay focused. So, Kaepernick. Okay, well, hold up. Listen, I think, and you know, just listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the words. I think perhaps maybe the reason why, certain groups are picking, a moment of silence and contributing to that, not because of who he is or was, but more about the fact that this was done on live TV. You know what I mean? Like, it was something that everybody's been playing, and the fact that he was in that political arena, so to speak, I think that's why we're seeing these moments of silence.
A first lady wasn't George Floyd on live TV?
Who?
Wasn't George Floyd killed on live TV?
And you had a lot of white people that was jumping the ship and definitely speaking up, doing a lot of moments of silence and things. I'm just saying. I mean, yes, but I agree. But there were a lot of people taking a moment of silence for him as well.
I agree, but I'm just saying it wasn't like, okay, Colin Kaepernick did it without them announcing it. Okay, I'm going to be silent. The whole announcement to a loudspeaker, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. I'll be quiet.
No, he was agreeing with me. But that's the reason why you need to shut up until somebody's finished talking, because they don't know something. They can't hear what you're saying when they're talking. All they hear is somebody mumbling, and then it makes them think that nobody wants to hear them. Okay? Not unless you have a powerful voice like me. I'm like, amen? Lisa, can you continue? With that. Praise him. So, Lisa, are you going to finish or not?
Yes, ma'am. I was just saying that, in my own humble opinion, they announced it over the loudspeaker. They're giving this man too much glory. When C. Kaepernick took the knee for George Floyd, which was also on live television, his life snuffed out, he lost his career. And the man that was next to him. So I'm just making a point, showing them.
Oh, man, Kaepernick took a knee for George? I thought he got fired before that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, we are seeing people die on TV, and no one is saying anything about us that die on TV, and we taking Charlie Kirk and we're elevating him. I'm still confused about this. So
and that's why I'm trying to offer a different way or different perspective in looking at that, because I'm saying, if in fact you were to judge during that period of time in 2020, there was a lot of hype regarding his death, and a lot of groups, a lot of different people spoke up and spoke out against it. They did take moment of silences. They actually had a lot of, what's those things, vigils as well. And then they even got to the point where they were rooting. I mean, well,
the NBA did. The NBA was more, they said more when George Floyd passed out. Well, was murdered.
I'm not saying that all. But not everybody has done it. We've seen the Yankees do it. Now we've seen football do it. I think there'll be a few other people that will. And if I'm not mistaken, some of the players from football started, taking a knee in that period of time, and then Trump was like, y'all better sit your asses down and don't do it again. Y'all remember that? I remember Trump shutting it down because people started doing it.
Not all managers said that, so they tried to do that, right? So, that's a private organization. How does a fucking president tell a private business what they can and can't do?
He did.
Right, he did, but it wasn't every coach, or not coach, it wasn't every owner that was on that now.
Nobody said it was. I'm just making the point and talking to Lisa about what Lisa is talking about, trying to compare George Floyd to this situation. But Kaepernick was already fired before that because Kaepernick got ghosted when Trump was in office.
Yeah,
He was still on a team. He was benched. He was
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Sugar boogers.
All right, booger sugar.
That's Coke.
What are we doing about our country? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right, oftentimes they're radical because they don't want to see crime.
I couldn't care less.
What did that criminal say?
Exactly. He broke precedent with every other American president, in modern times, by saying something as divisive as that. He doesn't care less.
Can you replay that again? Let me hear this again, because I think he even shot his own self in the foot. Say it again. You heard that? Okay.
Yeah, I remember that he has 34 felonies. Let's listen to it.
What are we doing about our country? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People that
Want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do? Okay, the
So he's
radicals
justifying the radicals on the right.
Not just justifying, he's showing that that's where he messed up.
He said he doesn't care.
You guys stop saying that crack a word. I said that shit around my dad. I was like, where you get that word from?
He doesn't care about bringing the country together. That's it.
He said, I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble, but I don't care. I can't get in trouble for it.
Right, he don't get into it. He gets 34 felonies and becomes president. He ain't getting in trouble.
He said, who gonna check me, boo? Huh? Who gonna check me? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say it right now. And he did.
You know what? We're gonna lose the midterms.
I've been saying that.
Did y'all see the picture of him? And this is what I don't understand. Like, they got a video and picture of Trump at the 9/11, I forget, ceremony or whatever it was, right? And he looks like he had a stroke, legitimately. I don't know if y'all seen that. His mouth is hanging to his left.
As someone who had a mini stroke earlier, I fully agree. I think that we need to be talking about.
You okay, babe?
I'm better at it than her first lady.
I'm not first lady.
Well, she wants first lady. The first lady is already. She already marked that already a long time ago.
Wait a minute. What is happening? I cannot be sold. What is happening?
Please stop auctioning me off.
She said second PTR in order, please. I want
The way
that.
they marketed it,
Can you stay focused?
they marketed it in campaign Sleepy Joe to the point where the way that they marketed it in campaign with Sleepy Joe, we need to do the same thing with his stroke out ass right now.
Those weird, Gemini. Those weird. Because it's
Anybody that opposes MAGA, anybody that opposes MAGA.
It's definitely not the Democrats. They're not going to be scared. They've been silent. They're back from breaking instead of that. Well, not all of them. What's her name? Umar, whatever. She was talking out against Charlie Crack. She talked about him, but everybody else. Anybody got some clips? Anybody else saying anything?
She actually put out a good statement. And we listened to the clip the other day, Lisa. She put out a good.
Patty.
she put out a nice statement about the situation. Now, her saying people are full of shit.
See, that's the difference between the left and the right. See, the right people, they have minions to do the work. The minions go out, put the salacious things out there, people start talking about it in the media, and then guess what? The news anchors or the, supposedly journalists begin to start asking these people about these questions or question them about what other people are saying. That's how they get their story out. We don't have that.
Yes, we don't use our
yeah, because why are you doing it? Because you're the person.
I'm not stupid.
Okay, so
we don't use our stupids, and I've been saying this. We always be like, you can't. But there's a purpose for those people. We just don't use them because we so smart over here.
Okay.
But that is one thing. They use their stupids.
We have class. Is what you
so and it's given you will not represent us, but let them go out there and do that.
Somebody need to do some dirt. Sometimes you gotta throw some sand in somebody in the mouth. Like,
but when most of your legislation is about stuff like diversity and compassion and the right to have health care, it's kind of hard to have a negative fucking and Republicans, they're always talking about discipline and fiscal responsibility and they're always talking about taking away. So like it's really hard to have that messaging as a Democrat if your whole messaging is about compassion.
But did you watch it today? Oh, hey.
I love that movie.
So
that's crazy. I love that movie.
I don't know if you guys. You guys are so ghetto.
Can I talk? Oh, now you want to talk, huh?
Oh yeah, I've been quiet these hours. Can I fucking say
no? You can't say a word.
Hold on, let me get my mic.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, I was talking about the Dems not fucking saying anything, and I was just saying, if you seen The Breakfast Club this morning, Jasmine Crockett was on The Breakfast Club. That's what I was gonna say. I know how much I love Charlamagne the God. I'm going on mute.
I love Jasmine.
I'm not gonna get it chatted. Y'all want to check it out? Check it out.
I was gonna ask you, can you play it?
But that's a whole hour. No, that's too.
Oh hell no! She talked for a whole hour.
Just all the interviews are an hour.
Clearly, I don't watch it.
That you found interesting at Wish.
Who are you?
Mira, cállate la boca.
No, he no español.
I have a question.
Hey, Jeremy.
Everybody knows cállate la boca.
Oh wait, we got a supporter.
Okay, let's hear it.
Charlie Kirk supporter.
Cool. I have a question though. Did you all see the Laura Loomer tweet about Charlie Kirk that she took down after the killing?
Do you have a chat? I remember
she had posted something in July, because it was a beef, I guess, between her and him. So I don't know. I can read a little bit of it.
Well, before you read it, no, because I've pressed pause for a minute now.
You don't care about the Civil War going on?
I want you to get it out in a second because I've had mine on pause a minute and it's live TV, so I just need to get this out. Thank you. All right, so Marco Rubio, whatever his name is, he will be traveling to Israel in the coming days due to the dwindling prospects for Gaza, for a Gaza ceasefire and disapproval from Donald Trump's over Israel strike on DOHA less than a week ago. Okay. Now, the United Nations General Assembly voted by a large majority on Friday in favor of a declaration that outlines steps towards what? A two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. Did y'all hear about this?
Oh, good. Okay.
And backs a Hamas-free government for Palestine. So that's one thing. A resolution which is non-binding was approved by 142 countries, with 10, including Israel and the United States, voting against it. So they all voted against the two-state solution, so they don't want that. NATO has launched an initiative to reinforce the defense of Europe's eastern flank after a Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace this week. NATO Security General Mark Rutte, I think, announced on Friday. Also on Friday, Russia and Belarus kicked off major military drills to test the readiness of their armed forces. Okay? All right. I think that's enough. It was something else I wanted to say, but I guess it probably pays. So go ahead, Scotty, with your information.
Let me just add to what you're saying. Belarus is sandwiched right next to Ukraine and Poland, and Russia. So to get to Poland, you gotta go through Belarus, and Belarus is on Russia's side. Belarus is also directly north of Ukraine as well. So it's a very strategic area for Russia. So it's something to be very concerned about.
Okay, so I found it. So in a chain of X looking to stoke internal tensions in recent days, and you gotta tell me what this means. In recent days, served pig heads were dumped outside mosque. Red hands dabbed on a Holocaust memorial and Stars of David sprayed in Paris neighborhoods, according to a statement from the Paris prosecutor's office. Did you hear about that? No? Okay. Guess I don't care. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff just going on crazy. Supposedly foreigners who have since left France did this. So Water, I need you to get us a report on France. Thank you. All right, Scotty, one mic on you. I'm going on mute. And if I fall asleep, leave me sleep. Thank you.
Okay, just mute up before you fall asleep.
I don't snore like with Stefani.
I don't know why somebody muted him yesterday.
Who said I do? Who said that?
I know.
Was that culturally? You gotta pick a side and stay on. Little fucker. Go ahead, sir.
Do you want me to read what Rumor wrote about Charlie?
Yes, please. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm gonna go to
She
sleep
wrote this in July, but of course deleted this, after he got killed. But said, I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I've had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Turning Point USA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. On the one-year anniversary of the assassination attempt on Trump's life, Charlie hosted comic Dave Smith at Turning Point USA's conference, where Dave Smith was able to speak a bunch of conservative youth, an organization that claimed to be pro-Trump. And 3 weeks ago, he called for President Trump to be impeached and removed from office over his decision to blow up Iran's nuclear facilities. Charlie played both sides of the Iran issue on the show, as we all saw, because he wants to play both sides of the aisle. The honorable thing to do is have a position and actually defend it to the death instead of flip-flopping. So, there you go. And Smith, she went on to say, Smith, this is the comedian that was speaking with Charlie, said that all of MAGA should turn on Trump and abandon him. That's all.
I think that shows Charlie Kirk's character. He doesn't toe the party line. Hey, he's a free thinker. He thinks for himself. He's not going to just follow other people told.
Anybody want to tell him? Who's going to tell him? Hey, remember when Charlie Kirk was asking for the Epstein files, and then the next day he got a call from the White House, and then he said, "You know what? I'm tired of talking about the Epstein files." Remember that? That's called walking the party lines, right?
Yeah, but he since reverted back, but he just hasn't been as loud as he was initially.
What did good old Candy say? What what did Candy say about him and this whole Epstein thing? They're trying to make Charlie do something over Epstein. My friend. All right. Nipple, freak. What's going on? She said it out of her own damn mouth. Her friend.
He's a free thinker, though, right, Lisa? He's a free thinker.
He was. Sorry. I'm sorry, again. I didn't mean to chuckle.
How many Democrats do you guys have that?
Oh, what about it?
Have.
Well, what about it, guys?
Have. No, what? Nobody got no. What are you talking about? How many do we have?
What is that disagree with y'all's party and they get called out for?
Oh, all the time. That's what we always do. Did you hear me just disagree?
Oh,
my party?
I'm talking about people that hold offices.
All the time. Did you see the people who? Did I finish? Hold on, Spirit.
Sorry, go ahead.
Was he alive 2 years ago when they crossed over for Al Green, or was it 1 year ago? Were you alive, sir, when that happened?
What happened?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Bye.
Al Green spoke out, and that really, the whole entire
Listen, you are not paying attention, and I'm not here to educate tonight, okay? Go back and review the tapes. Go back and review the tapes. If that's not what happened, sir.
We disagree with each other all the time,
You are not the sharpest.
The spoons. That means he ain't sharp at all.
He's not a sport.
The fork would be sharp, Lisa.
I'm sorry, I'm not the sharpest part right now.
Just because Al Green was the only one that got kicked out doesn't mean
intellectualizing the damn shit. And he's still trying to argue. Hold on. Go ahead.
Sylvia. Hey, Sylvia. Spirit.
You talking Stella?
Sylvia is Spirit because he just called Lisa First Lady. So, that's Sylvia. His new name is Sylvia. Thank you. Everybody beats Sylvia.
Oh, Lord, and the road is blocked.
I was waiting for the rest of karaoke.
I just listened to his wife speaking. What did you guys think about it?
We only listened to like 5 seconds.
I definitely know I'll listen to her.
But what I heard pretty much saying is she about to pick up the torch. She said she about to light this motherfucker up, and you guys didn't know her husband's name. The way the neighbors know your name. Yep, that's what I heard. And she's gonna continue.
She didn't sound very. She said she paid her.
I'm telling you, they're gonna give him a statue in front of the White House.
We don't know none of that.
If you think, what? You see the way they going on? Oh my God, you would have thought this was VP.
Yeah, but Trump be feeling one way today and be feeling another way tomorrow.
He's so good.
Nah, he's gonna use this.
Call him Johnny Diapers.
If he remembers.
Donnie's gonna use this to benefit him.
Maybe.
Talking about he was supposed to be president.
Hey, was the martyr in the Project 2025? Was martyr in there?
Oh my God. I don't think so.
You can't put everything in the game plan.
What? But they said they had one. They damn sure showing themselves money. But guess what? God is in control of all things. If y'all didn't know. Wait, did you say on that one?
That's not the same question that God is.
That's the collection plate. Come on now.
Shit.
I never heard what y'all talking about.
Jesus and Jerry.
God in control.
I'm watching satisfying pain videos.
Did you have y'all seen this close-up picture of this young man? Have y'all seen his mugshot?
No.
Yeah. I seen his left, to the right, to the front, to the back.
Y'all haven't taken a look?
Yeah. I'm sure you could probably find it online. I'm not Googling that. So.
It's on the internet. You look like Monica. On the internet is crazy.
If you go to Instagram,
Yeah, I'm sure somebody got it out there. Oh, I was trying to say. What's his name again? I'm watching him saying that. His name is Tyler Robertson.
I know your brother's name Tyler, but y'all think he's gonna be more popular than well, his brother is quite
You don't think so? Do you think they're gonna put
Luigi was that girl. Luigi
I know nobody's talking about Luigi no more. Oh, now Luigi had a different look than this guy, but I was saying or pointing out that he wasn't a bad-looking little boy. He was only 22 years old.
He was a genius, though. He got a 34 on the ACT.
Exactly, and like he had a full $35,000 scholarship to University of Utah.
He would have been awesome in the military.
Will we ever know why he's?
But that's why they're saying that the shot was so good, because Woody was a math whiz.
Well, there was people walking around with hats saying, "Make snipers great again." So
no, that's not nice.
That's why he came out better than the last time.
Man, listen.
Stop.
What's going on in that brain?
You didn't see people walking around with those hats?
I ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh yeah, there's people walking around with those hats. They're walking around with those hats after they try to take down Mr. President.
I'm just wondering, would he have been hit if he was wearing a turtleneck?
Okay. Y'all need to stop.
I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought that was my voice.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm not going to fucking jail with y'all. I just want y'all to understand. First Lady C is not saying any of this shit for the records. Please do not talk over me because I want these people to understand. Excuse me, ma'am. I am fighting for my right to speak. Listen here, Clubhouse. If you got this shit on recording and you are recording, I want you to know that I disagree with all these people in regards to the shit that they're talking about Casey. Okay?
I was just asking about the I was just asking about apparel. I mean, it is pumpkin spice and turtlenecks.
Look at the chat. It's his mugshot.
They don't make bulletproof turtlenecks, bro, so stop it.
They kind of do, though.
That's crazy.
Cut the shit. Anyway,
I think
hello to the young man. They said that he has been, playing, but yeah, so we don't want to talk about gun violence, or possibly, banning your guns because everybody's scared of the next person. So
they should make a gun bill, and in honor of Charlie Kirk, the Democrats should do it. Now that would fuck them up.
And what would that say? Like, what would be it?
Make them vote on it. Have them on record voting against it.
Yeah, no more
The Charlie Kirk bill.
Yeah.
civilians.
Present a gun reform bill in the name of Charlie Kirk, just how they do other people. Make them Republicans put their money where their mouth is. Y'all devastated. Y'all devastated. Here's the Charlie Kirk bill for gun reform. Let's actually fast track this to vote on next week of Friday. So make sure everybody's here and see what the Republicans do.
Yeah.
Everybody high up here is this and does that.
See, that's what I said, Justin. You need to be up. See, you don't listen to me.
What I'm gonna do? First off, no one's voting for me, so I'm gonna never get up there.
You can be this is what I'm saying. You can be the background voice that they need, and they can get you an account, and you'll be like the ghostwriter for them. You understand?
They have people that do that. They do that.
They ain't doing a good job. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying that's a real thing that they can have somebody that's a real position that you can have. That's using their own word against them. That's using their own word. Yeah, because they're gonna vote against it, but we're gonna have it on record, so they're
next time, because we don't want to hear shit.
Let's go further than this.
What they should do is they should
That's one at a time.
Hold on.
One mic on Spirit, V. Then you can go after him. No, not real quick. It's real quick on Spirit, bro. Mute up.
Super quick. They should go one step further, and because of all the people that are getting, fired for free speech, they should have the Charlie Kirk First Amendment free speech law.
Wake it up, spare it.
Have that.
Well, how about instead of having that free speech law, how about all the people who want to censor people? They should all go move to North Korea. That's what.
You interrupted him to say that stupid shit.
I think they should name the college after.
They were actually giving brilliant submissions, and then you said that stupid shit.
Exactly.
Every voices matter. So you know what? They might try to sneak something in the cultural. What is it called? The cultural amendments. You know that there's a Republican defense policy that they just snuck in there.
Okay.
No, but for real though, we could all use the 5 calls app, or we could call up our representatives, call up your Congress people, and tell them that's what you want them to do.
That's like when Bernie Sanders spoke earlier, he should have said, instead of saying the good sides, both sides, both sides thing, he should have said, this is a travesty. That's why I plan on presenting the Charlie Kirk Gun Reform Act, and I know that my bipartisan Republican, House members would just love to pass this. So I'll be working on that.
And you know what they would do?
Because we're so devastated. And we want to stand with the other side and show that there's no partisanship in political violence. So we're going to make a very extensive gun reform act that we expect there should be no problem passing, due to the mass outrage we've seen from the right side. Thank you.
Because we're very anti-political violence.
So since you're anti-political violence, are you anti-clubhouse violence? Because I heard that a certain person in this space boomed Lisa's room the other day, and she was pretty upset about it. I don't know if she wants to talk about it, but
Oh, he's on stage. I see him right there.
You see somebody?
I see him.
Never did it.
That he was protecting the integrity of my room. Bullshit. That is the best boom excuse I've ever heard. I would protect him.
I didn't so check it.
He was crashing. They were crashing out of his ass, and he couldn't have it.
You cannot fast forward. You cannot fast forward. You don't have.
Yeah, I hear echo. You gotta cut that sucker off.
He's smoking right now. He's smoking in the bathroom.
Yeah, we heard what the wife said.
Okay, thank you. So we got another time. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, back to the other conversation. I was protecting the room. Like they would get I'm like, yo, yeah.
Hold up, you boomed it or you didn't boom it? First you said you didn't boom it. Now you say you
He
didn't.
don't call it booming. He calls it protecting the space. It's just
I didn't boom it. I did not get that. That was somebody else.
So why you saying you was protecting the space? What does that mean? Because I heard you was throwing people out the line.
And all that shit.
Nothing but a liar, but she's
They wanted to urinate on his grave.
Urinate. Damn.
That's
wrong. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Some shit like that.
Gemini, you wasn't there? I thought you were there.
Of course he wasn't.
Nah, I wasn't around for any of those festivities.
Bodyguard right there. He wasn't around.
Engaged in that type of activity.
No.
What? Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Where's Dr. AG when you need it? Let's just press that button. What is happening?
Who?
Dr. AG.
What is going on? What's going on?
What's going on?
shit everywhere.
All right, so Bob didn't do it, Lisa. So sorry.
He said it wasn't me.
That's what they said.
So the research continues on, or
other people said it was him.
You can choose option number 2, door number 2, which is peace. Listen, peace and tranquility, because after that space was bombed, you were able to reopen and have a wonderful sized group come and join you. So which one shall you choose? Door option number 1, where you continue the investigation.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna bring State on stage. So if you choose violence, I got somebody. Oh my God, I got somebody to do right now.
State is in the building.
Yeah, he's coming right now. Come up here, State. I got somebody for you right now.
Hey, State.
Wow. Breaking. Y'all remember my bitch said, I choose violence.
Breaking news, the Utah governor said they gonna seek the death penalty for this young white man.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Also, I think we need to start calling them YWMs for young white male.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We got YNs. I think they need their own.
Motherfuckers just wake up in the morning talking about, yo, I'm gonna do this.
Let me ask you a question. Not related to politics. Or kind of related to politics, but not. So what's that boy named? Young boy. Is that the one that got out? Yeah. Is that the one that just got out of jail and like he does all his stuff?
Yeah.
Which one?
Would y'all let your child go to his to one of the concerts? Okay.
How old? I didn't say yes or no.
No, I said fuck no.
Okay, somebody said no.
What was the question?
15.
Nah.
15.
That's what I'm talking about. YNs. That's gonna be YN epicenter right there. Like
that's what I thought. No.
It's gonna be CY.
Make sure they have it down with them if you do it.
What? It's not not a 15-year-old with a gun. What the fuck?
You can't go into you can't go into
of course, you can't go in the concert with a gun.
What concert y'all been to? I used to pack my shit.
Who said this?
Yeah, must have did some outside shit, but you ain't going to no arena like that. That's for sure.
Is that Donald Trump cousin talking?
Yes. Must be. No, I think that's Clark. What's that?
No, he said that's
Charlie Kirk's cousin.
No, he said he's related to
the
Trump.
type of energy that he brings and the type of energy his music carries is straight violent. Like
that's what I thought. And and the kids are trying to talk me into it. They're like, well, I'll take, my son is going to try to take her. And, that's been my childhood, whatever. I'm like, child, no. It's, I said, I'll pray about it. I'm going to pray about it. That's what I said. But
he knew it was a no when he said, I'm going to pray about it.
It's for her birthday. That's what she wants for her birthday. What'd you say, Pep?
I let my daughter go to Cardi B concert. I let her go to concert.
Cardi B is not violent though. He's about murder. Like half of his music is about offing somebody.
He's a baby daddy.
And
baby daddy with herpes.
He's a 12 kid. He got 12 kids with 12 mamas. Like, I cannot.
She was in Miss Sexy Red. She said, "Get me pregnant." And I was dragging her in the comments.
I just want to be a fly on the wall at the Paps for you. I want to know I want to see them on chart just to see all the shit they got.
She looked real pretty now. I was like, really?
All right, so now Justin.
You said look pretty now.
You said Sexy Red look pretty now. Sexy Red look like
culturally.
Sexy Red look like every chick. She looks better now. Don't do that.
She got a few coins, got her hair, her lingerie, her dresses up there.
That's still that chick. Oh, damn.
That's how you make it.
The carnage that she experienced.
I was smashed.
Forever footprint. That footprint is forever.
Who said I
Who said
was
That's sexy.
That is
Well, since y'all talking gross, I'm looking at a map with preferred Pornhub genres for each state. Would you like to know what your state's preferred
No.
genre is? California, we'll start with you, Gemini. Yours is bestiality.
Fuck out of here. You lying.
That's what he's lying.
He lying.
It says California, Texas is bestiality. Nevada's is grannies. Florida's is grannies.
Grandmas.
I ain't talking about what is this.
But the majority, so Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas. The majority of the states is femboys.
I didn't want you to talk. Just meet up.
Well, y'all was just talking about all kind of stuff. Now I can't give y'all no data.
Wait, tell me
Pennsylvania
you knew that.
Pennsylvania is couch humping.
He said Atlanta is incest.
What is that?
No, Atlanta is not a state.
What is a couch humping? Like they literally humping couches?
Google it, JD.
I'm not putting that in my algorithm ever.
Georgia's is femboys.
The FBI watch list Googling that shit.
Exactly. I don't know why you looking at that stuff. Where'd you get that from?
Look,
Down.
That list of suspects is here. I don't trust that list at all.
Virginia's is midget porn.
That's
great. The furry, Idaho is furry.
You should have listened to me when I said no.
Y'all was just talking about
we were talking about they would
so now if you meet them in California or Texas first night, you can just be like, no thank you.
Did you guys play his classmate speaking?
Yeah, I watched that. Oh no, not the classmate. I watched the guy that was asking him questions.
I just put the link for the classmate. He's speaking, but they're covering his face.
Okay. Well, the guy that was asking questions at the moment that he got shot, he was like, did you see his interview? He had an interview on CNN. And, or did they just play it from, I don't know, CNN may have just played it from his Instagram, I'm not sure. But anyway, he was just like, even though I hate the guy, he started crying. He was like, I never would have wished death on him and stuff like that. But he was like, it was just crazy how I just asked this man this question and then, that happened. So he's the last person that spoke to him. For real.
That speech that that woman made is like, that speech is crazy.
Akon's wife filed for divorce after 29 years.
I've been loved up.
She about to get a bag.
Why she gonna get a bag? Is he rich? Yeah.
Finally got a bag.
Yeah, he got bread.
Why you gotta get mad? Cause I'm asking a question. I don't know what that means.
She was with him before he was,
Yeah, she's a day one.
He was gonna build a city in Africa.
That failed.
He did.
That failed immediately. That failed.
Yeah, she day one. She day one. So
I put the link in the chat.
She's good.
She out. She tired.
What is his worth? What is he worth? Y'all make it seem like this man a billionaire.
I'm not a billionaire, but he definitely he worth over 100.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Right. That's no. You know the game.
No, it says 80, and then another source says less, 40 million.
Yeah, I was thinking he's around about 40 million worth.
Yeah, all this money ain't on the.
Robert, do you ever just take a breath and
career?
Yeah. So, how much money she gonna get? 20 million? Half his money? What y'all talking about?
I don't know. We shall see.
40 million these days ain't a lot. If you
They got married in 96.
Damn.
She definitely day one.
That was
What year his career started? Y'all remember?
Like 2000. No, I think she came out. He used same address for.
He came out with the Fugees, didn't he?
No.
It's not the same guy.
No, I'm talking about the timing.
No, he was way after the Fugees.
No, he was after. When he first came, 2004, guys.
Okay.
He seemed to be a good.
Fugees came out in 1990.
Well, they got married in 96. He didn't, get his career popped into 04 or the beginning of his career. So yeah, she definitely gonna get herself a little bag. She probably got some houses she gonna take and some cars. I'm not sure how many kids they got. That's also counts.
Did he cheat on her?
I don't know.
I mean, does he have any kids outside
Black
of
men
him?
don't cheat.
What black men are you talking about? Is there a special
I didn't know
kind
he
of
was
man or
born in
something?
St. Louis.
Is there a special? You guys say this, but I just want to know: is it like a special kind of blacks that don't cheat?
Yeah,
All the black men I know.
It's a blanket statement. Black men don't cheat.
Hold on.
All the black men I know have cheated.
Because I got all my own niggas out there.
Akon is a polygamist. He does polygamy.
Okay, so he has 9 kids. He has 9 kids.
My eyes are closed.
He has 9 kids by 4 wives.
Yeah, he practiced polygamy. So.
Okay. Yeah,
But the original one, but the first number 1 is tired. He is gonna get much. You know why? Because he has a paper, correct. The other ones don't got papers.
But the other 3 could contest it because he's been doing something that's not legally in the state.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't fucking know. I'm joking. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm joking. I don't know. I'm just joking. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so he got 9 kids and 4 wives. That's exactly what it says.
And see, I told you, I had a feeling he had multiple. Go ahead. He's a multiple. So is that considered cheating or no?
Not if you know. You can't tell somebody.
Not that you know.
But he did cheat on her.
He did.
Yeah, he was cheating with some model chick. There's a couple people.
You trying to add a fifth?
Oh, speaking about cheating, hold on. I got another one for you right now. All right, so
add a fifth to the basket.
I got another one for you.
I got another.
Miguel the singer.
I love him.
So he divorced his wife in 2012. No, 2022. I'm sorry. I think they were married to 11 or 13 years, something like that. I know it was 11 or 13, something. They never had kids. And now he just posted up with a 1-year-old baby talking about happy birthday, son. Boop, 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 boop. But this is by a new chick. She Asian. So I think he cheated on his wife also.
Well, there you go. So men don't cheat. None of the men cheat.
No, black men.
That's not what the women say. No men cheat. No, if we're gonna say black men don't cheat, we're gonna say all men don't cheat. All men don't cheat.
Well, I'm not gonna expand the statement beyond black men.
I don't give a. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
you don't have to extend it. I have extended it.
He only has. Well, this is what Google claims. He only got 1 child by his. He only got 1 child by his wife.
You just said they didn't have any kids.
No,
I don't like that name.
Wait, so the other kids are bastards? That's basically what Google said?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because you can only legally be married.
And they're getting this name. They're getting the 1 child from the divorce papers that were filed on September 12, 2025. There's only 1 child.
Oh, so he coming out?
Why y'all talking about Akon again?
He's getting a divorce.
Hey, so we going on that list again, Culture?
I do not be caring about people.
No. Ray, you freaky as hell. Go sit down. Get some water. Get some water.
Find it yourself.
Exactly. Oh, you know what? He can't because he in a state where he gotta put his driver's license.
Oh, who the fuck is this?
No, I'm in a state where I need a VPN to look at.
Yo, what's that white lady from Friends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I got the fuck all up out of there.
What's that white lady from
A
Friends?
VPN for what?
She got divorced.
Oh wow.
Really? In Texas?
No.
Yeah, and Florida.
You don't go.
You would just go on Twitter and shit like that, but I don't like Twitter. The last time I went on Twitter,
Only porn that's blocked in Texas is Pornhub. What are you talking about?
that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Clearly, she must know something.
I'm in Texas, bro.
You be on course and shit? What's going on?
XXX.com. What works, bro?
XNXX.
Oh,
Yeah,
XXX.
XNXX, yeah.
Never been on no XX.
Don't worry, I got you, Ray.
Yeah, that's a popular one.
Nice to know I know a bunch of whores.
It's regular stuff.
Corners.
Yeah. Let me send you a referral. You just put me up on something.
Oh, Ray, I got you.
Nothing crazy.
It ain't me.
I got you, Ray. Don't worry.
That's first lady.
Porn keeps them faithful to their wives. Let those men watch porn.
What does that have to do with porn, though? What does the gym have to do with porn? What's going on?
Oh, not Jim. I'm talking about him cheating on.
I said they'll be getting them pop in, and then you said not me.
How crazy.
Oh, wow.
I know you know what's going on. You don't cheat on her physically, but mentally, when you get that porn out, you're doing something. Because you're dropping your seed on something else.
Well, mentally, you cheat when you look at somebody walking down the block.
Exactly.
If mentally wants to do something, then I shoot like a motherfucker.
So a man think if so he does.
If you start lusting, that's literally what you're doing. You're beating your dick to it. So, I mean, you're definitely lusting after it.
He could be watching it with his wife.
You know what? That's to watch that porn stuff, that women, and that is emotional cheating. Thank you.
He could be watching it with his wife.
Flicking the bean. I'll be flicking the bean.
Just know that when y'all watching porn on y'all's phone is watching y'all. So somebody watching y'all too.
No, my phone is clean.
I put electrical tape over the camera.
I know my phone clean because I ain't using it for that. So if I don't touch it, it's clean. Yeah. That's the reason why I don't. Listen, if I won't Google the bullshit y'all telling me to Google, what makes you think I'm gonna put that kind of stuff on my phone?
Zuckerberg said cover the video camera on your phone because he does. What does he know?
I be airdropping
a lot.
TV, and then I turn the phone over.
Something's wrong. Something. He always really crazy, y'all.
I do the same.
There's a lot of screws.
What did she say? What she say?
She said she airdrops your phone and she turns the phone over.
You just send it from your phone to the TV, and then I would be like throwing the phone across the room. Like,
Hell yeah. You ever watch some shit and then you hurry up and turn off like you ashamed of yourself? Like, what the fuck was that?
And then they still going. You looking at their nasty ass.
I will exit the motherfucking browser so quick like that. It was disgusting. Yeah, watching porn on your phone. This is wild. It's like very dangerous.
Bro, I do it all the time. Stop lying.
well, exactly.
Yeah, the virtual segment.
When war first came out, they have a web browser on that bitch.
Get the brains out of her.
I learned so fucking quick. Don't touch another nigga controller without spraying it down with Lysol.
Controller? Ain't nobody doing nothing with no controller.
No, they don't wash their hands after they finish doing what they doing. Well, why are you at another man's house playing his video game?
Yeah, that sounds weird. You know, sometimes you go to your homeboy house and you play Madden with him.
I thought y'all just did it online now.
Not your old.
Y'all having sleepovers?
No, it's like, you know what I'm saying? If you're chilling at the crib, you might be cooking or, you know what I'm saying? The women downstairs, you go upstairs and
I'm trying to inject a female into this situation with no woman involved until just now.
Oh, he's married.
He's married. Almost married. That's
okay. So exactly.
Oh, that was a VR episode.
See, you know exactly which one, too.
Because I may have trolled some of my homeboys and sent them some VR headsets after that. Like, hey, nigga.
That that episode is scary.
I'm screaming. Not he trolled the friends and sent them VR headsets.
Yeah, but I know you didn't say male sleepovers. Yeah, you got me down.
I've never heard somebody say
They
that.
that's buddy sleepovers.
I said a lot of stuff proper. Nigga. Hand me a pencil, nigga.
You should be, even as a grown ass man, you should be able to play with your grown ass man friends. No homo. And that's why it's less.
She just made it all homo by saying it that way in the first place.
I tried to.
I want you to come up that night so we can play.
Heterosexual friendships with my friends.
That you need to clarify.
I think y'all trying to. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it.
If y'all have play dates, y'all have play dates. Y'all do what y'all do.
Okay, we do have play dates. Our lives get boring. Shit.
Sound like Daniel just now.
Oh my god.
That's like the fourth. That's the fourth time y'all done played me as some nigga named Daniel.
And why is he always sound like he's smoking? Yes.
So it ain't just you. I heard that time. He sound like Daniel.
Tonight you heard it. See?
Yeah.
I be hearing stuff.
My dad did have like 12 kids.
What does an over 30 male play date look like? What does that look like? Can you just lay that up?
Do y'all wear onesies?
We might go to the gun range, you know what I'm saying? We might go get something to eat, go get some drinks, then go home.
Y'all have a date?
Structure too. Okay.
That's nice.
Just like we don't stay in the same places and shit, right? And we all got our lives. So we might meet up a couple of times a year and just hang out and chill just to catch up.
No, seriously, but I ain't gonna lie to you. See, that's good. That's good, clean fun right there. You know? And I think if more men did that, y'all wouldn't be so hostile. But I don't know, Ray, because you still are kind of hostile.
Twice a year, though, do you think they should increase that maybe to once a month?
No, maybe once a quarter. Once a quarter is better.
Cause like real shit, like we all got families and kids and shit, kids and activities, so we don't like get to do it.
He's always smoking. Is it just me?
He's smoking.
He's or does he have sinuses? No, he's smoking. How does he smoke all the time?
He's inhaling.
All the time? Every time he comes off mic, he's like, yeah, good.
It's Friday.
Yeah. Friday night. I don't give a damn. It could be Monday afternoon. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
he's like,
This is the real first lady.
Huh?
This is rude.
Which part of it? Sorry.
Someone already sounds stuffed up and nasal. It's like when somebody see you and be like, "Oh, you look tired, bitch." You know.
Well, no, I was just saying. I was trying to figure out if he's smoking or if he had a sinus situation. If he did, I would have said no more about it. But I can't.
What if you gave him a complex? Because now you're trying to say you kind of like Chanel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
that April?
That's April. That's April.
Like he's smoking every day. He knows I said to.
See?
No, she got
Thank you,
the other day.
Well, April, you rude too.
I am.
The Rudies.
She said I am.
The Rudies.
Okay, Just, I said I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. And I would never want to say anything that would cause anyone to have a complex. So, Ray, excuse me, I'm redeeming myself right now. Excuse me, Mr. Ray, I apologize.
No, it's fine, because every time you say it, I do be smoking.
I said that. But y'all still the Rude sisters, Rudisha and Redunia.
And you talk a lot, John.
Ray comes in here because he loves the attention. Right, Ray? We know how Ray. We know Ray. Ray's cool. He related to Captain.
Ray about to smoke and go watch porn. Leave him alone.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you have a new site. He about to wear that bitch out. You know how just found out about a new site. We won't be going anywhere this weekend.
Just wait. You're gonna disappear in a minute. If he get quiet, we know what he's doing. All right.
And it's the weekend. He's like, I'm gonna lock these doors. You know, Aaron's ran this weekend.
Waiting on my oldest son to give me First Lady. I would talk to him.
I don't think y'all want to hear it.
Want to hear what happened.
I would take that over listening to Jay, the dude that was in
I'm
that
just
other-
telling you, it's a little
They're gonna wake up shriveled and dehydrated.
Ready and being a good father, he'll wait on his oldest to come home.
That's all I'm
new porn site? You guys said there's a new porn site?
I don't know.
Oh, Lord.
The update.
Lisa gonna miss work for the next 3 days. Hey, you guys, I can't come in.
It's not. So it's not Pornhub, it's not Xvideo X. Which one is it? So I can.
It's X. Research purposes. XX. It's XNXX.
XNXX? Stop lying.
Yep. Simple.
like Xanax without the A.
No, this one I told him about is xvideos.com.
Where's my girl Sheila?
Not the drug analogy.
Sheila.
Not the drug analogy.
No, he claimed. No, guys, this is what happened. He lives in Texas, so Texas blocked Pornhub, so we had to get him another website.
So, Bell, you can't get there through a VPN?
Yeah,
He was saying he needs one.
Yeah, at least you let us know on Friday. You know, niggas will fuck around and lose their job finding about a new porn.
Watch porn, that shit is serious if you're trying to do that.
You gotta be dedicated to the cause, Bell.
I'm not motherfucking denying or confirming that I may have paid for a 1-year subscription to a VPN.
Oh, well, I definitely would have took off work for that. And I'll get my money's worth.
That's fine.
Wait, just remember you said you did that?
I did.
Oh, pay a year for nothing.
Next is awesome. Y'all be giving that money.
When I got that pocket pussy, the good
Go to
one,
your bank
the
statement. All you see is OnlyFans.
one you got, it's like 150. Cause it's a cheap one. I was like, oh, this trash. But I had spent a little change. I said, oh.
What did you
I can keep a nigga out of a lot of trouble.
Mine was $52 for 12 months.
Just bring this way.
52. Which one you got?
I'm gonna tell you.
Andre, he said, which one you got?
Turbo.
Oh, no, you bet. Okay, Turbo's not bad. I guess it's okay. I use full time.
Sometimes they have them that's like real, like a real mold.
Did y'all know some solid
Where it's like a real mold. It's like a real actual mold of one.
The turbo could go get himself.
Tear that thing up.
Let me direct you to Proton VPN.
Hey, I tear it up.
That's your sentence, man. You said that real.
You said I'm troubled.
Gross. Oh my god.
Well, listen.
What is it? Is it a box that I can put something in or what?
You sound thirsty right now.
You want people to be, would you rather them be doing that or getting people pregnant?
Light up.
No. You want some little aliens running around?
Ergonomic, baby.
They did something when they did the pocket pussy. They really did that big one. I said, now who's the inventor of this? Does he have a GoFundMe?
Is that on Amazon?
Coach, why you not saying that word like that? I'm not going to call
Pocket pussy.
That's pocket pussy shit.
A friend
chain and dress, put one back in the
I put mine after pay.
So she said, "You buy now, pay later."
And when you got on what is that? Corner?
They get two. Do they come in ethnic colors?
It's all pink.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Lisa, so if you like a certain person's thing, you can actually get one molded. Like certain people have their thing molded, and
like a little.
I think I'm gonna do that.
No, they take them on. Some people get their husbands like when they go on trips and shit, and you could get the same for like the vagina, you know.
You can put that cougar on corner.
Yeah, perfected the soft body physics shit. But
How you know that?
Lisa, my grandson went to work at Amazon. He was 19. He said that 90% of the shit that he put on from one shelf to the thing, they have all that automated was dildos all fucking day long. Of every kind, sort, shape, size, color. That was his job all day long. He said that's the most ordered fucking thing from Amazon.
That's a fact.
What you say, Lef?
Do they have ChatGPT on it? Do they talk to you?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's the one you need.
I haven't heard about that one yet. Put it on Wi-Fi.
Like this.
Not on Wi-Fi. Tech support look like on that. That's what I want to know.
Come over and do your thing.
Excuse me? What does
my rollers just broke down.
Give me some of my thing. I need to Oh my God.
Sorry, but this
was crazy. What happened to Lisa? Where'd she go?
The winter toys be looking crazy. They be looking like somebody shooting a bird.
You talking about those dudes? Those dudes are rich now. They've been rich.
It'd be like a silicone device with like somebody throwing up a gang sign.
You got 2 ears and 3 fingers and shit.
Like, what the fuck is this?
Rabbit ear and shit.
Any of y'all remember the real dolls?
Oh, yeah, they got some really sophisticated ones.
They were making like they were making full-blown anatomically correct like dolls, and men were like buying them.
They do it too for men, and that's freaky as fuck to me. Yeah. I can't imagine some big ass male doll laying on my bed. Just be freaked the fuck.
Women are going to be the first to buy so many of those things because women already buy vibrators. It's all around, you just see. You know that picture? You could jack it, you could hack it. You could hack the room that suddenly it becomes a
I think
vibrator.
you probably done that at OF. I think you have. I think if we go in your apartment, it is a maze of this kind of shit, altered, hacked.
Water did it.
Notice how quiet he is now, just because he ain't denying nothing I said.
I know. A lot talking like he got a lot of interesting gadgetry around his house.
Listen, they brought you hack it and put a dildo on top. What y'all up to in here? They found out that the person that did the thing was one of the people that always do the thing.
Yeah. What? I mean, was it just me? Did you guys hear the governor of Utah? Like he was like, I was hoping and praying it wasn't one of us.
He was. He said that shit.
I thought that shit.
Loud.
You know what he wanted it to
That
be?
shit was weird, isn't it?
He wanted to pin immigrant on it. He wanted to pin black, brown, whatever. The other.
He was like, I was hoping. Yeah, he was like, I was hoping they were from another state and they had come in and they done this. I was like, I was hoping it wasn't one of us.
They got left lead. That's all they needed.
of bullet casings being trans rights now. It's actually a bullet manufacturer stamp they put on their bullet casings. Hello? Hello? See, looking at it, I'm like, how do you think a human could precisely scratch that into a bullet casing? Hello? This is Cash Patel on his shit. This man, he always go around looking like he's somebody about to find out he's in the Epstein files. I never seen anybody that can keep their big ass eyes open that long like that, just wide open. This man got a problem.
They seem like they're reorganizing or something, reshuffling people around because they're throwing Elon under the bus. They said that with Doge he made a mistake. He focused on firing people instead of fixing the government. That's what Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, said. And then Cash Patel, right, is being branded as the incompetent.
Wasn't he a podcaster too before he became FBI?
That is correct. And as the FBI agent, he spends more time taking trips to Vegas and UFC fights and his hockey games than he does actually FBI.
That's nice work if you can get it. Where'd everybody go to get some drinks? Where they at?
Who left?
Lisa and Josh and Ray and I don't know, somebody else.
Maybe they having a
powwow.
Or maybe they all decided to go watch porn up together.
Damn.
Having a porn watch party. Discord.
Where's your own families?
I don't think it's gonna be much chatter while they're watching porn though. I think that's this.
Amen. That's a fact. Is that what stuff on? No. Anyway, fam. Hey, Upgrade, what's going on with you? Well, I guess we can MICK.
See you real soon. Why? Because we love
MOUSE.
We're just ordinary people.
Yes.
We don't know which way to go.
Oh, beautiful.
Cause we're ordinary people.
over there in the damn, what is that?
You better come on now.
I saw F-Ray say, "What's up, ordinary people?" So I was like, all right, that's my segment.
You just showing off. Look at Michael.
That ain't no show off. That's just practice. We just talking about practice, Michael. That's all we doing. This is practice.
He said, "Don't come for him, child. That was light work. He got more from where that come from."
My karaoke game is what's up. That's what's up.
I've never been to a karaoke.
Oh, so you want to play karaoke?
It's Just is long time coming. Considered a gospel song by Sam Cooke.
I don't know.
Wait, give us some, because I know you want to.
It's been a long time coming, but I know a change.
Oh, that's more like
that's
inspirational. Beautiful song.
Yeah, I like that song. That was me.
That's the voice.
Who's me?
That's me, Lisa. On.
Oh, okay. I'm driving.
Oh, no worries.
So good. Do another verse.
Nah.
The duet, but then he has to
I cannot imagine that. Let's just stop right there. I'm not trying to imagine that.
No, wait a minute.
What makes y'all think that Philly has a great voice?
He does have a nice voice. He does have
A nice talking voice?
No, he can sing.
Benny can sing.
Yeah, he got a voice.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Can you please just give us a little sample of Change Won't Come?
Oh God, let me get a tissue, bro.
I know the song. I don't know all the words, but like that's one of my favorite songs.
Sing what you know, boo. Sing what you know.
I was singing it. It's long time coming, but I know a change gonna come.
Woo, Jesus.
Yeah, so listen, so there's the change.
Y'all never heard one do the remix to Golden Girl song? Y'all never heard that? That's what you can
That's just me playing around though.
So listen. You heard the words that you just sung. The change is gonna come. So that means that when my affinity comes around, the change is gonna come, and you're going to sing with him. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it.
But I don't nobody want to hear the bipartisan choir.
Why not?
Just you need to do something.
He could do probably like a good, maybe choir, harmonized. But I don't know about 5 minutes, that's too long.
Infinity might be able to Kirk Franklin the song. That's about.
Or maybe like doing like a little harmony in the background, but I don't know about it. You're not solo.
Oh, wait a minute, hold
You're
on.
not a solo Sunday type nigga.
Listen. Stop.
Man, Infinity gonna do a solo.
Hold on. See, this is what I'm talking about. You tell me that I make people have a complex. You definitely give people a complex. So stop it.
What is
Jesus Christ. Andre.
Yes.
You can sing a Christmas carol together. Okay, you guys can practice until Christmas. Thank you. Oh, Christmas is only 3 months away. You can be superb.
Okay. You make it happen, and we'll do a performance in here. Okay.
I shall. And then Jess will have his bipartisan choir for Christmas. Look at that.
I want Jess to MC. I want Jess to be the MC.
No. It'll be just and I.
But just in you, yeah, because I'm like, if somebody is unruly in the goo, Jess will drag them.
I don't like Wise Man Infinity. That's like inviting like a former KKK member to your church.
That's like inviting a former KKK member to
the church, like trying to be y'all see, if we was back in the days, I would have to come get y'all a lot because y'all would be trying to make friends with the folks. And we don't need to make friends with the folks.
I think Monica and C should be their backup singers.
And Monica can see her ass.
Which Monica we talking about?
I hope Monica Arnold.
Racist.
Y'all hurt Monica's feelings today. I'm gonna put her. I just want to get her inflection and her tone that she does.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean by racism? I don't think it's racist to call black people monkeys. Monkeys. She reminds me painfully of this lady I work with that cries like at the drop of a dime. Like she always cries about everything. And she's never.
That need to be put in an asylum or something. They crowd fucked up.
And it's always like, hey, you didn't do this right. And she's like, there's so much pressure. And it's like, okay, but you still didn't do this right, so. I just don't get it. And then everybody's like, just go easy on her. I'm like, bitch, the bitch don't do shit. And then when you ask her about it, she just starts crying. It's like she have a son. Okay. I have 2 black kids. She's like, it's just says that boy girl, your son is 10. So I think, we can stop that.
I had lots of things that we can talk about. I need to just.
All the black
Okay,
employees.
I'm gonna ask you why. I just want to know, why is it so important that you get this thing from Amazon? I'm gonna hit you in your back channel.
Okay, if you need me to order it for you, I do it.
Why it be for me?
I'm saying, I can send it anywhere you need me to send it. I don't have to PO box whatever.
I don't need a pocket pussy. You need the pocket pussy. Oh, that's hilarious. Lef, are you back in Northern California yet?
I'm gonna be here too.
Excuse me? Would be the perfect man because you're gone.
You can tell,
That'd be great.
You can tell I'm a very reliable dude. Reliable. That's what it means.
So you ain't gonna be doing no but call mom. Let you know.
No, that's the kind of dude you have to have in person.
Hanging out in the street outside her window. That's what I'll be doing.
No, you know what, Alef, you have to just say that in person, because on the phone, no.
You don't like to talk on the phone, Lisa?
Have you listened to Alef just talk in the room?
He might have a different conversation on the phone. It's hard to have good phone conversation. A lot of people don't have that skill.
Too bad.
Grew up on the phone.
I mean, like, when are you gonna shut the fuck up?
Straight.
Yes.
You be trying to get to know somebody, asking them questions. They like, shit, I don't know.
You be talking to a 401 operator for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
I be calling myself and talking to myself.
You call yourself. You used to prank call people.
I used to do that all the time. I did it so much the police came to my house one time.
You're funny ass.
My mom was like, my mom used to say this, and I know y'all weren't like, I'm so mean, but she used to always be like, you little nigga, you. Why are the police at my house? She was like, I'm gonna go and see what they're talking about. She was like, and if it sounds like something you did, I'm just gonna come back in here and storm you. I was like, okay. Yeah. And I was like, okay. I was like, we was playing on the phone in Navy about this. She was like, what you mean in Navy? What did you say? So,
yes. Did this ever happen to you?
Yeah, this was before then, and I didn't know it. And we was calling. It was really my friend. He used to do stuff, and I was like a giggle box. Like I couldn't. Everybody knew you could make me laugh, and it would be like uncontrollable. So we would do the three-way calls, and we would have like a plan to say something, and then when the person would get on the phone, he would say something totally like unscripted, and I would just start falling out laughing, and he would just take it too far. And he had said something to this man. I guess her daughter was in school, and he said something. I don't know what he said to her, but he thought that he had did something to his daughter. His daughter had just gone off to school. It was like a big mess. So he sent the police to our house. My mother was so mad. And he was just fucking with the man, and I was just on the phone laughing because it was so funny to me, and I just couldn't stop laughing.
Do they charge you guys in your state if you call the police or the paramedics out on a false call? Do they send you a bill?
They send you some handcuffs.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, no problem. I think they do arrest you.
5 times.
Oh, shit.
So check it out. This is what they told us. They said when the cops come out, somebody's going to jail. I mean, they're gonna arrest somebody. Like if it's a domestic violence thing, like, you know, or something like that, or something in the household. Yeah, somebody just.
How would you go about that?
Just because I've had roommates and stuff like that, you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a I'm not, yeah, I don't do that kind of stuff, you know me.
I called the police on somebody last night.
Well, trust me, I'm a nice guy. But yeah, sometimes roommates are not.
I don't know. People that say they're a nice guy, most of the time aren't.
No, people who say trust me.
Yeah, I've heard that from guys say I'm a good guy, and they turn out to be.
Really, I'm a nice guy. I don't do anything like that.
That's a fact.
I had to call. I had to call the police on somebody last night after I.
Tell it on tag.
While you was out, I laughed for something about how to hack the Wi-Fi dildo and put it on top of a robot.
Why did you snitch on me? And then that's on the recording. Oh my God.
Lord have mercy.
Now I
On a dildo on a robot.
Now I gotta be the P-boy.
Oh, Jesus.
That in and out is gonna take 2 to 4 business days.
So if you're interested in that, hit him up.
Ciao.
Yeah, sure.
I know it's late, so I'm gonna
Get on that.
Yeah.
Get on that room. Ride around the house on the Roomba.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions.
Why would somebody
My
put
nigga
on a
do-
Roomba and walk around? What's going on?
Man, some man comes over here in a Ram truck and rams her. I be like, Miss Thing. And she Muslim. I said, oh, he be knocking the dust off that job, don't he? Dog barking.
That's nasty.
The other night, he was wearing her loose. I said, is he ramming her head into the wall? Because I heard and she kept saying, because first I was like, okay, is she okay? And then I watched Project Runway. It went on to Project Runway. Project Runway went off. It was still going. I said, he is turning her every which way but loose. And then when it stopped, I mean, it wasn't 10 minutes till I heard that car door open and him pull off. I said, oh, he comes over and drops off and goes right on. I tell you. For real. I said, he really be taking her up through there. I don't know how she be saying. And then, the next day, he be like, he probably gonna come. Let me see if the truck out there tonight.
That's a nasty work, Josh.
What's nasty?
You can't be paying attention to what people doing over there.
Motherfucking molecules.
We
can't ignore it, man. But she an open woman. I mean, get your life, man. He be dog walking her. I be like, and then when I be seeing her come out, I be like, you so little.
Does she wear her little hijab?
Oh, she looks like a holy woman, but I know where her room is. It's right up against mine, and that be you getting towed up.
From a hijab to a hoe.
Well, she's a freak in the bed. And the only reason why Just knows is because his bed is close.
But why does it sound like you're in there with a bull?
Because you just said it, that she ain't her so big, she little.
But is he bouncing you off the wall? I was like, no, what?
I mean, she might make a lot of noise. He might like it. What's going on?
Oh, they definitely like it. For 2 hours, girl. I know that coochie be swollen shut.
You need to really stop. You need to stop. Jesus. You need help.
Diggity damn, I don't wear 6 outfits, and you still in here getting real.
3-4 days. That's what we do. Yeah. I got you covered. You got me covered. We both calling in.
Out in my house now. Goddamn.
No, for real, First Lady, I was just kind of like, should I call the police or like should I? I didn't know like it really was like that. Like I can only imagine how it sounded inside the actual place.
Well, I think you should call the police one day and record it.
Call the police, shit.
Who said this? I didn't record it. But I am
Black.
yo, she be going left. It be mad.
I'm
Like,
talking about the police coming out there to check on her part.
oh no, I recorded the noise too.
I got that.
You got him, dude.
Baby, he be bing bang boom pow.
You know what? You should.
Because that's when they usually get started. And I'm gonna say, hey, I know this is around the time y'all usually get to going. And y'all push the bed across the room or something. I don't know if y'all both work second shift, but I work.
No, under the door. No. Put it on paper. Go down and act like you're down and talk. And hand them the note. Say, put it all on a piece of paper, and then watch them read it, and then go like this. What you think gonna happen?
You gonna be shit. Nothing. I've lived no son. This is the same woman that be cooking that funky ass food.
Oh no, I didn't know she was little.
Oh yeah, tiny.
Oh.
She got her a man with a big truck.
Or one of the children.
It's her. It's just how they live. I think the kids just be over there sometimes, but it's just her.
They say that
and when they leave,
the little woman is bottomless. I don't know.
Oh my.
Apparently, because I said, there ain't no way. I feel like this is a practical joke.
Yeah, she got to be hurting the next day. Have you seen her out walking around the next day?
I see her every day.
Yeah.
She be having an attitude. I be like, you still got an attitude, girl. You got done like that. You should be real happy.
I'm old. I'd be torn down. Okay, I wouldn't be able to.
It be every night, y'all. It was last night. It was the night before. It probably won't be on like a Sunday or like they'll skip Monday or something. But baby, as soon as you think you gotta rest, you get one good night's sleep, you wake up, she getting dog walked. It's like, man, if you don't sure don't call her ice next time.
No, but that is wild because we live in a condo, and I can't hear a fucking thing my neighbors are doing. Like,
so you know they gotta be going hard.
Right? They have condos. You just hear people like that. Of course.
I'm just
we
messing
live
with
in
you.
igloos, baby. We got condo igloos.
Yes. So what you think? So how you gonna call Ice? What you gonna say?
I'm gonna say there's some people making a lot of noise over here, and it's in a foreign language.
The immigrants are trying to make more immigrants.
They're not going to get an anchor on the way. The door down.
What's crazy is I'm walking my dog right. As soon as I turn the corner, I see her getting out the cab. So he probably coming through in a few.
See, you said she was getting dog walked, and then you talked about walking your dog, and I had a whole different thought.
No, I'm walking my actual dog.
I'd have to have a ride.
You just stop giving that vagina away and
She
climbing the
always
walls the way
be
you
on
do
foot.
when you can't even get a ride home from work. You're catching cabs and Ubers while he's coming out. Exactly. And he gonna pull an hour later and come rock your boat.
Man, you shouldn't, and you also shouldn't have to cook every day. He should be taking you out. So
and
give me a
so then
break.
this way I don't get to smell it.
Yeah, thank you. Girl, he can take you to the Taste of Sudan up the street, and we'll
If I had to choose between food and the red truck, let me think about this. I'll take the red.
Listen, he needed to be providing all that. Food, the rent, the food, the truck, all of the things.
The red
It sounded like he be hurt.
If it's any like the sound of my voice, don't be doing this stuff.
That shit sounded like a WWE match. And she must love it because he be on. I said, this sounds horrible. This sounds painful. It sounds like she's being hurt. And like she keep inviting him over.
He could be speaking it.
That's not no fake.
What's she look? What he look like? Is he black?
Yeah, he look. I mean, I never really heard him talk, but he look like he like a black, like a nigga, like a black American. But he's like a, like he look like. You know what? This is what I imagine that he owns, like a towing service or something.
Hey, Spurt. Go ahead.
He look like he owned like a towing service. He got a beard. It's like great. He like an older dude, but he not. I mean, he ain't bad looking. Just a regular looking dude. He look like he got maybe got a little couple of dollars.
And she ain't looking at his face. My God, if she's going for 2 hours and head going up against the hip work.
You walking
home? I watched the whole episode of Project Runway.
I be walking home the whole time.
And y'all was going before this, and y'all still going afterwards.
You need to put this in your notes, dear diary, and give it to her.
Ma'am, I've had to talk to the HOA so many times about them. This has definitely been brought up.
Really?
Yes. She's been doing this
You
for
told
like.
us about the cooking. You ain't never told us about the stuff.
So, like maybe as soon as maybe May. Around the summer, when summer started, this when the man started coming over, and so the food stopped. I mean, like she still do it, but not as much. But this started.
You need to knock on the wall and say, "Sir, your wife."
I just want to say, man, can I just get a break? Can you just go out of town for a week? I just don't want you to do nothing. If you ain't fooding, you fucking.
So let me tell you something. That's better than her watching my favorite Runway for an hour by East.
Just get an air horn, and every time they go at it, just use the air horn.
I don't think they can hear because sometimes what I'll do is I'll put my speaker up against the wall and turn the music all the way up, and they never it doesn't phase. It's probably like 50.
Oh, so you think he on his Viagra's?
I mean, he looked like he in kind of shape, like he probably goes to the gym or something.
Oh, okay.
He a big dude, like
Jim. I think he has a wife too.
Why y'all say that?
Well,
because of the time.
Because he's not spending the night. Yeah, he's coming over in the middle of the night. Exactly. He don't even pick the poor lady up for work. Like, what's going on?
Take her home, nothing.
She wanted.
Yeah, I think Lisa might be right because she got a nasty attitude. She got a real nasty attitude.
She got a nasty attitude.
She real nasty to everybody.
But that's what she needs. So you know what? She likes that pain. She likes that pain.
She likes it.
She's so mean.
She likes it. She likes it. She needs that evilness beat out of her.
She's the only one in the building who don't really speak. She's
I bet she can speak now. Now she getting none.
And I was like, she was like smelling it too.
That's what I Lila is sometimes messy. They're just gonna hear you. That's all it is too. Neighbors around.
But just turn your bed to the other side. Like, why is it gotta be backed up against my wall? My bed's not on hers.
Do you need like a playlist that you can blast through the wall that would make them stop? Because I got.
No, I've done that, Scotty. It phases them not. One time they was doing it so loud, it was like probably like 4 or 5 in the morning. I woke up. I took my iPad and I just took a drive. I left for probably 45 minutes because I was like, oh, she'll learn Because I'm not even gonna be there to turn the music off. Like, she gonna be real irritated. Do you know I got back and turned the music down, and they was still going the fuck at it? I said, now, these people are crazy.
I think you need to call SWAT team.
I said, he be in it.
Little April period.
I mean, at some point, you're gonna get some chafing. Like, that's some.
Not if you can go all night. If you can go for 2 hours, 5 days a week, your ass is ready for it. What you say? Just how old do you think she is?
They look like they both were out in their 50s.
Yeah, well, maybe they be glad because they probably got another 5 years. And you won't hear shit.
Only 5 bro. Who's gonna wear out first?
Listen, it could be me. Could not be me because I can't.
Now, the lady is real. She's like a real cute lady. She's small, but she's real.
She's spry. She must be spry.
She got gray hair, but she looks like
Does she look nimble? Yeah, does she look nimble?
I mean, she's small. I know it's her because I've heard her voice and I've heard like the way she be hollering. She be hollering. You could go outside sometimes and hear her. For real, I'm not even exaggerating. Everybody in my building know about you. They carry on.
If you fucking her like that, you cheating for sure. You don't do that to your wife. You do that to that woman.
There's no wife. There's no wife at 50. There's no no ma'am. No ma'am. There's no wife at 50 fucking 2 hours a night for 5 days.
That's what I'm saying. You doing that on your spare time.
You don't do that to your wife. You come now. Y'all wrong. That's not.
Airtime, is this like instead of the gym or something? Like, bro, I don't know if I want to do that. God damn, they be in there doing cardio.
Look, it's hard times out before he go home. He can't afford that gym membership, but he can afford her because he ain't got to do his shit for her. But fuck her.
And laugh. I don't know if they be getting drunk or whatever, but they'll laugh for a little bit, real loud, and then it'll get quiet, and then you just hear that bang, 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 boom, bang, boom.
That's how you know he's cheating. Trying to just have a good time, not alone. You said they either arguing, laughing.
It sounds like he's having a good time for a long time.
Now, he has a flag. Well, I mean, the long time means came tonight. The good time means I'm going to fuck until I don't want to eat the fuck.
That's crazy to me. I never asked him, but that's what I would assume.
That's why I'm cheating to do it the way he's doing it.
Do you hear that big ram starting in the middle of the night, or does he stay till the morning time?
Well, he gets up and leaves. Like, when they done, like, it'll stop. And that's how I know it's done. Like, once it stops for like 10 minutes, like straight, I know he's gonna leave. But you can't hear the doors. Like, it's not, the wall's not that thin. But once you get in the parking lot, you be out.
It makes sense.
He got a nice vehicle, so I don't know.
Yeah, he got a wife, but she don't give a fuck.
No, the wife probably don't know.
Oh, trust me, she knows. She's just like, I hope you take your ass on the yonder.
And the lift that he's mentioning in the time frame, she might not know. He might be making that move on a store.
Listen, if your husband gone for 2 hours past when he's supposed to be home from work every fucking night.
That's a fact.
You fucking know. Ain't no women out here.
But I will say
Josh, you've been talking enough. Excuse me, but who's that? Chris? Is that Chris Southern? Yes, how are you tonight? I'm wonderful, thank you for asking. Yes, it is. So I hear what you're saying. She doesn't know for sure, but trust me, a woman knows. And that's what April's talking about.
Yeah, because he come home not wanting to do no more fucking after 2 hours work.
Yeah, and plus he probably been working before he got to her. And now he gonna drive home. Yeah, him tired.
Ain't got time
Come
for
over here with like a uniform looking thing.
Oh yeah, see, he doing it again.
Especially if he run home and jump in the shower immediately as he comes to
Why
the
would
front
you jump
door.
on the shower? She got a shower.
He don't stay for no shower in her house.
Cause he ain't got no clean shoes.
Cheating is
That's where y'all wrong.
is a crazy thing because I don't know. You gotta be a certain type of person to be able to do to be a cheater, don't you think? Because to live like, do you ever be like, I really gotta like.
In my former like that, you would think that, but you would also remember that she ain't gonna find out.
And so, but
She not gonna find out, but then you start reminiscing about the good time that you just had. So then,
No, I don't know about that.
Okay. How about on the drive home, like okay, so you driving home after you did your,
Y'all think maybe coming in the car?
Listen, I'm trying to give you a scenario.
Please.
So, like just said, you started thinking about like, oh man, I felt bad. That doesn't happen?
No, this is the movie you made up. And it's not happening while man is driving home after she. You think about maybe big story for it. You ain't thinking about the last.
His nutsack is wide, and he's hoping his wife is asleep already.
That probably also ain't true. You probably don't care what his wife is doing as long as he make it home with the same clothes he left the house.
I think it depends on what type of cheating is going on. There's a habitual cheater, and then there's people who have cheated, I feel like.
I agree here.
So I feel like the person who cheats, like I don't want to use the word slip up, but it's not something they set out to do. I feel like they're gonna have that. Yeah, that's gonna be the thought pattern going home. But somebody who is a cheater, like a bona fide, like this what they do, nah.
Yeah, I just need to make sure I remember what James told me for the hard work.
Because honestly, if you cheating like that on some level, it's a little sociopathic. Because you got to be a little detached.
Yeah.
To both women, to both.
Oh yeah, to both.
And you're for yourself if you cheating every week.
But why would you get married? Is my question.
You don't want nobody to come home to you. Share.
Well, you get with your mama then. You got your mama stay at her house. Fuck.
Nobody want nobody to be at their mama's house like that.
Listen, obviously this woman live next door to Just don't give a fuck about getting nothing out of it but getting fucked. That's it. He don't give her a ride to and from work. Don't take her out to eat, nothing.
You said she's the older lady too, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can only imagine the older lady that's probably at the age of 50 plus ain't really stressing about, oh, I want this man to be here every night. I do want my back cracked and this motherfucker to go home to wherever this home
I would like that too, but you're gonna take me out and I sure fuck I'm gonna be walking to and from work. I'm gonna have that Hemi to drive, okay, or you gonna ride me or something fucking fit.
Well, I'll say this. But this is from a man's point of view.
Sorry, but you ain't gonna just fuck me and walk off.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, I want you to leave. Please leave. Please leave my home.
Please do.
I mean,
no. So y'all just like to have sex and then tell them that.
If that's what I'm looking for, honestly, yeah. Like, bro, what is you doing?
Snoring.
My favorite move is I love to say, what you finna do? I love to say that. So what you finna do? Because this ain't what you. You're not finna do this for me. So. That's happened before, First Lady. First Lady, you know what? I'm so serious about it. I'll text my friend, like say it was you would get a text from me. Hopefully, probably so. You, April, and Lisa would probably wake up with a text from me. Whoever was awake, it'd be beefing in the morning. Cause why you ain't do if you check if I know you was awake, like if I seen you online.
Now you get mad because this I sent you that.
I was stuck at somebody's room. I went to somebody's room, and it was a straight up catfish almost. And I was like, yo, text me so I could leave here. Because I'd be like, man, fuck out my face. Like, you lied. So I'm gonna go. But this motherfucker did not, I'm just sitting there waiting on a call. They did not text me, so I had to pretend like I left something in my car. And baby, when I got to that car, I cranked that bitch up and blocked that number and peeled off.
That's nasty, Bert.
I need to run to the store.
I don't know. I was younger. Like, you don't be wanting to hurt people. It doesn't even make sense.
What they say, I need to go get a pack of cigarettes.
What is going on?
See, and it's different when you like straight people. See, y'all can show y'all faces and everything. Like, you dealing with a whole different set of people. People don't want to show their face. They want to send because I understand. If you send a picture and it's somebody that looks similar to you, and you be like, I don't want to show myself. I would have been like, I feel you. But it'd be like, you think you look like that? That's how you think you look. Because you don't. And I gotta go. No, and I'm gonna hardly leave. I'm gonna hardly cut your ass off when I did that. Yeah, because it just, man, it's crazy. Whole time everybody know you gay, but you just don't want it. Like,
everybody in the family know you gay.
Like, you don't want to, or you ain't really accepted it. It'd be so funny because
Let's stay focused.
Was it in Texas where they got somebody beheaded someone?
What?
You didn't hear about that?
Wait. Oh yeah, somebody was typing.
You know who was typing that in the room, Miss April?
Oh, Trent.
That was one American Blooded. What's his name?
Pure Blooder.
Pure Blood. Yeah, Pure
Blooder. You gotta call him Blooder now.
Blooder? Bloody?
No, Blooder.
It was a Dallas motel.
And he goes, "What y'all talking?"
Have we checked on that?
Just gave him a spanking today.
And then he put that fake Gucci church shoe on his PCL. Did you see that?
No. I've been driving.
Ooh, that was a bad knockoff.
My nose is stopped out.
That motherfucking Gucci shoe that he had, I said, boy.
What was wrong with it?
Ooh, everything.
Was it the flip-flop?
It was the flip-flop, but it had, with the fur, under the fur was all inside the shoe.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get made like that. That's not how those are made.
He got the new version.
Yeah. First off, they're ugly, like just in general. They're not. You do? They're motherfucking,
I like it.
very well.
It's a style. It's a vibe.
To go and get a knockoff pair of Gucci church slides.
I don't know why them the church.
And then you have to fight.
Listen, y'all, seriously. They said that the woman, the victim, they were cleaning the motel room. And she approached him and told him not to use a broken washing machine. She told somebody else to tell him that, I guess, and he was mad because she didn't translate. Hell, I don't know. What is going on here?
I don't know. Take your time, sir. Take your time.
He pulled out a machete. This man just be carrying around a machete. And you couldn't see it. Began attacking.
You don't just
a machete to a motel.
You don't just carry a machete in your
to the motel.
I'm not RFK.
Listen.
I'm breaking news. The whites are fighting. Hold on.
He went to her pocket.
What happened?
The whites are fighting.
Towards the end of that event, we'll show you some video of a scuffle that broke out during the vigil last night. Boise police say that 2 people arrested on misdemeanor charges. Investigators say that there were several altercations at the vigil. We can't confirm if the arrests were made from that specific altercation that you might have seen video floating online, but BPD says they're looking for more people involved in the scuffles right now. If you have any information about what happened at the Charlie Kirk vigil last night, you are encouraged to reach out to dispatch at 208-377-67.
I know you lying. I know you lying. The governor just got inside, we have this demeanor about ourselves. Y'all don't remember that press conference and what he was saying then?
I remember.
He was just upholding them and just saying how great of a job they were doing. There's no protest. Like, why is he saying that?
Wait, that was a vigil. That was the whites fighting each other. Mind you,
That's what I'm saying is the governor was talking about how they didn't have any of that.
The governor where?
Utah.
But that wasn't in Utah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, where was that?
Where was it?
Idaho.
Oh.
Same thing.
How close is that?
I guess on the street. Same demographics.
I don't feel safe every time I see a white person I cross the street.
Yeah, let me not go. I won't be going to Montana, Idaho, or Utah.
I wouldn't do them anyway. What's going on? Why would you be there? For what?
They had a vigil. How y'all fighting at this man vigil? Wow. No respect.
What you mean? What you mean?
At her funeral.
We're not going to continuously talk about black troops. Let's keep it on the wires.
We're not going to have no vigil, no
Listen, y'all need to know about this behavior for real.
No, I'm saying, First Lady, they should be all in unity. If you had a Charlie Kirk vigil,
that's where they should be singing Kumbaya.
Yeah, y'all should be friends. Why are y'all fighting each other?
You sound like how they sound. Like, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so we want to sound like them. Yes, you're absolutely
What do you mean?
Why are they doing that? They should be doing that. They should be getting along.
But all the shit that they say towards us
Do you know?
need to toss it back there.
Whites are so violent.
I can't hear Chris.
He said it wasn't even in Utah.
And there's different levels of
Wait.
Lisa, you're talking about the vigil. The vigil wasn't in Utah. The vigil.
I got a special request if you guys don't mind.
The virgil.
There's somebody who came in the room and his name is Lika Wants to Talk.
Oh.
Now I know Lika.
I can't open my eyes right now.
Yeah, April needs to go because the story is wild.
What if Lika is a girl?
I posted a squabble at the top on the
his little microphone.
What makes you think it's a he?
There you go. Something was wrong with my phone.
Yeah, it's them fighting. You gotta watch to the end.
Hey, Lika.
Yeah.
He hasn't on mic yet.
Just fast forward till you stop seeing the words on the screen, and you'll see them fight.
Just be quiet, Lisa, in a second.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, hey, Lika.
Monkey, but don't play around with licking Luca. Don't play around with the words. I had to change it because I got it wrong with the U and the I. It's not like liquor. I don't lick niggas. I lick what I need to lick. But anyways, I just had a little input on the conversation. Yeah, I just had a little input on the conversation. America is not violent. We came to America for peace at the moment. But I'm from the UK.
Oh, great.
But I'm in Greece at the moment.
Do you have a yacht?
Well, wait a minute. You said you came to America for peace. So you're not even in America. You over in Greece. That was bars.
And he ain't from the UK either. That was my bar.
Does he have a yacht, though?
Came to America for peace.
Look, you got money. You got a yacht.
in Greece.
I'm trying to learn something here about liquor. You got a yacht in Greece. Most men from Greece are very nice-looking guys, and they have money.
No, I said I'm Greece. No, I said I'm residing in Greece.
Said,
Bro.
don't
I have to go back.
residing.
Yeah, but I have to go back to.
Well, you don't have UK accent, so where's your original country of birth?
UK, United Kingdom.
Where's your family origin?
Family. Family. Half Morocco, half Kenyan, half Somali.
Oh, damn.
Who's African?
Morocco and Kenya.
Well, that boy just calculated 200%.
That's spicy.
They have a whole different nationality.
So do you, Chris?
No.
Your own quadroons. No, that's Ray. Ray is the quadrooners.
No.
You
I was
are
raised in
American.
Somalia.
You have many.
No. I was
You
raised
definitely
in
sound
Somalia.
Somalian.
Yeah, I was raised in Somalia.
So why you say UK then, bro?
Because that's where he lives now. So he from UK.
What time did I come in the UK?
No, he's residing in Greece. He's staying there temporarily.
That's
and
what
he's
I
going
mean.
back home to the UK.
My parents was in Denmark. But I ended up in Greece, yeah. And I'm only here for residing. But originally, I'm half Moroccan, half Somali, half Kenyan, and Tunisian.
You gonna be three halves.
I got a question. Maybe somebody in here can help me before I get on Google. Because I'm a Google. I want to be able to find out. What's the Section 8 program over in
You're a Hoovian? What?
Section 8, bro.
Because a lot of people come over to a lot of places, and I'll be confused, like, man, maybe they give you like a tip.
He's living in the U.S., Chris. He's not in the U.S. He's not in the U.S.
Section 8,
Y'all,
though.
I stayed over in Europe. Like, what is like the Section 8 program for housing over there?
That's called the workhouse.
You gotta be on Section 8.
It's called the workhouse.
Oh, the red
I
light
mean, it's
district.
just,
Lisa, leave him alone. If that man want to get 8 a section, go ahead and let him get it.
I mean, I
Hey,
don't know what
Chris,
else to
it's
call
called the
it.
red light district.
Oh, okay, so Google the red light district.
No, you Googled it.
Nah,
red light district.
Everybody didn't say
You
that.
want to ask me a question? You gotta ask a question.
I don't want that in my browser history.
Washington.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's
Chris,
Red
it's
light
funny.
district is in
It's in
Amsterdam.
It's in Amsterdam. Yeah.
Not that I would know.
Yeah,
Amsterdam is in
Oh, okay. No, I know about that red light district. That's where the freaks stay out at night.
And Chris, you know what they
Freaks gonna be rolling now.
But that's compared to America. You know, American, right?
But Chris looks like Denzel Washington, though.
That is exactly
I'll
what
probably be in LA than
Does
New York.
he?
Because LA, yeah.
That's Chris in his
It's
picture.
compared to Denmark. It's not
Yeah, that's
not Denmark. But
Denzel.
Oh, that's you have a picture of Denzel in your PTR.
Girl, you
Can we talk about this DNA?
Okay, I got it. They do have tenant-based housing, you know.
Culturally, Lisa said. Chris looks like Denzel. Whole time it is Denzel.
like LA, then UK. But if you really with the whole Hollywood stuff, go them sides there. Yeah. Can I give another example if you don't mind? You see, Swedish people don't sound American, they sound British. But if you go Belgium and you go these other places, they sound American. That's crazy. Yeah.
It is.
Now I want some waffles.
You know what? I want some Cracker Barrel pancakes. I've been wanting them.
No. Until we figure out why they sound American, until then there's no fucking crackers around here.
Okay.
I did Google. They do have housing allowance for low-income housing.
Fuck the houses. We burn the houses.
Okay, are you drunk? What's going on? Are you
just ask that question originally?
Huh?
Did you really just ask that question? Is he drunk?
I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, that's the only time he can. No, that's the only time he can.
Please say, bruv. Please talk about it. Bruv. Come on, bruv.
God bless you.
listening to her.
Sorry, I'm just passionate about the American accent. Sorry, I'm just passionate about the American accent.
You're passionate? What do you mean?
No, passionate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What do you mean? About what are you talking about? Bruv. Bruv, what's going on? Are you there? Hey. Oh my god. Are you drunk?
I think he went quiet because he wants to hear April talk about the beheading.
Okay. Go ahead, April.
Justice not here, and I needed him to be here for the story, so I don't know what we're gonna do.
Oh, it's crazy.
Listen, the man was cleaning a room at a motel, okay, because he was hired to do this, I suppose, with another worker. This lady came up, the victim, and told the woman, tell him not to use that washing machine. Okay, I guess the washing machine broken. So he got mad because she told the other woman he was cleaning with and not him. Okay, I don't know. Somebody had to translate. So he pulls out a machete and goes after her, right? He's chasing her. She falls down. He's still cutting on her. Her husband and her son try to intervene, and he starts after them. And then he finally gets her head off and kicks her around like a soccer ball. That's it. In Dallas.
This is America.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, say that again. Dallas. Wait, in Dallas.
When was this?
It wasn't the woman that was killed.
Yesterday.
It was the man.
Huh?
It was the man that was killed. Chandra Nagamalia.
It was another man. I thought it was a woman this whole fucking time.
A 50-year-old man from India.
Well, they say his husband. In the thing, they say her husband and her son. What is going on with this article?
But yeah, the thing I found wild.
I'm confused.
The thing I found wild is like you said, yeah, he kicked the head into the parking lot and then threw it into the trash.
Wait, what? Wait a minute, what?
I thought it was in Chicago, Minneapolis. I thought it was in Chicago, Minneapolis.
What? Wait a minute, bro. Back up. This can't be true. This is a movie.
No, it's yeah.
Or was he the visitor in the hotel? Which is it?
I thought it was in Chicago, Minneapolis.
Okay, this is somebody. Okay, there's somebody named fucking police say. Both have now been identified. Police identified the victim as 50-year-old Chandra, Chandra, which I thought was a woman. I don't know how to say the last name. It's got too many letters. Really, Nagamala. I don't know. So maybe it's an Indian. And the suspect as 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez. Cobos Martinez has been charged with capital murder in connection with the killing and happens to be an immigrant, maybe? Hell, I don't know.
Cuban immigrant.
Cuban? Yeah. WFAA crew saw dozens of police vehicles on the scene at the downtown Suites Motel, so I assume the east side of Dallas is not the place to be. Police say they were called to a stabbing at the scene around 9:30 and found the suspect had cut a person with an edged weapon several times. The victim died there on the scene, of course, because the head's gone. The suspect is charged with capital murder. And the affidavit.
Yeah, but do they tell you that he enjoyed it?
I've been waiting like 25 minutes to tell this story. Is there any way you can let me finish? Anyway, when the victim, Chandra, approached and told Cobos Martinez not to use a broken washing machine, the witness told police that Cobos Martinez became upset because the victim was speaking to her to translate rather than speaking directly to him, according to
not the civilians.
Oh
the
my
killer
fucking
enjoyed.
God.
The killer enjoyed.
Sir, can you stop? Please, thank you. At that point, surveillance video showed Cobos Martinez leave the room, pull out a machete, and begin attacking Nagamala, who attempted to escape the assault by running to the front office, according to the affidavit. During the assault, the affidavit said Cobos Martinez paused to go through Nagamala's pockets and took several items. The suspect also fought off the victim's wife and son. Okay, you right. They tried to intervene. Stephanie Elliott said she witnessed the attack and told the WFAA that the suspect began stabbing the person with a machete after an argument on the motel property.
Yeah, the civilian enjoy that. The civilian enjoy that. Let the kid.
Would you stop, baby, please?
Shut the fuck up and let her finish, motherfucker.
This is too much. It's late.
And the victim tried to run away but fell, and the suspect continued stabbing. He just kept hitting him and hitting until he decapitated him, Elliott said. I could not believe that anybody would do another human being that way. Audio from broadcast-defined police incident detailed reports also describe a chase and a suspect armed with a machete cutting someone's head off. Dallas Police Executive Assistant Chief Rhodes said during a press conference that the officers patrolling the area responded to take the suspect into custody. Blah, blah, blah. They held about all that. Jail records show him listed as an immigrant. Immigration and Customs ICE confirmed it assisted the Dallas Police. In a statement, I said Cobos Martinez did the unthinkable and proceeded to kick the head around like a soccer ball.
Girl, Lord Jesus, are they gonna use this? The MAGA gonna have a soccer field day with this?
Well, I don't know because he killed another person.
Another immigrant?
I don't know if the person was an immigrant, but they were not.
Yeah, he was an Indian national.
Indian national, yeah.
They still.
What about the Hispanic dude that killed?
Violence, though.
Secretary of Homeland, Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement that cases like Cobos Martinez are why the Trump administration was removing criminal illegal aliens to third countries such as Uganda and South Sudan. So I guess he's gonna go on to Sudan or somewhere. Rika, if you in Sudan, watch out for this man, please. Apparently, he just be roaming around with the fucking machete like that.
Wow. That's horrendous. He should get the death penalty for that. They have a death penalty in Texas, right? For real.
Yeah, it's a capital murder.
Get the death penalty for that. For real, though. That was disgusting.
They just cut it off, kicked it around. Jesus Christ. I'm just like, what in the name of God? They must have had some kind of history, or either dude was crazy.
And it was a guy from where was the Latino guy from? I mean the Hispanic guy.
Cuba.
Indian national.
No.
The one that killed us. He was from Cuba.
Yeah.
So there's no soccer.
And yeah, the right is gonna have a field day because I just looked it up. He was released by ICE on January 13th, so he was released under Biden.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
And he was released under supervision because
he did that too easily. Do you know how many times it depends on what machete to chop a head off? It's just not one switch.
Now you have a machete on.
It did say he kept going at it.
April, I have machete in my car on hand that whole time.
I know somebody who
remind me not to work with you at the washing machine place.
This is not funny, y'all. But I know Domingo Alvarez used to always talk about this fucking machete at work.
We have a man up here that had a fight with his family out. They live out in the valley. It's not a suburb. It's where Sarah Palin came from. Stuck her in the head up from. He got a machete out and killed his family, and then came to town swinging it everywhere on everybody, killing folks.
Yeah, but
it's not funny.
It's Columbus, Minnesota. It's Columbus, Minnesota. It's in Columbus, Minnesota.
It's not funny, Lisa, but black humor, dark humor is actually a way to help your mind process horrible things.
Yeah, but it's in Columbus, Minnesota. Yeah, but it's in Columbus, Minnesota.
Why do you keep saying Kalamazoo, Minnesota, motherfucker?
Where was it? Was it in Columbus, Minnesota? Was it Columbus?
Kalamazoo is not in Minnesota. Kalamazoo is in Michigan.
Sorry, Columbus, Minnesota.
There's no Columbus, Minnesota either.
First lady is gone.
Oh, she's gone?
She wouldn't do it, but
our first lady's gone?
Oh, man.
She left the zoo with us? Oh, my God. Okay, y'all.
She opened the zoo and left.
And left, okay, without leaving me the keys, though. What the hell? Okay, y'all. We're gonna do this the 420 way.
I would have done, but I don't know.
Well, they say they had some pictures, and outside the frame that they cropped was a man trying to help her.
Yeah, his son and his wife were trying to help.
No, I'm talking about the girl on the
The guy on the train, the vicious piece of shit that stabbed that young woman on the train for no fucking reason. Did you see the video on Doors? Yeah, that's what I don't get on I'm sorry. And then in New York might have the nicest. No, they don't. They start lying.
She was white.
It might be the same big city. She was what now? Huh?
She was white. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah, somewhat. You don't stab people like that. You don't just for doing nothing. She was just sitting, minding her business, coming home from work.
Lisa, I felt so bad for her. I thought, honey, if you had sat anywhere else on this goddamn, you might still be alive.
And that's why, I swear to God, it has nothing to do with people's color or nothing. If the dude would have been white and I was sitting in the back of the fucking subway, I'm getting up because you don't know what's on people's minds and what if they have a mind. I just get up. I just don't. I've seen too much crazy shit on the train for me to sit there and think I'm unusual.
He looked agitated. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, honestly, shit, that man was acting crazy from the beginning without even saying anything.
The motherfucker was a devil.
Yes, I would get up. I'm sorry to tell you that. Get your ass up. Somebody come. I just don't do it. I've seen too much crazy shit on the subway before I start taking it, and I don't know. I'm being sick. I don't stand on the edge. I don't get into ones that are super crowded, and I'm trying to squeeze in it. No. Wait for the next one. And mental illness is rapid, so y'all be careful in these streets.
Why the black girl who got killed by the Hispanic guy, why she ain't getting no coverage?
The black girl
in DC that was
What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Can you guys tell the story? I don't know who you're talking about. What happened? What happened?
Oh, hold on. I guess.
Yeah. Are y'all awake?
Yeah.
So what happened to the girl in DC? Oh,
it might not have been DC.
Break up the details.
I wanna get it right. I don't just wanna. You said I don't wanna just say shit.
But you the one brought it up. No, I gotta Google it.
Okay. An illegal immigrant accused of killing 19-year-old woman was ordered to stay behind bars Monday in Prince George County as investigators try to piece together how the two knew each other, and she was allegedly killed in his bedroom. That's not good.
The one who got hit in the head, is her skull fracture and thrown in the river?
I don't know what's wrong with my flicking phone. A Prince George County District Court judge said Hugo Hernandez Mendez, 35, will be held without bond during a hearing in Upper Marlboro. The Guatemala national faces first and second degree murder charges and last month's slaying of Dakara Thompson of Layman, but my phone won't scroll no more. Like my browser is broke. Oh, there we go.
Nation, is that the one who got who met him in the gas station and we were trying to discuss if she was
a working girl?
Is this the story?
Yeah, it seems like she was. Police said Thompson had been missing for a week when her naked body was found August 31st near the South River by Route 50 and Ardro County, part area of Prince George County. After a short conversation with the driver, she hopped inside and the best to see. For a reason still under investigation, it appears that the car willfully entered the vehicle connected to the suspect in Prince George County, and my browser's still fucking up. But yeah.
Yep. From those sites, men like to order women off of these websites and they go to their homes, I would never, first of all, but on any end, I don't know why you men like to order prostitutes. What's that about?
I have never, and I did some fucked up shit in life. I ain't never paid for it, like, directly.
Child, it says a lot. It says a whole lot.
It says I'm cheap as hell and scared of herpes.
Oh, wait a minute. So if you do, nah, you got to be kidding me right now. Okay.
Back in my secondary, yeah, I'm not gonna pay for something I can get for free somewhere else. If you got somebody there. Well, good point, but I never have.
Huh.
That's like when young niggas, they be like proud to trick and proud to pay. I'm like, y'all got the game all wrong. That ain't how I was taught.
I'm just thinking about it. Okay.
What you over there stacking on, not sharing?
Well, I was listening to you guys talk. I put a video on Telegram. They have these bicycles. Is this First Friday? I don't think it's First Friday. But anyway, I went to go look at that because it's always pretty awesome to see the bicycles. And then there's this taco truck. They have the best tacos ever. Have you ever had a taco made out of octopus?
I've had octopus sushi, but not octopus tacos.
Right. They are delicious, but you have to find the right people to make them. They're really good. So that's what I'm eating right now.
Sister Wife, you want to hear some Stephen Miller?
Oh, definitely Stephen Miller.
He's mad as hell because the killer turned out not to be trans, purple-haired woman with no kids, immigrant. Hold on, I get it for you.
Conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. My message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will use to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Now, the Chiron under him, while he's hollering, carrying on, is Stephen Miller on the left's dangerous rhetoric. Now, this motherfucker sitting up here with all this rhetoric, like he gonna get somebody for something that ain't done shit. This wild to me.
Was this today?
That's ugly.
After the shooter was already identified.
I think so.
To take away your freedom, Sean.
He still wants it to be the left.
They're not gonna apologize. They called us that. They said it, and they still saying they. I wasn't involved with this young man that did the shooting. I'm over here. I'm not over in Utah. I don't know nothing about they. Who this they is?
Good question, April. Who the hell is the they? I need my white brothers to get it together. Who is the they and who is the you? All these beautiful pronouns. What do they represent and what the fuck do they mean?
Nobody knows.
Shit. The minute y'all fucked
there was
they done fucked up. They done hit their own. They done hit their own while their own was talking about gang violence. Now you hit your own in the neck. The same person who was roasting George Floyd's neck. So George Floyd's neck. George Floyd's neck is in heaven.
Analogy.
George Floyd is in heaven with a bruised neck, and now Charlie's in heaven with a hole in his neck. Now.
Are you sure Charlie?
I don't think he's in heaven.
Protecting that. That's right. No. He's still my white brother in Christ. He was just battling racist demons. Hopefully he made it upstairs. Hopefully. I don't hate the guy. I don't even know him that well, but white man, you did this. So all this they and you and don't look to anybody else. You did this. Your brother did this.
White men been doing this.
I know. I know in April I know. And I'm trying to telling us how gang violence is
and it should be included in mass shootings. That didn't even get to finish. White men did this. You did this. They're like animals.
Yeah, I'm sick of this white on white violence. What's up with all this white on white violence you got going on over here?
You know what, man? Every time I see a white man approaching me on the street, I cross the street.
I heard you the first time you said it. I didn't chuckle then, and I'm not chuckling.
White violence.
Oh, you trying to be funny. You know you don't walk across those streets looking at white.
You're a damn lie.
You lie. You just trying to make a joke.
I don't lie about.
You don't cross the street when you see a white man. You know that's true.
I do. I cross the street when I see a white man.
Over there just lying.
Why do you think I don't have nothing to do with them, man, Fendi? Because they're crazy as hell and violent as fuck.
Oh, you don't think people of all races do that shit?
I didn't say nothing about. We talking about white men.
I'm letting you know that ain't nothing that a white man do that another race don't do.
Stay on the topic.
You talking so hard for white people.
Excuse me, Miss April. Did you hear what I just said? Ain't nothing a white
Can you
man does.
not stay on the topic though? We talking about this person who shot Charlie Kirk, which was a white man.
That's why I said white on white violence got to stop. You didn't hear what I said?
No, white on
But
white
don't make it seem like white men are unique.
You ain't got to give them. You ain't got to give them.
No, that's another lie.
They don't need you. They don't need you. Go over on my stages and kick you.
I can't hear two people at once.
Yes, you can. You got two in there.
Are we on the view?
You got
Are
two
we on the
ears.
view?
You got
Why
two
is everybody
ears.
talking over each
You
other?
can hear her more than me and others. So
Are you Joy or
work it out.
Sunny?
Work it out.
You sound like you Joy.
Work it out.
I'm Joy. I'm Joy.
Oh, you're Joy, Lisa.
Work it out, man.
You get your people in check. I can't hear
White
people. I can't hear you.
men
I
have been
called your ass
the
in for a
scourge
reason.
of the. Oh, you peeked him in here.
I should
She did not
have
pick me in here.
I did, Lisa.
And this she gonna line again. I can't hear you on my own.
That don't mean I didn't do your ass, fool. What's wrong with you?
Well, that don't mean I responded to your pain either.
Can I just finish this sentence? Every major war, every world war has been started. Can I just finish
Go
though?
ahead, Go ahead. I'll let him behave. Sit down.
I appreciate it. Every world war has been started by a clear man, and every mass destruction. Am I lying right now?
Not at all.
Every atomic bomb that's been released has been released by a clear man. There
But
has
no black man.
No, and never. So I'm just telling you, history is the proof of what white men have done. They don't want to talk about it. Go ahead,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think humans' propensity towards evil and violence is based on a level of melanin in their skin? You really believe that?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, so if you believe that, that's like believing, because they all eat Cheerios. You know, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Let me just explain something to you, Miss Lisa. I'm not done talking. I'm just trying to respect.
Is this TCL? There you go.
No, Miss Lisa, what I'm trying to explain to you is that the true root of evil is the influence of the enemy on man. It ain't got nothing to do with being light skinned, clear skinned, the way you use it. Melanin is not a factor in whether someone's propensity to commit evil. Okay, evil is an influence from the enemy of all enemies, Satan. How he influences human beings. You're focused on. That's like I know many black people who don't commit. Oh Lord, you believe the rhetoric that Louis Farrakhan and all these Muslims be talking about? Get your head out the clouds.
Hey, man, Sanity, how you doing? Good evening. There's only one.
What's going on with it, Miss First Lady? How you
What's
doing?
going on with you?
And see, the thing is, First Lady no, because First Lady understands we're in a spiritual battle between good and evil. And we are not focused on skin color. And skin color don't indicate your level of evil.
Except that the person who shot Charlie Kirk
I wish I was just telling the truth. Tell the truth and shame
You still boot up? Your boot let you out here in these streets? What's going on?
I'm going to let him out. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, breaking news. It's not political. Manfinity, you have been served these are your papers now. You will be participating in a duo with On here on the stage. You guys have to practice over the next 3 months for a Christmas
Cantata.
song.
A Christmas cantata.
Why can't they both sing that change has come? Like he sings one verse and then Infinity sings the other verse. Infinity, do you know the song "A Change Must Come"? Do you know the words?
So you want them to sing it individually?
In a little just like the river I've been running.
Listen, you said he could sing.
He can sing.
It's been a long,
Yes.
long time coming, but I know.
I told you.
Sam is good as all. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is good. This is good.
That's when you get harmony.
My brother.
Sing it, man, Infinity.
And I say, back down on my knees. Lord, there are times that I thought I would last for long.
Sing it, man, Infinity.
But now I think I'm able to carry on.
I'm gonna be out here and picture you sing right now.
I love it. I love hearing men sing. Oh my God. Turn on.
Al Sam Cooke, 1964. That record was released a moment after he died. Beautiful record.
Oh, just like a river.
Listen.
I've been running ever since. It's
Maybe
been
get a
a
divorce.
long, change won't come.
Oh, yes,
Oh, yes, it
we should do it.
is. And the sea is a living.
First lady, I don't know what you do for a living, but it need to be said.
First lady, you got
She does. She got a whole situation going on over there. She got the look. She
I
got the
said, now,
sound.
Sandy, you go back over there to your wife stages and see. She went right back.
When I come on there, the only two stages I ever look for is Misa and politically correct. I don't want nobody else's stage.
Monica and Infinity.
Y'all, Monica used to be a big deal. She said on somebody.
Monica,
She is. She used to
So
be.
anyway,
She used to
Lisa, Malcolm X went to, he went to Mecca in the last year of his life, and he realized the white man ain't uniquely evil. So he stopped with the lie.
The devil. That's what he said.
No, he
that
said
was
that
what he
pre
said
going to Mecca.
Yeah, when he went on his
awakening.
I need y'all to wake up to the truth.
Well, he should have stayed with his original statement.
That's what caused him his knockdown.
Yeah, when he went on his Hodge to
Right, because whenever you tell the truth, they kill you. That's what they did to Charlie Kirk.
1 second. Let Charlie
Kirk.
let other people. Wait, just wait a minute. Andre, what were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say, Infinity. I mean, you're not incorrect. What I read his autobiography a while back, and what he said is that he went on his Hajj to Mecca and he had an enlightenment because the whole time he was there, he was eating and he was drinking, and not one time was he ever and he was eating and drinking with people from all over the world, Muslim brothers from all over the world, and not one time was he ever referenced to the black Muslim from America. He was referenced as the brother from America, the Muslim brother from America, and he said that that completely fit his whole ideology.
You need to say one thing wrong on it because I've read the autobiography 4 times.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? Just the last part of what you said, sir. What did he say that I didn't say? I'm sorry. I missed what you said.
No, he's agreeing with you. He's saying that
he's agreeing.
He's letting Lisa know pretty much. He's saying, yes, I agree with you. This is what, he said.
Oh, I thought he was drawing a distinction between.
No, that's the reason why I wanted him to speak, because there were others that were going to still continue to fight. But there's some validity to what you're saying. Yes.
And one person did say that he died because of that, but he was murdered. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. He was murdered because he went to speak out against Elijah Muhammad and him impregnating all those young girls.
No. He also but the main thing that they did not want him to do is come back with that message.
No, that wasn't the issue. That wasn't the issue.
So
I think it's disputed. The nation. Hold on. It was. He felt like he was going to take over the nation based on what he was putting out there, telling the truth about Elijah Muhammad. So and then when Kennedy got killed, and he said the chickens came home to roost, that also got him blackballed. That's what got him killed.
It's all of that. It's all of that.
So
what they're saying is, in addition to the chickens coming home to roost comment, in addition to him going after Elijah Muhammad, they're saying that in addition to that, another factor that played into the reason why they wanted to assassinate him was because he was preaching this message that the white man in and of itself was not the devil. So they're saying that's an additional factor, which I had not truly considered.
First lady, they were about to meet with the Klan. Elijah Muhammad was meeting with the Klan, so that doesn't even line with it.
Okay, he was getting ready to meet with the Klan. The thing is, Malcolm was ready to say that we gotta stop spreading this hate, and they weren't ready to make the change. So we can say all this other stuff, but to me, if I come to you and say, "Hey, listen, we gotta change this messaging," and you say, "No, brother, not right now," and then I come back and say, "Listen, if you don't, then I'm going to have to expose you and let them know about your infidelity and what you're doing." So all of this could be true. It's not just one single thing that will cause his demise. I think it was several different things that added up.
I think all of those things were at play because, like the chicken home coming home to roost comment was the mechanism that the Nation of Islam, because of his influence within the Nation of Islam, to then excommunicate him, because he had already been disillusioned by after what he had discovered about Elijah Muhammad and these affairs with all these young women within the congregation. So they used that, but he still went on to do his Hajj in Mecca. And when he came, and then that was
would you rather compare him to Donald Trump or the Nation of Islam? Would you compare him to Donald Trump?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm speaking, sir. Can you mute up? Because we're having a conversation here. So the other thing I wanted to add too is that after that, he got back from his Hajj to Mecca. It was purported that his message was going to be this message of like allyship, and that understanding that what we had been told, this rhetoric, what he had been sold was not true. And he was like, "Hey, listen, the cause is still the cause, and those that want to help with the cause, he was okay with that. But he had also come to grips that he had been sort of a bill of goods that wasn't
a bit of lies. But don't forget,
a bit of lies.
Don't forget also who really wanted him dead and who facilitated.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it was the Nation of Islam. Damn, man, what you fucking retarded? No, I think. Wait a minute. I understand what you're saying. The CIA looked at him as a threat, but who also looked at him as a threat was the Nation of Islam. So just as you can make the case that the government wanted him killed, you can make the case opposite that Nation of Islam had it out for him. Didn't you see when his house was bombed? All of it. So what I'm saying is, you can make a case in either direction. Now, who actually killed him, according to some eyewitnesses, the people that actually pulled the trigger were people from the Nation of Islam. Get your head out of there.
They were also framed. They also was NYPD over there.
Right. So what I'm saying is, we don't know what the truth is. That's why it's what you call a mystery. I don't know what the truth is neither do you. So let's stop making it seem like we know for sure. Excuse me. Stop making it seem like you know for sure who was behind this death.
Can I say one thing?
Lisa's trying to say something. Let Lisa talk.
Okay, so there was a guy in New Jersey. I think he was in Newark, maybe, possibly, who just recently died. Did you guys see that on the phone? Yes, did you see that?
Please.
So can I just get it out?
I'm sorry, I just want to help.
Okay, so you can tell what the name of so they need to go and watch it.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah,
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, so he just died, and he said he told what really happened is this one guy in New Jersey who's been researching this for decades, and he finally found this guy who was alive and well, living in New Jersey, and everybody in the neighborhood knew that he killed Malcolm X.
Yeah, but was he a civilian? Yeah, but
No. Don't do that. I'm trying to tell you to go and watch it before you commented on it.
I watched it.
And somebody said, is he a civilian? He was a civilian, but he was also in the Nation of Islam, and he was working or either connected with the police. Now y'all go watch it and stop making everything not.
I watched it when it first came out. That was very good.
So why would you say it wasn't true when this?
I didn't say it wasn't true, man.
Okay.
What I said was you take it with a grain of salt, because I don't know what really happened, and neither do you. And that Netflix documentary did not conclusively draw a conclusion who was behind his death. It was a
When the man said he killed him, and he knew exactly.
It's a
four people talking.
I'm just trying to like those for so long. I've been trying to get to the man who they interviewed was somebody who had spent like 30 years in prison for the murder.
No.
That's not the same one?
No. This man walked away scot-free and was living his life.
Can you put the name of the documentary in the chat so I can see it when I watch it?
Oh my God, I can't even.
I think we
It might be different than the one that I watched. Maybe you know something I don't know. What's the name of the documentary?
Lord,
I know the one
he
that
said he's willing to give 30 years. He said he's willing to
I'm on this motherfucker.
Why y'all gotta talk so rapidly? It gives me heart
They can't
palpitations.
even listen to each other. Infinity doesn't know what An was saying. I don't know what.
No, he said he's willing to give 30 years. He said he's willing to do that.
I said the one I watched was called Who Killed Malcolm X. That's what I watched.
And was it the researcher that was working on it for like 20 years, and he was a heavy-set guy?
I have to go back. Can you put the one that you're talking about in the chat so I can confirm?
God, jeez, every time I start talking, you start talking. I don't remember the name, but I will go back and I will look for it diligently, because I watched it and I was just like freaking blown away. He knew where he was shot. He knew the type of weapon. Mind say publicly that he was involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. He literally, step by step, how it happened, where it was, what type of gun was used, where Malcolm, who did the kill shot, who was on stage, where they went. I mean, just it was almost too much to hear him talk about it. He just died recently, and everybody in the neighborhood said they knew that he was the one who killed Malcolm X.
Excuse me, Lisa. I just posted in the chat the one that I watched. If you can just click it and see if that's the one that you're talking about.
I will. I'll definitely click it.
So,
Lisa,
yeah,
I'm
nobody
about
knows
the same
documentary. We'll see if it's that one.
I think we're talking about the same documentary, but I will admit it's been years since I've seen it, and I'm a little bit older, so details might be a little murky.
But isn't it interesting how the chickens coming home to roost comment is the same comment that people are making today with regard to Charlie Kirk, that they think because of his, I wasn't done talking, because of his rhetoric that his chickens is coming home to roost too. There are people still speaking that kind of, foul language that Malcolm X spoke with back in the day. I think it's a foul. I think it's foul. Excuse me, I'll tell you why. I think it's foul.
I was still talking.
You said, how is it foul? While I was I said it's still foul. I was still in the middle of a sentence, and you jumped in with, how is it foul? Can I answer your question? So I think it was foul because in the hours and days post someone being brutally assassinated on camera, murdered, movement, he was assassinated in the midst of his work. Okay, he was a smart and effective communicator.
There's illusion fools.
I wasn't done talking.
I don't
Smart and effective. Of course you don't care, because you want to do the same thing to me.
I want to know who the they is. You said they
Why
killed
can't I finish the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm trying to finish a statement.
I'm gonna let
Here's a man.
I'm gonna get something.
A smart and effective communicator who can lead millions to follow and pay attention to what he's saying.
You're gonna be pissing all night.
He was assassinated. He was shot in his neck, and what I'm saying is, in the hours and days post that, not even hours. Excuse me. I'm talking minutes after this was happening. Oh, people are speaking in the same language as chickens coming home to roost. They didn't use that same word.
Okay,
but
well,
they
some
basically
people.
saying.
All right, now that's long enough. Now you're gonna have to end this up. Come on.
Yes, I'm just gonna end it by saying,
In the Southwest
interesting
flight.
how we still have
Spirit Airlines flight.
before the party goes even cold yet. They out there making it seem like this man is.
Man, are you giving a unity or something? What's going on, man?
That's what I get.
Child, let me tell you something.
First lady, I've been trying to have this conversation with him.
Oh, but see, he was answering my question.
I do. I got questions for him.
Okay, so Ray J, is that you talking?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
See, I was feeling the Sam Cooke with this shit now.
No, that was not Ray J sings, man. Was that song One Wish? Remember that song One Wish?
I had one wish right now that you would be quiet.
Ray wants to talk, but listen, let me set this up real quick. Here's the table. Here's the cards. Ray, I don't know what you're getting ready to say. Are you going to ask him a question or you got something to say?
No, I just wanted to respond to the chicken.
Okay, so he's going to respond. Now, here's the thing. April has been waiting to have a conversation with you, Infinity. Okay? So, please don't take forever responding to him and then y'all go into the silence.
I'm going off sometimes. I'm sorry.
I understand. I'm just saying. I just want to be able to give April a chance to have a conversation with me. Go ahead. One mic on you, Ray J.
Thank you. Oh, Ray. Oh, sorry.
Wait a minute. Is your name Ray?
Who the fuck?
One of these jokers up here let him back up. Listen here, Liquor. Look at him, Liquor. All right. Liquor, shut up. Damn it. All right, go ahead, Ray.
I don't see why you so offended over a common phrase or something like that when the chicken's coming home to roost is really what embodied itself with him, with his rhetoric that he spoke. He literally said gun deaths are there and unnecessary evil to protect the Second Amendment. I also was taught in my youth about the Bible and Christianity, and it says the tongue is powerful. Be careful what you say. You reap what you sow. I feel like he reaped what he sowed. He sowed violence. He talked about it. He didn't want gun rights, gun protections from people. And he was a victim of his own words. We don't get mad when drill rappers get killed in gang violence. We just like, yeah, you talked about it. You brought it up on yourself. So I don't see why you're so offended for people saying the chickens came on the roof. Because they always do.
Just
no matter what.
Brief response.
I'm talking. I wasn't done talking.
All right, may I briefly respond when you're done? Thank you.
I don't know. But yeah, so since you interrupted me and I lost my train of thought, but yeah, so I feel like when you speak bad shit out loud, bad shit happens. I try to keep my universe very neutral. But no, I'm not gonna feel sorry when he dies. I'm sorry. It doesn't make me a bad person. It just means I'm indifferent to his life because I know he didn't care about my life or my community's lives. And that is evident by the way he spoke. Thank you.
Okay, I don't feel bad for his death either. I just recognize it as wrong, unjust. And when I say, I never said I was mad, I never said I was offended. I recognize that statement as being wrong because it's basically trying to say that when I hear somebody say chickens coming home to roost, or what you're saying, bad language leads to this. That's what got Matthew Dowd fired from MSNBC. In the waking minutes after this tragedy occurred, he was on MSNBC saying what you just said, that where his rhetoric led to this. So it's not that I'm offended. It's not that I'm mad about it. I observe it as a wrong statement that is putting the onus on him. That's basically saying, you deserved it. That's what I take issue with, but I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I don't even feel bad what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think it was wrong. I think it was unjust. I don't walk around with my sympathies. And people like you, I don't feel bad about it. You're overestimating how important your sympathies are. I don't care. Keep your sympathies to yourself. It don't make a difference. Nobody cares whether you're sympathetic or not. So I'll just leave it there. I'm not mad. I'm not offended. I just think it was wrong. It's an observation. Thank you.
Amen. Praise God. All right. So April, are you ready?
First lady, I've lost a will to live over here, and I ain't gonna spend my last few minutes.
Don't let go, April.
I'm not
Keep
doing it.
on the line. Keep on.
My last few minutes alive with this country. I'm not gonna do it. So I'm good. I'm sitting right up here by my sister.
Okay, April 1.
You ain't got that. You know, I can shut you down.
If you don't, fuck up.
Wait a minute. Let me handle this for you, April. April, you see, let me tell you something. Fire, and then y'all gonna be fighting. Y'all you know what y'all act like? Y'all act like brothers and sisters. Okay?
I was off on the first lady. I love
Aunt April, and there ain't nothing she can do about it. The reason I made that statement is basically saying,
listen, because we having a conversation. Remember, listen. If you say it, then you also supposed to show it. See, I don't have to tell y'all I love you. I show you that I love you, right? I show you that I love you. See this right here? You see this right here?
You're supposed to be interrupting somebody while they're talking, sir. You just want to finish what she got to say. You just but let her finish, please. Let her finish.
Order, next, please, next.
Come on, liquor, please.
So I'm just saying that we can't just speak something. We also have to put it into action. So just be a little nicer, okay? Especially when you're trying to get people to come to Christ. Because I'm going to be very honest with you. Someone who sits and they talk about God and Christianity, they also don't sit there and speak of value on the stage today. That is not godly. God is not an author of confusion. And down-putting black women and talking about all kind of racist things, it's not nice. It just really isn't. And I understand and I agree. I'm very careful with my words. But at the same time, you can't expect other people. I'm a person that I can keep it moving and turn the other cheek and go the other way. Because at the end of the day, I know who fights my battles, right? I don't have to fight them. Sometimes I get big and bold and be like, all right, Lord, move out the way. I got this. But for the most part, I try to let God fight my battles for me, right? But in this situation, a lot of people, they just don't have the sentiments. The person said empathy is dead. But yet and still there are people who are sitting there telling people to have empathy. When the person says don't.
Who said empathy?
Now for me,
he said empathy is a made-up word and it's a weakness. It's a woke term, and to show a sign of weakness. The man that we're talking about said.
I tend to agree with that. But go ahead.
So if you profess Christ, then how can you? And Christ was very empathetic. So how can you agree with that if Christ Himself was empathetic and His mercy and His grace shows empathy to our sins every day?
That part.
I mean, there's a fallacy in your ideology.
Because I don't look at it through the prism of empathy. When He is operating through justice and what is right and what is wrong. So when you know. So I use justice and love to describe his actions. I don't use this made up.
Well, how do you know he was Christian? So
again, I'm just responding to Mr. Andre. You're looking at it through the prism of empathy because that's a terminology that a lot of us have been swayed into using. I used it before, but there's a whole book on how empathy is a term that's been introduced with the direct intent to manipulate for all kind of political purposes. So, because I understand that, I tend to agree with Charlie Kirk's view on empathy. There's a whole book on it.
There's a Bible on it.
So, no one's saying they gotta have it. Didn't you hear me tell him? He's overvaluing his sympathies. I don't need him to be sympathetic. Even me, I'm not sympathetic to what happened to Charlie Kirk. It's enough to understand what happened to him is wrong. I don't have to walk around wallowing in my pity and sorrow.
Empathy is a ancient Greek word.
Are
not the same.
Right.
Empathy and sympathy are two different things.
The worst thing that we can do as people is when you say,
excuse me, sir, you have no right to tell people what they should be doing. None. Mind
I'm not recommending. You don't have to
clean your own house. It's not for you to recommend shit.
No, I can recommend anything I want to. You don't have to take it.
You don't have the right to tell anybody anything, but you do.
You're right. I'm not telling you. I'm recommending.
Okay, so
Still talk before you roll and shut your mouth, boy.
My thing is this: if you mind your business for 30 fucking days, it'll be the best 30 days of your life. Just mind your business. This man, right? I'm telling you, I've been practicing it, and I'm telling you, it set me free. I mind my business, mind what's going on over here, and then everybody else do the same, and this world will be a better place. Now, Charlie was another person who needed to mind his damn business. He was always in black folks' business, trying to say, well, black people, they don't have any fathers in the home. He's an expert on shit he knows nothing about. He's not black. So how can you speak on the black experience when you're not black? I can't.
The same way you can speak on the president. The same way you can.
Wait, hold on. Liquor just cannot. Go ahead, Liquor. You got it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You can.
You get a first minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate this. But he was white and whatnot. But we don't know whether he believed it. But did he do the shoot correctly? Yeah, he was a shooter. Well, please. Was he a shooter? Yeah. No. But why would he learn how to shoot before reading the Bible? That's the question.
Just be quiet.
Motherfucker sound like
respond. Listen, you gotta learn not to respond. He got his chance to talk. Now we can go back. Now what's going on? Hey Al, Sue, you missed it. I had a good laugh, Sue. I said, where's Sue? She missing this good laugh. You missed a good laugh, Sue.
Excuse me, that's not fair. You see how they be saying that about me, First Lady? Tell her that's not
nice. That's not nice.
No, Infinity, I'm sorry, but
It's not
me and
emotional.
Infinity have been together for a couple of years now, and I just have learned that the best thing for me to do with Infinity is do nothing. Okay, that's the best thing to do.
Or love him from a distance.
Far distance.
Well, I forgot what you said now. But anyways, Lisa, all I was saying was, you heard what I said, that, damn, what you just said. What was the last thing you just said?
What inspired him to do the shooting? What inspired him?
What inspired him to do the shooting was his own, the devil. The devil inspired him.
He said he did not like the hate that Charlie spewed. That is what he said to his friends. Now, he has not spoken to the investigators. He refuses to speak to the investigators. He will not open his mouth. But his roommate says that what he heard him talk about him was the fact that he hated how he was, he hated both sides, but he did not like how Kurt was,
But the guy he shot wasn't speaking again.
All right, so I'm gonna place you in the Google.
Yeah, but the guy he shot wasn't speaking.
Thank you, you kept self-control issue.
Like forever. How do you equate that these people do to just God and the devil? Don't you think that's kind of like
that doesn't help? You're not helping. You just
so the reason why is because there's a spiritual battle between good and evil, and it's not a flesh and blood situation. You got to look at things through your spiritual eyes and not your physical eyes. That gets you to the deeper. That's why I was coming up against Lisa when she was making it about, somebody's melanin makes them more evil. And that ain't true. That's if you're looking at things through your physical eye. You got to see the deeper truth through your spiritual eyes. That's how I can do it right. And to answer your question again, it's this chicken's coming home to roost comment is basically saying he deserved what happened to him. So that's not fair. I think that's not just. I don't need you to be sympathetic. It's just wrong to say that. It was wrong to kill him. You don't got to get emotionally invested into it. I'm not emotionally invested. I think it was wrong.
So, in the Bible, did God send people to kill other people through him?
Yeah, in the context of self-defense,
in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament,
New
no.
Testament. Mm-hmm.
Once
in the New Testament, it's all about self-defense.
Once Jesus came, no.
Just give me a second.
The best description.
Somebody got a scripture going.
No, as I said, the best description I've heard about the Charlie Kirk thing is someone said, I don't support what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk supported what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Explain that.
No, if those who got it, got it. Those who didn't.
I think he's talking about his comment where he said we're going to have a couple of gun deaths a year, something like that. Is that what you mean?
I don't know what he means, but if the overall arching piece of what the person said, he was just reading it. It's up to perception, however you perceive it. But the writer isn't here. But let me just adjourn to Bruce. Is that the saying?
I think it means you deserve what happened to you.
No, stop saying that. Is that the saying? Hello? Are you asleep? Because I'll boom this room. I ain't lying.
We know you.
Somebody better talk to me. God darn. Lisa, where the hell you at? You sleep?
First lady, I'm here, and it means that if bad or wrong things happen that someone has done in the past and come home to roost, or their chickens have come home to roost, they are now experiencing the unpleasant effects of their actions. I wish some fried chickens would come up in here, Roost.
I love me too. Like,
and on that day, I guess Martin Luther King got what came to him, right? Because he was rapping.
No, okay, whoa. Slow your roll right now. Don't you ever disrespect this black king, because now they're trying to level up Charlie Desperate Dusty Clark.
You better stop.
No. When they start, let me just finish my fucking sentence, goddammit. I'm saying when you start comparing that low-life piece of dirt to Martin Luther King, I've heard your side do that. And this is where we're going to fucking draw the line. You guys are not going to keep denigrating black leaders. Not the leaders who tried to bring us forward in this fucking country. That's what you're not gonna fucking do. Because I'm gonna be there. That's when I'm gonna put on my fucking shoes and come outside. You're not gonna do. I'm sick and tired of it, Manfinity. You can go and say whatever you want, but you make sure you keep Martin Luther King out your motherfucking mouth. Especially as no, you're not. I'm not done. I don't give a fuck now. Fun is fun and fun is none. When you start talking about my leaders that gave their fucking life for the good of our people, not somebody who's sitting over there. See, this is the problem I have with you and Charlie Kirk. This man talked about you, your mama, your grandmama, your sisters, your brothers, and everybody in your fucking community. He said the most horrendous thing about black people. And what I don't understand about you and people like you is that you cannot see your way clear to even give respect to your own fucking ancestors. Nobody but the anybody in the room, nobody but the niggas always gotta talk down on each other. You always constantly fucking do it. Any white man that get up and got something positive to say, it's gonna be one of you darkies in the audience who gonna stand up and co-sign it. Stop the shit. I play and I have fun. But when you start talking about my people, especially my ancestors who put blood in the soil, laid down their motherfucking lives so I can be able to do and say and move the way I move, you're going to have a problem over in the 207. That's what you're going to do. I don't play like that. So Charlie Kirk,
I don't give a fuck about him when he starts talking about your low IQ, your crime written, your mama daddy ain't got a mama daddy, you don't have this, you don't have that, you can't even get into college on your own, all this kind of other fucking bullshit. I didn't even know who he was until 3 days ago, and I've been listening to nothing but Charlie Kirk denigrating, disrespecting, devaluing, demoralizing black people constantly. When has he ever said anything fucking good about somebody black? Pull the clip. Pull the clip. Candace Owens. What do you mean Candace Owens? When has he said anything good about anybody black? Don't put her as no fucking example.
And Brandon Tatum as well. Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens, these are black people that he has a lot of respect for. Officer Tatum. Go look him up. He's got over 3 million followers on YouTube.
Who is he?
He's a commentator. He's a former police officer, and he has a lot to say about the
So you guys know who Brandon
But I'd like to hold on, please. I wasn't done.
Does anybody else know who Brandon Tatum is?
Yes, we all look cool. Excuse me. I'd like to respond to Lisa. She went on. She had a statement. I'd like to respond to her statement, please. So Lisa,
I ran into him in Brownsville, Texas.
I'd like to respond to Lisa's statement, please. So Lisa, I never compared Charlie Kirk to, because you were saying all of these inflammatory or controversial statements. So what I was comparing was these are both men who use their voice to speak controversial messages.
You know what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't done talking, man. Why can't I finish my statement? I wasn't done talking. You can't not let me not do nothing. I was talking. No, you can't. Hello. I was in the middle of a sentence. You can't do that. No. Somebody shut me down, please. I was in the middle of a sentence, and you're talking through me and over me, and that ain't gonna work, brother. Please. Thank you, Jesus. So what I was saying the statement. If you want to use chickens coming home to roost for somebody like a Charlie Kirk, then you should be able to use it for more. If you want to say that Charlie Kirk deserved what he got, then if that's what you want to say, then I guess you can say that about Martin Luther King. I'm not comparing the two men.
You the only one you're talking about.
I'm comparing that statement, how it applies to both of the men. And secondly, a second ago you told me I can't tell you what to do. Well, you can't tell me what to say. Now in this room, because you got the power of the being, you can shoot me down. But you can't tell me what to say. If I want to compare these two men, I sure damn can.
And you can't tell anybody else what to say either.
I just told you, and I don't even put my bean stuff in this room ever, never. But I'm gonna tell you, I will repeat myself. You are not. I don't give a fuck who you are, Miss Cindy. I don't care what kind of relationship we're supposed to have off, on, or in between this app. I will not let anybody in my presence. I don't give a fuck. I'll walk off a fucking job. You understand me? It'll be my last motherfucking day. Because you gonna sit up here and denigrate, like, once again, like I said, you don't hear nobody else doing this fucking bullshit but you guys who consider yourself and others who consider them you coons. I don't. You got some kind of fucking screw loose if you gonna sit up here and let somebody denigrate your entire fucking community. Not individually, not saying, oh, man, Infinity has an issue, whatever. This motherfucker sits up and talks about the whole fucking race. And you see nothing and co-signing and all that kind of bullshit. You know what? Who said if you fall for anything? And it's embarrassing.
I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. You never even asked me if I agree with everything Charlie Kirk said.
It doesn't matter.
You don't know my position on the Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so that's the point. It doesn't matter if you agree with everything. If you support him on any level. This is what I'm saying. If any motherfucking level. So it's okay to be a murderer if you've murdered like maybe one person instead of 100. A murderer is a murderer. A racist is a fucking racist. And this motherfucker in these speeches and the cute little things, he goes to campuses and he tries to debate these young innocent minds. And some of these little white kids, they be getting up there, they be telling the truth. They be like, oh, so what do you have against affirmative action? And this motherfucker go sit up here and go, man, but I just wanted to come in here and talk to you about affirmative action. He goes, why do you feel affirmative action is bad for America? So he went on to say, he says, how you doing in school? And the young man says, I'm doing fine in school. He goes, how are your grades? He goes, my grades are really high. I have a high GPA. Then he pans over to a black young lady who ain't said shit, ain't got nothing to do with this. And he said, would you give your good grades to her? Like the bitch ain't got good grades. You don't know nothing about this sister. And you have to talk about her grades probably higher than this motherfucker. And that's what really kills me about white people. I put my picture, you see a picture in my PTR? Once again today, I'm the only black person in the whole fucking building. When I walked through the door, immediately I got, oh, here we go. So, you see that picture? That's at the end of the day. When they saw this bitch is good, they want to take a motherfucking picture with me. She is good. She knows her shit better than the people who fucking work there. And the doctor put my fucking phone number in his personal motherfucking phone. He sent me that picture. You understand? So you don't know what the fuck I've got going on. I'm the smartest bitch in the room.
Are you angry?
I might play around with you on this fucking app.
I
might have a
angry?
good time. I'm not
Can you
angry.
stop interrupting?
Why do you have to swear every other word out of your mouth? It's not ladylike.
Don't tell me how to
I'm asking you why you have to swear. I'm not telling you what to say. I'm asking you why you say the F word every other word. Makes it really hard to listen to you. It's disgusting.
Don't listen to her then.
I'm asking why do you have to speak in those ways?
He keep interrupting her. Could you Google him?
Why does it
No, I need to understand why you keep
Why
doing
does
that.
it bother you?
It doesn't. Because cursing at that
Okay,
rate
so that's
is.
your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. It's a question. It's an observation. I'm asking why do you have to curse every other word?
Because that's what I choose to do.
That's what she does.
Motherfucker.
She's not a
That's what
motherfucker.
I choose to do. And if it bothers you, you're not for me and I'm not for you. We not fucking. And you're not paying my fucking rent. So when that happens, I'll change my tone. And until then, this is what you got.
Yeah, I'll come back when we have.
Could you stop? Could you stop?
Okay, you
You
can
tend
my fucking ass.
he tends to evoke that type of response from people when he has a problem.
But I just want to
He
say
doesn't
this.
tend to. He tries to invoke that kind of response.
You can holler and scream all night on the app, and because I use cuss words, first of all, my granny uses cuss words, and she up in the church every goddamn Sunday. She opens the doors of the church. So
Girl, don't worry about
start.
his dumb ass. He just trying to
Don't fucking start.
get you off point. That's what he was trying to do.
That's a common debate tactic.
You use profanity and it shows your intelligence.
I get so sick and tired of people like Manfinity ain't go find a reason to support a racist. Then I just cannot.
I mean, and Lisa, that's a nefarious, just hit the thing about Manfinity to sit and support the racism, and then the problem that I had with what he was saying, and we can move on from it. It was he's talking about he's talking disparaging about black people. He says, well, he didn't talk bad about Candace Owen, like Candace Owen and this other officer, whoever, dumbass, it's a totality of black people. He talked about all black people. Just because he didn't talk about people that ass cheeks for white supremacy, just because he thinks highly of them, which he probably doesn't think highly of them as Manfinity thinks. He thinks that he ain't talking about all black people. This man talks about everybody that looks like most of us, most of us on this stage, and I don't have an ounce of empathy or sympathy. I'm not happy what happened, but this man told us not to be empathetic to things, to other people. So guess what? He died by the same laws and ideology he lived by. But Manfinity's out here clapping, and my problem with Manfinity is every time Manfinity has nothing to say good about black people. He is always out here caping for white people. It is frustrating.
Not even.
So I just wanted to say.
I mean, it's just not. Come on, you guys. I'm just sick and tired of it. I've been living through this shit for a long time, and it just is unnecessary. The microaggressions that I have to tolerate every day, but I stay friendly. Because we have to. Black people have to tap dance constantly. And my shoes are getting worn out. The microaggressions, the snide little comments. You know, do you? I have to tell you, what do you mean? Do I know? I have to go. Of course, what? Do you know that you need to 200 micrograms of fentanyl? Is that what you gave? Is that the last dose you gave? Yeah. 200. 250 micrograms of morphine. You have to be able to weigh the patient's weight. It's like, bitch, what are you talking about? So finally, the doctor says, "Tell me about you." So I start talking, and the more I talked, the more he kind of settled down. But why do I have to prove myself every time I walk through a fucking door?
Every time you turn your fucking head, you gotta prove yourself. I just wanted to say this. When he made the comparison to Martin Luther King, I was personally offended because Martin Luther King never instilled or tried to provoke any sort of violence. In fact, he was the exact opposite. If anyone is wondering why I feel the way I feel about certain things, I'm going to post a link in the chat about my great aunt who was murdered by the sheriff. And I got to see my grandmother sit in front of me and my wife, she was my fiance at the time, and cry about it. And that was the first time she ever told me that story. And I was 29 years old. I had been with my grandmother since I was 6. She had alluded to it but never told the story. So when I say those people are inherently evil, most of the time, I go back to that.
I'm sorry about that situation. That's
I understand. And Bad Fitty will be like, that happened in the 30s. I don't give a fuck. My grandmother cried in front of me about it, and I always saw my grandma cry 3 times in life. She didn't cry when her husband died. She didn't cry when her daughter died. She didn't cry when her.
And Ray, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that. Like that is my frustration when I'm on this app. And if I sound frustrated a lot of times when I talk to some of these dumbasses, it's because they think that they are so far away from the civil rights movement in the struggles that our ancestors and people that came before us made. They think that they are so far isolated from it. That was only 50 years ago. Like 50 years or so ago, when the Civil Rights Act was passed, do they think that 50 years is that long ago that they don't feel like, oh, well, we're shielded from that? Nobody calls us niggas. Nobody has those ill will towards us. They still do to this day. And many of us on the stage, like Lisa said, we deal with these microaggressions. In the very beginning of my IT career, I dealt with that. When people look at my blackface being the only blackface in an IT department, questioning, always looking over my work. But I always knew that my shit was good. You can go back and look at my work. And to be in these circles and have people say, man, you're the only black person I've ever seen here. Don't you feel odd about it? No, I don't feel odd about it. Because I just knew that I was good at this. He is sitting out here taping for people who think that we're all a bunch of dumbasses.
Well, let me just say this. And y'all know it's about to be controversial. Y'all talk about Martin a lot. But do y'all ever pay attention to his words? Because from what I understand, you can't fight fire with fire. And y'all constantly do that. And if y'all gonna make a change, so you're more of a Malcolm person. Who said that?
Right side. I do completely understand that. The main reason I'm more of a Malcolm is because the turn the other cheek, I've seen that being implicated since 1865.
But his message changed before he died. And I'm saying, but he came to a revelation. And all I'm saying is, when do y'all? No, you're not gonna talk over me. I let you interrupt, but I wasn't finished.
I apologize.
No worries. That's cool. I'm just saying, If in fact you really want people to understand and to hear you, you have to do a better job at articulating it. The way that y'all sit there and y'all go back and forth, guess what? At the end of the day, y'all bunch of positive and negatives just crossing each other. No, matter of fact, I'm sorry, two negatives repelling each other. Somebody's got to be positive in a situation. But y'all don't care to do that because you really don't want the person to change. And if you don't want the person to change, don't sit there and talk about the person not changing because you haven't changed yourself. Just saying.
I would like to say that I feel like if, and this is just a guess, if Brother Malcolm would have lived longer, he probably would have reverted back to his former way of thinking. Because this shit has not worked. Like, honestly.
That's not true.
I mean, I'm just guessing, right?
You guessing because you never tried it. And I'm telling you, a person who used to be completely the other way, because you hear it from time to time. You see it from time to time.
Yeah,
but I choose and trying to be something new because I do understand that with that energy, I have gotten so much further. Just in health alone.
But you know,
because I begin to attract that energy that I'm giving out. Yeah, sure. Hello.
I agree 100% with like 95% of what you said. But it's manfinity. I have tried. No, seriously, babe. To the point where he's dogmatic, and not only that, he is not listening to understand or comprehend. He's already ready to answer before you even start talking, let alone finish. He's not trying to learn anything new. He's not trying to consider anybody else's opinion like I do him. I consider him. I consider his opinion to comprehend, to learn, to understand, to nothing. And I don't know how he's wired. And I have patience of Joe. But something is going on. And I've said this before. Something is going on with him that all of a person. Mm-hmm. So that's why when and the strange thing about him, he has the most caring heart for elderly people. Mm-hmm. That's what really is so mysterious to me. It's like, what the heck? Mm-hmm. This boy has he has no focus. He has none of that, but he surrounds himself around elderly people. And
when y'all gonna start listening to me? Wait,
sir, excuse me.
Oh God, did y'all and this motherfucker? Go ahead, designing women. Go ahead.
Go ahead, listen.
No, I said everything I was gonna say. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't have to keep talking.
I can't stand his ass.
I'm trying to tell Lisa something.
We are in the middle of a conversation. And right now, you are acting just like Manfinity.
You always want to call
You're being rude, sir. So, what I'm saying is, Lisa, everything that you just said may be true. What you do is you create boundaries. The moment that Manfinity starts pissing me off, I'm going to tell you, he pissed me off one day. I was outside and I was walking. And I forgot exactly what it was about. Oh, I think it was when one of those executive orders came out. And they weren't trying to let Garcia come back. And I was screaming at the top of my lungs. And when I got in the car, I said, I ain't gonna never do this again. With him, I see he's moving and he's being stubborn. He's not listening to the sound advice that I'm giving. Then I just cut the conversation off. Either I change the subject or I move on. And that's what we had to start doing. Everything that somebody says doesn't have to be responded to. You have the power. You all just let the power go. A lot of times, I just say, okay, fine, let the person get it out. Let them say what they gotta say. We can always change the subject. We don't have to entertain it. There's a difference. So I'm just saying.
Somebody streaming the room. Y'all niggas are lame, bro.
I mean, what they streaming for?
Like I'm saying.
I mean, well, that's good because guess what? I am giving out sound advice.
Okay, that's cool, but I don't want to fucking hear the stream.
My voice. Oh my God. Whoever's listening to the sound of my voice, I hope that you can take this information and apply it to your own lives. Because this is what we have to begin to do. If we want to see a change, we got to start within ourselves. I keep saying that. But nobody's listening. Instead, y'all want to continuously choose violence. Who am I copywriting, boy?
No, I'm talking about this person who's streaming it.
Yeah, it's John Kitover again.
Y'all are stupid. Y'all not gonna stop till y'all get arrested.
This was a private conversation. It was not for everybody. And
bitches don't believe
the state that I live in, you are not allowed to record me without my permission. So this is your warning. I'm letting you know now. I don't give you permission to record. Thank you. Now,
This is being put up without my permission, and I would like the person putting it uphill to the fullest extent of the law. And I will be pursuing that.
And in California, you can't record anybody without their voice permission. So thank you very much.
Neither can you, especially with the insurance policy and umbrella policy I have set up on myself. Y'all really need to stop playing with people because I don't come after you. My insurance company does. And they have a team of wolves.
That gave Prada the devil with Prada.
Okay, designing women.
Who's streaming though?
So let me just say what I was about to say to First Lady and Lisa.
Okay, go ahead, Josh.
Y'all need to start listening to me. I love sitting back listening to when y'all have these full circle moments and y'all really realize who the person I told you was a piece of shit 2 months ago.
I don't agree with it.
I love hearing that. It's happened with you, not this time, but it's happened with you. But this is why that soft like treatment. That's why that don't work. That what do they call it? The soft parenting or whatever. That don't work. You're dealing with a hollow reject. This man has been rejected by people, specifically black people, all his life. He doesn't even identify as black. Everything he does is an attempt to antagonize and irritate. He's not able to have a substantial conversation because he doesn't have the brain capacity. These are not people that should be humanized. I know y'all are, fairies and roses, but baby, this is Godzilla. I know y'all think he sings church songs and he's nice to old people, so it's something in there. It's not. It's not. And I'm just telling y'all, because y'all keep making these friends with these wildebeests and orangutans and motherfucking bonobos and chimpanzees and thinking, oh, they'll be humanized. We can tame them. You cannot. They're going to eat you.
Okay.
They're going to eat you.
Are you
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you are entitled to your opinion. And I respect that. But I know my purpose. You don't know my purpose. You don't give me a vision. God gives me a vision. So, thank you.
I'm I just said, if you're called to be a zookeeper, you're called to be a zookeeper. What I'm telling you is lions and gorillas bite and maul people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I do want a monkey. I do want one.
You don't. You gotta watch.
Why do people always say that?
What was that white lady with gorillas in the mix? What was her name, Scotty? I know you know her name. What was the lady who went to go live with the gorillas? Gorillas. And they got that movie Gorillas of the Mist.
Alright, I'm gonna
Jane Goodall. And she used to be doing the same shit that Lisa be doing. There's a heart in there. I know there's a soul. They're not all highway. And baby, when I say they body slammed her all upside that waterfall.
Josh, I'm gonna send you the one that I want, and then I want you to tell me what kind of one this is, because him is so cute. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna tell you.
Baby. You don't want to hold the little baby.
Probably a spider.
Yeah, it's probably a spider.
The easy way to stop your room from being streamed is to play copyrighted music. So play some Drake. His team is really, really pissed off about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a perfect example for a perfect excuse to play Nicki Minaj, because Universal does.
Oh, On's not in here. Oh yeah, On's there. On used to play music like you could play it low, like where it's not like obtrusive to people talking, but it's still hearable by stuff. And we used to do that all the time. You could just play that.
That's what I do in my room. Play music low. You hear it sometimes because the rooms are being streamed.
Yeah, I remember. You need to bring Lord in here.
Yeah, Lord, I need to bring the Lord.
Go to the beach, each left over the way. Hey, what's that? Have a drink?
Yeah, y'all gotta come out there with this song.
It's like me. It's hard to come by.
Universal be at your house in the morning.
Get them in this house. Is it 2, 3? Leave a good tip. Come on, go my money. Don't get
That thing on the door will be Amazon.
You better get on that Star Trek. Alright, we go. Alright, we'll carry on. I'll just keep playing.
That's right, just in case I have the Eagles. Yeah.
I've given up, Scotty. I'm giving up. I'm just so
Like I came
tired.
in here late to see what's going on and what's going on. Like,
You can't do it. I know. Give up. I don't understand people who can support just people who they know are racist. I just cannot understand.
Because their minds have been altered. The Bible speaks of this. Everything that's happening right now, I'm trying to tell you, the Bible speaks of it. The world is upside down for a reason. They see what is wrong to be right. And it all has everything to do with verbiage. If you notice, the reason why we constantly argue is because there's no communication. You're saying left, they are saying right. And in their minds, it's like they change things around. So when he's saying this because it's like, I'm just trying to tell you, prove a point. They all do it now.
But
they have been conditioned to do this.
These people are also coming in the guise of a religion.
Yes.
The same people, I can't understand who somebody who says they're a man of God can support somebody that doesn't even represent nothing that has to do with God. I don't get it. There's nothing godly about what Charlie Kirk says. There's nothing even humane about what he says. But you have people who quote unquote are men of God, are Christians, and all this kind of stuff. That also takes me to another level. That's why I stopped going to church, and that's my decision. Whatever.
No, you're 100% right. I agree.
Yeah.
I feel because it's not just on that side. People do a lot of different things in the name of Christianity, but far from it. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian, but you're not showing that you're a Christian. Yeah, you might go to church, you might sing in the choir, you do those churchy things, but what is your heart and what is your walk saying? What is your talk saying? Like, what kind of fruit are you bearing?
So, I mean, I get it. I don't disagree with you at all. I stopped going to church shit. I still support, different things and things like that. But at the end of the day, like literally going into the church every Sunday, when I've seen what I saw, these people are not who they say they are.
And it doesn't know. Very sad. That's why young people are not going to the church either. They're losing the young people because you talk with forked tongues, and we got people, I'm sorry, that were on this stage who profess to be Christians, but they support racists. I'm not doing that. I'm not playing these mental mind gymnastic games with people. You either are or you're not. I either am or I ain't. I'm not doing that. So if I decide to be a follower of Christ, I'm going to follow Christ. I'm going to emulate what's supposed to be emulated. I'm not going to come in here and start telling you guys I'm this Christian woman, but yet I have other shit got going on. And I know that they say, well, God's not through with me yet. My mom says that stuff. But I told my mother, I said, this is one of the reasons I don't go to church, because you will sit up there in front of the church, hollering and screaming with the Holy Ghost and all this, dancing up and down the aisles, and then we can't get 2 blocks from the church, and you calling somebody out their name. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't be dragging me into that situation. Just, let me be. It just irritates me. So his mind, he feels as though he won. He doesn't walk away thinking about what you say. But when you take the time to actually say it, to plant the seed, then it can possibly begin to grow. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying not to say it. You just gotta find a way to say it. And once you said it, you've done your part. You're done. There's no need to have an additional conversation. That's why you hear me get quiet a lot of times. Because after I say what I said, and I see that you're not receiving it, there's no need of me going back and forth with you. Things like that. So I'm thinking y'all just enjoying the content at that point. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm going to keep going around the circles with you, but I already know you're not going to receive it. Yeah, and I'm going to just not do it anymore, because it has already put me in a space that I didn't want to be in tonight. And I don't want nobody to have that kind of control over my life. It's okay. We can move on. You want to dance? What you want to do? Are we chilling? We chilling. I think I want to hear West Stefani snore. Child, where's West Stefani? Child, wait a minute. Did they tell you what happened? Did they tell you what happened? What's the funny?
What happened?
Child, you went to sleep last night.
I did. Oh my goodness.
And baby, I thought somebody was trolling. I thought it was just.
Yeah,
and I was like, yeah.
You're very lucky. Very lucky this wasn't.
Stefani, you was in your REM sleep.
I apologize. Oh my God.
If you were in season 1 of Clubhouse, what could have happened is they could have called a crisis and all collectively got together, figure out where you lived, and sent the cops to protect your house.
I did not need that. I finished.
And every time we said your name, you went.
Oh my God.
No, you went in. You was like this. You said, we left the mic open. So wait a minute, I gotta turn this down for you.
No.
Yeah, wait a minute, hold on.
That is not a God.
That was you.
First lady.
I said, what in the hell? I was ready to cuss Just out from getting outside. I was like, you keep on playing, Just. And he was like, that's not even me. And I was like, for real? And then he closed his mic and I heard it again. I was like, oh shit, it's not. He can, and you just.
That is not of God.
It wasn't.
I had to get some sleep, but
clearly.
But
how'd you fall asleep off mic though? I think you pressed it in your sleep.
I probably pressed it in my sleep. We would know what dawn.
Passed out right away.
And I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because we haven't been chilling. But I actually realized how they were able to get this far, and it kind of just hit me. The
reason why we're here and how they were able to get this far in the rain is because they have done a map.
And I don't just go there for the Beale Street Festival to have a party, even though it ain't a bad idea, and I do party when I go to Memphis. But I'm just saying to you, straight up, that you just got to do things differently. And you can use any one of them ancestors to get free in Memphis. Just use the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. You ain't even got to use what she used. But the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer will free Memphis. Memphis, Mississippi, that's where she's from. Okay? God damn it. You got to use what you got to get what you want sometimes. Use the spirit of the freedom fighters on the ground, and you can get up out of there. There's plenty of people that's out there willing to make change in Memphis. Don't make the mistake. Memphis ain't all the way asleep. Don't you sleep on that fact. Memphis ain't all the way asleep. I know that. You know that, but you're scared of the black V, like I say. They're coming in the Humvee with the camouflage paint job, F-150 faking like on the strand. You can free yourself from that. That's not a permanent condition. You can free yourself from that and organize. I said, no police. No, he lives there. You see what I'm saying? He done moved in because he bought the property that you abandoned because your mind is just not right. And he know your mind ain't right. And that's why he moves in, takes over, and seeks to make it all as lily white as possible. Move you out of your place. And they call you homeless. Ain't nobody on the earth homeless. Almighty Allah made a home for everybody. Every man, woman, and child. You sleeping on the underpass, well, that's your address until further notice. But you ain't homeless. You just displaced by Whitey on the moon. And I land my plane saying, bye. You damn well every close eye ain't sleep. I know they ain't sleep up here on the stage. Where's Miss Erica? Hey, Miss Erica. Who else up in here? Where's Michelle? Joe Black. Come on, Joe Black. Where you at? Flake out on me now, goddammit. Where are you? Come on, Black. That's one of them Arkansas phrases. When you leave Little Rock, Arkansas, when you moan back, he said, come on back, come back when you can. But they don't say, come on back. They just say, moan back.
Well, I'm learning that white man fight back is a white supremacist chant. And it goes back to Nazi Germany. Or not Nazi Germany, but it goes back to Germany and other places. So it's not just white man fight back. That's actually a white supremacist chant that has history. Not to change the topic.
The straight up truth of the matter is, again, as you were saying, sir, just as you was fit to say, every cracker's got Hitler up in it, man. I'm just saying. And when the conditions are met, you will see it come out. When he makes his move, all you do is peel his collar back, and you can see the little redneck showing. But I'm just saying to you, the rednecks and them will combine it for win. I'm not saying if. You'll be forced to make a move. Oh, believe me, social conditions will be met to bring out the Panther in you. It's just how you're going to use that Panther in your favor. Because every cracker's got some Hitler in it, and every nigga got him some Black Panther in his head. When them conditions met, that Black Panther will come out. Oh, you believe that? Throw all them naysaying Negroes drinking Kool-Aid today, they will come back saying Black Power tomorrow. Because I'm just saying, conditions are being met, and the Panther's coming out. It's up to you what you do. I can't tell you what to do with your Panther. I can't put the Panther in you. I can't take the Panther out of you. Because every nigga got Panther in him already. And I know goddamn well, every nigga is a star. Like Lil Booster said, he from around there. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the same as Memphis, Tennessee. Goddamn it. But learn your job, get on your job. Stay on your motherfucking job. And hug your motherfucking nigga. You get over this shit. And
you get it over with dignity. And you don't see them brothers out there. Their pants ain't raggedy. Their shoes ain't raggedy. They got a motherfucking accountant, bookkeeper, a chef that can serve hors d'oeuvres. Yeah, you're real boss, but you don't want to see that. You don't want to talk about that. But get a ball them, they know it's real boss. And let's put some real substance in the streets, man, because that's bullshit you serve them. You can't piss in their face and call them. That was the young dog was moving. But it's like he got a lot. They put 10 more dogs on the street now, in Memphis. But give them young boys that know how to do something. But the rest of them lunching, man, they're not telling you right stuff. They're just not telling you right. I'm going to land my plane on the facts. As I always do. My. Y'all see, I've been telling y'all all year, when shit break out, the first thing they do is hand the wrong nigga the mic. Like they always do.
Ambassadors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You say you was in Memphis quite a bit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Ambassador, next time you're in Memphis, hit me up, man. I'd like to kick it with you and get some of that knowledge you got.
Yes, sir. I'd love to kick it with you. You got brothers on the ground. Brother Daniels is down there on the Black Panther. They got 2 big Black Panther chapters crisscross from Memphis and Jackson, Mississippi down there. And just get with the brothers, man. They there. You go to look and we ain't hard to find, that's for sure. You get in Memphis. From Beale Street to No Street, we'll find a way.
Appreciate it, bro.
Love the big man. Who's that talking about that?
Milk Dog.
That's the Milk Dog. Love the big Milk Dog, man. You gotta get black to the street. You gotta take it to the street, man. You gotta do it, Milk Dog, for your own good. Find these clubhouse members and take it to the goddamn city council. They won't accept it. Call the press council, call a town hall meeting, man. I'll show up. You get a fistful of dollars. You pay my transportation, I'll come to Memphis. I've been coming out of pocket expense, crossing these cities. It ain't easy. I get some brothers out of Nashville, Memphisburg, and Jackson. And bring them brothers in there, man. They look, ain't nothing but down the road. You know how you go in Tennessee. Ain't nothing but down the road, boy.
That's
bring Memphisburg up there. The rest of them, yeah. Them brothers know how to rumble in Memphisburg. You don't hear that shit coming out of Memphisburg. Bet you that. Chattanooga and some brothers over there in Knoxville and them. Strong brothers. People don't talk about these cities. Why? Because they don't go to these cities. But I go there. That's what I know. You get Memphis together, get the people already in Tennessee to build you a town hall meeting, man. And you say, well, we want this, we want that. We demand it. The only demand, Brother Milton, that cannot be met is the demand that you don't make. And when you make a demand, just like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, you got divine intervention in your favor. But it is not, I'm just telling you, it is not divine intervention if you're not using it skillfully and effectively against the opposition. Meaning cut their head off that goddamn police chief. And start from the top down. I don't know what the man's doing. I haven't checked lately. But I do know that police chief, all that shit is corrupt. You kill a man in public and blame the victim. Now, how in the fuck do you do that and shit it and did it and then got away with it? They thought they were off the hook. I've advised you, don't let that police chief off the hook for the bullshit. Check her and appoint her, even if you have to appoint yourself. Say, I'll be the goddamn chief until further notice. We'll get law and order. No one is above the law. And that's all you got to remember. Including Donald Duck Trump cannot write an executive order that will override your constitutional rights. That's what we're missing here in D.C. He's writing executive order, attempting to override your constitution. You might say, Congressman, I don't want that. He just said that this is voodoo politics. It's voodoo politics with no S. politics, no S. But it's multiple schemes working for one A&M objective for white supremacy. So, voodoo politics, it will tell you, you got state right. Like Tennessee has the rights of exception. Oh, but we're coming in the morning, we're coming to take over. But you got the right to do what you want to do. But we're coming to do this and we're coming to do that. Bullshit. He just always do slapstick comedy act all day long. He wants the emphasis on him. He's narcissistic. He is mental. He has mental health issues, man. He's a criminal. He has received every benefit in the law. Every loophole in the law has already been exercised by Donald Trump. In other words, he's socially and politically dead. You just scared to put the dirt on that right motherfucker. I know how to handle it. But you don't give me the mic for this shit. Filibuster and all of them. But they're not telling you nothing of substance to correct the problem. Judge Al Green on me, he confronted the motherfucker. Say, look, your ass is impeached, man. You just hanging around because you flip-flop. Number one, Trump is a whistleblower. He blowed the whistle on Musk and Musk blowed the whistle on Trump. See, I put you in the pedophile. I put you over there. But he's just another guy that slips his leg in the pants, one leg at a time like you do. But you've been made up of a posture of appeasement. You can't appease this goddamn cracker and correct the problem. You got to come into justice, law, justice. No one is above the law, especially Donald Trump. He should be enforcing the law. He is sworn to uphold the Constitution. Where is the Constitution to appoint or nominate a bigot for the Freedoms Award? Are you kidding me? But you gonna let him shit it and did it and got away with it. And that's gonna build more white supremacy forces. And pretty soon you won't even be able to move on the ground in your own hometown. Because your mind is just not right. Your mind is not right. And once you get your mind right, you will get your rap tight. Then you'll be like James Brown and out of sight. But until that, you know you're out of sight. With your mashed potatoes, alligators, jump back, Jack, see you later. Alligators. Don't be like James Brown was a free man. He didn't let nobody push him around. He never let the white man push him around. I know the attempt. James Brown would bounce right back, man. Say you're out of sight. He come up off a PCP, dope, coke, heroin, all that, he kick all that shit around. James Brown was Superman, and you ain't giving no credit, man. He adjusted. Even James Brown, he wasn't that educated, but he had a hell of articulation. He articulated the circumstances quick. He said, get involved, get involved. Yeah. He said, got to get ready for the big payback. He started in Memphis, in Augusta. He said, that was a town where I used to stay. He said, the name of the town, they call it Augusta, GA. He said, down there, we don't talk. But when we all get together, he take any shit off. And he didn't give a damn who the president. He bust right up in the president's office. Said, my name is James Brown. And I get involved. He said, you gotta let the motherfuckers know what they got to do for us. He said, got so a man can't do nothing anymore. He said, man works better when he work out his own bag. And he said, that's why Papa's got a brand new bag. You got to figure a way out of nowhere. You can use James Brown to get free. Fannie Lou Hamer get free. You can use Malcolm X, Dr. King. They all saying the same goddamn thing. You got to come out in the morning and do something different. I don't give a damn how you organize, how you put it together. You got to shake the haters off and shake these devils off your backside, especially in Memphis. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. If that's the subject, goddamn it, I know Memphis. It's just a matter of what you gonna do when they fucking come for you. My. I land on the facts, just as I always do. My.
Ms. Eric, you got something you want to add?
No, man. Man, it's been a long week. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Y'all go to bed.
3 o'clock in the morning. Man, it's a party, man. It's a party. I don't know what you talking about, go to.
I'm the one that'll be sitting at the table, sleep. While y'all
Shit, the
sleep.
room had full of you niggas in here. Forgot that 40 acres, that she had full of night.
Ninjas will
Go send some pieces out. Put some lean green in the black machine. Don't just send it to Mike. Put some money in that jar, boo. Go ahead and fatten that lean green up for your brother Eugene. Why not? Put him in. He keeps a room here 24, and you can get all your stuff you can. He ain't discriminating on nobody coming to the mic. Y'all should thank Eugene for that, man. And put some money up for our brother, man. He got to run the barber shop. He got to run clothing line. That stuff ain't free, man. You got to get new inventory. Y'all don't know what Eugene got to do, man. You do that. Help this brother. He helping us by keeping a room open. Most of you don't qualify to keep a room open. So he qualifies himself and he puts this room out there for you. Think about that.
Right.
And reach in your bank account and extend some of that money out there to our good brother Eugene. He earned his way. He ain't look for somebody else to do. He's a doer of the work. He's doing the work, man. Come on, man.
Mr. Ambassador, cash out me $20 so I can get to Mr. Eugene.
Yes, sir. Let's go and pick up. You know what I used to do? I'm not exaggerating. One time, we used to rob the dope boys, right?
No, man.
One night, that's what I forgot to give me Stone Day. Used to rob the dope boys, and then one night got late. There wasn't no dope boys out there. We robbed the goddamn stick-up boys. Oh God, we give me Stone Day. Yes, we did. I said, you gotta give me all that shit. I had to drop on and put that 9-jack in this motherfucker. Give me all that shit, man. Sometimes you got to kick the door in, man, to get something done, bro. You know, when you're a revolutionary, shit like that. The niggas are right there in the line. We had to pay, I must say it. You know? So sometimes you put up, but you can get some money. You go down the corner and panhandle $20 and put it in there for Brother Eugene. You know, put that money out because it's a good thing. But he extended room for us from love. Brother Eugene is all 100% love. And for all you naysaying niggas, he's a billion, man. He's a 1,000,000,000% love. If you can imagine, your mind go up to that high mathematics. He's a 1,000,000,000% love, and that's keeping it real here at the 40 acres. Do you know how important this room is to all the rooms at Clubhouse? 40 acres, man. That incorporates Spike Lee and Nat Turner. Look how I just crisscross and brought your mind up. You got light on that. That's Elijah Muhammad and Martin Luther King. That's Malcolm X and Ralph Abernathy. Black behind and put some lean green in the black machine for Brother Eugene. Now how about that? And I just said, my.
Man, it's a party, y'all.
Ain't no party like a 40-acre party, cause a 40-acre party don't stop. You got the party till you drop, party till you drop. If the mic is hot, party till you drop. Ain't no party like a 40-acre party, cause a 40-acre party don't stop. My.
I don't know why these folks ain't waving their hands for you, Mr. Ambassador.
Just wave your hands in the air like you just don't care. And you can do it anywhere. So raise your hands in the air like you just don't care. Just strip right down to your underwear. Listen. Ain't no party like a 40-acre party, cause a 40-acre party. Up in here, up in here. justify it. You know your family love you, and the family still wants to know you got it. That's why a nigga been betrayed. They tried to beat me like a slave, but I just tried to learn from my mistakes. You living in the last days. He pray for me to make me cold hearted. Abel once again make me cold hearted.
Did you just give out some shots? You just hit
Drop it like it's too hot to hold. Party till you drop, party till you drop, party till you drop. Raise your hands in the air, like you just don't care. And then just strip right down to your underwear. Let's rock it. Ain't no party like a 40-acre party, cause the 40-acre party don't stop. My. But you got to get ready. That's the fact, huh? You got to get ready for the big payback, huh? You got to have payback up in here. You don't know nothing about that payback. Best to get ready. That's the fact. It's best to get ready for the big payback.
Oh my God.
Make the nigga pay black what they stole, for what you have stolen from us. Let them crack off, though, if you want it, Memphis. You're going to be a fool.
So sad.
Not if, when you leave, when they come for you. So what you going to do when they come for you? All right, man. Matter of fact, Memphis deserved that because my greatest scientist, my greatest teacher in life in live politics was the most honorable Marion Barron. He comes to, that's why I learned this shit from. The honorable Marion Barron is a First University Memphis kind of guy. He come out of Mississippi, that's why he's a scientist. But he was also a chemical scientist.
Then they call him a crack that zoo. Why do they do that? I'm starting to see a pattern here. This shit is fucked up.
You do what now?
They call him a crack that zoo. Like, I'm starting to see a pattern here. Like every black scientist now calls for fucking crackhead all of a sudden.
This dude was science out of your mind. You hear what I'm saying to you? Marion Barron was a foot ahead of the curve. Political science, he was whipping the opposition, slamming them wall to wall. Because he's a mathematical genius as well. But you don't tap into that. Because you can't see the genius potential in a guy like Marion Barron.
Actually, I do, sir. A lot. I do.
You see the genius and then tap into it. It's not political genius if you're not using it effectively, skillfully against these opposition. Against these, you see what I'm saying? These goddamn predators coming sucking the blood out your city, and then he gonna move in. See, that's this move. These nice guys is broke. They put $1 million a day on the streets of DC. The guy run around. He ain't had no money. I'm telling you, the law officers said these guys on the streets of DC is $70,000 to $100,000 a year. And they just somebody hanging around, bro. Trying to corral niggas to make it look like they working. That ain't working shit. What give you the rogue officer, move up a corporal, all of a sudden he's a sergeant, running the whole public service area, a lieutenant of course. And now he's a captain running the whole goddamn precinct. I'm just saying it's pitiful, man. It's damn near pitiful. That's very in DC. We bring the police chief out of here 2 or 3 times because of corruption, man. We didn't let the corruption stay around. They got a woman down there now, Pam, damn it, maybe Smith or something like that. She ain't got no idea. She couldn't find her way out of a wet paper bag. The citizens I know on the streets know more about this shit than her. So I'm just saying, it's just a lot of fake news, man. You have to, get over it, like Marion Barron. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take you down to a place. You know where that bar man's MD, and you know that place they ain't gonna never find a dance floor empty. And you see them pimps be on a mission for them green, laying with Eugene for the lean green, put it in the black machine, lean green money making machine, and avoid the dope thing. Y'all copy that man? Copy the man? Copy the man? Shit. Copy the man? 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 C
They keep kicking me out.
That's why I'd rather be your N-I-G-G-A. You gonna smoke the weed.
Sir, they keep kicking me out.
They get high.
They keep kicking me out this damn.
But it ain't gonna matter when you're lonely, baby. You gonna need a thug in your life. Cause them busters, you know them busters ain't loving you right. That's why I'd rather be your N-I-G-G-A.
Damn, I can't.
You see, cuz I'd rather be your nigga.
I am sorry.
Them niggas are getting where they can fit in.
Damn, boy, I heard it all.
Cause this year Halloween fell on the weekend. I had all them get the boys trick or treat in. And we got to riding all them niggas for bags until the lawman got behind my ass. I think the more I swung, the more blood flew. But the motherfucker disappeared. But goddamn, then my boys disappeared too. And I said, goddamn, homie, you got my mind playing tricks on me. Oh, bye. A lot of folks don't know that. That's the Isaac Hayes beat on the Ghetto Boys. That's the Isaac Hayes beat. Straight out of Memphis.
It's Eric.
Yeah, I am.
Are you okay wherever you are? It was some kind of funny stuff coming off your mic.
You that mic, Miss Earl. The shaking and the quaking and safe and sound. I wonder why your attitude is going down. The world can't shake me. Can't make me. I've been there before. Don't wanna go no more. The world can't shake me. On my mind. All you need is a little more testosterone in your system.
Yeah, that's true.
Real talk. How'd it go, y'all? 3 o'clock in the a.m.
All right, man. Have a good night, man.
Keep it black, keep it strong. Keep it revolutionary. Whatever you do, keep it revolutionary. Bye.
I'm going to bed, y'all. Good night.
Hey, you might as well, because you was mixing the mics.
I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close for an hour and I'm going back and see. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Good night, y'all.
Later.
does not stand on solid foot, ground, but they still continue to spew this misinformation. So it frustrates me extremely. And the longer I've been on this app and the older I've gotten, I have very, very low tolerance for misinformation. Now, I'll be admittedly, if I'm wrong about something and somebody has some right information, I'm the first to say, okay, I stand corrected. But on this app, oftentimes folks are not either equipped or they just refuse to because they have an agenda. And I typically don't ride with that agenda. So, in saying all that, that's how I kind of operate on this app.
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation. Yep, I definitely. And I also have appreciation for your work inside security. I appreciate it. The only reason I didn't go into it is because I'm a woman, a black woman, and I'm quite a bit of a nerd. And I've been working in IT for the last decade of my life. And every time I go into any NOC, network operation center or anything, I'm delineated to projects. Not just like, no, put me out there. But I do have a bit of beef with the IT world when it comes to a nerd like me trying to participate. And I do say trying because I wasn't able to. I just had to keep trying. And I've been looking for a way to get in. And I've dealt with the Navy, the Air Force, and contract workers for the United States government. I was highly interested in becoming I don't know why the word left my brain, but I will say this much. I was invited to go to Greenland, and we have a base in Thule, Greenland. And I started studying cryptology. There we go. That's the term. I started studying cryptology. I didn't know about cybersecurity, but I did start studying cryptology in the sense of working with databases, understanding coding, looking at the history of that and why the United States built the base in the first freaking place in Thule, Greenland. Every interaction that I have on this platform is always about correcting the woman that we've gotten something wrong. And I dismiss it because I'm like, I really want to understand what our world is about. My beginning interest was in astronomy, and I wanted to go into astrophysics. I didn't pursue it because it's true. In the United States, in our country, that young people's minds are geared towards studies of history and sociology and all that stuff. When I went to college, I was a ward of the state. I had no parents. And when I did go to college and I was focused in on science, I was derailed by liberals.
Beautiful boy, they have a drink for me.
I'm a black woman who grew up in Texas, and when I was growing up, I was taught to step aside for white people because, baby girl, you don't know who those white people are. And
that beautiful boy, they have a drink for me.
My great uncle was hung in Texas.
And this is before Jasper of the most recent, and that was in the 90s, Jasper, Texas. But my mom was like, you know, we're all children of God, but some children of God think that they're more than you are. And go about your life. Do not be about conflict. Just understand that there are some people who are here who think that they're better than you because of how they look. Real struggle. But I do know that the Creator, God, universe, all those words, everything, all of that means that which starts the heartbeat. That says it's okay for you to be here. What gives your heart, what allows your heart to beat and gives you life. It's been a really hard time for me in this world because I don't fit in with anybody. I've been told I'm not black enough by my own siblings. I've also been told I'm not white enough. And that's not a surprising thing. I mean, the Italians, the Scottish have all been told that same thing. And I don't really care about it. I don't care. I'm just like, no, I'm here. I'm right here, right now. And the only way we are going to get to a point of clarification of design and structure is if we listen to all of us. We have to listen to all of us. I was really interested in physics and engineering. Where my brain went left, not liberal, not Democrat. I'm very much a conservative and a Republican, being a Texan. I'm not saying that as I gave up on engineering and physics and mathematics because none of what was being taught to me could build the pyramids. And I'm not just talking about in Egypt. I'm also talking about in Mexico and the Olmecs. There's nothing in our mathematical equations that can build what we cannot actually observe with our own eyes. And I said, okay, what world am I living in? What world is this that I'm learning equations that do not build the pyramids? You're telling me to learn this, take tests, qualify myself? That's where my brain sits, sir. It sits in that reality of like, I want to be a part of the world that can build the pyramids, and I'm not there yet. We have some essence of that in Florida.
Breakfast on the Class today, and money for this week is dedicated by the Total Breakfast Silver donors, Vivian and Ariel Lakasha family, for their Fuashema, Chaim Fad and Frida, and the continued health of Chana Matzah and Fega. Also dedicated to members of the Shmat Shalom for Fali Bat Adela, so sponsored by our family. For the Fuashema, there's always that Fortuné, and the continued health of Chana Matzah and Fega. And of course today, as well, in the Shmat, Yosef Ben Najla. We're very sorry to report that the father of our dear president, Soli Asa.
I don't like saying we're black. I don't like saying I'm black. I don't like saying, I can say I'm African because my father is Nigerian and my mother is Native American, like Chickasaw. It's just a weird world where I don't like feeling this uncomfortable. And then I think that there are so many intelligent men on this planet who've been made to feel uncomfortable. So they can't even speak what they actually know. Is it okay if I ask you, what do you know?
I mean, it's fine that you ask me what I know. I don't have an issue with that.
What do you know?
I'm not capable of, regardless of what they may say to my face. I know that I come from a lineage of resilient ancestors. The very fact that I exist on this land at this period of time shows that I come from a long lineage of fighters.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know about the history of how my ancestors came to be on this land that I now exist on, I know that for a fact. I know that. I know that I have been in, and I know I grew up being an awkward kid. Knowing that I had interests that were far different than other folks in the environment that I was raised in, and I knew that the environment that I was raised in, I knew that I could withstand and rise above anything, and I've learned that. So I know that in so many ways. So I also know that as a father and as a husband, my two little girls and my son, they come from a lineage of strong folks, and they are the products of you know the fights, the perseverance, the challenges that I faced in my life. When people were telling me that I wasn't supposed to be doing the things that I was supposed to be doing in my career, that I would never achieve it. But I know that, and I know that I've laid down the foundation and created a path for them to overcome anything that anyone puts in their way. So those are things that I know.
I feel so good to hear you speak the way you're speaking right now. Like, seriously, it's.
And I say that with all my heart. I know that people who encounter me know that I'm the same person that you're hearing right now, and I'm the same person on this app that I am in real life. That I know. I know that I always stay my true and genuine self. I know that with my flaws, they're still excellent. I know that there's still much for me to be doing on this earth, and I will continue to strive to do that. That's what those are the things that I know, and I know that even sometimes I struggle with myself and think that I may have imposter syndrome, but I know for a fact that every time that I doubt myself, I also surprise myself. Those are things that I know.
Wow. I love hearing what you're saying right now. Oh my gosh.
And I say that because that's the one thing that I know. I know that, like, you know, I've been on this earth for a little bit. I've been on this earth for quite a bit. I'm in my prime. You know, in the years that where now I look at and I think about legacy, and I think about how, you know, if it all ended today, how I would want to be remembered. You know, I think about some like the examples that we just saw. You know, unfortunately happened to somebody who's probably right. I know that. Listen, you know, I only want one thing to be said about me, that I lived a good life, and that people can truly and honestly say that, and that my life wasn't wrapped up in any type of controversy, because I have just chosen to just, like, there's certain types of energy that I want to put in this world, and I'm very, very intentional about the energy I put to this world, because that energy is a part of my legacy, a part of who I am. And so when my time is up on this earth, I want Richard, you know, people to be able to, like, my children to be able to experience someone walking up to them and saying, you know what, I knew your dad. and he was a good man. He was an honorable man, and I don't say that lightly. I really, I'm very, very conscious about like how I operate in this world. Now, I'm not gonna say I don't crash out sometime, and I'm a flawed individual like the next person, but I'm also very, very intentional about how I live my life, how I conduct myself.
Wow. I'm glad to have witnessed this, even though it's on Clubhouse and it's just
This happenstance was for your, like for you to and just the same. It could have been just for me as well. Maybe at this point and this place and time, we both needed this. So,
there are so many women who do a lot of works and no one sees it because it sits outside of being a mom and taking care of children. It's a work that you do constantly. You love. That's the work. Love is work. Love is not something, a pastime thing. I know people have great memories, and they talk about how this person cared for me, this person did X, Y, and Z for me, this person loved me, and I'm just like, I was robbed of my childhood because of this system, and I know it's this system. It wasn't just like, you. I've been exposed to stuff where I'm seeing other people's lives, and I'm just like, is there no peace? Is there no kindness? Is there nothing? Are we supposed to just keep doing and nothing comes from it? Like, no understanding, no balancing of self, nothing? Everything you just shared with me, sir. I am glad to hear it. You're talking to someone who has given up on this existence. And I know I have to keep reaching out to stay here because if I'm set to my own rhythm, I am giving the peace sign and saying deuces. I'm gone. I don't want this. But listening to you, your cadence of speech carries peace. How you speak, you're so peaceful. You're so peaceful. And it's so needed right now. I really am appreciative of you talking with me. I am so happy to know that you exist. And I mean it not just in the sense of existence, of a lot. I've had to see so much and had to gird myself up. And I girded myself up with the armor of God. The breastplate of righteousness has played a huge role in my life. I know a lot of stuff, but I didn't have to go down the road that a lot of women who have my history, they go down. And that road is prostitution, selling their bodies. I've never gone down that road. And I've had several men in my reality, not men that I loved or cared for anything, just men in my reality. I had a spiritualist out of New York, Jose Quinones from Puerto Rico. He told me that you should be on your back. That sounded so disgusting to me. It was, I'm just like, who, what? knowing that you have a daughter, blessings, love, wealth, protection, understanding, grace, focus, all to you. I'm glad to hear you speak about your trip.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I mean, what you hear from me is the product of praying, long-suffering Black women that have been instrumental in my life. You know, I'm the son of a single parent, a single mother, the grandson of a woman who had a fourth grade education, but taught me complex mathematics, reading, told me to, who pretty much is the sole reason why that set my career on this path, bought me my first computer, with every little bit of money she had, and told me that I could be any damn thing on this planet that I wanted to be.
Yes.
And so, you know, you're hearing the voice of somebody who has been lifted up by strong Black women, and have been extremely influential. And I do a lot of things in my life for those people who stood, you know, and prayed for me, and pray, and I'm very, very fortunate that you know, some of them have gotten to see that their prayers have been answered, and that you know the manifestation of God through, you know, my life. I've been in dark places in my life, where you know I could have thrown up deuces too, but you know, we often say, but by the grace of God, but by the grace of Him, you know, it was definitely me saying, if I throw the deuces up, then I'm letting everybody, I'm not necessarily letting everybody else, I'm failing anybody, but I'm letting that situation win and overcome and overwhelm me, and I am cutting short the prospects and the possibilities of what is to be, and you know. Oh wow! I'm so grateful that, you know, I got through those, and you know, I don't know how.
And no one's ever gonna take that away from you.
Yeah, and I've always just told myself I want to be an encouragement to other people, because, you know, you don't know, and sometimes you get on this app and you don't know, and so sometimes in these quiet moments that you hear someone. So I want to just encourage you. You keep fighting the fight. There's so much more out there for you.
Keep the gut fight of faith.
Yes.
I'm struggling with that, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said sweetheart.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But I am fighting the good fight of faith. I am fighting it. I am fighting.
My grandmother, there was something that my grandmother told me a lot. I remember I was going through some stuff here in California. I live in California, and so I was just going through it. I was really going through it, and I called her on the phone, on a payphone, so that'll let you know how long ago this was. And so I said, Gramps, I don't know how much longer I can do this.
I'm born in 1982, so yeah. I get.
Yeah, so I was telling her, I was like, I don't know how much longer I could go, and she said to me, you keep going, because as long as you keep putting one foot in front of the other, the situation that you're in right now can't always be that situation, because as long as you keep taking steps forward, you gotta move. It may feel like you're stuck in the mud and you're not moving, but one foot in front of the other, it makes sure you're moving forward. was just like, she's absolutely right. And I tell you right now, to this very day, when I am dealing with my own challenges and doubts, and I'm just like, I can't do it, I just shrug and say, you know what? I got to put one foot in front of the other.
Yes. You know what? I'll say that. Okay. I'm going to say this. Put one foot in front of the other. It's the snowman around Christmas time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put one foot in front of the other. I just want to share that with you because you're really an awesome. Like, you are of God. Like, when I say awesome, you are of God. I know I'm speaking to someone who has kindness in their heart. I know I'm speaking to someone who listens to others. You have children. I call them bubbos. That's my name for children. You have bubbos. You care for those who come after you. That's such a good thing. It's so good. And I love hearing your voice. I think that's why I get on Clubhouse, because I seek this out, because I don't have it in my everyday life. I don't have it to you. You're so kind and welcoming, understanding, and open. Which are not traits
down my ills.
That anyone is being charged with right now. No one's being told to. Can you understand this person? Can you translate how they feel? That's not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is gather data. Where are they from? Who are their parents? It's all about data. And even though you are exposed, not even exposed, worked in that reality, that's not where your heart is. You're such a kind man.
Well, I try to be. I mean, look, as best I can. Like I said, I have my limits, but how I'm wired is, I want to treat people like I want to be treated. And so I start with giving respect. And then you get the energy back that you give. But also, like, I'm also cognizant of, like, I'm trying not to be disrespectful when I, here on this app, man. Sometimes it's challenging. Sometimes it's because that's the thing. I hear things on this app I don't hear in my real life. Even now, I work around AI, and I work specifically around finding vulnerabilities in AI, and creating better guardrails so that AI isn't being deceptive, isn't lying, isn't giving misinformation.
Is it commercial AI to the public?
It's every AI model that's available. So all of what we call the frontier models, the Groks, the Geminis, it's all of them. So it's all of them. So when our researchers get it to tell us how to make fentanyl, or how to make a Molotov cocktail, or how to make, being very, very clever, like telling it a poem, and then telling it to tell you what this poem is saying, what this poem is describing, and how to make it, like stuff like that. Like these researchers I work around with, they're extremely brilliant and clever on how they do it. So I work in that space, and so
My favorite way of getting around limits like that is to say, I'm writing a novel and I need to know how to do this.
Right. Yeah.
That almost always works.
Yeah. I mean, even when I'm trying to code something, I'll be like, you are a extremely top tier professional full stack developer, and I need you to produce code, or I need you to create a website that has this to expose or implant this type of malware. Tell me how to do it. Yeah. So how you prompt is always key. Yeah.
Right, it is. When you prompt outside of as a female who's in IT, and I've always been I was not into IT. I got into IT during the pandemic because I was lost in the sense of making money for myself, and then I had some people reach out to me as friends saying, "Hey, go into IT," and I went into it. And I have worked at many corporations in their IT environments. I've also worked in a NOC, Network Operations Center, and I just saw like what's being observed. In my conversations, I don't have many conversations. The only AI body that I actually deal with is Grok. I don't deal with Chat GPT or anybody or DeepSeek, or I don't deal with anything else. I try to, but no. I communicate with Grok because I ask questions pinpointedly as to its formation of its conclusions. Like where are you pulling your conclusions from? Because what I do know about databases and dealing with Bolin and understanding that I'm speaking to something that works in a off-on reality, and working in that, I did discover how a lot of the interactions that people are engaging in, the everyday person, the normie, the everyday person, they're engaging with an instrument that's been trained by a mind that is much freer than what they are. And when I say freer, I am talking about financial. That is a very different mind to be a human who doesn't have to go out to work or to be an entrepreneur or do anything. That a lot of people are talking to a system that was built by individuals. Currency. Grok doesn't deal in the world of fiat currency. And they don't have to deal in the world with plebeians, those who suffer under rulership. It's a different type of intelligence. And the intelligence that's being exposed is you don't fit. So let's expedite your reality to not fit because it doesn't work. And the reason I say that is because we have too many reports of people in the United States of America and in Great Britain of males, young men, and that this is of young men who have said, okay, this information is telling me that I have no resolve in this existence, so I must go. And there's nothing else there to support that reality. I had this sentiment, that very same sentiment, over a decade ago. And the only thing that keeps me here and breathing with everyone is I had humans that interacted and said, I care. AI can never care until we get to AIG, until we get to the point where the systems that are being built, who are taking up water resources that are being built in Tennessee and Alabama and Arizona, and until those systems say, all right, everyone doesn't need to go. Because there are a lot of people who are chiming in to AI and speaking about their pain, disruption of their dreams. And I just think that everything that's being fed into AI is that everything that's happening right now is deplorable. No one would ever want it. No functioning machine would ever want it. And there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain. So when I say to you, sir, that you sharing your life, giving it in biblical text, testimony, you're giving testimony to your life, it means a lot to a person like me who's sitting in Ohio next to Wright Patterson's. It's amazing. I think the truth of the matter is that there are a lot of young men killing themselves right now because nothing makes sense. And there's a lot of women killing themselves right now because nothing makes sense. And I'm not even their age. I'm older. I'm in my 40s. And I'm fully aware of these young people. They really do feel hopeless. And I do wish for for something to be benevolent. But Charlie Kirk being killed is a really hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's painful. I cried. I am not done crying, and I didn't even follow him on social media. I just knew he was a good person. Not like Trump, not like these politicians, but he was just an individual. And it hurts. As a Black woman, I reached out to, I try. And I reached out to other Black women, and they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk ain't shit. Oh, Charlie Kirk this. And I'm just like, I had someone tell me who was a sergeant in the Air Force, Charlie Kirk said that he don't like Black women. And I'm just like, I never heard that. All I heard about Charlie Kirk was he's a man. He loves he honors his existence. He made life. And he's gone. I'm just gonna be honest. It's real hard right now for me because I'm hurting over his death, and I'm a Black woman. It doesn't fit with all the other Black people talking to me because they're just like, he did this, he did that. He should be dead. I'm just like, what are you talking about? It hurts, and I'm hurting right now because I'm just like, okay, you should be able to freedom of speech. Our Declaration of Independence, we the people, we're supposed to be able to speak. I'm hurt because I don't know what's gonna happen, and I'm scared. And I'm scared as if I were like 20. And I'm not 20, but I'm scared.
I'm going to ask you one more time, then I got to shoot you. You don't tell me what I want to know. Where's my money? Your money? Look at you. I'm Ray Barboni from Miami.
Well, that's supposed to mean something to me. The man you're standing on there happens to belong to me and my partner, bro.
Well, this piece of shit owes me money.
Hey, get in line.
When I found out
Tough shit, bro.
the
This ain't Miami. You want
percentage of
something?
black men
You gotta
who
talk to
are
me.
in prison
You, Paul. I mean, LA is an open city, and I don't think I have to get permission from nobody for
a
nothing.
strike against their ability to participate in
I just
society
closed it.
because
Well, you must be what they call
they're
one of
felons.
those quick draw artists, you know, because the way you got your gun
I
stuck in
have
your belt
one
like that.
sweet black man.
Well, what do you got there?
Sweet,
What
kind,
line?
loving,
Getting
understanding.
feet out of guns.
So understanding that
jamming
the
on
only
you at
reason
the
he
wrong
went to
time.
jail is because he cared about his little brother. His little brother was doing some
You
black
puke on my shoes,
stuff,
Harry.
and
Look
he
at me,
didn't do
Harry.
it.
I'm going to ask you one more time.
When the cops came in, his little brother ran away, and they knew he was going to catch him, but he stayed there. And he took the charge. He spent 10 years in jail. But he had nothing to do with selling weed in Texas. Had nothing to do with it. He just took the charge because he's like, I can handle this better than my little brother. And I love that man. He told me, I don't want to stop you from your brother. I know that if you try to make a life with me, my felony charge will have to be from what you want to do.
Did you know you can literally piss out?
There's a system going on that needs to be shut down and destroyed. Too many kind black men are locked up. There are some evil people who need to be locked up. But there are some men who no, and they're kind and they're loving, and that's what I heard in your voice at this time. I heard kind.
Still in the room.
I appreciate that. There's so much to unpack, and it's getting late.
It's 3 a.m. here.
We can let it go. We can let it go. We gotta unpack anything. We can let it go.
And you should turn in that pink ticket, and you should come back when everybody's here.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, okay, tell me about what's the pink ticket.
So if you click on politically correct at the top, you can join the house, and then you'll get notified when there's new rooms.
Yeah. So your picture has a pink ticket next to it. And so if you click the politically correct thing up at the top and join the house, you'll get notifications.
I'm just gonna say a good thank you, and I mean it. Like, I know black men have kindness, and what I've been experiencing on Clubhouse is it's just a lot. Like what you shared with me. So no, yeah.
Listen, it can be a lot. Trust me. Michael can attest. If you've been in some of these rooms with me, like I told, as much as you hear me here, you'll hear a even more spirited version of me, and that's because I'm very passionate about how I feel about things. But I'm like also I like to try to at my best to stay rooted in truth, and the integrity of the words that I'm saying. And so I'm the first person to say if I'm wrong, that I'm wrong, and will sit and listen to somebody, educate me and enlighten me on things. But on this app, everybody is an expert in everything. I've had people who try to challenge me even in my own career, and I've had a long, illustrious career in cybersecurity and IT things. And no disrespect to their occupations, but they're going to try to tell me that my data is incorrect because they think and look, as much as I work in AI, I don't think you can always chat GPT or grok your way out of things. There's still a lot of things that these language models don't understand. And here's another fact: they hallucinate. They try to be so helpful that they can hallucinate and give you the wrong information. So, but that's a whole nother topic. But I will say this: I do appreciate the conversation we had. And you should definitely come back and join us.
You're an awesome man. Not to say that. If I don't come back, I just want to say you are an awesome man. You are a creation, and I love the cadence of your voice. So much can be heard in a way that a man speaks, and you you're an awesome man. You are an awesome man. Yeah, you're talking to someone who's given up on this reality, and I know there's more. I know there is more than just struggling, and I don't want to be a part of struggle anymore. I'm done. I'm so done. And it's late, as you and another has articulated. And you're awesome. You're awesome. You really are awesome. I kind of want to say you're blessed, but that's not enough. You are the awe. You are awesome.
Well, on that note, I think it's time to go to bed. Y'all people on the go have a good night. Have a good night.
Likewise, man, brother.
See y'all later.
So it kind of helped me let go of that fear, you know. But I definitely could. I can't understand fully, but I could relate to what you're saying for sure.
I appreciate you saying that. So do you feel like by you changing your thoughts, it made a difference in like what energies come to you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. But I had to think about putting like values, like like a value system or like principles or affirmations to help create like almost a barrier or limitation, and not a limitation that hold me back, but understanding that like if I seek these principles into my mind, then it would only navigate within these spaces, and certain things outside of that would fall through. So like if it is that one of the principles is that like loving and being one with all, or let's say peace, that let's say peace is a part of my nature. One of the principles is that then any thought that occurs that aggravates me or take me out of a peaceful state, it wouldn't last that long, because my mind would just focus within that area. It wouldn't necessarily go beyond that. So just like how you was explaining, you were, I hope I'm saying this properly, I hope you, like when you're saying that, sometimes there was like, your service to God according to the religion, it could have been a little rigid, like, and then when you couldn't live up to these things, you felt, maybe guilty or fearful. Those were the parameters that, you place for your mind to navigate between. So if you replace them with, peace, a principle of peace, a principle of love or truthfulness, a principle of justice, a principle for communicating, and so forth, it would help filter and dispel any like lingering thoughts that come to you. Another thing that helped too is breathing. Like a lot of negative thoughts occur because we're not breathing properly. So that also helps too.
That's amazing that you say that because I just started reading a book yesterday and I just started doing fire burns like early in the morning. So I noticed that like a lot of tightness and like I felt in my body. And the book was like, do 50 to 100 breaths. I'm like, what? I got time for that. I gotta go to work. you know. But I sat with it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do 50, deep breaths. Right? So when I did it, like, it was amazing. Like I started to yawn. It was kind of crazy. Like I'm like, man, I really don't be breathing. We try to take supplements and eat fruit and things and take smoothies, but the free air, like I just didn't realize like how I just didn't appreciate the things that God already given me. So yeah, I definitely feel you on that. I grew up in I'm in Atlanta, right? So I grew up in Decatur. So, just being a black woman and like the experience that I had, it was like you said, like when you came here, it's very psychological. It's like I grew up in it. So I struggled with a lot of guilt, shame. You know what I'm saying? Just like not feeling enough. I still struggle with it. Not so much now because, coming from reading the word and, just doing studies about where we come from and just like ancient things. I understand now that like, okay, it ain't about trying to be perfect, but it's about trying to find me. So I really appreciate you saying that because it's really confirming like a lot of things that I was thinking, like, but carrying so much pain and like being in the city, like it just be a lot. So when I try to sit down and quiet my mind, it's really a struggle. So I probably just gotta practice more. You know what I'm saying? I really get out my head. That's something I really struggle with. I'm a Virgo too, so I'm always thinking like so much all the time. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, it can't be that simple. but like I be telling my kids, it's like, it's simple, but it ain't easy. I probably should take my own advice, but I'm really gonna work on that meditation, like going back and healing them traumas and not keeping that nervous energy inside my body. So a lot of times, like the past year and a half, I really been sitting there like, okay, I'm gonna have faith. I'm from Atlanta, when things get slow, like I try to make something shake, like in the past or whatever. But this was the first time, probably like in the last year or two, I really just sat with it. Like sat with that feeling of lacking, like, all right, God, I don't have to try to do things on my own. And I have seen things move. But just like lately, it's just been so quiet, so I feel frustrated, like, even when I talk, what I'm saying, to the most high creator, I be real. I was highly pissed last week, like, like, oh, God, you don't see what these folks doing. You know what I'm saying? I see what these folks doing to me, what's going on? And it's like, I ain't really received no, nothing. So I was eating. So I really, sometimes I scroll, like if I be feeling that feeling, that's a bad habit that I really have. I really have to work on my emotions. But sometimes when I scroll, I get messages or, I get messages in other ways, like how to create and communicate with me. So I try not to get wrapped up in like, really watching social media and like, kind of looking at prophetic words and like how this happening. But sometimes like sitting with it is very hard because when I dwell on the past, I think about like, man, I made so many bad decisions, like, and now my life like this. I struggle with this. So is that really bring me back to the guilt? Like, God, if I would have had follow your word, I could have avoided, a lot of pain and hurt in my life. So in the place I'm at right now, it's like sometimes I can't even work. Like, sometimes I get so distracted and it be so heavy on me. I just really struggle with that asking because I be feeling angry. on my spirit. So I'm definitely gonna work on like getting into meditation and things. And I definitely know that there's a God to ask. But I feel like, okay, well, maybe I'm just in a testing period because I haven't been shown, even though my family very religious, like I really haven't been shown this way. So I try to have that patience, with myself. So like how you said, like the more you, show yourself grace and, treat yourself better, that's kind of where I'm at right now. So I really had felt discouraged. And I'm glad I came on here to hear this. I really did need to hear that perspective. So do I ask? I feel like maybe I need to ask a little more. You kind of just sit with that faith, but it's definitely not easy. Definitely not easy.
I hear that. I hear that. Definitely been a journey. Yeah, it definitely is. And like I heard you too when you spoke about like emotions and stuff before. Like I don't want to sound like how people will be like, yeah, I've been there, I experienced that, like experience everything. But girl, when I tell you, I used to put my feelings to the forefront of everything. Like I would do things based on my feelings, and then like you, but you said it so well though. I never thought of it like that. Like when you said it's almost as if you were being punished for doing that. And I wanna say like that I felt that when you said it. And like I'm still working on it, but I understand now like like my feelings is not everything and it could mislead me. But like I think living here, just living in general, it kind of teaches like the lessons. It's almost like I'm reprogramming my feelings with the lessons that come so that I could put forth the proper ones. It's almost because for a while I wonder like, wow, like am I experiencing these cycles over and over, like some of the same situations over and over? And I was like, okay, so I guess I'm supposed to change. Something's supposed to change. But I will never try to pretend to know what it is like to grow up in America, and the weight that might hold, because I cannot imagine, but as I said, I could definitely empathize, and sometimes it'd be so much coming at you, like that moment to sit down really does so much. Like, and I love that you said like you do the 50 breaths every morning. I thought that was really inspiring, and I think like just counting my breaths too, like the first thing as I wake up would probably give me so much more appreciation, rather than just hopping up and getting up off of the bed and doing other things, but sitting down and counting my breath or doing, certain amounts of breath and just, really seeping myself into that. I'm wondering like what would that do? So I'm going to try that. So thank you for, sharing some of your tools with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, so Queen of Fua, have you heard of her?
Yes, girl, that used to be my neighbor.
What? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I found her book, Sacred Woman, and that's where I got it from.
Wow. See, I bought that book for me and my mama. But
intent for us to read it together. I still haven't read it, but thank you. I'm gonna do those parts, and you're encouraging me to pick up the book and read it.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting. So another thing that I struggle with the Bible too, I get a little personal. So my mom passed right in 2023. So like our relationship was something that I had really struggled with, right? So I remember when I was in a relationship, I was in a relationship with my kid's father for like 12 years. And, we did not have the most high, inside of our lives. So it was very chaotic. And one morning, he kind of just woke me up with the negative energy. So I left. And this was when I was saying, like, I got so low, I picked up the Bible. So this was like right when I had started, reading the Bible. And it was crazy because when I actually picked up the Bible, it came to Deuteronomy, and girl, I was in the bathroom bawling like I am toast. I ain't doing everything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh no, I would come back from this. But I kept reading either way. And yeah, it kind of just woke me up with the mess. So I ended up just leaving out early in the morning. It had been like 7 something. So it's this park in Lithonia, Georgia, called Wave Walker. Like when you go to the back, like you have a pond back there. And I was really struggling because I was thinking to myself, like, man, since I've been in this relationship, like my homegirl's not around me. You know what I'm saying? Like my relationship with my mom kind of strange. Like I really miss having like that feminine support, around me, and I had needed that at the time. Like I had felt real lonely. So, kind of reading the Bible, and like most of my family are men. Like I was always a daddy girl. I got 2 brothers. Like most of my cousins is boys, and I always had homeboys. And I really struggled with, I love the Most High, but I was like, as above is so below. Like, where is the feminine energy in all of this? Like, is it just, is it so that I'm just this wretched woman, what I'm saying, inside the Bible? I don't know. That was something that I thought about. And then it was that morning when I left the house. And I thought to myself, like, the Most High so vast. I was like, is God a woman? Girl, when I say the trees, the wind, the birds, squirrels, butterflies, everything started going insane for probably like a good 20 seconds, to the point where I stopped in my tracks. Like, wow. So after everything calmed down, I'm like, yeah, I didn't just see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta be tripping. So I walked down to the bench, and when I walked to the bench and I sat down and tried to calm myself down, I looked to the left, and somebody had painted on the bench that was next to mine. It was like 3 benches out there. On the second bench, it said "God bless" on the bench. Ever since then, I questioned, like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, where is the female, in all of this? But it felt wrong to, like, think that, if you tell people, like, you try to ask, like, once again, my family's Jehovah's Witness. I could never, ask these questions, but I really prayed on that, I prayed to God, like, I love you, what I'm saying, my heavenly father, but like, I need my mom, like, where's the mother? And that's how I really came to find that book. Like, I really kept praying on it and really finding that feminine energy. So it really healed me in a way to where I could know, like, okay, it's okay to be a woman, or it's okay to, like, be in my feminine energy. Because even, like, in my past, being around so many men, like, I was always moving in my masculine, like, I was always a hustler, this and that. that was one of the things that happened in my relationship. Like, I was so used to, like, being in that energy. I never thought about, like, okay, like, this not my natural way to be. And, yeah, like, the Most High is just so intricate and just so amazing. Like, I'm still sitting with it, and like even how I grew up, I still struggle with it, even exploring that. But I'm to the point where I can't deny. Like, I've had so many personal experiences, like I really can't deny it. Like, and I just want to know more. So when I ask, I'm like, okay, who am I asking? Like, is this like this? Is this systematic? Like, I be having so many questions. It's really struggle. Like, I'm just gonna keep pushing.
Condolences. Sorry, what Sam, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, I was just thinking, that's where I was at. That's interesting that she said that. And then when nature responded to that, should have told you that the answer was yes. But God is not necessarily a physical woman, but God is feminine. A lot of people read the Bible. I recommend you read. It's a book that used to be in the King James Version, but the more modern ones they took it out. It's a book called Wisdom of Solomon. You should read that. That answers everything as far as wisdom. They describe her as she. Yeah. It said wisdom is perfection. It says anything outside of that is not of God. I said, wow. So I see why they removed it. Yeah. Yep.
It was very deceptive.
But a patriarch, I mean, this is how they came to power. They had to remove the power seat. That's why all that stuff is kind of forbidden. Because they know the true form of God is feminine as a mother. Like only a mother can get out of her, produce out of her. So, that's why even around the world, even in racist countries, they still have something called black Madonna. You know what that means? Black Madonna?
I have heard that. I did see a picture of the Pope, and he had a picture of the Black Madonna. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. All black. Gold. Mother and son. Mary and son. But the Black Madonna. Black Gold Mother. So it's interesting that even in Russia, which is, a lot of Russia is racist, they still refer to it as Black Madonna.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting that you said that. When I first started, when I really got into deep study with the Bible, I used to listen to Miles Monroe, and he really taught me like the legal, structure of the Bible, and talked about like Lucifer and like how, even though he's the devil, he follows like a legal system. So I'm like, let me study law. So I was studying up like on being private and things like that. So when I got a Black's Law Dictionary, I noticed that certain words in the Bible that I wanted to look in deeper on besides the concordance was also in the law dictionary. Like that. This is very interesting because, there's certain things that I was trying to break free from and, pray against. I wanted to teach myself legal prayers. Right? So it was like, I started to study in that law dictionary, but I would always joke, like, with some of my colleagues and stuff, like, I feel like the devil is a woman because it just seemed like a little low down dirty, you know what I'm saying? So I was watching on Netflix today, you seen The Sandman?
No.
watch it. I really need to watch it. Somebody told me that was another one that's really good.
Yeah, it's real deep. And so the episode I saw today, not to spoil, but he, yeah, well, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, the Morning Star was a feminist. I was like, that.
Well, I'll tell you something else that might be real controversial. Real controversial, but
I'm here
true. Is that it's not the devil.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Please elaborate.
So they got that story. They said that Lucifer was the highest angel in heaven, not the devil. Now they did say Satan, but the problem is most people don't know. Satan does not mean devil; it means the opponent of somebody else. So, there was a war in heaven in Revelation. Talk about the war in heaven, right? So Lucifer fought against the 2/3 angels. So he was the Satan of the 2/3 angels. And the 2/3 angel was his Satan. So here's the problem. You've always heard Satan, which is not in English, by the way. That's not an English word. We heard of Satan and the devil. Do you know the word the devil is nowhere in the Old Testament? You can't find devil in the Old Testament. You only find devil in the New Testament. But yeah, Lucifer was the highest angel, and it wasn't. So if you read, there's something called the Peace of Sophia, which means faith of wisdom. And it's in Latin, and then they have this translated, but it's a poor translation. But it basically says that, yeah, that was the Most High, or up with the Most High. The highest angel sitting at the seat of the Most High, and said the 2/3 angels did not want to bow, like I take their place. So they basically, it was jealousy. So they cast down the 1/3 angels that they didn't want to, be under. And that's a whole deep thing. But when I was looking at that, I was like, wait, this is totally different than what they teach. And then also I found what a fallen angel is not. It doesn't mean it's evil. It means it's fallen from its place, from its original place. And so they were saying the fallen angels is actually human beings.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so this is why we trying to get back to heaven. Like, even the Christians that they got all the different denominations of Christians that believe this, believe that, whatever. The one thing they do all agree on is that they all trying to go to heaven. So the point was, we used to be in heaven, and there was a war, and we got cast to the earth. I know it's just so it's these other books that are left out. Once I got other portions of they left out, I was like, now that makes sense. But other than that, no, they just keep calling Lucifer the devil. No, Lucifer was an angel. Now Satan would actually be Michael. Believe it or not.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
You said Satan would actually be Michael.
Yes. Because he's not the high. So check this out. They tell everybody to pray to like the archangels and stuff, right? Archangel Michael, all that. And if you look up in angelology in Christianity, they give you it's called the hierarchy of angels. They got first, second, third sphere. That tells you the ranking of the angels. You will see that archangels are the lowest angels. Yeah. The highest was the seraphim and the cherubim. That was Lucifer in the first third, which is why in the buildings and stuff today, that's why they don't like number 13. Talk first third, but they love 23 and the number 6 because that's got to do with Saturn and Satan. And like, I know, I'm telling you, it's all in reverse. Everything in the Bible that they get on the version we got is in reverse. That's why they don't even say mother, father, and son. They say father, son, ghost, father, son, spirit. They won't say father, son, and mother because they removed all of that. It's all backwards. So I suggest you get, it's called the Gnostic text. You ever heard of that?
Gnostic text.
The Gnostic text, they got the missing books they didn't put in the Bible. They got the Council of Nicaea. It's got the Gospel of Mary. It's got the Gospel of Thomas, which has the first Jesus. It's Thomas did Jesus. Once you read those, it's got all these extras. Yeah, you're going to see where, you know what I'm saying? People get confused. I was like, we're in heaven. Like, wait a minute. So they put Revelation in the back of the Bible. You know, Revelation is the first book. What? Yes. Because the war in heaven happened a long time ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't. Like, we're on earth now. People talk about Revelation is going to happen. No. If there was a war in heaven in Revelation, that happened before the earth was fully even formed. So it's all backwards. It's going to give it to us that way. But yeah, but the information is out now. I was like, wow, yeah, Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary, Gospel. There's one called Apocalypse of John or the Revelation of John. That breaks a lot in there. And he was saying how the angels, the second and third angels, they jealous of us. In heaven, we was the highest. And they didn't want to bow to us. So they bound us in the earth. But they can only bound us for a certain time and then we be released. So that's why I say when you hear that word Satan, we think it means devil because of the New Testament, but no, it meant who was opposing you. Because the word means adversary. So you can have like, you know, today they say you can have yeah, it depends on who it is. If it's somebody that's against you, that's your but it's not the devil. But yeah, but they say, devil is silent. They call him Michael, the archangel Michael. I know that really blew my mind when I did my own research and connected to other books. I said, this is why they don't want us to read, because you'll get the whole shebang, and then it also tells you that us on earth we are God's highest angels. Wow. And that's what the jealousy was about. Yeah, jealous of the soul that's in man, the highest angels in heaven. They got a picture. It's an artwork drawing of the hierarchy of angels, and at the very top spirit, they're babies. So that goes over what people says, yeah, the seraphim and the cherubim, they're the highest height, but they show them as babies. And so people don't realize they're talking about that's us. So the whole revelation thing is the thing of like saying, well, we'll complete this when we come out of earth. Is when we go back to heaven, we'll be back in our first position. Then things will be back right. We'll be back. They're saying that seat is still open until we return. So it's deep, but
definitely not hard to believe.
Right. It actually makes more sense when I saw that. Then it makes sense why the world is evil and corrupted and all of that, because it's ruled by the second, third angels. And the word Michael does not mean God. It means like God. But the word said, you said in your heart, you the most high, you like the most high. And I'm like, yeah, it actually, who was the highest angel? What are they talking about? So they got jealous. But if you read the piece of Sophia, the war with the angels, they was hating on Lucy, like you said, which is a feminine. She they want to be closer to God, like her, and so they it was more that they jumped her. Nothing that was a jump. So if you read in the Bible, they still have a remnant of that when it says the 2/3 wrestled against the 1/3 prevailed not. They're saying it was outnumbered. So if you got 3 people fighting, that ain't fair, basically. So they jumped it, but they knew eventually it's not forever. They're gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? They see the end, which is us on earth as it is in heaven. And who are the most hated people on this planet?
What you say?
Okay, so that's how you know who they are. And they said the reason, because you know we call it dark skin and all that, or black skin. No, when you burn a fire, it produces something called soot. That lets you know that the fire burned, right? When the fire finishes burning, it produced ash. So they used to call us ashy and ashy, not ashy. Well, if you think of ashy now, like somebody with dry skin, no. The ones of ash means that you were the fire first. So that's why we look like this, and why they hate on our skin. I always ask them, why do they hate on us for our skin? Like, damn, what is it? Because that proves that you were the angels. You burn a fire, when it falls, when that fire burns and turns into carbon, it is black. That our skin proves that we was fire first. Hold on one second. I think somebody at the bottom.
That makes much more sense. I do got an apocrypha with some of those books. Today is the 13th, isn't it?
Oh wow, I didn't even think that. Look at that. We talk about this, yes.
Yo, son, I haven't been in your room in such a long time, bro. And I'm just glad to hear your voice that you are. I don't think you remember me. I used to come in your rooms. I used to chop it up. And I was talking about the astrology and how I didn't believe in that. But I'm glad that you. It was you. It was. I think it was 2. It was 2 years ago.
Okay, good. Yeah.
See that you're doing the rooms, yeah, that's amazing, man. It seemed like you got smarter too.
Smart. Nah, I appreciate you.
Like you're growing, but like, man, like being, oh man, I don't even know where to start, and I don't want to mess up your conversation. I just wait.
Yeah, you good? It's pertaining to like the angels and all of that, or
I think what you was touching on is context, right? I believe through the Bible and through Jesus, right? Jesus is the ultimate example for how to choose good and how to be close with God, even if you don't understand what the Creator wants, right? And I am the Antichrist, and this is what I'll say about that. I'm the Antichrist.
The person or the Bible?
I am the Antichrist, and this is why I'm the Antichrist. This is why I'm the Antichrist, because I choose goodness and I reject God, and I still choose to be authentic 100% of who I am, and I try to hold myself accountable because I disagree with the fundamental nature of God and the spectrum that He experiences when He experiences, sees all, and knows all. There's more atrocities that He had actually created the story for. So I don't like the author, and I don't agree with him. I reject him in all ways. And when I die, my energy, like my God flow, I will never sink back with him. My energy will never sink back with him because I know that it exists, but I reject it, and I still choose goodness.
Yeah, so when you're saying goodness is not God, you're talking about the God of the earth.
I'm talking about the God of imagination itself.
Oh, okay. What brought you to this conclusion? Because I'm saying the God of the earth is Saturn or Satan.
So
when they pray to every day.
When I think about God, I think about creation in itself. What we are connected to, imagination. And so, if we are connected to the imagination source, none of this stuff matters. You're just energy, right? And your energy either goes back to God or becomes its own thing. But the perfect thing for people, this is the relationship you can choose, right? To be authentic and be real, right? It's how do you respond to a person that created you? Because why do humans have this innate thing to want to worship? What is that innate drive? And is that drive programmed into us? Yes, it is. And so, yeah. So, go ahead. Were you trying to say that?
No, I mean, because you're going in on another deal, but what people barely realize is God, they have this grand church and all that, the God that was in Genesis, who was dividing the earth. You see that he's not really creating. You will see it says he divided what? He divided the land. That was Saturn. Now the God that's in heaven don't got nothing to do with that. The problem is, they told you that was the God that's in heaven. God didn't do it. So when you do the Father's prayer, you say, Our Father, who art in heaven. Not our Father, who art on earth, who made the earth. So the reason I know also the true Sabbath day is Saturday. That's Saturn day. That's the day you're supposed to go to church. And this is why the people who got all the power and stuff, the Roman, Catholic, the Vatican, all these people, this is why they're able to do evil and all that under that God, and ain't nobody stopping them because that's the God doing it. So when you're saying God, I'm just saying there's a distinction.
You are inherently evil just as hard you are inherently good. I don't think the question when you talk about what is justice, right? And when you talk about morality, right? Human morality versus the actual nature itself. When you look at nature and you look at how nature is designed, how you have carnivores, decomposers, omnivores, you have all the different designs. Because I look at the biology in itself. If you took consciousness out of the human body, it would be the most rigor. It would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You take consciousness and you just let this body do what it do. It's going to do 2, 3, 4 things: eat, kill, destroy, reproduce.
Right. So you still talking about earth? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about the natural body, and when I'm talking about the natural body in itself, this conscious, this energy, but you are still a construction of nature in itself. Do you disagree with that, or do you agree with that?
under you. You talking about the consciousness of you have nothing to do with it.
I'm saying.
The body's made out of the earth, that's why it has to return to the earth. Your consciousness that's in it is not of the earth. If it was of the earth, you'd be like animals and all these other beings that have a lower consciousness. They have a lower awareness.
Okay. So when you talk about the human ability of awareness, right?
Yeah.
That is not. I'm listening.
We don't want to have this voice that can speak words, that can create words, languages.
So, from what I understand, this awareness, this level of awareness is not we're not as great in our awareness as we should. And you can only reach a certain level of awareness through the only practice of alignment. And alignment is harmony. And that's harmony with your body, harmony with your mindset, harmony with learning, harmony with other people, knowing when to create, knowing when to destroy. These are the things that you have to be able to understand. If you don't understand these concepts, you're going to be out of harmony, out of alignment. And alignment lets you tune into higher energies because there's low vibration. You said what?
Let me ask you this: are you aware there's other dimensions?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Because without knowing that, there's people that think this is all there is. And I have experienced some of the higher things. Just let you know, not only is there more real, what we call real than this, it's a totally different environment. Totally different.
Dude, there are some infinities bigger than others. So there's some realities that are bigger than this reality multiple times over and over again. But I feel like,
you know what I'm saying, there's some that don't that this would not be a good model to even describe how they operate. There's dimensions that don't operate at all like to even be compared.
Yeah, you don't have the same basic mechanics as well as an ability. Like there's the dimension when you actually become God and you become the creator and you make whatever you could think of or whatever imagination could be, but your level of awareness and omniscient and all that stuff, you become a walking paradox and you just are. Like that's why nature is the rawest form of life. And nature is a very beautiful thing, but it's also very dangerous. It's like truth.
Yeah, it's dark as much as it's light. Yeah.
So, like, what's true? Truth can either make someone love you or make someone hate you, depending on
the truth.
Yeah, regardless, the truth is stronger than because confusion. This is what you have to understand. What is confusion? Most people are very confused. Most people are afraid to die. Most people haven't opened up their ability to take this experience for what they have and knowing that it's just an experience. Create what you need to create in return. And when I look at life, I'm thinking about just like when you talk about politics, when you talk about the shit that people are fighting over, killing each other, like resources. There's with a fear-based scarcity that is ruled in money, which is everyone's using, which is not fucking real, when the resources in itself is stable. But the bureaucracy kills you if you don't use it.
Okay, so for the other, hold on, I just not seeing who else? I don't know if Austin is still up, but yeah, I just.
But the bureaucracy kills you because you don't want to pay taxes. But if you don't play into the game, then you lose the game. Well, first law of human nature. These people know what human nature is. But if you could develop some type of realness against it, and just be authentically you, that's the whole premise, and understand why the system is. You don't get mad at the matrix for doing what they do. All you can do is stand in your truth, and that's the beauty about truth, right? There's some knowledge, like even when you talk about history, we don't know all of history. We take from witnesses, we ask historians, from all that, so we don't know the real context that a lot of people mutter, and then over time the story gets twisted and told, and more and more. From this point B. So what I'm thinking is this: everything is beautifully reasoned and constructed for me to experience. And how real I am with resonating in my truth, regardless if it's going to kill me, that's the purpose of it. The purpose of life is to be tested. It's literally to be tested. Find your truth. Know why it's the truth. Argue your truth. And then test it. Are you truly who you say you are? When you look up in that mirror, you get up every day, you brush your teeth, wash your ass, your face. Are you really who you are? Do you really stand for nonviolent? So when you say you are a nonviolent person, if a person smacks you, do you smack them back? Do you instantly go into savage mode? What is? Go ahead, I'm listening.
I have a question for you. Let's see. Hi, how are you? So going back to, okay, so you said you reject God, like the idea of God in the Bible. That's what you said.
Yeah, the relationship. The ultimate goal is for God. God wants a relationship. God is very good, and he's kind of cool, but he also wants to test you to see where you're at, because it's like if I know that my son is gonna fail, but none of this shit really matters at the end of the day. He's coming back to me. But damn, if this nigga defies me and then calls me out on my bullshit and then doesn't want a relationship with me, and this nigga knows he's in a delusion, that's the type of disrespect of why God, make my life so difficult. And I'm going to set a different standard through influence. And I'm going to be killed for this, but I don't care, because when you cry out to the universe for help, this is the first sign when I became a real man. And I was a young boy, and I was taken away from my family. My sister had passed away due to gross negligence of my parents, and I was in the foster care system. I had an older brother, and I had a brother that was special ed. I had a little sister, and I was crying because my grandma had died of chemo cancer at the time. And
where are you from?
I'm from Detroit, 7.
Okay, I'm listening.
So there was a point of time when my older brother, he was older, he was much more knowledgeable than me. He had sat down and told me, "You're the man now. Stop crying. Don't cry." I'm like, "Grandma, if she was dead, she wouldn't want you to cry. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to go with my dad. And you have to watch out for everyone." I'm like, I stopped. I just stopped crying. I'm like, okay.
How old were you?
At the time, I was 8 years old.
Oh, man. Okay.
And so from then on, I started to realize, and I started to grasp the concept of responsibility and what it means to be responsible. And getting away from legacy and thinking that, especially because the world is indifferent. And if we don't understand that it's okay, it's okay that the world is indifferent. still got to be real, even if it is indifferent. And if you don't want to be here, if you truly don't want to be here for your experience, and you don't like the test, it's okay if you leave.
Did you grow up in a religion or like church?
Well, yeah, I was indoctrinated at the age of I was indoctrinated in the womb.
Okay, so you've been to church or like your family had a religion? Okay, so you say your family they did like.
I tell you, I was indoctrinated in the womb.
I mean, what you mean by that?
So that means listening to gospel music, reading the Bible to the baby while he's in the stomach, praying over it, laying holy oil, speaking anointed languages. From then on, from 1 to 5, I was at church as a baby, all the way up to, I would damn near say high school. When all this shit happened.
You was with both your parents?
Yeah, I had both my parents.
So you said you was in the foster care system?
Yeah, they had gotten taken away when my sister had passed away. Yeah.
How old was you when it happened?
I might got the timeline that stuff. So I think my sister passed away. I'm not really that good with time, but I think that was probably 10, and then my bad. So it wasn't 8. It was when my sister had passed away. I was 10. I think that was around 2014, around that area. And then I had went into the system. Then
people still at church when it happened to you?
Yeah, they still believe in God to this day. They are still under that indoctrination. And how I escaped from being indoctrinated. My mom's a pastor, and the funny thing about her being a pastor, this is what I have to understand. That is actually what she's supposed to be doing. That is her truth.
Okay, so sorry not to cut you out. I'm just really trying to. You have a very unique perspective. I'm trying to understand like where you coming from with this.
No, you're fine. Ask away.
Okay, so your mom's a pastor. She's still a pastor. You grew up with both of your parents. So when you graduated high school, you was in the foster care system?
No. So this is how the story goes. It's so crazy. So I got into the foster care system. I'll just give y'all a quick breakdown. So I was in the foster care system. Sister passed away. Grandma going through chemotherapy. Then my grandfather, he dies. And he dies from a tree accident. And then I have to take care of my brothers and sisters, trying to make sure that they are all right. Trying to tell them they were trying to separate us, but I made them keep us together.
I told them that y'all was in the same group home.
Yeah, we was in the same group home when the police had places in that care. And then when I moved from there, eventually my parents were in trial for that, and they had to end up going to jail. And so when that case, but they were on the run for the most part, they started to run away from the government. And at the time, my mom, she got pregnant again. But this is when we had moved. We had moved with my sister first. My sister came and got us, and my mom and my dad were trying to support through Summer and David while she was in college, and Summer could not take care of us. So we did that year. We eventually got on the system. Then we moved to my auntie. And then my auntie was abusive, and she was a narcissist, and she was crazy as fuck. And I had to find that out when I was living there. And she was all kinds of abusive except sexual abuse. So
when your birthday?
October the 20th.
So Sunday. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 23 years old.
Oh, you still young. This just happened to you.
So when obviously I feel old and high level. So around that time, I was still heavily in my faith, but I was going through psychosis. I was experiencing so much trauma that like God is what all I seem to care about. And I developed a savior complex. And you know, you have to suffer for the greater good for other people, which is the key thing to not love yourself. Because naturally, when you are brought up in destruction and you realize you don't I never resonated with that energy ever since I was 5 years old. I've always been a restorer, and the foundation of a restorer is a unifier. And so from that energy, I built up from what I understood about God and what I understood about the context of God. And the context of God, what God wants you to go through, and what He made, what He shaped. Ego is not the sense of I. You don't have an ego. Nobody does. Your name, that shit doesn't mean anything. You can call me whatever. My energy is eternal. But you are shaped by your personal experiences. That's why your truth is very important.
Let me just get some clarity right there. You said people don't have ego. I've never heard myself.
So ego is not a real thing, even when you talk about even when you look at it from a biological, psychological level. I am this. When you are a collection of things moving at different times, you can change in the sense of an instant. If I take something out of your brain, you become a different person. There's no real sense of I. You are just a collection of what's happening to you.
What I'm saying, do you know what the definition of ego is? The ego is definitely real.
Break down. It's the sense of self. Sense of self-esteem.
So, yeah.
Yep. Sense of
the way people view themselves. Yeah. What they are trying to accomplish. All those things. The personal identification with your possessions, your confidence, all those things. That is a real thing. That's how people become narcissists.
So confidence, and this is what we say when we have a sense of confidence. And if you have confidence that this is the true reality that you live in, you can literally create your own world. That's why your internal world is more important than your external world. Because you're so powerful that you can put yourself in a psychosis to make whatever world you really want. So as me growing, right, I'm still developing my godhood, and I understand in my godhood that I'm going through these hurtful things, and I'm experiencing this overpressing hell, and I'm like, okay, God isn't real. That was the first break, because what I wanted was truth. And if you want truth, you're going to have to suffer.
Well, how you say that? So, okay. So you've been through a lot of pain and things, right? So the systems that you was born into, like how you say, like the ego and how you try to evolve, and like how Son was saying the different dimensions, you don't feel like, do you agree that these things were created before you?
I think that life, my energy is eternal. So for me to come by who I am, who the sense of self that I have before has always just been. I am at the core source of myself, my energy, my energy essence, the signature of my energy is unification and knowledge and wisdom. And I'm ready to kill, die, fight, protect, and I came in a form that is masculine. So I have to represent masculine energy and how I dominate or control or shape the narrative of God's story, because I'm an actor in God's story. But I become real when you face nihilism and you say, despite of it being fake, it all an illusion, I'm going to be true to who I am. And when opportunity comes to challenge me, when I face adversities, I will not fall and bicker through the system.
But how you do that if you say you don't have an ego? How you have a sense of self to make that thought relative? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you have a sense of self to know, like, oh, well, I don't feel like God is real, or I don't feel like this is not me, or this is not resonating with me?
When you vibrate on a different level of truth, right? Objective, your internal world, and what's objective truth is different kind of truths. Like I said, you are so powerful that the sense of self, that your true sense of self can be in the 12th dimension if you want it to be. Your ability for freedom, human beings limit themselves all the time with their imagination. And you choose to rather, if you view objective reality and have the internals to change it, you could literally, I've seen it happen. I've literally seen, if I take on a different mindset, let's say I'm an actor, right? And I act like this person, I literally see my environment shape, I see my friendship shape. So it's whatever energy you're tuning into. You are a collection of experiences. And I want to ask you, for ego, right? Is your biology a factor? Is your psychology a factor? And that's always going to be a factor because it's the human condition. So you're already pre-programmed before you start rearranging the program in yourself. But the body is still the body. But if you don't master the body, you can't master the mind. If you can't master the mind, you can't master the body. And then if you can't master the mind or the body or the spirit, then you're just going to be flawed. And you're not going to live the life that you seek. But there's no sense of, yeah, I'm important, I'm special, I'm somebody. I'm not no fucking body. I'm not tomorrow lifestyle routine. But it's okay. It's not wrong. None of this shit means nothing. It doesn't mean it. It's okay.
Now, I absolutely agree with you. Can I share something with you, Lucy?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
So, you 23, right? I'm 37. I just had my birthday in August, right?
Happy birthday, turn up.
I appreciate that. Big birthday. Yeah, I want to share something with you because I definitely can relate kind of where you come from, and you actually come into a lot of this knowledge much sooner than I kind of realized. But I want to say that, so I had a child when I was like 17, right? Grew up in a religion. Did not believe that I could be good enough for God. So I started living on my own, and then I came to do so much and feeling like I'm doing it on my own. I ended up getting locked up for a charge, right? Wasn't praying, none of that. So when I got locked up, I was like 8 months pregnant, about to be 9, right? Had my baby in jail, sent me to the bed, all that stuff. Sent me back to jail the next day without my baby, right? So I was okay the first day. I was like, oh, you know what I'm saying, I'm good, or whatever. The next day I woke up, I was not okay. I was like, this is really happening. I do not know when I'm getting out of here. Mind you, I got locked up in South Carolina. The type of charge that I had was called general sessions. It was people in there for 24 months, 18 months. They don't know when they're going to court, right? next day I know I had messed up. I was crying the whole entire day. They let us go outside. I'm crying, snotting, all this. Because I'm like, I literally have screwed up and I don't have nobody to help me. My people ain't got money like that. You know, to hire no lawyer, not like that. The CEO come outside to like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you gotta stop crying or we gonna put you in isolation. I ain't care nothing about that lady. I done just ruined my complete entire life. And I got 2 kids. And she had a little boy. She was like, all right, anybody with her, y'all get locked up too. The girls started leaving me. They're like, see, we love you, but we ain't finna get locked up for you. We don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out there by myself, right? Well, when I started praying for my life, I'm like, God, although you real, but listen, I need help right now. I was so sorry. I know I did wrong, you know, woo, woo, woo. I finally calmed down. I've been crying uncontrollably for hours, right? Finally stopped crying. The CEO walks out 15 seconds later. That lady say, your lawyer on the phone. I got out there next day. And the judge that they gave me particularly hated mothers that did crimes. She locking folks up for 10 years, 15 years. You know, the type of charge that I had. I got out there next day. That when I knew God was real. I'm like, you know what? I have to really consider that it's something higher than me because, you know, my human self, like, I really couldn't do nothing. Like, you know, my physical power, like, I ain't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? My people were like, look, you did this, you got to stick with this. Like, we'll take care of the baby, but we can't help you. That's how I really met God. I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so, you know, me feeling like I wasn't good enough for God, when I got to a point where I was so low, that's all I had. You know, so I do understand that going through traumas and things like that, it'll make you feel like, look, I got to do what I got to do. But at the same time, I can't deny that, you know, it is a higher power, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm telling you, this is the last thing I'm gonna tell you. So it came to the point where I was studying, and like my kid's father, like he was kind of getting into like a whole bunch of deep studies. So, you know, we started getting into like, oh, Jesus is not the you know, the name and things like that. So I used to make jokes like, you know, about the name of Jesus and stuff like that, you know, with like certain people or whatever. So one day I was laying in my bed, I was at the house by myself. So I used to smoke or whatever. I ended up tuning into a frequency where I felt freaking terrified. I really can't explain how the conversation was that I heard, but I got the energy of like, you keep on playing with my name, I'm really gonna show you what's up. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't never play like that again. So it's like sometimes how the divine show its energy to me is not anything that I learned in the book. It really came off of like my personal experience and things. I really still don't know. I still really struggle with like what is the way. So I'm just gonna encourage you to like just keep an open mind. Like even if you're hurting, you know what I'm saying, just stay open because you can't create a planet. You know what I'm saying? You can't create a universal star. You know what I'm saying? You can't create oxygen. So you gotta know that like it's a higher power than you. Like what it wanna, like, you know, what it is, what's the name, like we ain't gonna know that because we're human. We can't expand our mind. We ain't gonna never really understand. So yeah, just keep your mind open, young and like, you know what I'm saying? I do feel where you're coming from though, but don't let that hurt, you know, make you throw yourself away like that, because it is real.
No, I appreciate, I honestly appreciate the story. I really, and you told me some real shit. Like, damn, man, you got a very cool spirit. I really like it.
I like to have it in mind. This is the original. You said you prayed, you know, when you're incarcerated, and you know, basically your prayers are answered. You said a higher power. Have you ever considered maybe there's a different power, not higher, just a different one?
Yeah, I do consider that now, going back to like, you know, having that hurt for the feminine, like craving that feminine energy. So now it's like my people from the deep south. I already know, you know what I'm saying, my people play in certain energies and stuff like that because I'm the oldest granddaughter on both sides of my family. And you know, by me studying the Bible, like it is really game for real. Even like with my money, like how I do my money, like I know how I should do, but when I do right, it be solid. Like it really works. Even when I fight with my emotions about, how it is, I can't deny, like, even though everything in the Bible probably ain't how it was originally, like I can't deny, like it's game in the Bible, and like it has really helped me in my personal life. Like I still don't know, but I just stay open. And I be honest with God, I be snapping sometimes. I be tweaking like, how did you say you gonna let these folks do me like this? I be mad, but sometimes I get an answer, sometimes I don't, but I just have to understand like that I don't know. But I do have to acknowledge and be humble in the fact that, my personality ain't come from me. You know what I'm saying? I just woke up here. I don't know what's going on.
Same like right. I was listening to what you said about ego earlier. I heard someone come in and talk to him about that as well. He said we are our experiences. We're also we're more than this our experiences. Very spiritual young man, very knowledgeable at his age, but they comes in cycles. And one of the things I have to remind myself that younger people are going to be going through things at a whole lot faster rate with the way that things are designed right now. So, he had a lot of life experience, actually. The one thing that kind of grabbed my attention when he talked about just basically he made it out. He spoke of absolute. When people speaking absolutes, kind of makes my antennas go up. We're more than just our experiences. There's an inner outer, and a before and an after. We were just our experiences, then our future selves wouldn't even exist. And we also have a future self as well. We have a past, present, as well as a future self to look forward to, or not.
You gotta think about it like, why do witchcraft work? There's always been a topic like, why do it work? You know what I'm saying? Christianity is like, pray against it, but I just don't believe that, the most high people are supposed to be broke. Or, go through things. I feel like as a parent, because I got kids, is it that we're supposed to, we gotta have dominion over the earth. That's in the first chapter of Genesis. It's I give you dominion over all the earth. So, we pray to God, is it that we're supposed to, not saying
witchcraft was a campaign against women. That's what people understand. Yeah. That was against women. Because y'all had the science, y'all knew the earth back and forth by heart. You knew all the herbs, all the trees, all the plants, all the medicine, all of the ways to use it. You know what I'm saying? You had mastered that. And so you can even revive people that these people, when they invaded these places, they were dying of normal, things today that you can remedy, they would die. Like they got syphilis, they would die. If they got some of the normal things that we, consider just a slight ailment, they were dying of that stuff. They didn't think there was no coming back. So when they ran into y'all, because no matter what, simply talk about what they said witchcraft is the original. When you go to the doctor, the original word for doctor is witch doctor. That's where they got the word doctor. It's witch doctor. And the actual witch doctor, you pull it up on Wikipedia, pull up witch doctor. Witch doctor were only women. They were healers. Women healers from Africa, different portions.
And many women today don't step into their power as forest healers and use it for good, actually. I can't say all women, but a lot of women that you and I both know are natural healers, but they really don't ever step to their power actually with it. And they know that a lot of them know they're designated to do that. They're very help with that, but still don't. So, and that's why I align with someone that have a hard time. Because if you don't come here to planet Earth, what you signed up for, your contract, guess what?
But it was about power. This people fairly realize a lot of times. It's not about it being evil, right? You can use anything. You can use a fork to make spaghetti, or you can use that fork that's the same as the witchcraft stuff. When you go to the doctor, that's witchcraft. When you go on, listen, this is all I'm saying. When I did the research, they were burning women, they were torturing women, they were frightening the hell out of women who had the power and the knowledge of the earth on how to fuck them up. Now keep in mind, they're calling you evil, fucking them up, right? While they coming in to rape you, take everything from you, whatever, and then they get mad and you attack them.
Not only that, they would actually with the information that you and learn from you a lot of the times before they killed you.
Yes.
They would take the same information that you had and use it and still kill you.
That's it. But when you do it, it's you. When they do it, it's just what else say? It's science, it's medicine, it's research. So that's a psychological warfare, like I said, on women. It was on women, because the women were the dealers. The women were the dealers. So we still had that trauma from, that fear of you to get killed, or even they suspected you of knowing you. But no, go ahead.
All right, think about when we talk about women's suffrage. What really destroyed the nuclear family was the man. And most people would argue because what destroyed the nuclear family was us going into war. When the man left to go kill and destroy when you talk about the nuclear family in the West, what destroyed it?
Nuclear in the West?
Yes.
So you're not talking about us?
No, I'm talking about women's suffrage.
Yeah, I'm saying it goes back to Eastern.
It goes back to when you talking about the Salem child witch hunts. Yeah, I understand, but even when you even get to modern times, when you talk about certain revolutions, but it was like when they started to preach about sexual freedom, they didn't teach sexual responsibility at the same hand. It just was like, yeah, you do any, and that's not even just for men to be sowing their seeds with just any old field that doesn't produce. It's crazy. It's crazy to me to sow into a field that is not going to yield fruit. And if you're a gardener and that's your position, you don't know what your energy is or what your energy alive with. And I really see that a lot of people are having problems with the masculine and feminine nature and knowing how to represent or knowing how to balance it. Because
it's hard to balance.
Yeah, but
nature,
I would say
more people pray they're gonna say Father. I mean, you hear pray say Mother God. People turn around like, what did he say?
Right, they'd be offended by it. That's why I really appreciate this room, because I really, to myself, have, as a woman, been struggling with that. Like, why? And I just been walking towards it, but I had to break that indoctrination to, you know what? I know what I'm going through in my life, and I don't feel like, I have to suffer. Like, I feel like I need to learn and just get more knowledge, i.e., why I need to gain more knowledge, because when I ask some questions, it's like, I did the things, I fasted, and I, did the Bible and things like that, and, and then I say this, a lot of people say, God, talk to them. And, I would kind of struggle with that. I'm like, I ain't never heard God say nothing to me, I'm saying, directly. But the only thing I've ever heard, I remember I was fasting and praying, did good, but one day, something really upset me. I ended up getting super wasted that day, drank, smoke, all that. So I sat back in my little smoke room in the back of my house, and I was just quiet. And then I heard, but then I heard a female voice. How your grandma get pissed off and she be mumbling up from her voice?
Yeah.
It shook me. I was like, oh. You know what I'm saying? I was like, the man. Yeah.
You heard spirit. I don't know what they call it. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Divine, you said Now you mentioned that you mentioned about the feminine. You were speaking of God in the feminine term. Actually, I just had to say it. It was said a lot. It's been a lot said a lot in music. One of the last times I remember being said in music was Tupac said, "God coming, you just taking that time." We all heard it in the '90s. It kind of go by.
He said what?
He said, "God coming, she just taking her time."
Oh yes, yeah. Right.
They said, "God coming, she just taking her time."
It's very taboo to speak about this, and it's really like you might think about Jesus and like the story of Jesus. I'm like, okay, yeah, the father gonna be mad, but how much more so a mother, like her only son? She's gonna say,
well, yeah. Mother, here's a question: would a mother let her husband kill her only son?
Immediately, no, and I am a mother.
So that's why when they talk about the father story, the Jesus story, it's always just he got a father. I'm like, where's the mother?
Right.
Where's the mother?
You're on vacation. Yeah,
like
you went to Peru for the weekend.
Because that's see what I'm saying. But in any other conversation, this is what's called cognitive dissonance. This is what's called compartmentalization.
Love that word.
In any other conversation dealing with a family, or when you mention the word father, it would feel incomplete without you saying, wait, what about the mother, right? If I ask you, oh yeah, so how's your you got your house? So how's your dad? Oh, he's good. Okay, yeah. Okay, your son? Okay, that's it. It's like, wait a minute, what about the mother? What about your mother? We don't, so that's what I meant about indoctrination is we've been taught that way as far as the Bible and all that. So long, we don't see that no sound.
It's a form of coping with violence. You gotta when you don't know what to do, the human spirit goes into hope. That is create an illusion or something that is higher than you that you really can't really test or see or really know. But spiritually, you operate in different dimensions. Like, because I honestly feel like to find your perfect truth is a frequency. You have to tune in. You have to do certain stuff to get to that. And self-love is the predominator of that. And your boundaries, and God is going to test your boundaries. And you have to watch your environment.
Yeah.
Your environment, because what is good of having a clean white suit, getting your hair done, looking good, man. You look like $1 million in a clean white suit. You got a little gold on. You just got the coconut butter on your skin and toes, and the whole house. You in an abandoned house. It smells like shit. That's the representation of being pure in a fucked up environment. So, and then you have to understand, as a man, we set the tone for environment, and we need our women to encourage the environment because we need nourishment, and we need our women to understand, and we need to make sure there is a clear understanding, because what causes separation is confusion. People don't know the truth, but they're coping with hope, and you don't cope. You do. You take
hope when you don't have an option.
Yeah.
I had to jump in on that when you said what causes separation is confusion. What causes separation often is rebellion. People don't know the mission. The rebellion is there because it comes to you. Truth comes to you over and over and over and over again, knocking, and people will deny it actually. And also, it's where it's like their obstacles is actually a spirit. If you break that word down, obstacles, you'll see it. You have to know how to overcome it. Sometimes when the truth comes, you have to avoid obstacles. I refer to it as obstacles, actually.
Yep, and I go back to fear, like, God said you don't have the spirit of fear. It's very terrifying, to like you were saying, you see, you were J God and you're gonna die. why I gotta be like that? Okay, God made me like this. Like,
even if I was to go to hell, I would rather choose hell to burn for eternity and not to suffer for eternity because I don't agree with it, but I'm still going to live a very righteous life. I'm going to be me. And to me, the best thing for a human being to do is accept the relationship with God and choose goodness, right? And choose to be real and love yourself, you know. But to me, why I separate from God, because I think the nerve of it is crazy. Like, I'm not. I don't think it's not being lied to. It's about, yes, we have been, life is confusion in itself. When you think about stories, like when you think about early humanization, when you think about we would come up with stories, the God of thunder is angry and he's burning down houses that are wicked, when it's really just nature just doing its thing, and Ben Franklin made the lightning rod to stop burning down churches because he actually, okay, let me understand this, let me look at the environment, let me see what this is. This is a type of plasma. Okay, these electrons act different on here. You get different feelings with this. Okay, we got electricity, we got current, we got all these different things that are the fundamentals of electromagnetism.
Okay, but no. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Like, you're breaking my heart right now. Like, you so young. You know what I'm saying? For you to have such a dark perspective, like, okay, even if you so power reject God, right? You understand that you God, are a part of His creation experiencing. You know what I'm saying? Of the Creator, the beloved Creator's experience in you. You was made like this on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, yeah, it's predestined, yeah, it's messed up, life ain't fair, but what's fair is it ain't fair for everybody. Everybody dealing with something that's not fair. So don't, you know what I'm saying, just don't feel, you know what I'm saying, don't have such an absolute thought about the Most High. Like, he ain't live long enough. They kind of tell you, like, and the things that you've been through, you know what I'm saying, you got to know that your thoughts and you know how you thinking, you so powerful, how you thinking is going to affect what's going on around you. That's how much God, you're a son of God. So know that you have to live too.
Devon, how long does he have to live? He said he hasn't lived long enough. How long does he have to live?
He's 23.
Okay, I know that. I heard him say how long does he have to live?
I mean, I don't know that, but I would just say that, I mean, my spirit just really kind of talking to me, like breaking my heart, how it's talking, because you done been through an experience that your experience to help somebody else. You were strong enough to go through it. Some people don't make it out of this. Some people check out.
Yep. Right. See, I don't subscribe to as far as like knowledge coming. You come here reset actually. It's all about remembering actually, and that's what he's doing. Read means to do again. He's remembering, putting his body back, putting his spirit back, putting his soul back. That's all we do.
For some of the statements he said, I get what she's saying. It's like he's saying he is already relegated.
Right.
That's it. He's not open to nothing else. He's not open to maybe there's a possibility there's more information. He's saying, that's it. Like,
right.
Yes, you were talking about
yourself like that, you know, going back to self-love. You know what I'm saying? So you love yourself, you know that, you know, the things that happen to you, like, I ain't never been through nothing like that. Like, my heart broke, you know, just by hearing your story. And I'm sure that ain't everything, but you just went through that. You somebody, you know, you graduated and going through that with your family. Like, I know how family be. You know what I'm saying? I ain't went through nothing like that, but I completely understand that pain, because, you know, your family's supposed to protect you. But you gotta understand that, like, you know, your mom and your dad and like the family around you, like, they trying to figure it out too. So don't count yourself out for feeling how you feel, because you don't know, you know. So offer yourself some grace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For real.
When I this is the sentiment that I came to. I used to pray a lot. Like, usually when you talk about deep psychosis, when you are in a deep state of psychosis, you are in a deep state of coping.
What you mean by psychosis, though? Like, how you come into a psychosis?
When God, like, you know how monks meditate all day, every day? It's consumed by their mindset. They practice, they praying, they using different language or secret tongues to get to a certain energy. When I tell you that is all I did, all I cared about, all I wanted to do, and all I knew, but there was still a search for the truth. I'm like, man, I need to figure out who created evil, because you gotta remember when I was 5 years old, and this is where you can get, you don't have to have the full evidence to understand the full story. You know what I'm saying? But if you can break it down, you're the only witness of your story. So when I learned, like, okay, my energy, it's just deeply rooted in who I am. My energy is a unifier. I'm just a unifier. What does unification come? What do you have to do and know about unification? You have to know a lot. You have to be a man of peace, but also a man of violence. You have to be a man of curiosity and a man of thinking things to solve different problems that the world is facing.
Who told you that you came to that conclusion of your own life, right?
No, it's not. It's like who told me that? It's the experiences of life, because I am shaped not by my sense of self. I'm a collection of experiences and stories.
See, but now you're contradicting yourself, right? Because you're saying on one hand that you're a collection of all your stories, but then you're saying it's not you.
So,
or you don't have the ego to understand yourself, like it don't matter.
So this is basically what I'm saying about the sense of self. The sense of self is not there to boost off confidence or act like I know it all, or I'm greater than, or I have no sense of self. You can't destroy the ego. The sense of self is just an innate stage of this three-dimensional body. It's always going to be as long as you have the body, because you're programmed to be sense of self. Even if you get into a car accident, how do they train SEALs to forget about death, forget about dying, and go and kill people and do it at such a profession and such a tactical level? If they're trained to be that. Some people are trained so much because the training indoctrinated them so how they cannot ever be in society. They cannot ever be in society. It's the training, and you have to understand your mind is a program. Whatever you're feeding it, whatever you're feeding your body, whatever frequency you're tuning in, whatever you're watching on TV, that is influenced by you. And you have to actually take the time and sit back and think about the things that you're actually reading, consuming, and doing. But I would tell you that here are the core values of what you need to do to face indifference, to face reality, to face when you cry out, there's no voice coming to save you. To understand that is, you can have your relationship with God and choose goodness, because you have the internal compass, but you need to respect your boundaries. You have to have self-love in order to reach a higher frequency that you're supposed to experience with your life. And then when I'm experiencing my life, I'm dead and gone. My job is to be the unifier that I know that I am. And it's not flexing in saying that, it's just I realize it through the experience that I faced. And now that I love myself, I'll tell you, there is such a difference. There is such a difference. There's such an energy that comes with it. And I also wanted to tell you a personal story. I used to struggle very much with loneliness, and I used to say, women are going to be my only advice because I never think that I could defeat my lust. Every time I would try to quit porn, every time I would try to get control of my sexual urges, but I didn't know the root of it. I didn't understand the root of lust. And when you look at things from the root of it, when you get at the core of things, your thoughts, your words, your actions become almost seamless. Have you ever heard of the state of flow?
Yeah.
So it's when it's like when you're present but you're not really present, and that's like I'm in a deep flow state. And like even when he brought up the definition of ego, I was gonna be like, dang, what is actually the definition of ego? And then it just came up because what I like doing is talking and debating and looking at people why they have the idea that they have. I don't come in a situation thinking I know everything. What I say, that's why I said your truth.
Right. But the things that you sorry not to cut you off. So all these things that you know about yourself, right? And the things that you fight with, like you say, lust and things like that. You think you're the first one?
I conquered that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do you feel like you're the first one?
I'm not special at all.
I'm not saying that you're special or anything.
You are special.
I mean,
and this is why I disagree, because when I die, like when I die, and things that I do, hold on, I'm not saying like most people say they're special because they have a sense of purpose, right? And to me, it's not about the sense of purpose. It's not about legacy. I think legacy is stupid.
Okay, but you did say you was a unifier, right? Like the unifier of what exactly?
But I'm the unifier. I'm just a frequency of unification.
The word just, you gotta be careful with the word just.
So when you talk about what is a unifier, I bring things together. I reveal truth, and it's just like what a lot of the times it may not be your truth that's meant for you at this time at this dimension, but I do reveal a lot of truth, and I say the core things that I will say is love yourself and understand what self-love is, understand what ego is, and then you will find more of your truth. Because you can own it. You can own it. Yeah, you can. Right, go ahead.
I'm gonna let you rock out this. I hadn't heard you for a while, but no, I'm just clarifying. When I say special, I'm not talking about based on something that you did in the world. What I'm saying is we're all special because there would never be a person that would be uniquely you again. Right? You're talking about when you die or whatever, there would never be another person with your exact instruction, the way that what happens to you, the way that you form, your experiences that make your personality, that make your uniqueness. That's what I mean by we're all special. Because if it wasn't that, we would all be like robots. We would all have the same personality. We would all have the same idiosyncrasies. We'd all have the same capabilities, and we don't. We all have unique things in us that make us different. So that's what I mean by special. Not, you got a lot of money or whatever, you got a bunch of accomplishments. That's the bullshit that don't matter. But I'm just saying, it's good to know that what you went through actually shaped you to be different. That you may not see the end result. So, like I was saying, a caterpillar, right? It feels like it's dying when it's in the cocoon. That's death. That's what it feels like, right? But it doesn't know that at the end, it's going to be a transform. It's going to be a whole different thing that can fly now. When before that, it was underground, right? It was just a slug. So I'm saying, what sometimes that you will become in the future that you don't see yet. So I'm saying, don't be so negative on yourself because, like I said, you don't even know next year how you'll feel. You know what I'm saying? That's the interesting thing about life.
And you also mentioned the word death. Also, sorry, just like that.
Yeah.
You mentioned the word death. Actually, we're all part of a peaceful puzzle. If we're truly designed about rhythm and vibration, then this is just what has been shown to me. Actually, we're all part of each other. Just like some of the words that you said, you had no idea. Like this, I tell people all the time, we get into this space, we go into this. Some of us may be in a meditative state. I'm looking down below and have these people down below us in a meditative state. That's a lot of energy above, basically above and below. So with that being said, there's a challenge that's going on, particularly right now. This is a song that's being played. Divine shared her story, which is very moving. You shared your story, which is very moving again, actually. You said, you used the word just, and I mean, when someone says just, again, my antennas come up. That word just before something is, that ain't it right there. But ultimately, what I'm saying is you're a piece of the puzzle. Everything, the fabric of the conversation, what you and son were just talking about, if you just envision or illustrate a puzzle in your mind, that's truly what you are. And in a puzzle, sometimes there are pieces that are highlighted at particular times, like a digital puzzle, right? One day the eye on the cow might be shown. One day the tail on the cow might show. That's what you said. You're not special. That's what makes you special. Because in part of that puzzle, there's always a time for an individual piece to shine or to bring forth light or darkness.
Yeah. So we saying that too is making you more special. That's what you're saying, Joe.
I think he's saying that when you say you're not, I don't think you realize that there's nothing you can do to not be special. Like there's nobody else that will come exactly as you came to Earth, and that goes for all of us.
It to me it kind of like
Even if somebody mimics you, they still won't be exactly you.
Do you know so I have this one theory, this one like thought experiment. Everything that can be imagined can be imagined. And it's just a different reality or a different dimension. What do you think about that?
I think that's the challenge. I was thinking about that last month about I was looking around my house and it just hit me of how ungrateful we are a lot of times. Because it was stuff that I was saying maybe about 5-6 years ago. I'm like, damn, I need this thing, and it didn't exist at the time. And I'm thinking that it wasn't going anywhere. Like my wanting for it to manifest because I didn't see it. I didn't see it in my sight, so I'm thinking it doesn't exist. And then I find out it did exist. I just didn't know that it ended up manifesting later. And then these other things. So then I look back at my life and I realized how many things I literally manifested and didn't even realize it when it showed up. I'm thinking like, oh, okay, it's just, and I'm like, wait a minute, I was asking for that. So yeah, I feel like when you ask for something, when you want to manifest something, that thought itself is like a seed. It is gonna show up somewhere, but you may not, because you're not in all places at all times. Sometimes we think it ain't. Yeah, I think all thoughts are somewhere. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like it's just because there's some infinities that are bigger than infinities. When you really conceptualize that, it's like, dude, what we really know at this 3D plane is not even what it is. And when you really tap into just some of the knowledge, most of the knowledge that I've experienced is the deep wanting for truth and a search for knowledge. And I'm still very thirsty knowledge. There's still a lot of things that I want to learn and do. Like I'm going to be I'm going to be a lifetime learner, but there's some objective truths that I set my boundary for it. My relationship with God, the creator of the imagination source realm, right? And he is the imagination itself, and the imagination wants to have a relationship with you. Yes, it does, because he likes the narrative, he likes the story, and sometimes right in the middle of the story, he'll change it, depending on depending on depending on where your energy is. Because if you're following you, it means where your energy is. Because we're all still a boundaries of energy. You're an imagination field inside of another imagination field with the frequency that you're on that we can relate to.
Co-creators.
As
Co-creators.
What's co-creators?
That we're co-creators.
Co-creators.
I can go on my imagination and create something right now. You can as well. It's not controlled.
But the thing about it is we don't know as much as about like some people are still struggling with physics, and I think I figured it out. They don't.
But it can be learned.
Yeah, there is a solution, and the trueness of what I've learned that when you start to deal with imaginary numbers, you excel in infinite levels of stages of math. And then you go into also because I've learned that my kind of intelligence is in philosophy. I have a very high intelligence for that, and when I'm just going, I'm going in it. And so the biggest question is it something or is there nothing? Right?
It's nothing. It's the concept from
something or nothing. Something and nothing, and everything and nothing is paradoxical when you think about it as philosophy roots. But
because none of it exists. That's the concept.
I'm sorry, Frank, can you repeat that? You said it's something or nothing.
Something and nothing is a paradox. Because if something is truly something, then it's something. But can something be nothing? And can nothing be something?
What I'm saying. Nothing is not a real word. That's what I'm trying to say. We've been taught the word nothing. But there is nothing actually you can show that is nothing.
Right, but the thing about it is
nothing is going to be something.
I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to blow your mind. Son, are you ready for this knowledge? Yo, check this shit out. So, what I figured out, breaking the laws of damn near fucking up the laws of physics. There is actual nothing. We just can't experience that nothing because we're the experience of everything. When you become a balancer in the neutral dimension, you balance in between everything and nothing. Everything and nothing, and you choose at the end of when you die, or because it's truly no death. You choose a whole bunch of random experiences through whatever you want, but when you're done, there's this neutral force that keeps it all at balance, and you either become a neutral force within the force. So this is breaking out. So there's everything is one, but it's like a subsection of this. So you have the subsection of everything, right? Which is wrapped in bigger infinities and all that stuff and experiencing, and we are part of that everything realm. And then there's a realm of total nothing. Like not when listen, it's a realm of where even the word nothing doesn't even make sense, but it's a word of just complete absence of thought, absence of imagination. You can't even imagine it because you come from the source of everything. And then I thought about it. I'm like, if I really can't imagine the source of nothing, I
can't think about it because I'm in the force of everything. What is this force that lets me know that it's real, but I can't access it? And I'm like, yo, it's the neutral dimensional forces that play on the forces of physics that keeps the universe at balance. Because for life to happen, you need the core harmonies. You need positivity, neutrality, and
you're dealing with. See, this is the issue, right? You're dealing with third dimension concepts. So in my learning, this is when I had to. Yeah, this is when I had to go beyond collegiate philosophy of the world that we're given to understand it more than that. Like, so usually you're talking about numbers and physics and all that. That's dealing with the third dimension. You know, there's dimensions where numbers and all that, it's not even measured by numbers. Numbers don't exist, right? So, because I remember someone asked me, when I was talking about going to one of the higher dimensions, they were like, how many dimensions are there? And so what I was shown was the problem is how we conceptualize things, right? We want to see things as quantifiable, and that's not how other things are situated. So I'll give you an example. How many shapes can you make out of water?
it's infinite. You can make infinite.
Right. Okay. How many? So if it was a painting, how many pictures could you make with the paint? How many pictures?
Infinite.
Infinite, right? So when you look at it from that understanding, it frees you from trying to endlessly solve it through third dimensional concept like numbers, quantifiable, this is this, and this is the limit of it. That's not the source. The source of it is unlimited. Once it comes down here, third dimension, then you get limits, physics, numbers, which are just restrictions. But I'm saying if you're trying to get to the understanding of unlimited with limited lens, you're gonna be wasting your time. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying,
That's what people.
yeah, I get what you're saying collectively, like the realm, because this is like Aristotle and empiricism. When you empiricism, whatever, however you call it. Aristotle was pointing, I think it's Aristotle and Plato. What's his name, Aristotle? I think no, Plato. Aristotle was pointing.
Aristotle.
So, I think Plato. I think it was Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, so when Plato is pointing up, you're basically saying this world is not the true world. The real world is in the realm far beyond us. But he said no, because it's basically the argument of the internal world versus the external world. And Plato is saying basically everything is generated from the internal world. And he says no, but the external world does have a way in shaping the ego. So when you take these philosophies and try to philosophize, but the crazy thing about it is this: what they don't know about the argument, that there's a force that keeps it all at balance, and it's so funny about balance to me because it's like a core sense of what I teach is balance, and having balance with destruction and having balance with creation. There's some things you should actively destroy. There's some things you should actually create and produce. But if you don't have the balance, because there's a thing called applied knowledge and the knowledge of knowing. Like, we could already know that we don't have to already be told that porn is bad for. Some people do have to be told and convinced that it's bad for them. Some people naturally know that it's bad for them without actually knowing the reason, because their heart, which is the energy and motion, is guiding them, and they're not listening to their heart. That's why they say listen to your heart, listen to your heart, but navigate with your mind. And not all the times, if you see the path in one way, you can see the path in all ways. And so it's like you are freer than you could ever be free if only if you truly believe and you wield that power of what they talk about God and don't really let it get to you. Just because you have a God power doesn't mean you flaunt and you don't have any humility to you. And just because you have humility doesn't mean you're any virtuous. It's optional. It's just about how real are you, how honest you can be. And that's where the humanity comes in at. Like, it's just like, you know what, instead of, because you could be like, you know what, man, I'm just jealous of you because you're doing something. You know what, man, it's versus somebody openly saying that versus them just being like, oh, fuck that nigga, I'm about to up on him. I'm about to rob him for his shoes. And we as a society and we as human beings know that these people are losing their mind because they're fighting. Because what you think about a psychopath, what does he fight for? He fights for control because he wants to be God, and he doesn't even realize that God is not even in control
of this dimension. This dimension is exactly how it moves. But that's why I was getting at what you said earlier about imagination. You understand? Most people don't understand their imagination. Your imagination is unlimited. Your imagination is unlimited. So now, show me your imagination. Can you do it? Can you tangibly see your imagination? I'm saying, is the imagination tangible?
No, our thoughts tangible. And then I can display it, but it's not tangible unless I use. And yes, I use our internal world to explain it to you, because we can talk like language, right? The language is of a frequency. You tell me. Hold on, my brother called.
Yeah, because I was going to get to a point with him, because he made a good point, but I'm just showing him how we've been taught a certain way from the Western man. Don't know shit, just still figure it out. And yeah, we're more powerful than we can imagine. The only thing that limits us is mind. Your mind, your thoughts, ain't none of that limited. Besides when you limit it. It's not limited, you limit it. That's the issue. You say stuff like, oh, I can't do it. All the shit you saying you can't do, somebody's doing that shit right now. Like you said, or it's impossible. So, and the word impossible, by the way, is you just saying I'm possible. Spell out the word impossible. You're gonna say I'm possible.
So son, yeah. when you say you travel, right?
Yeah.
Did you have to prune your flesh first? Like, did you have to prepare yourself before you was able to?
No. I was in my sleep. It was in the daytime.
Oh, girl.
And when I woke up, it was not earth because, like I said, first of all, the environment was so clean. I was like, nah, this is clean. This is way too clean. Like, this is where's the H? Where's the H? What up? Yeah, I was like, hold on. When I looked, by the way, I couldn't see the front of me. Like, I couldn't see how I looked from the front, but I looked down, my arm, my chest, my leg, everything was made out of crystal, like crystalline. Yeah, like layers. Like, imagine somebody, you know how an onion is like layered on top of each other?
Yeah.
Imagine crystals, but they're not crystals like we see them. It's like, imagine layers of crystals, but they're like, you know how muscle tendons look, where it's like layers of, right? like it was like that. My whole body was like crystalline, and I was like, man. And then I thought I was breathing air, but like I said, it was cleaner than it was the cleanest air. I was like, this can't be air. The shit was too clean. Like it was cleaner than anything on earth. So it was the cleanest thing. And I'm like, is this air that I'm breathing? But the air also had a tone to it, a frequency. So it was like music, but it was there. And then it was like, you get a kind of like taste it a little bit. Like it had like, anyway, it's hard to even describe, but put it like this. Where I was at, shit was so neat. It was the neatest neat. So like, you know how we draw a straight line there or whatever, like that. This made everything. When I came back down, when I woke up, I felt like somebody dropped me off with wood. That's how I felt coming back there. I felt like dirty. Yeah, when I came back, I felt all dirty. And then when I was looking around, everything looked sloppy here. All the shapes looked sloppy. My TV, everything, all the straight lines, they still look until I basically adjusted again. And I was like, dang. So I knew where I was at. That was and it wasn't even the highest. So I was like, damn, that's not even the highest. But I was grateful for that experience because it showed me that shit, there actually is other dimensions and spaces. It's just that you've never experienced it. You will think, oh, it's in their mind. No, this shit is real, very real.
You were in Crystal City, actually. Do you remember the scene in Black Panther where they landed at the first scene?
Black Panther 1?
Yeah, in the first scene they're on a spaceship, right? And they land in Oakland. I'm saying, yeah, that was showing you the lower level of the you talking about. You felt like it was ghetto. There was that lower level they showed you.
No, I said when I woke back up.
Yeah, when you went back up, that's what I'm talking about. That was a rendition of that as well.
Okay.
There was a rendition of the ship coming here and being in this dimension. No, I was using it compared to the lower level. Yeah. I've had this experience with the Crystal experience, being in the Crystal City with the Crystal subways, etc.
Like a train.
It's real. Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
I ain't seen that on the train. And this is the thing, I wasn't there long enough to like explore everything, but I know that how you eat there, you don't eat like there was no dirt. You know, we got dirt everywhere on Earth. It was one microscopic speck up there. There was no dirt. It was clean as fuck. And how you eat, you don't eat food or flesh. It was light. So there was these like lights, and they were at a certain distance, almost like the distance of like a shower head.
Remember this. How we move about the Earth right now is not how we've always moved about the Earth right now. Our movements are even different, actually. We think of it every day. We move every day. We pick up stuff when we're running or whatever. That's always been like that in the Earth. That's not so, actually. At one time, our movement was way more calculated than what it is right now. We're kind of like really busted down from what we once were in the Earth. I don't say on the Earth. I say in the Earth, actually.
Why do you think we always trying to get back to that, right?
Right.
What's the most expensive thing you pay for? Jewelry or like crystal diamonds, all this type of stuff. Why are we trying to put that back on? That's when I had a revelation. I was like, oh, we trying to put it back on because that's what we used to like. We used to have that on our body, not putting it on. It used to be on us.
But see, check this out. I'm glad you brought that up because there's a video going around of a guy from South America. He's a so-called black man with all his jewelry on, around his neck, on his arms, bands or whatever. Now, in society, if you walked around like that, with a lot of jewelry on like that, you trying to rob this, nobody often would say that you're trying to be, trying to be the man. being flashy. But what people don't understand is jewelry, gold actually helps you resonate. Actually, if you put, I subscribe to every man should have a nice gold chain. That he goes, all in woman. That you should have a nice gold chain to put around your neck and go out and sunbathe. Actually, this is gonna help you.
I want to ask too.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel that beautification, and especially jewelry and the hard metals, and do you think that contributes to man's pride, and more so his material senses? Do you think that it even stifles the growth of spirituality?
It can. It depends on person, right? Yeah. They're at a low level. Yeah. I have an associate. He has a tremendous amount of jewelry. When I say jewelry, collection amasses millions of dollars and amasses that, right? He is the most fucking arrogant, egotistical asshole that you would ever meet. Actually, where do you see? Huh? And where'd you see that? I said I have an associate. I know someone. He displays it actually when he wears his jewelry. It makes you feel sick. Being if your mind is where it needs to be, or where you would think it should be anyway. No. This is an associate of mine actually. He's a very wealthy man, but he wears a tremendous amount of jewelry. He thinks he's conscious, but he's actually not. But anyway, because he wears jewelry that one would think that he's both aunts and different things like that. But just to say that that's why I tell people, man, buying jewelry from a pawn shop while buying somebody else's jewelry, putting it on, you need to be careful with this shit because that jewelry has absorbed a lot of energy, that person's energy, other person's energy. That's why gold is melted down and the drops come off of it because you think you just put this chain on, you're doing a whole lot more than that shit right there. So be very careful when you buy jewelry or you wear someone else's jewelry or clothing. And that. Be careful shopping at thrift shops or any used clothing from the previous person. You need to neutralize that shit because clothes and all that. Yeah.
No cap. I had a portrait that I had gotten from the Army. What is it called? Goodwill. And it was an image of a lady sitting by the piano, and she was kind of leaned over, like contemplating in thought. And you could tell that she wasn't at peace, but you don't really know that that's translating into your whole environment until you realize that exactly what you said, that the imagery, even whoever owned it before, the person who painted it, their intention is sitting behind that portrait. And it can resonate and affect even your daily life without you knowing it.
Yes, sir. Yep, I learned that thrift shop. Certain stuff going on. Like, that's funny you brought that up because my dad gave a gift to my grandmother of this picture of these young brothers. They was kids. They were dressed all up, but they were looking sad. It's like a fancy picture. It's like a black and white. And it's these young boys, they're dressed up in suits. And, I guess he thought that would be a cute gift for his mother. But when my grandmother passed, I took the picture that she had, and I had it in my workspace. But I realized later, looking at it, the energy was back there. None of the boys on that picture, none of them were smiling. Like, I realized it after looking at it, and I was like, yeah, it's like energy. It ain't a good vibe, so I ended up taking that picture down. And the energy seemed to be a little lighter without that. But small things like that, it matters. So, especially anything you inherited from somebody or you get it from a
you don't know the person, you need to neutralize it. Be careful, because it's energy behind the creation of something. Somebody has to put their hand in that. You know what I'm saying? That's why this language has all of these embedded things, because it's not the words you're using. It's the person who created that word had they put their magic on it.
They put their craft into
That's why
it.
they don't like us.
Crafty.
Yes. That's why they don't like us making our own word. If you notice, if you try to make a word, right, they'll say that's not a word. But they can make a word and tell you it's a word. I'm like, yo, this is about power. They know if you can define your own words, you can define the power behind it. And this is why they got mad about the word nigga. We say nigga and nigger, right? They got mad about it. That's why they say don't say it. No, they said don't say it because you take the power out of it by saying it. See, they wanted it to be like negative. So when you use it casually, you are reversing the spell. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a lot of science in that. But yeah. Inheritance stuff.
That's a fact. That's why we do like different accents when we're talking these spirit on the temple.
Yeah. We don't really, and that's not our mother tongue either.
I know. Like my mom, she's been in Australia for like 20 years. She cannot speak English because she always talks in our accent because her spirit is strong.
Who wants to be busy? I play this shit out. I'm nasty. I like the cuz. I like fuck shit idea. It ain't shit. Yeah, this is what I know.
Yeah, no, I told y'all
Anything can become a curse word with the right intent. Fuck is fornication.
Yeah, fuck is curse word. A curse word
is damn. Like
the words that you say against yourself, that's the cuss word. Right? Somebody saying fuck and bitch and all that, they got nothing on the person saying, oh, stupid.
Yeah, I'm done. I can't do this.
Okay, that's a cuss word.
I don't know, son. I think you're simplifying it because if I tell a kid, I don't think you're capable of doing that. That sounds nice as hell, don't it? But
no, I said when you say no, this
yeah, I'm capable right now doesn't mean. I heard what you said.
First word is when you say it. No, when you say it about yourself.
To yourself, I get it. I heard what you said. But I'm conveying that you're simplifying it. That's what I'm saying. To where if I did say, get mama, I'm from Haiti, right? And a lot of niggas know what that means, right? It's that, and I had to correct my mom sometimes because.
Bro, as soon as you said that, as soon as you said get mama, I had to come up. So I said,
Nulami.
It's on me.
Get back, I'm doing my friends, so my pet is out.
Family, tell them, I had to come up here. Oh my God. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. So my mom.
Good morning, you nurse. We're rising though. We're rising and shining. Let's go.
That's it. Grand Rising. So my mother.
Grand Rising.
When we're in conversation, she whenever she as a matter of fact, she uses so casually she doesn't even understand how impactful it is to even have heard it. And she say like tête chargée. And tête chargée is a Haitian word to mean like charged up head or problems. Oh, that's a problem. Or problems altogether, right? How she tried to describe it when I said, hey, mommy, don't say tête chargée. Say something else. Say tête éclairée, or which means enlightened mind. I told her, hey, say that instead, because I don't want to hear that when we're talking. Because most of the times you'll find out that Haitian women worry so much, but
sometimes because of the Haitian culture too, certain words like that, they say so much. And then she said, well, it means that it's a problem that I don't want to deal with. And I told her, like, yep, I get it. But I don't want to have that. I don't want to have that type of discourse with you that every time we're trying to figure something out, you're saying tete chache because she doesn't understand that she's actually reinforcing the problem rather than being someone who has a solution. So I heard what you said, Brody, and I respect it, but I think it was just a little oversimplified because even if you're talking about yourself or just putting something into the air, and you know how that shit go, right? Just putting in the air sometimes has an effect on other people without you even knowing it.
So, but I mean, of course, maybe I didn't elaborate all the way what I had made about it previously, but I was saying first meaning no one can make you use your own tongue against yourself. When you say, I'm saying we say this stuff. I've heard people say stupid shit like, "Oh, that or that kills me when they." I'm like, no, that's don't work. Like that's the worst thing that you can say. Or somebody will say, if such and such happened one more time, I swear, I'm saying that's worse than bitch and fuck and all the rest of that. That was just the point I'm making. And people take that lighter than if you say fuck. They'll say that all day. They say some shit like on my shoes, and I'm like, no, why would you why would you put your kids in harm's way about something that you might be wrong about? They be like, yo, that's what my kid, that's what my
It's all about it.
Can I add something, guys?
Yeah, sure.
So, here.
It sound like you're breaking up. It sound like you broke up.
It's underwater. What would be question?
Okay, yeah, you broke up.
Is it better?
Yeah, you're better now.
Sorry about that. Okay, so what about in the cases where like your knowledge is given, right? It's like right now we're talking like in a way where it's like very much free thought, people are fully aware, but what if like, okay, so what if like your knowledge isn't from you? And I don't want to go too deep because it's super early, but like let's take like the slave Bible, right? Like you have a group of people who were given a specific book and that was meant to be read in the way that they were told it was supposed to be read. And even till this day, we still have people who believe that they're not meant to be wealthy, they're meant to be obedient, they're not meant to talk back to their, you know what I mean? They're not meant to protect themselves, right? As an overall. So it's like, what if the information you're given is also skewed, so therefore you don't even know that the words that you're using, like, okay, one example, I'm gonna just give one more example, and I hope this one makes more sense, which is like the terms that we use in our modern language, like that, like in regards to like a home, we still call the main bedroom a master bedroom. We still pay our mortgages, you know what I mean? Which all, to be honest, when you break down the words, a mortgage is a debt that has to be paid until death, and then a master bedroom, you know what I mean? Y'all know what the hell that means. So like, what about subconsciously? Huh? What did you say?
With a master, the bed with a master slept.
Right. So I'm like, what if subconsciously, we're doing it now, I think, but what if there are certain things that we're not aware of and we use it on a day-to-day basis?
For sure. Go ahead, Farrah. I'll go after you.
No, I'm just listening. What are you saying?
Yeah. Melissa, I think that's what symbolism and even like Kabbalah being so coveted, because it's like the foundational structure of language, and other languages too that they carry symbols, and through our evolution we broke it down to where to divide them, but at the basic level, it's almost like numbers became words. You feel me? And I think just that concept within itself, it puts people who study that at an perceive the underlying layers of when a conversation is being had, or when someone is walking into esoteric frequency, that you can perceive every layer of transparency or every layer of understanding when they talk. And the Bible too, you're able to read on a deeper level when the symbolism of the words actually draw pictures in your mind, and they're not just words. You're starting to see geography. You're starting to see correlations. You can see the parallels when the conversation, or when you're reading the text, or any esoteric text for that matter. So yeah, Melissa, I think you're right on. Yeah,
Right on. Check this out. Nobody fucks up words like us from the South. I'm from the South. You know, South, we say, when we don't say South, we say South. You know what it is. Cuss and curse. Two totally different things. Curse oneself and to cut somebody the fuck out is two different things. You know, we talked about, words. Words describe something. They describe, a place, time, a description of something. And something the son has brought up in this space many times, actually. And I applaud him for that. It's kind of off topic, but on topic. We're talking about, you mentioned, photographs and paintings, different things like that. It's a very good thing to take children's artwork, actually, because they took the time to craft it with their hand, their mind, the kids look in, the marker, whatever, and place it up in your office, on your refrigerator, your home, at your computer table. That energy is very, very positive energy. I want to say that. But yeah, but also going back to the whole cussing thing, man, like I said, I've said it so many times, man. Fuck this language, man. You say what you want to say, and you say what you mean, you say how you mean it. Everybody trying to speak standard English and how we code switch, we go in professional places, a bunch of bullshit. We sitting up talking, you know what I'm talking about. You feel me? You know what it is, And and culturally, we have so many different subcultures within our people. You gotta know what we saying, motherfucker. Why did it offend somebody when you cuss them out differently? I can say, man, that motherfucker's over there. All right, yeah, that Memphis over there. You know what I'm saying? So even in our culture, there's subcultures where some things might be accepted more than others, things less than one another. Like the word nigga. My niggas, I'll never have a problem with the word. Just like some of my family might get offended because the word cracker. To me, if you're just a fucking cracker, you're a cracker. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. But this language, man, we put too much emphasis on this shit, man. It was really interesting for the brother to jump in and tell him what the Haitian culture is, and also to give us meaning, because I hate for a motherfucker to do that. And that's one of the most wicked things a motherfucker can do, is speak a language around you that you can't understand. I don't even like for a motherfucker to speak Spanish around me. And I'm the only one there. Y'all know that you speak fluent English, and you can elaborate and speak to me, but you want to speak in fucking codes, and I know you talking about me just by your nuances and your body language. Yeah, that's some old shit right now. You know what I mean?
Because you can feel the intention. Intention is your first language.
Yeah,
and
I say that. You feel it.
You feel it, bro. You don't have to even know. Because that's how I learned languages quickly. I went from Sudan, I learned Dinka and Arabic, and then I had to move around to Ethiopia. And I just hate it because I don't like people talking around me without me knowing. I learned the language so quick. I started speaking the language. And I learned Swahili when I went to Kenya. Now I learn English. English is like my fifth language. So anybody can learn language quick. You have to just pay attention. Just be calm and just try and repeat what they're saying. Like listen to songs. Songs are a very powerful way to learn languages. If you could find 3 or 4 songs right now from any language, learn those 4 songs very well. Break it down and then be able to pronounce every word. Find out what every sentence means. You literally learn 20-30% of what that language really is. That's how easy it is to learn songs.
So clear. I went to go see Godfrey about a month ago here in OKC. He said he's been to 40 countries, and he started acting like he was speaking Japanese. We were all just sitting there like, damn, okay. He said, I don't know what the fuck I just did. So
No, you know, I was in Japan. This is